Chapter 1 Divorce. Activating the system. Half a year ago, Li Subai. Let's get a divorce. You don't love me. At least I can't feel your love. You can't get inside my heart either. You don't know what I really want. We have nothing in common now. You can't give me the happiness I want. You can't provide me with the emotional value I need. And I don't want to live this boring, passionless life anymore. I don't want to live a life where I can't be a good person anymore. I also want to be a delicate piggy girl who is loved, pampered and able to make me laugh every day. Look at other people's husbands. They drive luxury cars, send their wives Gucci bags, Chanel clothes, and often travel abroad. And look at you? I just want to live for myself now. I just want to pursue my own happiness. If you really still love me, I hope you can fulfill me. Li Subai, please let me go. Li Subai had thought of various ways trying to save her marriage. But one person can never get back a person who has changed his heart. I'm not going to be able to get back to a person who has changed his or her mind and who no longer loves you. Half a year later, Puzhou County. The entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before walking into the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Subai once again asked Gong Weiyang, "Is it okay not to divorce? Just for the sake of the child?" This sentence, in the past 6 months, Li Subai has actually said this to Gong Weiyang many times, although he knew that it was impossible for Gong Weiyang to change her mind. However, he still made a last-ditch effort, not only for the sake of their children, for the sake of the beautiful feelings of the two people. Li Subai is really cannot let go. Gong Weiyang's answer did not exceed Li Subai's expectations. She coldly painted that face with exquisite makeup. She spat out 2 words decisively. No. Hearing Gong Weiyang's answer, Li Subai's heart, once again, he was severely stabbed in the heart, making him somewhat unable to breathe. Once upon a time, he was convinced that he and Gong Weiyang were truly in love, and could go on to grow old together. At this moment, Gong Weiyang's good best friend Hmph interjected to Li Subai. In fact, since you no longer have feelings for each other, there's no need to continue to make do and harden together. It's not good for you, or for Weiyang. Gong Weiyang's other good best friend, Chao Xiqian, also spoke up, using the child as a bargaining chip. Even if you force Weiyang to stay by your side, can this be happy? Zhang Kaifeng, Subai, act like a real man and be spontaneous. A strongly twisted melon is not sweet. Li Subai didn't pay any attention to the 3 stirrers, Yin Shuitua, Chao Xiqian, and Zhang Kaifeng. The reason why he and Gong Weiyang came to this point. Gong Weiyang's 3 girlfriends' poisonous chicken soup. At least 5 layers of credit. Go up. Gong Weiyang urged Li Subai. It's all come to this. It's impossible for me to change my mind. This marriage must be divorced. Half an hour later, Li Subai and Gong Weiyang completed the divorce formalities. The two of them, one after the other, walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. They walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next to Gong Weiyang, there is also a young female assistant holding a cell phone. The young female assistant, Tao Yao Yao, who is broadcasting live to Gong Weiyang, is a young woman with millions of fans on Douyin. Gong Weiyang is a female netizen with millions of fans on Douyin. Today, she live-streamed her divorce. The number of people online exceeded 100,000 people. It's unusually hot. Inside the live broadcast room, this kind of incapable man should have been dumped a long time ago. The anchor is so beautiful. The ex-husband brother is simply not worthy. The anchor is divorced. I have a chance. We women, like the anchor, should boldly pursue their own happiness, should not be bound by marriage. Anchor is my idol. Live, a dashing and transparent. I have long wanted to divorce, waiting to get the family's real estate. I also want to divorce. Li Subai, Gong Weiyang and Tao Yao Yao just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chao Xiqian, Yin Shuitua and Zhang Kaifeng, 3 of Gong Weiyang's best girlfriends, were all gathered around the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau with happy faces. Chao Xiqian, Yin Shuitua, and Zhang Kaifeng surrounded Gong Weiyang. They were talking to Gong Weiyang with words of blessing. Ha ha, happy divorce. He. Congratulations on your change from wife to princess. Congratulations on your new life, Princess Gong. Finally relieved. I wish you a bright future. The two of them, Yin Shuitua and Zhang Kaifeng, also pulled up a large red banner for display. 2 slogans were written on the banner. No big deal, just pulling up a banner to tell you, happy divorce. Congratulations Princess Gong Weiyang. Happy to be single. Long live freedom. Chao Xiqian also held a bouquet of flowers and handed it to Gong Weiyang. Ha ha, I'm divorced. I can live for myself from now on. Gong Weiyang held the flowers, and also acted very happy and excited. And, with several of her girlfriends, celebrating her divorce with a joyful smile. Those who don't know, thought it was an award. Gong Weiyang live broadcasting room. Many girls' family members saw this warm happy scene. They were so envious that they were about to cry. This is the right way for us women to live. If only I could be as dashing as the anchor. I also want to be a princess. I don't want to be a yellow face. Gee guys, from the experience of those who have been there, divorce is really happy. The female family members have been proud of Gong Wei Yang's feat of daring to get divorced, while some of the big brothers on the list have also given Gong Wei Yang a swish, also swished gifts to Gong Wei Yang one after another. Li Subai watched from the side as Gong Wei Yang celebrated with a banner. The heart is filled with endless bitterness. The divorce has brought Li Subai scars and wounds all over his body. He didn't expect that Gong Wei Yang would be so happy. Not a bit of sadness, not to mention, and also pulled banners to celebrate. Only the world does not know that she divorced. The two of them have sworn an oath together, to be together for a lifetime. Ah, has she forgotten? She used to lie in his arms and ask him carefully if he would leave you. He's trying, but she's given up. It's ironic. Ding. Just when Li Subai was secretly bitter, a mechanical voice that suddenly sounded in Li Subai's mind. Activation conditions reached. Selection system successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system activation reward. A lottery number that can win $10 million. A humanoid fighter. 1 kidney treasure Dan. 1 cubic meter of system space. Note, the host is still not allowed to reveal anything related to the system in any way to anyone. For this voice, Li Subai did not show the slightest surprise or astonishment. Because he, as early as 7 years ago, he already knew that, in his own mind, there existed a system. It was a pity that this system needs to be activated before it can be successfully opened. Before the system is activated, cannot be used, and the condition for the system's activation. The condition for the activation of the system is for Li Subai to permanently dump Gong Wei Yang, who was his girlfriend at the time. Most people, faced with this kind of temptation, would have chosen the system and dump his girlfriend. After all, the system is rare. Girlfriends can be found again. However, Li Subai and Gong Wei Yang both, they are each other's first love. They also took each other's first blood. And, at that time, Li Subai was not in a good position, but Gong Wei Yang was willing to work with him. This made Li Subai's feelings for Gong Wei Yang very deep and profound. So, Li Subai did not choose to activate the system. In the 7 years that he has been with Gong Wei Yang, the system has seen that Li Subai has not completed the activation task. The system saw that Li Subai had not completed the activation task. The system has issued more than a dozen different activation tasks one after another. For example, it made Li Subai green Gong Wei Yang, and sent Gong Wei Yang a video to provoke her. For example, to make Li Subai run away on the wedding day. For example, he cheated on Gong Wei Yang's best friend. For example, let Li Subai divorce Gong Wei Yang. This system, it seems that it can't let others fall in love. Every system task it releases is to destroy the relationship or marriage between Li Subai and Gong Wei Yang. Every time, Li Subai firmly chose love. Unfortunately, Li Subai lost completely and utterly. One of the reasons for Gong Wei Yang's divorce is that she can't feel Li Subai's love at all. She felt that Li Subai didn't love her at all. Li Subai wanted to laugh to the sky. If that's not love, then what is? At this time, Gong Wei Yang and her group had already finished taking pictures and celebrating. Gong Wei Yang came to Li Subai's face, took out a red packet and handed it to Li Subai and said, "This is my support for Nuan this month. 2,000. Take it." Li Subai looked at the maintenance fee handed over by Gong Wei Yang. Heart couldn't help but flash a cold smile that, on the divorce agreement drawn up by Gong Wei Yang alone, the Nuan schooling, food, clothing and sickness expenses, Li Subai is responsible for all of them. At this moment, Gong Wei Yang took the initiative to pay $2,000 for her daughter's maintenance in front of everyone, but she wants to set up her independent and strong heroine persona in front of her fans. Sure enough, in Gong Wei Yang's live broadcast room, they all praised Gong Wei Yang for being generous, responsible. She's a good mother. She's a representative of independent women. All kinds of gifts. The screen has been swiped by a wave of gifts. Chapter 2 Divorced. Who still spoils you? Li Subai did not accept the red envelope handed over by Gong Wei Yang. Coldly said, "I don't want you to spend money. I can raise my daughter on my own." Gong Wei Yang, what do you mean by broken expenses? This is what I give my daughter. Daughter, I also have half of the responsibility. Li Subai's tone was cold. Let's do everything according to the divorce agreement. Since the agreement stipulates that I am responsible for my daughter's schooling, food, clothing, illness, and all other expenses, there is no need for you to pay alimony. Since the divorce is finalized, Li Subai does not want to have too much interaction with Gong Wei Yang, because when he sees Gong Wei Yang, his wounds will tear and bleed. Gong Wei Yang saw Li Subai mention the divorce agreement. She did not feel guilty, calmly explained, The reason I drew up the agreement like this is just to urge you to be responsible for Nuan. I'm afraid that if you remarry in the future, you'll treat Nuan badly. It doesn't mean I don't care about Nuan. Nuan is my daughter. I value her more than my life, her alimony, her growth. I will definitely be responsible for it all. The viewers in the live broadcast room that all praised Gong Weiyan's words, and they felt that Gong Weiyan was really a responsible and good mom. But Li Subai, after hearing this, only felt that Gong Weiyan's words were ridiculous. He said sarcastically without mercy, "If you really value Nuan more than your own life, how could you get divorced? How could you divorce Nuan and let her become a child of a single-parent family, and broadcast the divorce process live? Aren't you afraid of being seen by Nuan and her classmates? Nuan will be criticized? Nuan is only 5 years old. Do you think she can withstand these criticisms? So, don't be a stand-up guy again." Gong Weiyan heard Li Subai's unrelenting sneer and the delicate face that immediately turned a shade of green and a shade of red. It was as if she had been slapped a few times in the face. You should know that, in the past, Li Subai talked to her. He never spoke to her in a pleasant manner. He was afraid of upsetting her. Even when she was being a little naughty, Li Subai was always patient and pleasing. He has never said such heavy words to her. This made her a bit at a loss for words. You, Gong Weiyan was so angry that she stuttered. "Why are you so down? Even after the divorce, you don't have to slander me, right? I just want to live for myself. I want to pursue my own happiness. Is that wrong?" Li Subai coldly asked back. "Could it be that what I said isn't the truth?" Gong Weiyan revealed a sneering expression and said, "I originally thought that we are different from others. Even if we are divorced, we could still be friends. I didn't expect that you would become so mean, so devoid of commitment, resenting me for divorcing you, and even wanting to deprive me of the right to raise Nuan." The corner of her mouth showed a hint of mockery. "Perhaps this is the real you. The goodness you used to treat me is really all a disguise. You disguised it really well," Li Subai coldly said. "Since it's all divorced, you don't deserve my goodness. It was you who personally buried a person who loved you the most." Gong Weiyan sneered. "Loved me the most? If you really loved me the most, you wouldn't have said such snarky words." Li Subai sneered. "All divorced. Who would still spoil you?" Hearing Li Subai say this sentence, after the divorce, who would still spoil you? Gong Weiyan's heart felt an inexplicable pain. It felt like there was something that suddenly left her. "But carefully feel that it is an illusion. Don't need you to spoil me. I don't care," Gong Weiyan said gamely. Li Subai looked at Gong Weiyan's face and said seriously, "Gong Weiyan, let me tell you, one day, you will understand that what you give up with your own hands will be the ceiling of what you have in life." Gong Weiyan didn't take Li Subai's words seriously at all. She scoffed. "If you are my ceiling, then my ceiling is too low." Chao Xiqian, Zhang Kaifeng, and Yin Shuitua heard Li Subai's words, also had the urge to laugh. As Gong Weiyan's best friends, they naturally knew Li Subai's background. He's just a writer of web novels at the bottom of the social ladder. No ability, no wealth, no fame, no status, even ordinary looking. A standard 5 no. How can you say you are the ceiling of Gong Weiyan? To be precise, Gong Weiyan is Li Subai's ceiling. After all, Gong Weiyan is now. She's a millionaire internet celebrity. Every month, she earns tens of thousands of dollars from live broadcasts. Even if Li Subai could remarry, he is not able to find a better woman than Gong Weiyan. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more amused by Li Subai's words. All kinds of mockery. This is the ceiling. The floor is more like it. With Gong Weiyan's qualifications, any guy would be 100 times better than this ex-husband. I don't know where the ex-husband got his confidence. Why doesn't brother ex-husband say 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river? Brother ex-husband is here to be funny. Just got divorced and resented his ex-wife. This kind of man is really down. Anchor divorced this kind of man. It's really the right thing to do. This kind of lowly man. I'm afraid he'll still say bad things about his mom in front of his kids. Men are too desperate. Although Gong Weiyan's looks were only a 6.5, but her figure was more than 8 points. The main thing was a pair of big long retreats that were long and straight, very eye-catching, and, coupled with the exquisite makeup, with the waist skirt, black silk and high heels, Gong Weiyan is an 8-point beauty. And the live broadcast, with the special effects, I'd become an absolute beauty. When Li Subai was young, although also considered handsome, but these years, because of the years of code words, his body is a bit fat. He dresses plainly. So, the audience naturally felt that Li Subai was not worthy of Gong Weiyan. In his life, he was able to have Gong Weiyan for a while. He has already burned 8 lifetimes of incense. Li Subai didn't continue to argue with Gong Weiyan. The first time I saw her was when she was a child, and she was a child of the family. This divorce, The divorce has taken away all of his vitality. The words he said just now, he has already used up all his strength. He is no longer capable of arguing. Before Li Subai was ready to leave, before Li Subai was about to leave, he noticed that there was a store next to the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was a sports lottery store. Li Subai remembered that the system had just rewarded him with a lottery ticket. He walked into the lottery store. He took out the only $3 left in his pocket after the divorce procedure. He took out the only $3 he had left in his pocket after the divorce, and bought an additional bet on the super lotto numbers rewarded by the system. The system stipulates that even if you buy more tickets, you can only win $10 million. Gong Weiyang saw Li Subai holding the lottery ticket out. Her expression was a bit speechless. She naturally didn't believe that Li Subai could win the jackpot. It was just a confession to the director for nothing. The viewers of Gong Weiyang's live broadcast saw Li Subai buying lottery tickets. They also felt that it was ridiculous. If you want to get rich by buying lottery tickets, you might as well believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I don't even believe in buying lottery tickets to win the lottery. The ex-husband is so old, but he's still daydreaming about winning the lottery. Ha ha, perhaps. Brother X wants to impress Gong Weiyang by winning the lottery. Brother ex-husband's life. It's already set in stone. It's impossible to turn over in this life. Gong Weiyang is the ceiling of brother ex-husband. Well, at least the anchor has bellied up for brother ex-husband for so many years. Brother ex-husband has earned it. After walking out of the lottery store, Li Subai ignored Gong Weiyang and, riding his own little electric donkey, he went home. When Gong Weiyang saw that Li Subai had left, immediately said to a few good girlfriends, "Let's go. Let's go eat to celebrate my successful divorce and getting a new life." Chao Si looked askance and laughed. "We've long since booked a place for you at the bottom of the sea. In Shui Tua. We also booked a private room at KTV. We must let you have fun today," Gong Weiyang happily said. "It's so happy to have you several good girlfriends by my side." Returning home, Li Subai didn't check the system rewards, nor was he in the mood to study the system. Instead, he lay on his bed in a daze. He looked at the wedding photo hanging on the wall. He looked at the wedding photo still hanging on the wall, and couldn't help but think of the little moments with Gong Weiyang in his mind. In the beginning, the two of them were really in love. Every day there are endless words. The phone call could stay on the phone all night, even if they didn't go anywhere. Just stayed in a small rented room. She was so happy. She'd do anything for him. He'd do it for her. Li Subai doesn't understand. His feelings are still there. But how come Miyan's feelings aren't? Do feelings have a shelf life? But his feelings for Gong Weiyang, why don't they have a shelf life? Why is there no shelf life? Chapter 3 Kidney Treasure Pill. Recalling the past. Li Subai felt like his head was going to explode and his heart is like a knife twisting. He also wants to face the divorce matter frankly. Don't be so maudlin. He wanted to be more open about it. But, he's a human being. He's not a machine. 7 years of love. You can't just put it down. The point is, he has a daughter, Yuan. I don't know how sad Yuan would be if she knew about her parents' divorce. If Yuan knew about her parents' divorce, how sad she would be. Thinking about this, Li Subai's heart more depressed panic. Li Subai is alone in his sadness. On the other hand, Gong Weiyang and her girlfriends are eating hot pot at Heidileo. The atmosphere seems very warm. It's still Weiyang who's great. Today's live broadcast has received more than 300,000 gifts. Her best friend Zhang Kaifeng said with a look of envy. Gong Weiyang also looked very happy. Today, since she went on air, she has received a record number of gifts. Unfortunately, this kind of live broadcast can only come once. In Shuetua also spoke. I told you that you would achieve more after divorcing Li Subai. That's right, isn't it? It's only just been divorced, and it's Harry. Gong Weiyang nodded. It's still Jimei who looks out for me. Chao Si looked askance. Our Weiyang is so outstanding. Of course she deserves better. Although Li Subai is honest, he's just too wooden and doesn't have much ability. Zhang Kaifeng. I don't think he's honest either. Look just now. He's still being shady to Weiyang. In Shuetua. He still has the nerve to say he's a ceiling. At that time, if I wasn't concerned about you, I wanted to laugh out loud. Li Subai recalled when Gong Weiyang's feelings started to change. After getting married, Gong Weiyang got pregnant. Emotions became very sensitive. She resented him for running sales, not being able to rest on weekends, and not being able to stay with him. She said that as long as Li Subai can accompany her every day, even if he earns less money, he is still happy. Looking at the disarming in the arms, aggrieved tears of his wife. So, Li Subai gritted his teeth. A ruthless. He quit his sales job with a monthly salary of at least $15,000 to write web novels at home. The first year he started writing web novels, the monthly fee was only $3,000 to $4,000. It's hard to make ends meet. Gong Weiyang envied her girlfriend's ability to travel and buy all kinds of high-end cosmetics, clothes and bags. In addition, the words, is to complain about Li Subai less money, she seems to have forgotten, when she said, compared to money, she prefers company. Later on, Li Subai started writing novels. She earned more than $10,000 a month. The highest monthly fee even reached $50,000. Originally, Li Subai wanted to save up to buy a house, but Gong Weiyang wanted to buy luxury clothes, luxury bags, high-end cosmetics, and wanted to be a sophisticated piggy girl. She also said, life is short, we should live a little more refined, not to compromise ourselves. She also said that money is earned, not saved. If Li Subai doesn't buy for her, he doesn't love her. Although, Li Subai does not agree with Gong Weiyang's consumerism view. However, because he loves her, he is willing to accommodate her. But even so, Gong Weiyang still thinks that Li Subai is not capable. In her opinion, the annual salary should reach $500,000 to $600,000 millions of dollars to be qualified. The only way to meet the requirements of her exquisite life. Li Subai thought of another thing. When the big and small festivals, Gong Weiyang all envied other people's boyfriends and husbands, sending high-grade cosmetics, expensive jewelry, and having a sense of ceremony. Disliking Li Subai, she sends a bunch of roses, or sends a 520 red envelope, but she seems to have forgotten that. Li Subai's salary card, she's got it all. He has to ask her for money to buy groceries. He can send a 520 red packet, which he usually saves up a little bit. There's also a sense of ceremony, but he has to write novels every day, and bring up children, cook, do housework. How can he have time for rituals? He's so busy, so tired. But Gong Weiyang doesn't even want to wash his own armchair. Said detergent will hurt hands, hurt nail. Thinking about it, tears, silent from the corner of the eye of Li Subai clamor fall. A big man, tears can't be stopped. The one person he loved so hard, and yet, he abandoned him like a broken shoe. Li Subai is so frustrated, but, he swears, this must be the last time he feels sorry for a woman. From now on, he will only live for himself and his daughter. Ka-ching. It wasn't known how long it had been. The muddled Li Subai suddenly heard a sound of a door opening ringing out and, it was Gong Weiyang who had returned at this time, Li Subai noticed that, outside the window, the sky was dark. He didn't know how long he had been in bed feeling sorry for himself. He didn't feel hungry. He didn't know. Divorced. Why Gong Weiyang came back at this time? It can't be to pack her clothes and cosmetics either. This married house bought with a loan after the marriage. The name on the real estate license, Gong Weiyang. When I first bought the house, only Gong Weiyang's name was written, because Li Subai has to take care of her daughter. So after Li Subai divorced, she could live here until her daughter turned 18. Gong Weiyang moved out. And as the price for getting custody of his daughter, Li Subai had to continue to pay the mortgage every month. Although, Li Subai knows that he deserves half of this house. It's a big lie to let him continue to pay the mortgage. But for the sake of his daughter, he doesn't care. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Li Subai knows that he will be able to activate the system after the divorce. Compared to the system, a house with a full payment of only 300,000 yuan. It's not really worth it for Li Subai to fight for it. In the darkness, Li Subai heard a burst of high-heeled footsteps coming towards him. Then, a figure attached itself to his body. It blocked his blueprint, a very familiar scent, mixed with the smell of alcohol. Even with his eyes closed, Li Subai knew who it was. What are you doing? Li Subai was a bit surprised. His tone was a bit cold. In the past, how much he loved Gong Weiyang, how much he hated now. The tone was naturally bad, just like he said. Who still spoils her after a divorce? In the darkness, Gong Weiyang's voice, with charm. Let's get together and part ways. As a souvenir, Li Subai sniffed and, not knowing how to react. In the past 6 months, Gong Weiyang in order to divorce. She has been in a cold war with him. He did not expect. She just got divorced, and Gong Weiyang is now on his back. What's going on here? Ding! When Li Subai was in a daze, suddenly, he heard a mechanical voice. In his mind, it was the system. Trigger condition. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Confront his ex-wife Gong Weiyang head-on. Let her know that those who own the system cannot be humiliated. Choice reward. 20% increase in face value. Choice 2. Please show some self-respect. Rewarded with a good person banner. In the room where this banner is hung, others will think you are a good person. Li Subai was about to make his choice. Gong Weiyang, however, beat him to it and helped him make his choice. Ding! Host chooses 1. Rewarded with a 20% increase in face value. Li Subai, leaning north. I simply did not choose. After a moment of silence, Li Subai suddenly remembered that, this afternoon, the system seemed to have rewarded him with a kidney treasure pill. Li Subai chose to take it without hesitation. Li Subai found that, the system produces something. It's really different. It's very effective. I don't know if this thing can be mass-produced. If it can be mass-produced, I'll be rich. Of course, when the time comes, we have to give one to each of our readers first. Even if we get divorced, we can still be friends in the future, not enemies. Your words this afternoon were a bit hurtful. During this time, feeling that the relationship between the two had eased a bit, Gong Weiyang took the opportunity to speak. Gong Weiyang's looks could only be considered a little above average. However, with the exquisite makeup, plus her figure of 8 points, she was able to bear the title of beauty. This was also one of the reasons why she could become a million internet celebrities. Li Subai did not speak. If it was before, he would have followed Gong Weiyang's words, so as not to upset Gong Weiyang. But Gong Weiyang's insistence on getting a divorce and being desperate, Li Subai's heart was left with only hate. Therefore, he did not speak. In the future, he will only treat Gong Weiyang as a tool, as a friend. No need to talk about it. You're divorced. You've been divorced. You've been disowned. What kind of friend is that? Just be an enemy. Gong Weiyang was used to lecturing Li Subai. She was going to say something else. For example, a man should be generous and responsible. Like her, she was used to teaching Li Subai how to take care of people. Although she wants a divorce, Li Subai should give her his blessing. She will raise her daughter well. And she's willing to make it up to Li Subai from time to time. However, in the face of Li Subai, who was silent and disliked her, Gong Weiyang simply couldn't go on. She only sighed deeply. She realized one thing. Li Subai seems to have changed. He has become completely different from before. He has become cold and overbearing. However, this change, she went to like it very much. Alas, if he can make money, be considerate, take care of my emotions, be there for me, and have the elders of my in-laws to help out. I actually don't want to divorce him. But if I want to find someone who loves me so much in the future, it must be hard to find someone who loves me so much. No, it's not. There must be someone better. I'm so pretty. I have so many fans. And now I'm making money. What kind of man can I find? Even an Arabian prince is not out of the question. I'm so pretty, so good. I deserve better. Besides, even if I can't find one, I've got Li Subai to back me up. With Li Subai treating me like a dog, as long as I ask, I'm sure he'll take me back in. So, divorce is the best choice for me. Chapter 4, Winning the Grand Prize. A tiger's poison doesn't eat its child. 7 days later, the sky is clear, the sun is shining. At 11 o'clock in the morning, ding bell, Gong Weiyang was woken up by a ringing phone that, barely opening her sleepy eyes, Gong Weiyang realized that, Li Subai was no longer there. Do not know where to go. Yesterday's shock was excessive. I didn't close my eyes all night. No rest at all. Gong Weiyang only feel, the body is like to fall apart. Alas, the suspect has been stabbed into a hornet's nest. This pervert, how did he become so scary? However, this also strengthened Gong Weiyang's determination to compensate her ex-husband on a regular basis. From the point of view of reason and strength, she should always make amends. So, don't say she was an ungrateful person. Holding her exhausted body, Gong Weiyang fumbled for her phone. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her best friend, Chao Xiqian. Damn girl, why are you calling so early? You're sleeping soundly, disturbing my rest. Gong Weiyang realized that her own voice was also hoarse. On the phone, Chao Si looked askance very breathlessly and asked back, it's already past 11 o'clock. It's still early? Right, she reacted. What's wrong with your voice? Why is it so mute? Is it a cold? Gong Weiyang couldn't say that she was using her voice excessively. She followed Chao Si's askance and faked a couple of coughs and said, Ahem, I do have a cold. What exactly is the matter with you calling me? Chao Xiqian's tone suddenly became very strange. Did you know about Li Subai's matter? Gong Weiyang said carelessly. What's his matter? She pursed her mouth, feeling that her blather tasted heavy. It is said that a tiger's poison does not eat its children. However, who called her more than a tiger? So, you don't know yet. Chao Si looked askance. What exactly is it? Don't sell yourself short. Gong Weiyang was somewhat speechless, saying that, as far as Li Subai's character, who couldn't hit a single muffled fart out of 8 rods, was concerned. She didn't understand what could have happened that Chao Xiqian is worth making such a show of being mysterious. By the way, where is Li Subai? He worked all night last night. Why is he gone so early? He's been working so hard. Don't take a good rest. Don't die of sudden death. Chao Xiqian did not say it explicitly, but asked, where are you now? I've come to find you, tell you face to face. Gong Weiyang casually said, I'm at the Jinshu Yajiu. After saying that, she regretted it. The Fairview residence is the name of the neighborhood. Telling Chao Siqian that she's at the Fairview residence. Isn't it the same as telling Chao Siqian that she slept here last night? Chao Siqian was surprised. You're still living with Li Subai? Didn't you say you went back to your parents' house last night after the karaoke? Could it be that you exchanged handkerchiefs last night? Seeing Chao Si askance ignite the soul of gossip, Gong Weiyang also guessed what happened. Expression was awkward. She digressed and said, what exactly is the matter you want to tell me? If you don't tell me, I'll hang up. I haven't had a good rest yet. Chao Si looked askance with a tone that, more and more surprised, was also tinged with derision. You haven't rested well. I understand. The last dance will be crazy. The corner of Gong Weiyang's mouth twitched and said, I'll really hang up if you don't say. Last dance? Gong Weiyang thought to herself, how is this possible? Of course, it was not good for her to share this kind of thing with her best friend. Chao Si looked askance at Gong Weiyang when she saw that she was about to hang up the phone and, finally got down to business. Li Subai won the lottery. Gong Weiyang said breathlessly, he won the lottery? What prize can he win? If one's own compensation counted as a prize, it would count. Chao Si looked askance. You were with him last night and he didn't tell you? He won the lottery ticket he bought yesterday after the divorce. It won the first prize, $12.5 million. Duong. Gong Weiyang's expression, which had been relaxed and happy, instantly became a little stiff. Feeling as if she had heard something wrong, she hurriedly asked, what did you say? Say it again. I may not have heard you clearly. Chao Siqian instantly barred the words she had just said and, she repeated what she had just said. This time, Gong Weiyang heard it clearly. She immediately became even more confused. She was 10,000 times more confused than the events of the previous 7 days. She was 10,000 times more confused than the events of the previous 7 days combined. Li Subai actually won the lottery? How is this possible? Isn't the lottery a fake? How could he win over $10 million? This is even more outrageous than last night's record 7 consecutive wins in the Central 13 car race. It's even more outrageous. Gong Weiyang held back the shock in her heart. She asked Chao Siqian in disbelief, are you kidding? How could Li Subai win the lottery? And for more than $10 million? This joke is a bit too big. Chao Siqian said seriously, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Subai directly, or search for local Douyin. The whole county has gone crazy with rumors about our Puzhou County opening a $10 million jackpot. Gong Weiyang. Then how do you know it was Li Subai who won the jackpot? Maybe it was someone else? She still doesn't want to believe that Li Subai won the $10 million jackpot. It's only been 1 day since the divorce. Her ex-husband won the jackpot. It's hard to believe. It's worse than a suspect being stabbed into a hornet's nest. Chao Si looks askance. Yesterday during the live broadcast, Tao Yao inadvertently tapped in the lottery numbers purchased by Li Subai. When the jackpot was drawn today, some fans in the group recognized that the winning numbers were exactly the same numbers that Li Subai had purchased. Also, the lottery store that opened the jackpot was the one next to the Civil Affairs Bureau yesterday, and the timing was right. So, Li Subai must have won the jackpot. There are quite a few fans in the group that regret not following Li Subai's numbers and purchasing a lottery ticket yesterday. Chao Siqian's next words. Gong Weiyang was already a bit hard to listen to. The impact that this matter caused to Gong Weiyang was no less than the kidney Baodan. She did not expect. Li Subai actually won the grand prize of more than $10 million. She did not expect. She didn't think that her ex-husband, who she thought had no ambition, and was a loser. She didn't think that her ex-husband, who she thought had no ambition, no career, and was a loser, would be able to turn around. Is this not a dream? And if he didn't win the lottery earlier, he won it later. How come he won the lottery right after the divorce? Is God playing with me? If he had won $10 million a day earlier, I wouldn't have divorced him. Even if I divorced him, I would have gotten half of the prize money. Gong Weiyang felt like she missed out on $100 million. Yesterday, she did a live broadcast of her divorce. She received a record reward of over $300,000. She immediately felt that she was rich and was going to soar. She was so excited, but compared to Li Subai's $10 million, the $300,000, it's just a drop in the bucket. The point is, the key is that for the 300,000 gifts, the platform also needs to share. Thinking about it, Gong Weiyang felt even more uncomfortable. Thief God, I don't want to play with me like this. Chao Siqian's voice continued to come out from the phone. You were with him last night. Why didn't he tell you about winning the lottery? Could it be that he was trying to hide it from you on purpose? Gong Weiyang sniffed and her face instantly became unusually ugly. Li Subai was not at home at the moment and, nor did he tell her about this matter. It was obvious that he was trying to hide the winning of the lottery on purpose. Maybe he's afraid that I'll split the money. Men are really selfish. Xiao Si looked askance and continued to sow discord. It seems that the old saying is true. Men are really no good, no matter how well they talk about it. When it comes to profit, they reveal their selfish nature. You've done the right thing in divorcing him, but it would have been better if the divorce could have been finalized a day later, so that you can get half of the bonus. For some reason, Gong Weiyang felt that Chao Xiqian's words are a bit harsh to the ear. It felt as if she was killing people to kill them. Chapter 5: Two Tales of Braised Pork. In a relatively upscale neighborhood in Puzhou County, a woman wearing Lululemon brand yoga clothes. A woman in Lululemon brand yoga clothes, with a body as fit as a European or American girl, and a pretty face, put down the phone in her hand. Put down the phone in her hand. The corner of her mouth cannot control to reveal a trace of ridicule color. This person, Chao Xiqian, Gong Weiyan's junior high school classmate and best friend. Originally, Chao Xiqian, regardless of her face value or her family background, was better than Gong Weiyang. Chao Xiqian was better than Gong Weiyang. Chao Xiqian was the protagonist of this small group of girlfriends. But since a year ago, Gong Weiyang started filming Douyin under the planning of Li Subai. She wore black silk, high heels, and delicate makeup to cook in the countryside. Relying on contrast and beauty, she quickly rose to fame. Gong Weiyang replaced Chao Xiqian. Chao Xiqian. In Chao Xiqian's heart, Chao Xiqian was very disappointed and jealous. Although she truly regarded Gong Weiyang as her best friend, whenever she had time, she would go shopping with Gong Weiyang and talk to her. But she doesn't want her best friend to overshadow her. She's having a better time than she is. Yesterday afternoon, Gong Weiyang earned $170,000 or $180,000 from her live broadcast. Chao Xiqian is really jealous. So, when she learned that Li Subai actually won the grand prize, in addition to shock, the first reaction, she was also a little bit happy. She wants to know. Gong Weiyang knew that her recently divorced ex-husband. She wanted to know what would be her reaction. And Gong Weiyang's reaction. The first time I saw her, she was very satisfied. At the same time, within Gong Weiyang's fanbase, many people heard that Gong Weiyang's ex-husband, the lottery ticket he bought yesterday, actually won a $10 million jackpot. They directly exploded. Chow chow, my ex-husband really won $10 million? This is too outrageous, right? Just got divorced and won a $10 million prize. This luck, it's unbelievable. It's really a matter of fortune and misfortune. I didn't expect that I would be slapped in the face, and that my ex-husband brother could actually be salty. I also wonder if the anchor will regret it when he knows about this. Definitely will regret it. After all, this is $10 million. Who wouldn't regret losing out on $10 million? Some want to see the anchor's expression at this moment. It must be very wonderful. Upstairs, little Blackie. Gong Weiyang didn't know what was going on in the fan group yet. After she hung up the phone with Chao Xiqian, she immediately made a call to Li Subai. She wanted to confirm the authenticity of the matter. The phone was quickly answered. Something wrong? Li Subai's voice was cold and short. This was before the divorce. Gong Weiyang had never experienced an attitude on Li Subai. However, Gong Weiyang did not care to think about it. She directly asked, I heard that the lottery ticket you bought yesterday won the jackpot? Really? In the cab going to the provincial city, Li Subai looked out of the window and, without the intention of hiding it, she affirmed, yes. Gong Weiyang received an affirmative answer. Her feelings were more complicated than eating a can of herring. She questioned, you won the lottery, why didn't you tell me? Why did you deliberately hide it from me? Li Subai disliked. We're not related anymore. Is there a need to tell you about my affairs? Gong Weiyang was instantly disliked by Li Subai and suffered a myocardial infarction. Only then did I make it up to you. You actually said it has nothing to do with me. Isn't this pulling out the sword without mercy? She sneered with some annoyance. Before, you said you love me the most. You won the jackpot. But you deliberately hid it from me. This is what you call your favorite? What? Afraid that I will find you to share the money? She said, as if she were gambling. You needn't have done that. I don't really care. Li Subai laughed at himself. It's true that I used to love the most, but since the divorce was finalized yesterday, all my love has been swept into the trash can by your own hands. Gong Weiyang coldly laughed. Oh, your love. I didn't feel it. I only felt your selfishness and calculations. Before also think you honest. I did not expect. You are full of hard eyes. You can disguise Gong Weiyang, this is purely unreasonable. The women, most of them are unreasonable. In the past, Gong Weiyang was often unreasonable in front of Li Subai. Li Subai will patiently coax. He wouldn't say a harsh word. But now, she's divorced. Who the hell is going to coax her? Since you're not being reasonable, I don't know what to say. Li Subai hung up the phone. See Li Subai directly hang up the phone. Gong Weiyan was so angry that her face turned blue. She hatefully threw her cell phone, threw it on the bed. Because of the action of the major, accidentally tore the wound that was somewhat torn. Gong Weiyan thought of the perpetrator of the wound. The mood is even worse. Luckily, I still have some guilt for him before, and also think to compensate him often. I didn't expect that. Winning the jackpot and not telling me. Men are really selfish. They're faster than a book. Don't expect me to make it up to you in the future. Brother, you're divorced too? The cab driver struck up a conversation with Li Subai and asked. Li Subai, however, didn't want to talk. He now felt like he couldn't be interested in anything, even if he hadn't slept all night. He didn't feel the slightest bit sleepy. The wounds from the divorce, he can't heal in a few days. It wasn't long before the taxi arrived at the Rongqing Sports Lottery Center. The cab arrived at the Rongqing Sports Lottery Center. Li Subai paid the fare with his own money. He walked into the center, ready to redeem his winnings. The reason why he paid the taxi fare with his own money. I'm not going to be able to do that. He had no money left. He has no money left. He used the money to pay for the car. When they divorced, Gong Weiyang said she had spent all her money. Li Subai did not suspect this, because Gong Weiyang is really the main person who can spend as much as she earns. She called it live in the present. Cherish the present will spend money, in order to make money. Li Subai also obeyed her. Sometimes, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to. Marriage. What has marriage brought him? Is it just for 2 tails of roast pork? If it's really for roast pork, I would have ordered takeout. I can only say, a wise man can't fall in love. If you really love someone, I'll let myself be humbled. Li Subai told himself. From now on, he will never be humble in front of any woman. Of course, he will never fall in love with any woman again. No, he will never love any woman again. From now on, he'll only concentrate on money. And then, he'll be in a million flowers, and he won't be touched by a single leaf. Love ing cell twist love. Li Subai's mind-turning thoughts. He walked into the very highly decorated sports lottery center. At the service desk, I found a receptionist wearing a uniform with a narrow hip skirt. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The receptionist was a little surprised to learn that Li Subai was the winner of last night's lotto jackpot. She was a bit surprised. She also became enthusiastic. And then, the director of the sports lottery center personally came out to greet Li Subai. He gave Li Subai the prize, and took a group photo. After all, Li Subai didn't wear a mask when he was photographed. This is a good opportunity for publicity. It's been many years since an ordinary person won the lottery. Once the news is publicized, lottery sales will go through the roof. Li Subai's ticket. Li Subai won $12.5 million. After paying 20% tax, Li Subai won a total of $12.5 million in prize money. Li Subai didn't expect that. This system is quite user-friendly. He said that the lottery ticket that won $10 million. The system is quite user-friendly. At the time of cashing in the prize, there was a little incident. There were several local charities at the redemption center. The representatives of these organizations, they all wanted Li Subai to donate a little bit of love. However, Li Subai didn't donate a penny. After all, the donation is also to let the godfather to buy a bag for Mei Mei. Seeing that Li Subai didn't give a single penny, although these charitable organizations were disappointed, they didn't force Li Subai to donate. They are not that bad. Li Subai left the prize redemption center. He went to a sales department. He was going to buy a house in the city. He plans to bring his daughter to live in the city. He wanted to say goodbye to his previous life, a change of environment, a new mood, so as soon as possible from the shadow of divorce out. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the sales department, asked the salesgirl, Li Subai realized that, even if you buy a house, but no social security, no household registration, she can't study in the city. The point is, Nuan is already in first grade. It's even more difficult to transfer to another school in the middle of the year. Li Subai had no choice. Li Subai had no choice but to give up his intention of buying a house in the provincial city for the time being. Then, he went to the Porsche sales center. Ready to pick up a Panamera. Chapter 6, Porsche saleswoman Su Mei Ting. Previously, Li Subai's idea of spending money is how much buy how much money things, save what you can, just enough to get by, focus on cost effective, never pursued the brand. However, now that the system is activated, I'm sure the money will be less in the future. Li Subai will no longer pursue cost effective. After all, in addition to the big goal of getting money, he has set himself a small goal of passing through the flowers. If you want to achieve this small goal, I want to catch a warthog. Want to let Gong Weiyang know. She lost him, really lost the ceiling. Inevitably have to pretend in front of women. These things outside the body naturally less. After all, Society is impatient. Most people will only judge a person by the surface. They don't have the patience to know what you're about. And material is the fastest way to get into a woman's heart. The Porsche Sales Center in Rongqing. The decoration here, it's very luxurious. Tall floor-to-ceiling windows, bright solid wood floors, tall, well-built, uniformed saleswomen, all show the grandeur of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to set foot in here. In the past, Li Subai was one of those ordinary people. However, today, Li Subai walked in. He looked very calm, not because of the $10 million bonus, it's because of the system that has been activated. With the system, even the president is not afraid to face it, not to mention a car dealership. Hello sir, are you here to see the car? Li Subai just walked into the store. There was a young woman wearing a gray suit, dolphin skirt, with gray silk and high heels, inquired to Li Subai. Although she was not enthusiastic, she did not dislike it. One word, professional. Ha, Li Subai. Li Subai was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a nice female voice calling out to him. He followed the voice and found a tall and charming looking beauty, also wearing a sales uniform, who was looking at Li Subai with an unexpected face. The woman looked 26 or 27 years old. Her long hair was neatly combed behind her head, and she looked very dignified and elegant. The key is also broad-minded. Give a person a beautiful, virtuous, generous, large, punctual, no odor, good breeding feeling. When Li Subai saw the visitor, he recognized it in a flash. This person was actually his high school classmate, Su Meiting. Old classmate, why are you here? Li Subai said with some surprise. Although, when they were first in high school, the two of them, one being the class flower and the other being a little transparent, didn't have many interactions, and after graduation, they didn't have any contact. However, suddenly seeing an old classmate, even if they weren't familiar with each other before, I was pleasantly surprised. After all, it's one of the 4 great joys in life, meeting an old friend in another country. Day. Su Meiting stepped on the sky high. Before she could walk in front of her, a fragrant wind first drifted into Li Subai's nose. It smells good. Su Meiting also looked very surprised. Beautiful face. A bright smile spreads on her face, looking bright-eyed and white-toothed. I work here. I didn't think it was really you. I almost didn't dare to recognize. Su Meiting's tone looked very generous. Li Subai, after all, it's been so long since I've seen you. Of course you've changed a lot, but you haven't changed much. You're still as beautiful as before. Su Meiting sniffed and, with her natural fox charming eyes that, seemingly angry and strange, she blankly glanced at Li Subai and laughed delicately. I didn't see it when I was in school. Your mouth is so sweet, even so good at coaxing girls to be happy. Li Subai, just being honest. The female salesperson who first greeted Li Subai saw that the two were old classmates and immediately said to Su Meiting, Ting, since this is your old classmate, then please greet them. Su Meiting nodded her head and said, alright, I'll take care of it. Ji, you go and get busy. Su Meiting looked at Li Subai again. You came here, are you planning to look at cars? Shall I introduce it to you? Li Subai nodded. Good, is there any discount for looking for you to buy a car? Su Meiting joked. We are old classmates. If you really buy a car, we'll definitely give you a discount. The kind that breaks bones. In her mind, she had already decided that Li Subai was just here to live the addiction of luxury cars. She will not buy it at all. The saleswoman who just left, she also thinks so. That's why she gave up the opportunity for a commission, and let Su Meiting introduce her. After all, their eyes are very poisonous. As soon as Li Subai entered the room, they saw right through Li Subai's clothes. Although his appearance is still decent, the system boosted his face value by 10% last night. But the whole body, there's nothing branded about it. And the clothes and shoes, because of washing too many times, they're all out of shape. This kind of person, if nothing else, he'll never be able to afford a Porsche in his life. Li Subai knows, a salesman, there is no ability to give him a broken bone. However, he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he followed Su Meiting's words. Then it's a deal. If I look up, my old classmate has to give me a fracture. Don't back out later. Su Meiting confidently said. Absolutely no regrets. What kind of car do you want to see? There is the classic rear-mounted sports car 911, as well as the 2-seater supercar 718, 4-door coupe Paramila, sports car Cayenne, etc. Li Subai, I favor the Primera. Although the supercar 911 is more handsome, but the Primera is a 4-door coupe. It can be used as a family car. It can also be used as a family car. Li Subai is not enough money at the moment, so it's still practical. As for the supercar that can make a girl open her heart and welcome her, it's better to wait until you have more money, or wait until later when you have more money to buy it. Next, Su Meiting was serious about introducing the various configurations of the Primera to Li Subai. She didn't think that Li Subai would not buy the Primera just because. She did not perfunctorily introduce him to the Primera. Professionalism is very hard. During the time, also interspersed with some former high school anecdotes, and the recent situation of his classmates, the atmosphere was very cordial. Li Subai listened attentively. She even tried the seat carefully. Su Meiting saw Li Subai calmly listening to her introduction. When trying out the seat, Su Meiting saw that Li Subai listened to her introduction calmly, and when she tried to sit down, she also behaved very calmly. There was no trace of timidity. This makes her heart can't help but admire this high school classmate. Generally not much money, but also want to come to the White John test drive people. She has seen a lot, even if she pretends to be calm. But Li Subai is an exception. This old classmate definitely has the potential to engage in fraud. The psychological quality is too strong. Su Meiting's face is not moving. In her heart, she spat out that Li Subai had the potential to be a scammer. Ding! Just as Li Subai was sitting in the main driver's test seat, the system in his mind suddenly sounded a beep again. Releasing choice mission. Choice 1. High-end human relationships often always use the most primitive way to communicate. Asking host classmate Su Meiting to go eat fast food meat sandwich. Reward the host with a full set of the classic novel Mighty Ghost Blowout, which is not available in this world. Chapter 7. Now rich people are so low-key? Choice 2. When you're young, you don't know your classmates are good, but when you're old, you look at the empty tiers. The host just talked and laughed with Su Meiting, and then went their separate ways, rewarding the host with a heart-like water aura. With this aura, the host will become clear-minded, and no beautiful woman will be able to make the host's heart burst again. Looking at the two choices, Li Subai was speechless in his heart. The second choice reward. Wasn't this trying to make him cultivate the sword of evil? Good thing, Li Subai was not a slave of the system. He could choose neither. After all, the first choice was still difficult. He was not very familiar with Su Meiting. Risking to invite this kind of beauty to eat cheap meat buns, that would be too presumptuous. It would also make Su Meiting think he was greasy. Ignoring the task issued by the system, Li Subai continued to experience the Primera. The cost-effectiveness of the Primera. It's true that the price-performance ratio of the Primera is not high. However, whether it's the body lines, the paint, the lights, or the interior, are very texture, have a sense of compulsion. After sitting for a while, Li Subai was very satisfied with this car. He couldn't help but ask Su Meiting, "The car is good. Do you have a black warrior appearance? Bordeaux red double spelling interior high matching the current car?" Su Meiting saw Li Subai look like "I'm ready to buy," and couldn't help but wink at Li Subai. And asked in a small voice, "Do you think I should say yes or no?" This scene is just like little Shenyang in the Scottish Piano Hotel, asking his master if he should have abalone. Asked his master if he should have abalone and lobster. If he said yes, Li Subai was not prepared to buy it. Isn't that embarrassing for an old classmate? Seeing Su Meiting blinking her eyes, Li Subai realized that Su Meiting clearly possessed a young woman's body, but still had the mischievous demeanor of a young girl. She was not ashamed to be the person who once made him waste countless paper resources. Li Subai laughed at Su Meiting. There can be. Su Meiting realized that Li Subai was not playing his cards right. She didn't understand. Why didn't Li Subai follow the steps she handed him? Isn't he afraid of being hit in the face later? Since Li Subai had said so, she also told the truth. "We really do have a black high-end car. Are you going to buy it?" Li Subai looked at the person in front of him. He missed out on countless millions of dollars when he was in high school. He couldn't help but have a different thought. If he can fulfill his last wish in high school, the system task 1 to complete, it seems to be very good. So, he deliberately teased Su Meiting and said, "If you can promise me one condition, I'll place the order immediately." Su Meiting felt that Li Subai was looking to give himself an excuse for not buying a car. She would like to hear what kind of airplane Li Subai was trying to pull, so she agreed with alacrity. "No matter what the conditions, as long as you don't let me do things that kill fire prevention, I promise you." Li Subai laughed. "Don't worry, don't let you kill and fire. If I buy, you give me a day when the image consultant accompany me to the mall shopping on the line. I want to change the image." Hearing Li Subai's request, Su Meiting suddenly couldn't understand Li Subai more and more. This request, also, it's too simple, right? She thought that Li Subai would put forward some excessive request to purposely make things difficult for her, like kissing her, or be his girlfriend for a day. She didn't expect this. Li Subai would like to make such excessive requests. "I'm afraid that Su Meiting will think he's a creep. There are some things. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it." Su Meiting nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I promise." Paramera top match landing price 2. 15 million. Are you paying full price or installment? Will you pay by credit card or cash? When she asked credit card or cash, Su Meiting's eyes looked very crafty. She wanted to see how this old classmate would end up. Paramera base model. In fact, you can get it for just over $1,100,000. However, add the optional Bordeaux Red Duplex, 66,000. Carbon fiber setup, 110,000. Carbon ceramic brakes, 130,000. 21-inch silhouette, 77,000. It's going to be $1 million or so. Li Subai asked rhetorically. Aren't you going to break my bones? Su Meiting, maintenance can send you a few more times. The price I quoted you is already the best and most favorable. She did not lie. Li Subai had wanted to ask, can you not send maintenance? Is it okay to send the sword? However, I thought it would be impolite. He held back. Li Subai didn't force Su Meiting to give him a fracture. He directly took out his bank card and handed it to Su Meiting, saying, full payment, swipe your card. Su Meiting took the bank card and, her expression was a bit dull. Is this for real? If when she swipes her card later, there's no money in the card, I'd be in deep. The old classmates this joke. Open a little big ah. There are no outsiders in the store. There are not many outsiders in the store. The surrounding people naturally saw it. A few beautiful saleswomen in the lobby, as well as Wang Jiaji, who was the first to receive Li Subai. Their expressions were all very confused. Beforehand, everyone had decided in their hearts that Li Subai could not afford to buy any Porsche. Therefore, they labeled Li Subai as a white whore who came here for a test drive. After the test drive, he immediately took out his bank card. He's going to buy a top-of-the-line Paramera? What's he up to? Ready to make a fool of himself later? Li Subai saw Su Meiting's dumbfounded look. He only felt that it was a bit funny. He also thought, having money, it's really good. Su Meiting finally reacted. She confirmed to Li Subai, are you sure you want to buy this Paramera in full? She originally wanted to ask, are you sure there's more than $2 million in the card? But that was a bit offensive. So she said it euphemistically. If, when swiping the card, if her old classmate loses face, in front of her colleagues, in front of her co-workers, she would also lose face. She is really understanding. Li Subai understood Su Meiting's meaning and said, just swipe your card, there's money inside. Seeing Li Subai talking so seriously, Su Meiting, although she was still skeptical, but couldn't say anything else, she took the card and went to the bar with some trepidation. She took out the POS machine. She was ready to swipe her card. Wang Jiaji and other store staff, they all looked over with curiosity. They want to know, can this bank card swipe out too? $15 million? If it doesn't, it would be too much of a social death. $15 million. As Li Subai entered the bank card password, an electronic beep sounded in the store that the bank card had arrived at $15 million. Ta-da! At this moment, everyone was stunned. Jaws dropped all over the place. How could everyone not expect that? Li Subai's bank card, he actually swiped out $15 million. This man, dressed in plain clothes and with an ordinary demeanor, he actually came to buy a Paramera. He didn't come to buy a Paramera for nothing. Nowadays, the rich and powerful, are they all so low-key and unassuming? The crowd suddenly realized that Li Subai is dressed in ordinary clothes, but the temperament. He has become a great man. How to look, how stylish, full of manly charm. A man who can buy a top-of-the-line Paramera with full payment. He's a man who can buy a top-of-the-line Paramera with all the money. Chapter 8 Father-in-law and Mother-in-law. Wang Jiaji, who initially received Li Subai, was, at this moment, her heart was filled with deep regret. Had she known that Li Subai really wanted to buy a car, she wouldn't have been so generous to give Li Subai to Su Meiting. You know, if you sell a base model Paramera, I'll get a commission of $10,000 for selling a base model Paramera. Plus Li Subai chose the top model. The commission will be $20,000. Wang Jiaji felt that she had missed out on $100 million. If it's the time of the sale, if she could have gotten Li Subai's contact information, that's a few $100 million that she missed out on. Thinking about it, Wang Jiaji felt that her heart was dripping blood. Su Meiting came back from her shock. She asked Li Subai with some surprise, old classmate, what are you doing now? How come you're so rich? She was really impressed with Li Subai. Li Subai only answered one question. I'm writing web novels. Su Meiting lamented. So you're a big writer. Cow pen. Li Subai is not a big writer. He's just a little typist. However, he didn't explain. Rather, he reminded. Remember what you just promised me, to be my image consultant for a day. Accompany me to the mall. Su Meiting said cheerfully. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. since Li Subai had the ability to buy a top-of-the-line Primera, she accompanied her for a little shopping. Naturally, she wouldn't resist. Instead, she was full of anticipation. Li Subai today, he really brought her a big surprise. She wants to know more about this old classmate who is not familiar with her. Look at this old classmate. How did he get rich? Can you take her for a ride? Help her out? After completing all the formalities and getting a temporary license plate, Li Subai Tun drove the newly bought Primera and, carrying Su Mei Ting along to Vientiane City. Just as Li Subai purchased the Primera, Gong Weiyang, who was still shocked that Li Subai had won the lottery, suddenly received a call from her parents. How come you didn't pick up even when I called you last night? Did something happen? Did you get the divorce? On the phone, a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Just by listening to the voice, she appeared to be very shrewd and capable. This person was Gong Weiyang's mother, Zhang Shufan. Gong Weiyang did not explain about not answering the phone last night. After all, at that time, she was surrounded by enemies on her back end, with her hands full. Naturally, it was not good to answer the phone. She selectively answered the second question. Nothing happened. The divorce is finalized. The tone of her voice was a bit disheartening. Yesterday, she was celebrating with a banner. She was so happy, but now, she felt a little lack of interest, like a fish in the throat. How did he win $10 million? The point is, how did he plant $10 million and then turn his face away? Zhang Shufan happily said, "It's great to finally get away from this loser. We advised you not to stay with him at the beginning. He's not good enough for you, but you didn't listen. See, wasted 7 years on him for nothing." Gong Weiyang's parents, relatives, almost all looked down on the penniless Li Subai, except for a little handsome. At first, they were extremely opposed to Gong Weiyang dating Li Subai and getting married, but Gong Weiyang resisted the pressure of the whole family. She insisted on marrying Li Subai. This is also the reason why Li Subai loves his ex-wife so much and follows her every step of the way. It is not because he is a dog licker, Gong Weiyang said with some impatience. Don't mention the past. All these years, all these words. She was almost getting calluses from hearing them. Moreover, Li Subai now won $10 million. Is he still a loser? Zhang Shufan saw her daughter's impatient tone. She hurriedly obeyed. Okay, I won't mention it anymore. Now that you've divorced him, you can start over. I'll ask my colleagues to help you look for good quality divorced men. Guaranteed that all of them are dozens of times better than Li Subai. Gong Weiyang sniffed and hurriedly stopped. Never. I don't want a blind date at the moment. It wasn't that she didn't want to go on a blind date, but her first marriage had failed the second time. She naturally had to choose carefully. Didn't Li Subai win $10 million? She'll find a Prince Charming who's richer, loves her more, and is more handsome than Li Subai. After the divorce, I'll be happier than him. I'm going to be so angry with him, Gong Weiyang said in her mind. Self-encouragement. Zhang Shufan had decided in her heart that she must ask her colleagues and relatives around her to help find a quality new son-in-law. Her own daughter is so outstanding, and she is an internet celebrity with millions of fans. She will definitely be able to find a good enough son-in-law. However, she didn't want to go on a blind date. She didn't say anything. Instead, she asked, "Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted us to help you pack your clothes today? How long will it take us to pack?" Gong Weiyang, come now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Shufan's large family then drove their car and drove towards the Fairview Elegant residence. The one who drove the car was Zhang Shufan's second son. The first is the second son of Zhang Shufan, Gong Weiyang's younger brother, Gong Weiyun, who is 27 years old. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. He has not had a formal job. He drives a Mazda Cruise. The Mazda Cruise, or when Li Subai and Gong Weiyang two people to buy. Gong Weiyang was originally bought for his own drive, but since she started making jitterbugs, she's had more things to do. She has a lot of things to do. Then she gave it to her brother to drive. When there is something, her brother is responsible for driving her. After the divorce, the car rightfully went to Gong Weiyang. The co-pilot sat Gong Weiyang's father, Gong Chushue. It is a small contractor. Earlier years earned some money, but in the past 2 years, the industry has been in a slump. Can't get any work. Zhang Shufan and Gong Chushue two people have a young daughter who graduated from college this year, named Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue at home to take care of the little niece Nuan. So did not follow. Gong Chushue brushed the bean sound. He lamented. Douyin said that someone in our county bought a lottery ticket and won a grand prize of more than $10 million. I don't know who got lucky. All of a sudden, he'll be rich and free. Gong Weiyun was incapable, but he had a big mouth. He said in disbelief, "It's only $10 million. It's not wealth freedom. In a first-tier city, it's just enough to buy a suite." Zhang Shufan spat. "It's only $10 million. What a big mouth. If you can earn $10 million in your life, then I can burn high incense. Gong Wei-yun laughed. Mom is also looking down on me too much. You guys wait and see. I'll be rich one day. Zhang Shufan. Waiting for you to get rich is better than waiting for your sister to get rich. Your sister is now a millionaire internet celebrity. With some good development, she'll definitely make $10 million. If not, she can find a rich man to be a rich wife. Gong Wei-yun. My sister is indeed a cowpen. I heard that she received over $300,000 in gift rewards yesterday. Zhang Shufan said with a joyful smile. This shows that divorcing Li Subai, this trash, is really the right thing to do. If you don't divorce, how is it possible to earn $300,000 in one day? Gong Wei-yun. This is kind of the last value of brother-in-law. Zhang Shufan said. Don't shout. He's no longer your brother-in-law. Chapter 9. My daughter's half of the prize money. A group of people were talking and laughing. They arrived at the Fairview residence. At this time, Gong Wei-yang had already dressed and painted her makeup. Sheets, bedding, pillowcases, all thrown into the washing machine to clean. Only, because of some strained muscles, Gong Wei-yang walked a little awkwardly. She couldn't figure it out. Li Subai's attitude. How did it become so tough? Is it because he still loves me? Is it because he still loves me? Is that why he's acting so tough? But if he still loves me, why did he hide the lottery win from me? Blaming me for the divorce? If that's the case, if I soften him up a few times and make it up to him a few more times, he shouldn't be angry, right? Maybe even share half of my prize money. Sis, what's wrong with you? Seeing that his sister was having trouble walking, Gong Wei-yun couldn't help but ask with concern. Did you break your foot? Zhang Shufan was also concerned. Gong Wei-yun didn't move and said, it's just some cramps, it'll be fine after some rest. Seeing Gong Wei-yang say this, everyone didn't think much about it. Gong Chu-shui casually said, this is your usual lack of exercise. Zhang Shufan asked to her daughter with an excited face. Listening to your old brother, you earned more than 300,000 yesterday? Really? If it was yesterday, Gong Wei-yan would definitely have to show off in front of her parents. But at this moment, knowing that Li Subai won the $10 million jackpot, she had become interested. She looked very calm. It's not more than $300,000. The platform still has to share half of it, and also has to pay taxes. Zhang Shufan said excitedly. Half of it is also $150,000. Not bad, not bad. I told you, Li Subai is your stumbling block. Look, after divorcing him, it's not like you got rich all of a sudden. Gong Wei-yun worriedly said. When Li Subai found out that you made so much money through the divorce live broadcast, will he ask you to give him a share of the money? Without waiting for Gong Wei-yang to speak, Zhang Shufan spoke first. He has the face to ask for a share of the money? This is what my daughter earned. Does it have anything to do with him? Gong Wei-yang thought of Li Subai winning $10 million after the divorce. Only felt that the words of her old mom and old brother were somewhat harsh to the ears. Gong Chu-shui said, where is Li Subai? Where did he go? Gong Wei-yang deflated her mouth and tasted. Probably went to receive a prize. Receiving a prize? Zhang Shufan was surprised. Receive what prize? Gong Wei-yang. He bought a lottery ticket and won $10 million. Bar. Inside the room, there was a sound of jaws dropping to the floor. Only to see Gong Chu-shui, Gong Wei-yun, and Zhang Shufan, three people that were so shocked that their jaws dropped. A look of skepticism. Palace Fian was the first to react. He incredibly shouted in shock. What? The person who won $10 million in Puzhou County is actually him? It can't be? Zhang Shufan didn't believe it either. How could he have the luck to win $10 million with that bad appearance? Daughter, you're mistaken, right? Gong Chu-shui didn't say anything, but the expression on his face also could not believe it. In their minds, Li Subai was a loser. How can a loser have $10 million? Gong Wei-yang understood her parents' shock. She affirmed, I've already called and confirmed with him. It's true that he won the $10 million jackpot. He should have gone to the provincial city to claim the prize by now. Zhang Shufan's face turned green for a while, red for a while, and changing and uncertain. Suddenly, she thought of something. The whole person became excited all of a sudden. This is a good thing. He won $10 million. This also has your half. Gong Chu-shui, Gong Wei-yun. Two people get Zhang Shufan's reminder. Their eyes were also glowing. It felt like there was a large amount of money beckoning to them. Even Gong Wei-yun thought even more beautifully than Zhang Shufan, and he excitedly said, if we say that we will raise yuan in the future, maybe the remaining half can also go to us. No more than that. We can get an extra $2 to $3 million. Zhang Shufan's eyes lit up and quickly agreed. This is a good idea. We'll raise yuan in the future. Let him give us all the $10 million bonus. Gong Chu-shui looked at his daughter. Such a big happy event. Why didn't you tell us? These people, seem to have forgotten how they just spat on Li Subai's face if he wanted to share Gong Weiyang's live reward. Shamelessness, played to the extreme. Gong Weiyang looked at the three people with glowing eyes, helplessly said, "Splitting the money you guys don't want. He bought the lottery ticket after we got divorced. There's no share for us at all." Ryu. Gong Weiyang's words that felt like a pot of cold water that poured over Zhang Shufan's head. It made the three of them immediately wake up from the dream of $10 million. Zhang Shufan was somewhat unable to accept. "How come we don't have a share? How do you know he bought the lottery ticket after the divorce? What he said is what Gong Chu Shui also said. "Yeah, you guys just got divorced yesterday. How could he have won the $10 million jackpot right after the divorce? There can't be such a coincidence." Gong Wei Yun. "Silly old sister, don't let Li Subai fool you. That's $10 million. Gong Wei Yang said helplessly. "I wasn't tricked. He did go and purchase the lottery ticket after his divorce yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes." Seeing Gong Wei Yang say it with such certainty, the three of them then believed that Li Subai might have really purchased the lottery ticket after his divorce. However, this made the three of them even more lost and it feels like they missed out on $100 million. Zhang Shufan couldn't help but spit out, "Just divorced, and he's in the mood to buy a lottery ticket, and he even won the $10 million jackpot. What kind of luck is this?" Gong Chu Shui sourly said. "I didn't expect that someone who usually can't beat a fart out of 3 sticks could actually win the jackpot." Gong Wei Yun said with great disappointment. "In that case, you won't be able to share this 10 million, old sister?" Zhang Shufan sniffed and, subconsciously, she retorted, "No way. Your sister must have half of this $10 million bonus." Gong Wei Yun said helplessly, "But the lottery ticket was bought after his divorce. It belongs to the post-divorce property now. How can my oldest sister share it?" Zhang Shufan said savagely. "What's wrong with buying it after the divorce? Our daughter has been married to him for so long, followed him when he was penniless, gave him a daughter, and wasted all these years of youth on him. He's won the lottery now. How can he not compensate his daughter? There's nothing so cheap in this world. So, this prize money must be divided into half of the daughter, as compensation for the loss of her youth. Also, Nuan will be under our care in the future. He must pay alimony." Gong Wei Yun hesitantly said. "Can he promise?" Zhang Shufan. "There are so many of us. Are we still afraid that he won't agree? Moreover, if we don't want this money, in the end it will still be cheaper for his 2 vampire foster parents." Gong Wei Yun. "That's true. With the character of Li Subai's adoptive and biological parents, if they knew that he won the $10 million jackpot, they wouldn't desperately suck blood. It might as well be cheaper for us." Gong Chu Shui said. "Since Li Subai won $10 million, let's not let our daughter remarry him. Although he's no good, he listens to his daughter." Zhang Shufan, however, shook her head without hesitation. "No way. Although he won $10 million, but my daughter can't remarry him. My daughter is now a big internet star. She's not only pretty, but she can make her own money. With her condition, even marrying a billionaire is not a problem. So, even if Li Subai won $10 million, he wouldn't be good enough for our daughter." Gong Wei Yun also chimed in. $10 million sounds like a lot, but it's just a suite in a first-tier city. Sister doesn't need to commit herself for this amount of money. Gong Chu Shui asked to his daughter. "What about you? What do you think?" Chapter 10, The Crown Prince of the Capital Circle. Gong Wei Yang hadn't opened her mouth just now. She heard that her mother wanted to let Li Subai share the prize money and she didn't object. She knows that the $10 million bonus was won by Li Subai after his divorce. It has nothing to do with her. But in her heart, she is still looking forward to Li Subai can share part of the prize money with her. Just like her mother said, she has been with Li Subai for so many years. She also gave birth to a daughter, even after the divorce. She didn't forget to make it up to Li Subai, and it's all gone to hell. So a little bonus, it's not too much to ask, is it? If Li Subai had a conscience, should take the initiative to share half of her bonus. As for the Gong Chu Shui, let him remarry things. She wants to get remarried. In this way, with Li Subai's previous attitude towards her, this $10 million are her. But she was a little hesitant. Or rather, she was unwilling to do so, because she thinks she's so good, she should be able to meet a better one. Other people, after divorce, they can meet the president, the son of a rich family, the prince of the capital, and be loved. Why can't I? She didn't want her life to be as dull and boring as before. Besides, like my brother said, $10 million. It's just enough to buy a flat in a first-tier city. It's not much. There's no need to give up the whole watermelon. For a sesame seed. Thinking of this, Gong Wei Yang made up her mind and said firmly, "I don't want to remarry." Zhang Shufan laughed. "It's right not to remarry. And even if we don't remarry, our daughter will get a share of the prize money." Gong Weiyang also felt that, with Li Subai's character, he should have shared the bonus with her. Don't look at Li Subai's indifferent attitude on the phone. But as long as she gave Li Subai a smiling face, Li Subai would not be able to find his way. The few people talked for a while longer and Gong Weiyun asked, "Didn't you say you were packing clothes? Those things to take away?" Zhang Shufan sniffed and hurriedly said, "Don't take the things away first. It's not too late to collect them after Li Subai divides the prize money among us." Gong Chu Shui agreed. "My wife is right. Leave the stuff here. It's also good to pin down Li Subai, lest we make him think we're good for talking." Over here, the Gong family discussed how they could share Li Subai's prize money. On the other side, Li Subai, on the other hand, drove his newly bought Primera and he brought Su Meiting to Vientiane City in Rongqing for shopping. Vientiane City is the most upscale shopping center in Rongqing. It has almost all of the world's top luxury brands, including Hermes, Gucci, and Chanel. Every day, there are countless fashionable men and women. Every day, there are countless stylishly dressed men and women who hang out and shop here. Park the Primera. On the way to the interior of the mall, Li Subai pretended to ask Su Meiting unintentionally, "By the way, I asked you to accompany me shopping. Will your husband misunderstand if he knows?" He wanted to know if Su Meiting was married. If she was married, or had a boyfriend, he naturally wouldn't mess with it. Su Meiting's character, like most Sichuan and Chongqing women, was a bit big-headed. Bull ***** a husband. "I'm not married yet." Li Subai was a bit surprised. After all, Li Subai is exactly 30 years old this year. The two were classmates. Su Meiting's age. She should be about the same age. It's a bit late to be unmarried at this age. "Your parents are not anxious?" Li Subai joked. Su Meiting said helplessly, "It's useless to be anxious. They can't meet the right one." Li Subai, "Don't be so picky." Su Meiting, "It's not that I'm picky, but there are too few good men." "Right, what about you? Are you married?" Li Subai sighed and said somewhat forlornly, "It's all been divorced." Su Meiting learned that Li Subai was divorced. Heart could not help but be moved. This means that Li Subai was now alone, and he was still so rich. If she could get together with Li Subai, wouldn't that make you a rich wife? Thinking about this, Su Meiting was moved. Looking at Li Subai's gaze, also became moist. "You are so rich, your wife is willing to divorce you? It's not because you cheated on her within marriage, right?" she asked tentatively. In Su Meiting's opinion, Li Subai was able to spend more than $2 million on a car. His fortune was at least a few tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Li Subai, "I didn't cheat on you. Before the divorce, I didn't have any money." Su Meiting heard. "Then she knows you're so rich now. She must be regretting it now." Li Subai, "I don't know. Let's not talk about her." Mentioning Gong Weiyang, Li Subai's heart aches. Su Meiting saw that Li Subai was not in a high mood, and immediately changed the topic and said, "What do you want to buy?" Li Subai, "I'm going to go from head to toe, from the inside out and change a few sets of clothes for myself. You give me counseling." Su Meiting took the opportunity to ask about the doubts in her heart. "Do you usually dress so plainly? To be honest, today you came to our store. I never dreamed that you would really buy a car." Gong Weiyang clothes like to buy brands, while Li Subai in the past. Li Subai wears a very casual outfit, a triangular necklace. It has holes in it, and she doesn't want to change it. He saved money for Gong Weiyang's consumption. Gong Weiyang also spit on Li Subai sloppy. "Do not know to pay attention to the image." Li Subai thought to himself, "I don't care about the image, it's just that the two of us are barely making enough money for Gong Weiyang to spend alone." He is willing to compromise himself. He is willing to compromise himself, but also not willing to let Gong Weiyang compromise only, but full of heart, but fed the dog. Alas, how to think of her again? Li Subai explained with a bitter smile. "In the past, I had to take care of my family, so I didn't care about my image and dress. As a result, I was disliked, so I was ready to change my image." Su Meiting, "In this society, for you men, the dress watch is more important than even your face." Li Subai, "Yes, this is a realistic society." Su Meiting, "You're in my hands today. I promise to make you all new from head to toe. By the way, what's the budget?" Li Subai, "Just don't exceed $1 million. Because of the system, he won't be short of money in the future. So when Li Subai spends money, it doesn't hurt. TSK. Su Meiting was staggered as she listened. She lamented, "Rich people are just grandiose." This also made Su Meiting's mind. Su Meiting's mind to the idea of taking down Li Subai became more and more excited. The budget for buying a dress. It's $1 million. How rich is this? You can't miss it. Next, Su Meiting took Li Subai to various men's brand stores to pick out clothes. While shopping, Su Meiting would pretend to make some small gestures that could increase their intimacy, such as helping Li Subai organize his collar. For example, She would help Li Subai to straighten his collar, help Li Subai tie his shoelaces. A lot of salesmen see. They all think Su Meiting and Li Subai are husband and wife. They said Su Meiting is a good wife. Su Meiting and Li Subai didn't explain to the salesperson. The main reason is that if they did, it would be even more embarrassing. It's even more embarrassing. The whole process of buying and selling. Li Subai changed into the newly purchased clothes, leather shoes, but also redo the hairstyle. He looks like a new man. And then, the system rewarded Li Subai last night. The system rewarded Li Subai with a 20% increase in face value. So, Li Subai now looks, he's already a little handsome. His temperament has also been upgraded several notches. Su Meiting saw Li Subai's new image. She was very satisfied. He's not bad looking, and he's got money. This is her ideal type. And, Li Subai is very generous. As a token of appreciation, Li Subai, when buying clothes, Su Meiting picked out 2 sets of Gucci clothes for herself. It cost more than $30,000. Su Meiting accepted after a few excuses, sort of experiencing the joy of being rich. This is really happy. She wanted to be able to be this happy all the time, and she knew that. She had a shortcut to this kind of happiness. Chapter 11. A man must protect himself in the outside world. After buying clothes, Li Subai and Su Meiting went to a high-end Chinese restaurant for dinner again. They have been together until now. The relationship between the two, it has become very familiar. The two have become very familiar with each other, and there is a hint of intimacy. They can make some colorful jokes that don't hurt the general public. During this time, Li Subai also from Su Meiting's mouth. I know some of her things. Su Meiting a few years ago. She had a rich boyfriend a few years ago. Unfortunately, he was too philandering, and at the same time he was dating her. He also dated other girls. He had no intention of marrying her. After a few years, Su Meiting has aged a few years. She didn't get anything out of it. She eventually broke up with her rich boyfriend. After that, Su Meiting also thought about finding a new boyfriend, and went on a blind date. Unfortunately, Su Meiting has a very high standard. The ones she could see, others couldn't, or just wanted to play with her, but the ones she could see, she can't see them. Slowly, Su Meiting became single. As she got older, Su Meiting became anxious about marriage, because she realized, at her age, very awkward, it's no longer good to find a date. That's why, when she saw Li Subai today, she wanted to take Li Subai. It's not easy to find someone who meets her criteria. It wasn't easy to meet someone who could meet her criteria. Of course, Su Meiting's narration that there must be elements of embellishment. For example, she only said that her second-generation boyfriend was a philanderer and cheated on her. She broke up with him because he cheated on her, but she didn't say what she wanted. After all, we've been in love for a few years. She knew he was a philanderer. Why did it take years to break up? Did she really take the initiative to break up? Of course, there are some things. It's a polite thing to do for an adult. When talking about this matter, Li Subai cannot help but think of his wife. No, is the ex-wife. At first, she didn't mind that Li Subai's condition was not good. Alas, thinking about this, Li Subai was a bit gloomy. The first time I saw you, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night. After dinner, the time was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Subai asked Su Meiting to Su Meiting, where are you staying? I'll give you a ride. Su Meiting said the name of a neighborhood. On the way to Su Meiting's neighborhood, Su Meiting sat in the co-pilot and poked at Li Subai. Where did you buy your house? Her sitting posture, like an air hostess, was very elegant, especially a pair of long gray silk legs, very attractive. Li Subai drove the Primera while answering. I didn't buy a house in Rongcheng. Su Meiting unexpectedly said, why don't you buy a house in Rongcheng? Li Subai, I also have the intention to buy a house in Rongcheng. It's just that I'm not familiar with Rongcheng and I don't know where is good to buy. You can keep an eye out for me. If there is a good location, good quality, and a neighborhood that can be invested in, let me know. I'll treat you to dinner. Su Meiting agreed with her mouth full. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. There was a possibility that it could be the house she would live in the future. She decided that she must help Li Subai pick it out properly. Li Subai also tried. Are you living with your parents or alone? Su Meiting, my parents have been living in Puzhou County. I'm renting an apartment and living alone. Li Subai's heart stirred as he listened. Living alone. I don't know if there's any chance. Li Subai also remembered that the system before, but the system had released a selection of tasks. If there is a chance, he wanted to complete the choice one task. Not long after, Primera then drove under the floor of the neighborhood where Su Meiting rented the graceful bodywork that it immediately attracted the attention of many residents of the neighborhood. Su Meiting saw many people. Su Meiting saw that many people couldn't help but look at this Primera. The vanity of her heart immediately got a great satisfaction. She only felt that this feeling of being noticed, It's too good to be true. Li Subai noticed that the environment and location of this neighborhood were not bad. The tenants are all young white-collar workers. I can see that. Su Meiting was also a person who cared about quality. Seeing Li Subai stop the car, Su Meiting was torn in her mind for a while. In the end, she felt that she should take the initiative and seize this opportunity. I should take the initiative and seize this opportunity. Otherwise, if we part ways this time, I don't know how long it will take to see each other again. Thus, she invited Li Subai. Since you don't have a house in Rongcheng, do you want to stay in my apartment for one night? When Li Subai heard Su Meiting's invitation, knew that, regarding the mission, there was a chance. Although Li Subai wanted to agree directly, however, he still deliberately shrugged it off. Would it be inconvenient? Su Meiting pretended to be calm and said, "What's inconvenient about this? Could it be that you're a big man and you're still afraid that I'll eat you?" Li Subai, I'm not afraid of you, I'm afraid of me. Su Meiting's face slightly reddened. She naturally understood what Li Subai meant. However, this actually coincided with her thoughts. It was sort of a two-way run. And so, she once again invited, "Don't be a mommy, it's decided." When Li Subai heard this, he also understood what Su Meiting meant. Therefore, he didn't continue to push back, so as not to make things worse. "Then I'll bother you." Half an hour later, inside Su Meiting's apartment, Su Meiting proudly reminded Li Subai, "Remember, in the future, when boys go out, they must protect themselves, otherwise it can be very dangerous." Li Subai pretended to be helpless and said, "Tot." Su Meiting thought that she was a hunter, but in fact, she was just someone else's prey. That's seemingly harmless. The one who was led by the nose by her is the real hunter. Chapter 12, a great scholar will defend my scriptures for me. Why isn't Li Subai back yet? Puzhou County, Fairview Elegant Residence. The Gong family didn't go back and, still waiting for Li Subai. They wanted to talk to Li Subai about the bonus. Zhang Shufan said to her daughter, "Give him a call and ask him where he is now. How dare he make us wait for him for so long?" Gong Weiyang, however, was somewhat reluctant to call. "I've divorced him. What's the point of asking him where he is?" Mainly, the matter of her parents wanting to split the bonus. She didn't know what to say to Li Subai. Although she wanted the bonus, but she couldn't save face. She can't be like Zhang Shufan, all shameless. Zhang Shufan, what's there not to ask? Forget it, it's better for me to call. She naturally had Li Subai's cell phone number and called it once, but no one picked up. Buzzing, Li Subai and Su Meiting were standing by the window at the moment. Su Meiting had her hands on the railing and, lying on her back on the window, facing the gusts of evening breeze, looking at the night scene outside. Li Subai was worried about Su Meiting's safety. He stood behind her and thoughtfully supported Su Meiting. The night view of Rongcheng is indeed several times more beautiful than the county town. Of course, the color of the night is no longer as beautiful. It is not as beautiful as the person in front of her. Li Subai thinks that the name Meiting, it's a good name. The name is as good as its name. Su Meiting heard the phone ringing, couldn't help but remind Li Subai, "Your phone is ringing." Li Subai did not want to part with Su Meiting, so he took Su Meiting with him. He came to the location of his cell phone. He took a look at the caller ID. He realized that it was actually his ex-mother-in-law. "I don't want to answer it." In the past, because of Gong Weiyang's reason, his wife's family can be described as very respectful. Father-in-law and mother-in-law's family, but where there is a little thing that needs someone to run errands, every time he is the initiative to busy before and after. But no matter what he does, wife family, in addition to the younger sister-in-law, all always look down on him, and they don't hide it. For example, the parents-in-law don't want to introduce the son-in-law in front of friends. They think he doesn't have a formal job, and he's not a boss, so it's a shame to introduce him. Previously, Li Subai, in the face of his wife, he tolerated the cold eyes and contempt of his in-laws. But now, since the divorce, he naturally did not want to take care of these two people. "Why don't you answer the phone?" Su Meiting asked Li Subai in puzzlement. This afternoon, the first time she saw Li Subai, she still thought that Li Subai was ordinary. But after Li Subai threw more than $2 million to buy a car, after Li Subai spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single breath in Wanxiang City, buying without blinking, after getting to know Li Subai better, she found that Li Subai is gentle, considerate and capable. He is the ideal life partner in her mind. Li Subai was about to answer Su Meiting, but at that moment, he realized that his cell phone was ringing again. The phone is still ringing from his ex-mother-in-law, although Li Subai didn't want to answer it. However, he suddenly thought that Nguyen is at Zhang Shufan's place. He was worried that something happened to Nguyen. He quickly made a hush sign to Su Meiting. Then he picked up the phone. "Why didn't you answer the phone just now, when the phone was just connected?" I heard Zhang Shufan's voice full of questioning. She was used to calling on Li Subai. In front of Li Subai, In front of Li Subai, she was all high and mighty. Therefore, the tone of her voice when she spoke to Li Subai, she naturally would not be polite. Li Subai looked at her and covered her mouth. Li Subai looked at Su Meiting, who covered her mouth and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. Calmly asked, "What's the matter with you, Zhang Shufan? I have something to discuss with you. Where are you now? When will you be back?" Li Subai, "I have business to attend to today. I won't be able to return until tomorrow." Zhang Shufan looked very unimpressed. "You just write some crappy novels every day. What can be so important? You must return today. I will wait for you at home." A tone of command. In these few years, Li Subai has been writing web novels at home, but Zhang Shufan and Gong Chushua didn't think writing web novels was a serious job. Therefore, they felt that Li Subai didn't have a proper job every day and lived a very leisurely life. So, when they had something to do, if they have something to do, they will call Li Subai to do it. I think Li Subai has a lot of time on his hands. Countless times, Li Subai just wrote into the state, "I was called away by a phone call from my in-laws." Li Subai has always wanted to please his parents-in-law. Therefore, he never complained. Unfortunately, complaining is useless. On the contrary, it makes the other party feel that it is taken for granted. Now, Li Subai naturally will no longer spoil the other party. While dribbling the ball, he said expressionlessly, "I can't come back today. I'll hang up if there's nothing else." Zhang Shufan has never been treated so coldly by Li Subai. Without even thinking about it, she flung her face and said, "You dare to hang up? And also, how can you use this tone of voice to talk to me?" A busy tone came from the phone. Zhang Shufan immediately turned red and looked furious. How dare he take the initiative to hang up on me? Is he thinking that he has hardened his wings and is going to turn over a new leaf? Gong Chushua was also angry. It's only been 1 day since the divorce, and he's turning his back on me. This man is a white-eyed wolf. It seems like the previous obedience was all a disguise. Gong Wei Yang spat at her mom. "Who told you to talk to him with such an attitude? Don't you know how to be polite?" Zhang Shufan said unevenly, "I'm an elder. Why be polite to him?" Gongmun City to mom advised, "We also want to find him to share the bonus." Mom to him or polite pointed, "Lest he is not willing." Zhang Shufan, "He dares not willing. Who is it?" Su Meiting was finally able to speak. Just now, it had suffocated her. Li Subai calmly said, "A person who doesn't matter. Then am I tight?" Su Meiting looked at Li Subai's eyes and asked with affection. Li Subai nodded his head fiercely. "Tight." Su Meiting was satisfied with Li Subai's answer. Li Subai didn't let this phone call from his ex-mother-in-law affecting his mood. He began to ask Su Meiting for some traditional knowledge, such as the Analects and Confucianism. Like the Analects of Confucius and so on, there is a saying, "As long as you have money and power, I'll have my own scholar to argue for me. I'm sure I'll be able to find a way to make it work for me." Day 2, at 10:30 in the morning. It was already 3 pulls above sunrise. Su Meiting, under the repeated urging of the alarm clock, struggled to get up. "Yesterday, I tossed and turned. I didn't close my eyes all night. I managed to fall asleep, but I had to go to work again. It's hard to be a laborer. That's why it's better to marry a rich man. There's no more suffering. There's only pain." Chapter 13, What to Do? Sudden Death. Su Meiting yawned and walked towards the restroom with a weak step, seeing the clothes littered on the floor. There were also stockings that looked like rag strips. Su Meiting's expression was a bit bitter. This is the Parisian family, more than 2,000 apiece. It's a pity. Thinking of the Parisian house, Su Meiting couldn't help but think of the culprit, Li Subai. Li Subai is no longer with us. However, Su Meiting was not surprised, because, this morning, when Li Subai left, informed in her ear, only, at that time, she couldn't even open her eyelids. She didn't say anything more to Li Subai. Thinking that Li Subai drove back to Puzhou County at 8 o'clock, Su Meiting felt that, Li Subai is so energetic that he is not a human being. We all have the same sleeping hours. Even, Li Subai works harder every day, but Li Subai is able to go to bed late and get up early. He's really a pervert. In fact, Su Meiting didn't know that. Li Subai has been suffering from insomnia for half a year. Since the time when Gong Weiyang asked for a divorce, Li Subai has suffered from insomnia. She can't sleep at night for a long time. All she can think about is her failed life, her failed marriage, and the beauty of her past love. The pain and the beauty. It made him suffer immensely, but he can't let it out. Even if he could barely sleep, he would be awakened by the slightest movement. He sleeps only 4 or 5 hours a day. It's not that he doesn't want to sleep. He really wants to sleep, but he just can't. Li Subai thinks, if that day, he died suddenly, he would not be surprised. What should I do? Inside the restroom, Su Meiting sighed in her heart at Li Subai's ability and felt some regret. Although, She and Li Subai had been communicating frankly for quite some time, but they didn't confirm their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The main reason is, Li Subai left too early today. Sume Ting couldn't keep her eyes open. She didn't have time to confess to Li Subai, or force Li Subai to confess to her. It was a mistake. It seems, I'll just have to wait until I see him again later, or confess to him on WeChat. In fact, Sume Ting didn't know that. The reason why Li Subai chose to leave early in the morning was that he was afraid of being forced by Sume Ting to finalize the relationship. He was too embarrassed to reject the other party face to face. After all, he didn't want to be like the scum, backstabbing people and turning his back on them. But this divorce, Li Subai will not fall in love with anyone again. He will not marry anyone again. Before, he believed in love, but now, he only believes in 200 love. Ding! The host has completed mission 1, and ate the specialty meat sandwich with his old classmate Sume Ting, obtained the full set of fierce ghost-blowing lamp novels. The rewards have been placed in the system space. Please check and receive by the host. On the highway back to Puzhou County, Li Subai saw that within the system space, there was an extra set of 8 novels in total. Although Li Subai was very curious, the novels rewarded by the system. The novels rewarded by the system. How wonderful they would be. However, he is now driving again. He could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. Buzz. Right at this time, Li Subai's cell phone rang. Glancing at it, it was a WeChat sent by Sume Ting. Have you arrived in Puzhou County yet? A cute emoticon. Li Subai picked up his cell phone and originally wanted to reply to Sume Ting. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, he put the phone down again. In the past, for Gong Weiyang's WeChat, he would reply every second. He was afraid that the other party would wait for a long time. But this kind of care now proves that it is not useful at all. In the future, to women, I don't need to be so attentive to women. Maybe, I'd like to leave her out to dry. It's better to let the other party suffer a bit. Sume Ting waited for a while. She didn't wait for Li Subai's reply. In her heart, she was really worried. Why didn't he reply to my message? Did he not see it? Or he doesn't care about me and doesn't want to reply? Alas, maybe, I should have gotten him to respond more often. Back in Puzhou County, just off the highway, Li Subai's Paramera. It attracted the attention of countless people. Puzhou County. It is a backward county. The economy is based on agriculture and is not developed. There are basically no luxury cars with millions of dollars on the streets. Therefore, seeing this top-of-the-line Paramera naturally attracted the attention of countless people, especially when Li Subai drove the car. When Li Subai drove the car to the Fairview residence, it attracted the shock and envy of countless owners in the neighborhood. The Fairview residence belongs to the Step House neighborhood. When buying a house, Li Subai and Gong Weiyang did not have much money, and could only buy a step house, or buy a 2-room, 1-hall kind of small house type. Therefore, in this kind of neighborhood, can drive a basic model of BMW, Audi. It is already a top luxury car, a $2 million Paramera. I can't even think about it. At this moment, Gong Weiyun was standing by the balcony smoking a cigarette. He also saw the Paramera that was heading downstairs and he also saw the Paramera driving downstairs and could not help but exclaim, "Ai chow, come and see, it's Pamela. This car is more than $1 million. Who is so arrogant in the neighborhood? If I have this car, what girl can't get ah?" And then, Gong Weiyun saw a familiar figure walk down from the cab of the Paramera. The car was a great success. Gong Weiyun's jaw dropped. Oh my god, it's even my brother-in-law. This Paramera is driven by my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is using his bonus and bought a luxury car. Gong Weiyun's exclamation of surprise immediately startled the three of them. Gong Chushue, Zheng Shufan and Gong Weiyang. The three of them rushed to the balcony and, at a glance, they saw the Paramera parked downstairs. Smooth lines, domineering appearance, exquisite car paint that, it is in the small area, parked in a crowd of 100,000 cars. It was so outstanding. This car is too handsome. Gong Chushue is also a car lover. See Paramila, some cannot move their eyes. After all, have this car, in this small county, is the same as having the right to choose a preferred spouse. Gong Weiyang also saw the car, and Li Subai. She found that, not only is the car handsome, she realized that not only the luxury car is handsome, but her ex-husband has also become much more handsome. Li Subai wore a set of especially well-fitting, especially show-temperament Gucci clothes, with casual leather shoes, which makes Li Subai look mature, stable and handsome. This makes Li Subai look mature and stable, and handsome. Gong Weiyang looked at Li Subai. I have a kind of, the first time I saw Li Subai or fresh meat when the feeling, that is the feeling of heartbeat, and this feeling, but let Gong Weiyang mood more and more mixed feelings. She hopes that her ex-husband is doing well, but didn't want her ex-husband to live better than her. It made her feel like she was blind. Zhang Shufan, however, acted very dissatisfied and, it's really a burnt bag, just won the lottery, and even bought a luxury car and clothes, doesn't know how to economize at all. Let him build it like this. $10 million won't take long for him to lose it all. Soon, Li Subai then carried the purchased clothes and returned home. After arriving home, he realized the original ex-wife, father-in-law and mother-in-law and brother-in-law were all there. You're back. Gong Chu Shui rare initiative to Li Subai greeted. Uncle, aunt, after all, it's his daughter's grandfather. Li Subai still greeted the two old men as well. After meeting them up close, Gong Wei Yang realized that ex-husband had become a lot more handsome, whether it was his face value, or his temperament, the hairstyle, as well as the clothes on his body, are also very tasteful. The key clothes and shoes are all from Gucci. This outfit, at least a few tens of thousands to 100,000, and a few shopping bags in the hands of the ex-husband, all luxury brands. Gong Wei Yang yesterday got more than 100,000 reward. It's not enough to buy these things. This makes Gong Wei Yang heart very bad taste. Chapter 14, 20 centimeters long and tall card. Brother-in-law, did you buy the Paramera downstairs? Where are the car keys? Let me drive it. When Gong Wei Yun saw Li Subai, after seeing Li Subai, Gong Wei Yun reached out to Li Subai and asked for the car keys. Li Subai's former brother-in-law, he is usually lazy, idle, and has a particularly thick skin. If you do him a favor, he'll treat you like a brother. Of course, if there is no benefit, he will take the nose to look at people. Li Subai put down the shopping bag in his hand and calmly said, I'm no longer your brother-in-law. Gong Wei Yun seemed to not be able to see Li Subai's coldness and ingratiatingly said, once a brother-in-law, always a brother-in-law. Give me the car to drive. He said. He can't wait to drive it out to his friends and play hard to get, maybe even catch a girl. Li Subai knew that he couldn't get involved with the cheeky Gong Wei Yun. Therefore, he no longer paid attention to Gong Wei Yun. Instead, he asked Gong Wei Yang, are you preparing to pack up here? You don't have to pack now. I'll move out with Nuan in the future, now that he has money. Of course he wouldn't continue to live in this sad place. Moreover, this house, although it was said to be reserved for his daughter, the property right was Gong Wei Yang's. Li Subai wanted to live here even less. Gong Wei Yang asked, where are you moving to? Li Subai, the exact place is still undecided. Zhang Shufan caught the opportunity to jack in on Li Subai and asked, I heard that you won $10 million in the lottery? Li Subai nodded and did not deny it. Aha! Zhang Shufan directly stated her thoughts. This $10 million, my daughter should also share half of it. Ding! Just at this time, Li Subai once again heard the system's prompt, triggering choice task. Choice 1. Generously share half of the prize money to his ex-wife. Complete the task and reward the host with the most beautiful ex-husband banner. Choice 2. Refuses to share any bonus to his ex-wife. Completes the task. Rewards the host with a 20-centimeter growth card. Li Subai didn't even take a close look at the reward introduction and he directly chose the second task in his mind. It was impossible for him to give his ex-wife a share of the bonus. Continue to be a dog licker. Licking dog. He's already been a dog licker long enough. Ding. Host chooses task 2. Reward the host with a 20-centimeter height card. Please check it out. Li Subai, however, didn't have time to check the reward. After he heard Zhang Shufan's thoughts, he somewhat wanted to laugh. He also didn't know how Zhang Shufan still had the face to ask for a share of the bonus after all the divorces. In the past, Li Subai never understood. Why do people fight with each other? If there was a conflict, wouldn't it be solved by preaching? But later, he realized, it turns out that some people are unreasonable, especially women in love and after marriage, when treating their own men. Even more no reasoning can be said. Li Subai did not answer Zhang Shufan and, instead, he asked Gong Wei Yang, what do you think? He wanted to know what Gong Wei Yang thought. When Gong Wei Yang saw Li Subai asking her, a trace of embarrassment, there was a flash of embarrassment in her eyes, and, somehow she didn't know how to answer. She also knew that her mother's idea of wanting to share the prize money was not reasonable, but if you say that she has no idea about the $10 million, it is also impossible. Zhang Shufan knew that her daughter could not pull her face. Therefore, she didn't wait for her daughter to open her mouth. She jumped the gun and said, our daughter has followed you for so many years, married you when you had nothing, and gave you children. She's done a lot of hard work for you. Now that you've hit the jackpot, shouldn't you compensate her a little? Li Subai still ignored Zhang Shufan and asked Gong Wei Yang, do you feel the same way? Gong Wei Yang felt in her heart that her mom was right. She herself, when Li Subai was penniless, she has been with Li Subai for so many years, although they are now divorced. But this bonus, she still has a share. This is Li Subai should compensate her. What I think is useless. It depends on what I've given over the years. Whether it's worth it or not depends on one's conscience. Gong Weiyang flung out a sentence slightly, although there was no positive answer. But the meaning was clear. Li Subai also understood. Seeing Gong Weiyang say conscience, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm, saying, then let's say I don't have a conscience. Gong Weiyang's face darkened. She felt embarrassed and she also felt that Li Subai was ruthless and turned her face away. To know that, last night, she also risked the danger of being stabbed into a hornet's nest too. She made it up to Li Subai. I didn't realize that Li Subai was not at all nostalgic. It's true, when it comes to money, men are selfish. Gong Weiyang is also a person who wants to save face. Since Li Subai doesn't give a dime, she immediately said to her mom and dad as if she was gambling. Mom, let's go. It's only $10 million. You really think we're rare? She believed that with her ability, would be able to earn $10 million in the future as well. But Zhang Shufan was really rare. Therefore, she didn't want to leave. She directly played the asshole road. Why should we leave? This $10 million bonus is our share. If he doesn't give us half of the prize money, we'll stay here. Gong Chu-shui then began to sing a white face, patiently reasoned with Li Subai. You and Wei Yang have just divorced. Wei Yang has been with you for so many years. She's been with you for so many years. She's done a lot of hard work for you. If you are a responsible man, you should give her half of your bonus. Li Subai, I have no bearing. Gong Chu-shui was directly blocked by Li Subai's 4 light words. To be blocked, speechless. In the past, Li Subai was always obedient to them. How just divorced? How did the divorce just take place? And she became so unkind? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Gong Weiyun saw that Li Subai was not aggressive. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Brother-in-law, this is your fault. Think about how much my sister suffered to be with you. How much she suffered. How many grievances she suffered. How many tears she shed. Shouldn't you make up for it? Hearing this, Gong Weiyang's, her eyes couldn't help but redden a little. She felt that what she had paid for in the beginning, had been fed to the dogs. Li Subai naturally knows. Gong Weiyang was with him at the beginning, really suffered a lot of grievances. Unfortunately, everything was destroyed by Gong Weiyang herself. I can't come back, Li Subai coldly said. She insisted on divorcing me. The previous relationship has gone up in smoke. Divorce, the house, the car, the money is in her body. I did not want with her. The same did not earn with her. After the divorce was finalized, all I had left was $3. Just enough to buy a lottery ticket, so I've made it up to her. Don't even think about the $10 million prize. Thinking about it is also in vain. Zhang Shufan yelled. You think this Thai house and Thai car can make up for Wei Yan's sacrifices in these 7 years? Those were the best 7 years of life. So we have to split that $10 million in half. It's useless for anyone to come, Li Subai coldly said. This $10 million is my marital property. I definitely won't share it. And again, it's useless for anyone to come. Gong Weiyun exasperatedly said. Brother-in-law, how did you become so heartless? You weren't like this before, Li Subai. I said that since I'm divorced, I naturally won't spoil her anymore. Yesterday, when Li Subai said these words, Gong Weiyang still felt unimpressed. But today, Gong Weiyang truly realized the desperation of Li Subai's words. Chapter 15, Relationships Become Impure. When Zhang Shufan saw that Li Subai was not willing to share the bonus, she immediately threatened directly. That $10 million bonus, you must share half of it to Wei Yang. If you are not willing to share it, then you won't want to see Nuan in the future. When Li Subai saw Zhang Shufan threatening him with his daughter, he said in disbelief, Nuan's guardian is me. Your threat is useless. Zhang Shufan said, you can try to see if it works. Gong Chu-shui saw the scene is a bit stiff. Suddenly came out to play good guy said, Little Li, don't take money so seriously. You and Wei Yang although divorced, but her dedication to you over the years is genuine. She sacrificed so much for you. You've hit the jackpot now. Compensate your chaff wife a little. Does it matter to God? To be a man to have to bear. Gong Wei Yang once, indeed is the chaff wife. He has been treating her like a chaff wife. Unfortunately, everything has changed. She ruined everything. Li Subai's heart is very painful, but the tone is more and more cold. Then as I do not bear it, Gong Chu-shui. He was once again blocked without temper. Li Subai this was oil and salt. The scene. It froze at once. Gong Weiyang only felt that her heart was cold. She only felt that Li Subai's heart was cruel. She only felt that her efforts over the years had become ridiculous. It seemed that this matter was really as if Li Subai was unreasonable. Li Subai did not want to break up the nonsense with a few people. He picked up the package and prepared to leave the house. It is better to go out and buy a new house. Zhang Shufan saw that Li Subai wanted to leave, and immediately shouted, You're not allowed to leave today if you don't give the money. However, Li Subai simply ignored Zhang Shufan and, without looking back, He left this home that held countless good memories for him. It was also his first home in the true sense of the word. Alas, I'm so sorry. Zhang Shufan saw Li Subai leave. Zhang Shufan was furious. She directly took her anger out on her husband and son. Why didn't you stop him? Let him go like this? Gong Weiyun said helplessly. He was unwilling to share the prize money. So what's the point of stopping him? It's not like we can directly rob him. Zhang Shufan said indignantly. What an honest person he used to be. How come he just got divorced and became so unsympathetic? Gong Weiyun. This is, after all, a few $1 million. And even more honest people, when it comes to money, will turn their faces away. Zhang Shufan resented her daughter. Gong Weiyang. Again. On this kind of money on the flip-flopping people, you still want to die before to marry him. Do you see if he has any half of you in his heart? Gong Weiyang coldly said. Consider me blind before. He's not willing to share the prize money. What now? Gong Chushui asked helplessly to the crowd. Gong Weiyang opened her mouth. Let's just forget about it if he doesn't want to share it. After all, we're all divorced. She didn't want her ex-husband to look down on her. She secretly resolved that, in the future, she must live a better life than her ex-husband. It's only $10 million. I'll be able to earn it on my own. She is the ceiling of his life. In her heart, Gong Weiyang secretly made up her mind. Zhang Shufan, however, was not willing. It's impossible to just let it go. I said, if he is not willing to share, let him never see Nuan again. Gong Weiyang was also a bit angry when she saw her mom being disruptive. He is Nuan's guardian. If you say he won't be allowed to see him, then he won't? Zhang Shufan. I don't care. Anyway, your youth and dedication for so many years can't be wasted. The big deal is to take it to court. Gong Weiyang sniffed and also felt heartbroken. In her opinion, she had paid so much in the past to be with Li Subai. Li Subai should compensate her. Unfortunately, he's just like all the other scumbags. He's just like all the other scumbags. He doesn't recognize people when he has money. I thought I'd make it up to him later. In the future, he won't even think about it. A few minutes later, Gong Weiyang posted a friend circle on WeChat. I thought my previous feelings were real. Facts have proved that after all, it is still a mistake to pay. Li Subai drove the Primera away from Jinsho Yajiu. He parked the car. On the side of a newly constructed highway that had not yet been officially opened to traffic. Then he leaned back on the seat and looked at the sky. He is in a daze. The behavior just now, he didn't feel much relief. On the contrary, his heart was suffocating. He did not understand. A person who was once so deeply in love. How did it come to this? Daze for a while. In addition to making the mood worse, there is no meaning. Li Subai forced himself to stop thinking nonsense. He suddenly thought, just now, the system gave him a prize. He immediately rushed to read the introduction of the prize, to divert his attention. 20 centimeters long and tall card. After using this card, the host's height can increase by up to 20 centimeters. Note, the entire process of growing taller will take 2.5 years to complete slowly. And, during the process of growing taller, the host can freeze the card at any time to stop growing taller. When freezing the cards, the height that has already gotten taller will not be rebounding. Li Subai's current height was only 1.71 m. Among men, somewhat on the shorter side. This was also one of his shortcomings. Now with the system's reward of this height growth card, can make up for this shortcoming. Therefore, Li Subai did not hesitate to use this card. After using it, Li Subai did not feel any change in his body. After all, this prop is a subtle and slow change. After using the prop, Li Subai picked up his cell phone again and, only to see Su Meiting send him 2 more WeChat messages. Have you arrived in Puzhou County yet? A cute emoticon. Still not there yet? Concerned emoticon. Walking and holding the wall. Laughed at by my coworkers. Awkward emoticon. Li Subai replied. I just saw your message not long after I arrived in Puzhou County. Are you up already? I didn't rest well yesterday. Why don't you rest a little more today? Soon. Li Subai received Su Meiting's reply. I also want to rest, but I still have to go to work. The life of a cow and horse is hard. Depressed emoticon. After Su Meiting received Li Subai's reply. The original mood of depression and frustration was suddenly swept away. So, he was just driving and didn't see my message. I'm so relieved. Li Subai. You can take a vacation. Su Meiting. Taking a vacation will deduct my full attendance. I can't afford it. Li Subai. How much will be deducted? I'll make it up to you tenfold. Su Meiting. Hundreds of millions. Li Subai. This will only be made up when we meet. Su Meiting. The two chatted for a long. During the period, Su Meiting sent quite a few tentative and ambiguous messages. For example, I miss you. When can I see you again? If you don't do anything, you'll have to support me. The words are all trying to get Li Subai to break the window paper and chase her as his girlfriend. Li Subai just pretends to be stupid and gags, and does not poke through the window paper. For one thing, he doesn't believe in love anymore. Secondly, the connection that was established because of money. He didn't want to make the relationship impure. After chatting with Su Meiting, Li Subai was in a much better mood, and he drove at once and went to one of the biggest agencies that opened in Puzhou County. Prepare to buy a set or rent a house. If you have the right one, you can buy it. If you don't have the right one, you can rent it. Chapter 16, Ex-Wife's Female Best Friend. American Home Real Estate Agency. Because of the impact of the general environment, the whole real estate industry is in a slump, so business is not good. Some agents have not made a single bill for more than 3 months in a row. Yin Shuitua is bored sitting at her workstation, gossiping with her coworkers about her best friend's ex-husband winning the $10 million jackpot. Your best friend must have regretted it to death, right? The first day of divorce, the next day the ex-husband won the $10 million prize. Do you think that the ex-husband will share some of the prize money with Gong Wei-yan? All divorced, how can he still give his ex-wife a share of the money? Thinking that Li Subai won $10 million by buying a lottery ticket, Yin Shuitua just looked very emotional. Yesterday, she also thought that, after Li Subai divorced Gong Wei-yang, she thought that after her divorce from Gong Wei-yang, she would never be able to turn over a new leaf. She didn't expect it. In just one day, Li Subai has become a multimillionaire. It's really fate. After learning that Li Subai won the lottery, Yin Shuitua called Gong Wei-yan to ask about it. Although Gong Wei-yang said she didn't care, but Yin Shuitua knows. The company's website has been updated with the latest information about the company's website and its website. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Suddenly, a male coworker pointed outside the room and exclaimed, "My chow, look, there's a Panamera parked in front of the door. This car is too handsome. It's still a temporary license plate." Yin Shuitua sniffed and she hurriedly looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass towards the door and, sure enough, she saw a smooth lines, handsome and domineering Porsche parked in the temporary parking space on the curb outside the company. Yin Shuitua looked at the handsome body. The key is the Porsche logo. In her eyes, she couldn't help but flash a trace of desire. If only I could drive this kind of luxury car in my life. How much does this car cost? A colleague who didn't know anything about cars asked. A male agent. The low package costs more than $1 million. And if it's a high package, it'll cost about $2 million. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it's 1 million or 2 million, to most people, it was astronomical. Ryu. Suddenly, Yin Shuitua's eyes widened violently and she was surprised to see a familiar figure getting down from the driver's side of the Porsche. Li Subai. How could it be him? Did he buy this car after winning the lottery? And it's only been a day. How come he's gotten so much better looking? I almost didn't recognize him. A female coworker suddenly reminded with some excitement. The handsome man is coming towards our store. Is he going to buy or sell a house? Quickly receive. The manager reminded. Li Subai had just walked to the front door of the agency and he saw a young woman wearing a tight white shirt with a small blue women's suit and blue pencil pants that opened the sliding door for him. It was Yin Shuitua. Yin Shuitua's skin is fair. Her body has meat, but not fat. Although her face value is not as good as Su Meiting's, it is still considered a beauty. However, it was also considered a beauty. Her face value was similar to Gong Wei-yang's, only that Yin Shuitua was the standard like mature young woman temperament. Gong Wei-yang, on the other hand, had a small-boned, thin young body, and even after giving birth to a child, she still had a girlish temperament. Li Subai. Yin Shuitua enthusiastically greeted Li Subai. "You're here too?" Li Subai was a bit surprised to see Yin Shuitua. He knew that this good girlfriend of his ex-wife was a real estate agent. He just didn't know that the other party worked at this agency. Yin Shuitua nodded her head. "I work here. Come in and sit down." She glanced at the Porsche outside and asked Li Subai, "It seems like the matter of you winning the lottery is true. It's all about buying a luxury car." At this time, the agent in the store realized that this person in front of him was the one who made a big fuss in Puzhou County today, is the winner of the $10 million prize in Puzhou County. He is also the husband, no, ex-husband, of Gong Wei-yang, the millionaire netizen of Puzhou County. Li Subai to Yin Shuitua does not have any good feelings. After all, the reason why Gong Wei-yang had become her current personality. With these good girlfriends, I don't want to talk to her. Li Subai originally did not want to talk to Yin Shuitua. However, at this time, the system once again sounded a prompt. Releasing choice quest. Choice 1. Yin Shuitua because of their own divorce, and wants deliberately to the host's ex-wife to instill the viewpoint of divorce. The host should be the daily revenge when the daily, and the ex-wife's good girlfriend Yin Shuitua contradictions. The host when the spear. The host rewarded the strength plus 10 times, with 8 packed abdominal muscles body. Choice 2. The host does not care about the past, Reward the host can prevent ultraviolet rays of the green hat. Air. Seeing the two choices released by the system, Li Subai was somewhat speechless. This system feels a little less serious. The quests released always directed him towards the scum side. However, if he could choose mission 1, to get rid of the negative energy in his heart, it would be good. In the past, Gong Weiyang didn't always think that her best friend was 1,000 times better. The words of her best friend are the truth, and her husband's words are PUA. If you can successfully put Li Subai's negative energy into Gong Weiyang's best friend, I'm not sure if she still thinks her best friend is good or not. Li Subai held back his hostility towards Yin Shuitua. She asked Yin Shuitua in a pleasant manner, "Do you have any well-decorated, ready-to-move-in apartments here?" Yin Shuitua hurriedly said, "Of course. Do you want to buy a house?" Li Subai, "There is this intention, and please help me introduce what properties are available." Yin Shuitua knew that, with Li Subai's current wealth, wanting to buy a house in the county town, it's just a sprinkle of water. In order to get a commission, she immediately and enthusiastically introduced for Li Subai. There's a luxuriously furnished existing house in the Jingyuangfu in the east of the city. The house is modern and well-maintained, with 150 square feet, 5 rooms, 2 halls and 3 places, with an independent check room and a large garden balcony. The landlord quoted $980,000. Small cuts are available. I'll take you to take a look. Li Subai nodded. Then go and take a look. Yin Shuitua instantly gave a greeting to her co-workers and then took a big bunch of house keys. She followed Li Subai and went to look at the house. Yin Shuitua drove a small donkey to work. At Li Subai's invitation, she naturally took Li Subai's Porsche to go to Qingyu Mansion. Sitting in the passenger side of the Porsche, Yin Shuitua looked very excited. After all, it was the first time in her life that she sat in such an expensive luxury car. She was curious to see everywhere. While looking at the luxurious interior of the Porsche, she asked Li Subai, "This car's interior is too exquisite. How much does it cost?" Li Subai held the steering wheel with one hand and blandly said, "More than $2 million. Hiss. Yin Shuitua directly smacked her lips. "More than $2 million. This is too expensive. It's my first time to ride in such an expensive luxury car." At the same time, she felt in her heart that Li Subai was a loser. After winning $10 million, he was willing to spend more than $2 million to buy a car. She will not be able to live her life. Yin Shuitua asked again, "Now that you have won the jackpot, Wei Yang will definitely be impressed with you. Have you thought about remarrying Wei Yang?" Li Subai shook his head. "She all said that she doesn't love me. She doesn't have feelings for me anymore. How can you remarry? Moreover, it's impossible for me to remarry someone who doesn't love me anymore." Chapter 17, Two People with Different Intentions. Yin Shuitua sniffed and, surprisingly, she was somewhat secretly delighted. However, on her face she showed a fake sympathetic expression and said to Li Subai, "Actually, we've all advised Wei Yang before. Let her not think about all those things, and live a good and practical life with you. After all, we've all seen how you've treated Wei Yang all these years. Don't smoke, don't drink, don't play cards, not only take care of the kids, but also do the housework, and be obedient to Wei Yang in everything. Spoiled her into a princess. Our girlfriends all envied her for finding such a good husband. It's just a pity that Wei Yang's heart is too high, and she doesn't understand you very well, and would actually divorce you." Li Subai sniffed and coldly laughed in her heart. When Gong Weiyang caused a divorce, he suspected that Gong Weiyang had someone outside, so he peeked at Gong Weiyang's cell phone, and finally proved that Gong Weiyang did not cheat on her husband, nor did she have any ambiguous objects. However, Li Subai also saw the chat records of Gong Weiyang with a few girlfriends. Yin Shuitua on the chat records, but she said that Gong Weiyang was so good and deserved better. She also encouraged Gong Weiyang to be brave to be herself, to be brave to pursue her own happiness, and not to be bound by traditional concepts. Although she had a very high segment, did not intentionally disparage Li Subai in front of Gong Weiyang, but in her words, she was encouraging Gong Weiyang to divorce. "What are you pretending to be a good person for now?" However, Li Subai did not say anything. Instead, he pretended to be helpless and said, "Unfortunately, I'm 1,000 times better, but I just can't make any money." Yin Shuitua had an understanding look. "In my opinion, a man is a good man as long as he cares for his family and treats his wife and children well. It doesn't matter if he earns more or less. With less money, the two of them struggle together. That's what makes it interesting." Although Li Subai didn't believe Yin Shuitua's tea talk, however, he praised on his mouth. "Unfortunately, there are too few women as virtuous and sensible as you now. Any man who can marry you must be lucky in his 8 lifetimes." Yin Shuitua heard Li Subai's compliments and heart couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Looking at Li Subai's handsome side face, the temperament of driving a Porsche with one hand, she also felt very moved. Now, This person is a treasure stock. If I can grasp it, I don't need to be an agent in the future. I'll just let Li Subai be the intermediary. Thinking about this, Hmph looked at Li Subai with a softer gaze. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but Hmph did not hesitate in her mouth. She pretended to smile bitterly and said, if I were really as good as you say, I wouldn't have been disliked and divorced. She took the initiative to bring up the matter of her divorce and was trying to categorize herself and Li Subai as being in the same category of people who were hurt in marriage, thus bringing each other closer. Li Subai also followed Hmph words and said with his eyes open, that's someone else who doesn't know how to cherish. It's his loss. Hmph sighed. This society is like this. People who give their heart are always not cherished. Those who are favored are emboldened. Li Subai thought deeply. If there is wine around, just for the sake of your words, I have to toast you high and low. Two people. One wants to progress across the class. One wants revenge and willfully panders to that. The relationship. Instead, it slowly became cordial. When we arrived at the King mansion, we saw the property that Hmph mentioned. I saw the listing that Hmph said. Li Subai is quite satisfied with this house, although it is a second-hand house, but the decoration is very new. Usually not much living. Decoration materials are also very good. Furniture are brand goods. The neighborhood environment is also very good. And it's a large flat. The surrounding shopping district. Hospitals are very close. There is also a sub-mother garage. However, although satisfied, but Li Subai didn't decide on this suite so easily. He asked Hmph to take him to see other properties. I'm going to compare them. See if there is a better one. Next, Li Subai drove the car. Hmph took Li Subai to look at several other properties. Some were villas, some were leaps and bounds, and some were brand new and unoccupied. But, I've been looking at them all. Li Subai still prefers the Jing Yuangfu house. That house has the best environment, decoration, neighborhood, property and other comprehensive conditions. And because the previous owner of the house, so do not have to worry about formaldehyde will affect the daughter's health. So, next, Li Subai let Hmph contact the owner to negotiate the price. Before negotiating the price with the homeowner, Hmph also took the initiative to help Li Subai analyze the advantages and disadvantages of this house. She also told Li Subai, according to the current market price, the real market value of this house is around $900,000. He also said, according to the rules, the brokerage fee should be 2%. But, she told Li Subai, the brokerage fee is negotiable, minimum 1% on the line. She wanted to save money for Li Subai's behavior. She wants to make Li Subai feel good about her by saving money for him. In the end, Li Subai bought the 150 square foot house for 90, because it was fully paid for, so the formalities were very simple. After going to the housing authority to transfer, this house belongs to Li Subai. Seeing Li Subai transferring all the money, Hmph only felt that Li Subai is more handsome. After completing the formalities, after paying the agent's fee, when he walked out of the housing authority, Li Subai thanked Hmph who had worked with him for most of the day. Thank you for today, not to mention all the work you've done, and saving me a lot of money. To show my appreciation, let me treat you to dinner. Hmph pretended to push back a bit. We're friends, it's only right to help you. There's no need for dinner, right, Li Subai? It's necessary, otherwise I'll feel bad. Hmph saw that Li Subai was sincere, also stopped refusing. What do you want to eat? Li Subai asked Hmph. Hmph, just have some fast food. I'm not picky. After all, after helping himself out of his contract for a small tens of thousands of dollars, Li Subai naturally wouldn't treat himself to fast food. He drove the Primera and took Hmph to a locally famous steakhouse for steak. The location of the store. It's in the mall near Li Subai's new neighborhood. In the parking lot of the mall, Hmph stepped out of the Porsche and, after noticing that many passers-by around her were casting envious gazes, she couldn't help but feel a little smug in her heart. Feeling as if she was superior in the eyes of others, will definitely think that Li Subai and I are a couple or husband and wife, right? Thinking about this, Hmph had a feeling of lassitude and, while eating steak, Li Subai ordered a bottle of red wine. It's a good idea to drink some wine. It's better to regulate the atmosphere and, closer to the opposite sex. During the meal, the atmosphere was good. Hmph took the initiative to talk to Li Subai about a lot of things about her. For example, she's been divorced for 4 years. Her ex-husband was a gambler, a drinker, and a domestic abuser. Her biggest wish is to find a man who doesn't gamble, doesn't drink, doesn't commit domestic violence and is emotionally stable. Taking advantage of her drunkenness, Hmph again praised Li Subai for being a good man who cared for his family and, having sacrificed so much for Gong Wei Yang. Unfortunately, it is not understood by Gong Wei Yang. Although she is a good bosom friend of Gong Weiyang, she is also a little bit for Li Subai to feel unworthy. Chapter 18, A Date for Another Day. Buzz. While chatting, Yin Shuiduo received a Weibo message. Lover, where? In a bad mood. Come out and have dinner with me. Chao Siaskans and Zhang Kaifeng are also there. This was sent by Gong Weiyang. Yin Shuiduo looked at the WeChat and looked at Li Subai on the opposite side again. Then she didn't move and typed a reply. Something came up today and I couldn't come. Let's make an appointment another day. She then turned her cell phone to silent mode. When Gong Weiyang saw Yin Shuiduo's reply, she didn't think much about it. She said somewhat helplessly to the other two good girlfriends. Duo said that she has something to be busy with and doesn't have time to come. Chao Si looked askance. At this time, she has long been off work. What else is she busy with? Zhang Kaifeng joked. Maybe, people are on a date. After the meal, the relationship between the two people that had become very cordial. It felt like confidants of the opposite sex who shared common topics, common hobbies, and they sympathized with each other. And the more they talked, the more they got along. Time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, because both of them had been drinking, so they could not drive. Well, Li Subai newly bought neighborhood, not far from the mall. Walking a few minutes on the road, Li Subai asked Yin Shuiduo, whose face had turned red because she had drunk alcohol. Can you go back by yourself? I'll call a cab to take you? With a drunken look, Yin Shuiduo bravadly said, Of course I can. Saying this, she took 2 steps and the result was a slight stagger that seemed to be about to fall. Seeing this, Li Subai hurriedly supported Yin Shuiduo. When Yin Shuiduo saw Li Subai holding her shoulders, she immediately flashed a hint of cunning in her eyes that she had succeeded in her plan. Then she leaned on Li Subai's body with her center of gravity. The drunkenness on her face seemed to have become even more intense. Of course she didn't get drunk so easily, but it's just a ruse. Li Subai supported the limp Yin Shuiduo more and more. He felt that Yin Shuiduo's chest was broad. It was very oppressive. Just like you, don't try to be brave. I'll send you back. Li Subai had an understanding face. Hearing that Li Subai wanted to send her, Yin Shuiduo instantly felt joy in her heart and she felt that the opportunity had come. Li Subai helped Yin Shuiduo. He called a cab. He personally took her to her neighborhood. In the cab, she pretended to be weak. Yin Shuiduo pretended to be powerless. She leaned directly on Li Subai's body. But Li Subai has always shown a polite and courteous appearance. He didn't step out of line. This made Yin Shuiduo feel even better about Li Subai. The cab driver in front, seeing Yin Shuiduo's state, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. She's a mature woman. This kid is blessed today. Arriving at the downstairs of the neighborhood, getting out of the cab, Li Subai asked Yin Shuiduo again. Now that we are in your neighborhood, can you go back by yourself? Yin Shuiduo said with a big tongue. Of course I can. You go back. No need to send me. I can go back by myself. She reluctantly pushed Li Subai away. And then she staggered towards the gate of the neighborhood. Catch up. If I don't catch up, I should fall. Yin Shuiduo recited silently in her mind. Seeing Yin Shuiduo staggering, Li Subai immediately stepped forward and supported Yin Shuiduo. Pretending to be helpless, he said, It's better for me to send you home before leaving. The corner of Yin Shuiduo's mouth rose slightly. She leaned on Li Subai's body again, softly and feebly, and still said in a drunken tone, Thank you. You're really considerate. The most considerate person I've ever seen. Li Subai smiled and did not say anything. They are all foxes of 1,000 years, so don't talk about Lent. Li Subai helped Yin Shuiduo all the way towards Yin Shuiduo's home. Yin Shuiduo almost hung on Li Subai's body. To outsiders, the two were as close as lovers. They were as close as a couple. When Li Subai was about to help Yin Shuiduo to the sofa, she is a very good woman, and she is a very good woman. She was a good friend of the family, but she was not a good friend of the family. Then they looked at each other. The next thing that happened was that the water came to the surface. The first thing that happens is that the people who are in charge of the program are not the same people. Yin Shuiduo helped Li Subai to busy himself with buying a house. Now, Li Subai is also helping Yin Shuiduo. Li Subai found out that the name of his ex-wife's best friend. Li Subai realized that the name of his ex-wife's best friend. She's really good at what she does. She is as good as her name. The name of the girl is the same as her name. Yin Shuiduo also received a call from Gong Weiyang. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yin Shuiduo was so busy that she didn't want to answer the phone. However, Gong Weiyang called several times in a row. It seems that there is something urgent. She suddenly had no choice but to not answer the phone. Do you have something to do? After Yin Shuiduo calmed down for a while, she carried Li Subai and picked up the phone. And Gong Weiyang. What took you so long to answer the phone? Inshuetua lies with her mouth open. I was just washing dates. Gong Wei-yang didn't think much about it and stated the purpose of her call. It's like this. I want you to help me sell that house in Jinshuoyaju. Inshuetua felt a little dizzy in her head. However, she still forced herself to calm down and asked in surprise, isn't that house for Li Subai? Why did you suddenly decide to sell it? Gong Wei-yang laughed at herself. Now that he won $10 million, where would he still look at that house? So it's better to sell it, out of sight, out of mind. Inshuetua. That's fine. It's just that walk-up houses are a bit hard to sell. They have to be priced attractively. Inshuetua is on the phone with his ex-wife, Li Subai. On the other hand, took the opportunity to. He observed the floor plan of Inshuetua's house. The first line of the river view is that the light is not good and the house type looks a little dark. And the room is very humid. Walls, the ceiling has seepage moisture phenomenon. Gong Wei-yang hung up the phone. Always feel that the tone of today's best friend seems to be a bit strange. However, specifically how strange, she cannot say. Ding. Host completes task 1. Obtaining 10 times the strength, accompanied by an 8-pack abs body. Note that the strength and abs body need to work out for an hour a day and stick to it for a month in order to have it completely. If you don't exercise, it will take 2.5 years to completely have 10 times the strength and 8-pack abs. Only, Li Subai didn't have time to pay any attention to the system's prompts at all. He was busy speculating on stocks and doing futures hedging. Only one thing to keep in mind when doing futures. The Japanese currency is risky. The British pound can be hedged. Be sure to take security precautions. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll get killed. As for why pounds and not dollars? If, according to the custom of calling dollars dollars, what should the pound be called? Chapter 19, 7 Captures of Mengyu. Since I haven't had a good rest for 2 consecutive days, today, Li Subai finally took a good rest and he slept for more than 5 hours and didn't wake up until 7 o'clock in the morning. Since Li Subai suffered from insomnia, I don't know how long I have not been able to sleep until 7 o'clock. Although, last night, he quickly went to bed at 2 o'clock, but it is still very rare. Realizing that Inshuetua was still asleep, Li Subai did not disturb the other party. Li Subai did not disturb the other party. Instead, he lightly went to the restroom. He went to the restroom and washed himself properly, thoroughly and seriously. I'm not going to be able to do that. Although Inshuetua's appearance is not bad, but Li Subai is still a little bit of a bad feeling about it. After all, he knows, this is actually a green tea. Only, hatred made Li Subai become completely different. Ding! Just as Li Subai was washing up, he suddenly heard the system's prompt to release a mission again. The releasing choice mission. Choice 1, dump Inshuetua, rewarded with a 20% increase in face value. Choice 2, let Inshuetua be your girlfriend, reward 1000 cubic meter space trash can only hold trash. Li Subai directly chose 1, letting Inshuetua be his girlfriend. He would only let a green tea be his girlfriend if he was sick. After spending most of an hour and a half, after washing up, Li Subai regained his freshness. Then, he called and ordered 2 takeaway breakfasts. After waiting for more than half an hour, the takeout was delivered. Then, after waiting for another half an hour, Inshuetua woke up. When Inshuetua woke up, she felt as if she'd had her veins opened. Although her muscles were sore, but her spirit was refreshed. Although, she's a bit of a snob, a bit of a green tea, but she also knows the truth of selling at a good price. Therefore, she usually keeps herself clean. It's been a long time since she let herself go. She did not expect. Li Subai actually has the ability of Zhuge Liang to capture Mengwu. He's so powerful. She couldn't figure out, why did Gong Wei-yang want a divorce? If it were her, as long as Li Subai doesn't beat his wife and doesn't get involved in gambling or drugs, she wouldn't have divorced Li Subai. How happy she is to be with Li Subai every day. It's true. What you can't have is what you can't have. Suddenly, Inshuetua stretched out her hand and gripped inside the quilt, but she didn't catch Li Subai. Inshuetua was panicked. Did Li Subai just leave? No way. Inshuetua hurriedly got up. Hiss. As a result, she sucked in a breath of cool air and she felt pain everywhere in her body. After getting up with great difficulty, slowly came to the living room. She was relieved. It turned out that Li Subai hadn't left. Li Subai was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Li Subai was sitting on the sofa in the living room, quietly looking at his cell phone. The bright sunlight poured over Li Subai's body. Inshuetua realized that it seems that Li Subai has become even more handsome. Li Subai noticed the movement and immediately put down his cell phone. Just now, he was reading the system-rewarded novel Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, with e-file. This novel that was different from all the novel genres in this world. It was an eye-opening experience for Li Subai. Unexpectedly, there was actually so much to learn about grave robbing. With Li Subai's years of experience in writing novels, he felt that this set of fierce ghost-blowing lamp will surely explode as long as it is operated properly. Seeing Hmph coming out of her room wearing the emperor's new clothes, Li Subai immediately greeted gently. "You're awake? I ordered breakfast, hot in the pot. You go wash up and you can eat." Seeing that Li Subai actually thoughtfully prepared breakfast, Hmph was instantly touched, and she came in front of Li Subai and kissed Li Subai and said, "You are too considerate. What is emotional value? This is emotional value. Breakfast is emotion." Li Subai's $10 million bonus represents value. Before, Li Subai also gives often Gong Wei Yang thoughtfully prepare breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even night snacks. During the period of love, Gong Wei Yang still felt touched, but later, she is used to it. Even later on, she even resented it, because Li Subai only provided emotions, but not the slightest value. At this point, Li Subai realized that emotion value, which is composed of two parts, and there has to be value first, then emotion. The reason why Li Subai prepared breakfast for Hmph and waited for Hmph to wake up, it wasn't because he wanted to have a relationship with Hmph. It was just to fulfill choice task 1. He wanted to dump the other party, but also make the other party touched and fond of him, feeling Hmph kiss and cut his throat. Unfortunately, the other party didn't brush his teeth. There was still some residue of flavor that Li Subai couldn't help but feel some dislike in his heart. Although it was also disliking himself, he patted the other party, then barred Hmph and pushed him away a bit, saying, "Go brush your teeth first, brush your teeth so you can eat." Hmph nodded her head obediently and said, "Okay," although it was difficult to move. But throughout the washing process, Hmph looked very happy. She only felt that Li Subai was really a gentle, considerate, capitalized and rich treasure of a good man. This kind of good man, I must grasp it. During the meal, Hmph was thinking how to make the relationship between the two of them to be recognized as a couple. At that moment, she suddenly heard Li Subai say in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry about last night. You're Wei Yang's good friend. We shouldn't be like this." Hmph sniffed and quickly said, "It's not your fault. It's also because we all drank too much. Plus, I really think you're very considerate and gentle. That's why. Really don't blame you, Li Subai. In the future, let's be a confidant who can talk to each other. Don't let me affect your relationship with Wei Yang." Hmph doesn't want to be an ordinary confidant with Li Subai. She wanted Li Subai to marry her. As for her relationship with Gong Wei Yang, as long as there was this treasure man, she didn't care. Of course, she definitely couldn't say this outright. She asked Li Subai, "Do you still have feelings for Wei Yang?" Li Subai said with a sad face, "From the moment the steel seal of the divorce certificate was stamped, my feelings for her have completely died." Hmph said with an expectant face, "Since you don't have feelings for her anymore, how about we get together? I think we're really quite compatible." Li Subai looked at Hmph eyes and said with a face full of sincerity, "You're a kind and good woman, gentle and virtuous, good at understanding people. Whoever can be with you is his blessing. It's just that I've only just ended a relationship, and I'm not able to carry out a new one yet. Moreover, your relationship with my ex-wife also makes it impossible for me to be frank with you." Hmph was anxious. "If you are unable to start a new relationship now, I can wait for you. As for Wei Yang, although we are together, perhaps a bit sorry for Wei Yang. However, we are both single, not cheating or being a mistress, and have the right to pursue our own happiness, don't we? I want to believe that Wei Yang can understand." Li Subai sighed, looking incomparably sad. "I also don't know when I'll be able to get out of this crypto. I'm not worth waiting for." Chapter 20, All Foxes of 1,000 Years. Hmph said with deep emotion, "I don't care. I'm going to wait for you." She took a deep breath and looked at Li Subai with a serious face. "You know, I actually liked you before. Like you are responsible for the family, have a commitment, just before you did not divorce. I am not good to show their thoughts. Now that you're divorced, I don't want to miss you, and you don't reject me, okay?" If it was a person with a close segment, might have really fallen for this deep confession by Hmph. Unfortunately, Li Subai knew Hmph green tea nature. He naturally wouldn't take Hmph ruse seriously. "We are all foxes of 1,000 years, so it depends on who is better at acting." He feigned an expression of both emotion and helplessness and said, "What virtue and ability do I have to be able to gain your favor? If only I could have known you earlier. It's just a pity that I've been hurt by love now. Can't do anything to start a new relationship for the time being." The two talked for a long time. Hmph is hell-bent on getting Li Subai to accept her, but Li Subai is adamant that he doesn't want to start a new relationship at the moment. He doesn't want to ruin Hmph friendship with Gong Wei Yang, and he doesn't want to hurt her. That's why he doesn't want to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She just wants to be a good friend. Hmph was disappointed. although disappointed. But in the end, she had no choice but to accept it. However, she also told Li Subai she would wait for Li Subai until Li Subai figured it out and could accept her. Li Subai's face was touched, but in his heart, he didn't take Hmph words to heart at all. Ding! Completing choice task 1. When Li Subai left Hmp's house, the sound of the system prompting the completion of the task was heard in his head again. Although Hmph said that she would always wait for Li Subai to accept her, but Li Subai did dump Hmph at the moment. Therefore, the system still considered Li Subai to have completed the quest. The system still thought that Li Subai had completed the task. Reward the host with a 20% increase in face value. When Li Subai left, he didn't give Hmph any money or gifts. After all, Li Subai did this to get back at Hmph. He naturally wouldn't give the other party any money. The first thing you need to do is to give the person the money, and then you have to give them the money. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. This society, there are not many men who are as affectionate, rich, handsome and capable as Li Subai. There are not many men like Li Subai. She decided, for her own happiness, no matter what, she had to conquer this quality man. Gong Weiyang came to see Hmph today to discuss the sale of her house. She just stepped out of the cab. She just stepped out of the taxi and saw a familiar figure walking out of the neighborhood. It was Li Subai. Why would he come out of Hmphu's neighborhood? Although Gong Weiyang was a bit confused, but she didn't think much about it. She wouldn't have thought that Li Subai had been with her last night. Li Subai had been with her best friend last night. Because of the distance, Gong Weiyang didn't say hello to Li Subai. She came to her best friend's home. She came to her best friend's house. Gong Weiyang smelled a familiar odor. This is the smell of love. Gong Weiyang immediately joked to her best friend. Are you in love? When Hmph saw Gong Weiyang, heart could not help but flash through a trace of weakness. Good thing that she didn't show it. She forced herself to be calm and said vaguely, why are you here? Gong Weiyang, I wanted to find you to discuss the matter of selling the house, but this matter is not urgent right now, so quickly tell me, which big handsome man is so capable that he has captured our big beauty? How did you two meet? I actually didn't know a single bit of news. This secretive effort is good enough. Her eyes flickered with the fire of intense gossip. Of course Hmph couldn't possibly say that big handsome guy was Li Subai. She vaguely said, the 8 characters haven't even begun. There's nothing to say. Gong Weiyang rolled her eyes greatly. As far as this situation is concerned, the 8 characters haven't even begun. Do you think I'll believe it? Quickly tell me, who exactly is that person? Hmph had the urge to die. She didn't know how to fulfill this lie, but she still had to do it. She could only give Gong Weiyang bowl *******. After leaving Hmphu's house, Li Subai first went to the shopping mall where she ate yesterday to pick up her car. After picking up the car, he called Gong Weiyang. He then called Gong Weiyang. You're confused. Since he doesn't want to be in a relationship, why are you still willing to be with him? Isn't this a scum? Gong Weiyang was chatting with Hmph at the moment. Suddenly, she received a call from Li Subai. In her heart, although she was not happy that Li Subai was so heartless yesterday, however, she still picked up the phone. Something wrong? Li Subai. I want to bring Nuan back to myself. Please send Nuan back. Gong Weiyang coldly said. My mom is still angry. I can't send her back. If you want Nuan, you can pick it up yourself. Li Subai sniffed and also stopped talking nonsense. He directly hung up the phone and, ready to go pick up his daughter by himself. Beep beep beep. Listening to the blind tone coming from the phone, Gong Weiyang had a burst of anger. She did not expect that. Li Subai actually hung up the phone just like that. Doesn't he know how to say a few good words to me and beg me more? The scum of the earth. Li Subai first went to the jewelry store. She spent $500. He bought an exquisite Barbie doll. Then he drove his Panamera. He drove his Panamera to his ex-parents-in-law's neighborhood, knocked on the door. I saw a woman with short shoulder-length hair. Her skin was as white as milk. A very thin, petite young woman stood behind the door. She's in her 20s. She was in her mid-20s. She's wearing a set of college-style clothes. She is wearing a set of college-style clothes, looking very bright-eyed and white-toothed, youthful and beautiful. This person is Li Subai's former sister-in-law, Gong Weiyang's sister, Gong Qinshui. Gong Qinshui's figure. Gong Qinshui's figure is very similar to that of Gong Weiyang. Both of them are the type of thin, young and small coquettish. Only, Gong Weiyang's skin is yellowish, but Gong Qinshui's skin, but white like milk, face full of collagen, look more beautiful. Gong Qinshui looked very happy to see Li Subai. She warmly greeted, brother-in-law, you're here, come in quickly. Li Subai, towards this sister-in-law, he didn't have any malice, because this sister-in-law didn't have any malice towards him in the past, and whenever the sister-in-law is on vacation, She would often bring Yuan to play with her. Li Subai was a bit grateful to her. He carried the Barbie toys. He greeted his sister-in-law, Xiao Shui. I'm not coming in. I'm here to pick up Yuan. Zhang Shufan, Gong Chushui and their families heard the commotion and immediately walked out from the room. Following them, there is also a Tai Pillhead, wearing a white princess tutu. Looks like a 6-year-old little girl. It was Li Subai's daughter, Li Yu. Daddy. Yuan saw Li Subai and appeared to be very happy. Trotting, she wanted to jump into Li Subai's arms. However, at this moment, Zhang Shufan suddenly picked up Yuan. She won't let Yuan hug Li Subai. Chapter 21, Sister-in-law. Budding daughter. Granny, let go of me. I want daddy to hug me. Yuan wanted to break free from Zhang Shufan's embrace, but Zhang Shufan hugged her very tightly. Zhang Shufan, with a cold face, she smiled coldly at Li Subai. What are you doing here? Li Subai stood at the door, frowning slightly. I naturally came to pick up my daughter. Zhang Shufan. I said, Yuan we bring. From now on don't bother you. You just remember to pay the alimony. Next to her, Gong Qianshui didn't say anything, but a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. She already knew that her own brother-in-law had won the $10 million jackpot, and her parents wanted to share the prize money. In her heart, she didn't agree with what her parents did. She felt that her parents were unreasonable. Only, she was too weak to change her parents' mind. Seeing Zhang Shufan still thinking about his bonus, Li Subai said without continuity, you don't want to think about the bonus. Everything according to the agreement to do it. Zhang Shufan played mixed road. I don't care what the agreement is. In short, these years, we in Yuan body, paid a lot of effort. Is impossible to just hand her over to you, Li Subai patiently said, being a human being or being reasonable. This is a society of rule of law. It is useless to play the fool and blackmail money. Li Subai's words were like stepping on Zhang Shufan's sore foot, causing Zhang Shufan to become infuriated. She opened her voice and shouted, who's blackmailing? We deserve it. Zhang Shufan's voice was very loud. It seems that the louder she speaks, the more justified she is. And she even hit a hand. I advise you to be reasonable, and to be more conscientious. Being a person can't be as selfish and egotistical as you are. Just a little bit of money to turn the other cheek. Yuan in Zhang Shufan's arms was frozen in fear. Frozen in Zhang Shufan's words, she didn't know what to do. It was the first time she had ever seen her family quarrel. Yuan currently didn't know that her own parents were actually divorced. Everyone was intentionally hiding it from her. When Li Subai saw that Zhang Shufan was not being reasonable, instead, he even went as far as to fight a handful of times. He knew at once that, with this kind of shrew, there is no way to communicate. He did not want to be in front of his daughter. He also did not want to fight with his daughter's grandmother in front of her. It would leave a bad psychological shadow on his daughter. Are you sure you don't want me to take Yuan today? Li Subai asked Zhang Shufan. Zhang Shufan firmly said, no alimony, no way. Li Subai threatened. Then we'll only see you in court. Zhang Shufan was like a hobnail, not willing to show weakness. I'll see you in court. I'm not afraid of you. Ding. Right at this time, Li Subai's mind suddenly sounded a system prompt. Releasing choice task. Choice 1. The host is overbearing. Pick up his daughter today. The mission is successful. Reward can earn $10 million in the future futures chart A. Choice 2. The host as a ninja turtle. Leave his daughter in the house of his former in-laws. Mission success. Reward the host with a turtle shell that can defend against bullets. Li Subai did not hesitate to choose one. His daughter. He definitely had to pick her back up today. Just now, what he said about meeting in court, it was only a countermeasure. He already has the idea of getting his daughter back in his mind. Li Subai ignored Zhang Shufan. Turning to his daughter Yuan, he said in an incomparably gentle tone, Yuan, you can stay here with your sister-in-law for a few days. After a while, Dad will come back to pick you up, okay? Said. He also handed Yuan the Barbie doll in his hand. Yuan took the Barbie doll. She looked at Li Subai, a little aggrieved, tears in her eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you guys? Don't fight, okay? She was 6 years old, a little bit clearer. The conversation just now gave her a bad feeling. Li Subai looked at his daughter like this. Heart felt very bad. He wanted to snatch his daughter from Zhang Shufan's arms. However, in order not to leave a psychological shadow on his daughter, he still held back. Anyway, he would take her back today. Yuan, good boy. We didn't quarrel, just a little disagreement. Daddy is leaving first. It won't be long before Daddy comes to pick you up. After saying that, Li Subai forced himself to hold back his bitterness and he waved his hand to his daughter and he left his ex-parents-in-law's house. Gong Qianshui looked at her brother-in-law's back. only to feel a sour nose. Seeing her little niece's tearful eyes, she was even more heartbroken. Gong Qianxue instantly took Nuan from her mother's arms and coaxed, Nuan, good boy, don't cry, Dad just has a few things to take care of. He'll come to pick you up in a few days. Li Subai left the neighborhood. However, he did not go far. Instead, he parked the car on the roadside in a temporary parking space. The mood looked very heavy and difficult, because of his bad experience as a child. He was bent on giving his daughter a happy, cozy and complete home. Unfortunately, in the end, things did not go as planned. I don't know how sad his daughter would be if she knew her parents were divorced. How sad? Thinking of this, Li Subai's heart more blocked panic. After calming down his depressed mood, Li Subai picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his daughter. Li Subai picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his sister-in-law Gong Qianxue. Little Snow, can I trouble you with something? After a little over half a minute, Gong Qianxue replied, brother-in-law, what is it? Li Subai, can I trouble you to bring out Nuan? Well, Li Subai's plan is to prepare to bring out his daughter through his sister-in-law. This sister-in-law is more reasonable. Of course, if the sister-in-law does not agree, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Gong Qianxue saw Li Subai's request. Without even thinking, she agreed. Okay, later on, I will take Nuan to the library under the pretext of bringing Nuan out to look for you. Although Li Subai knew that his sister-in-law was kind-hearted, he didn't expect his sister-in-law to promise so quickly. He was overjoyed and said, thank you, your favor, I remember. Gong Qianxue, brother-in-law, no need to thank. I originally did not agree with my mom's approach. After about half an hour or so, Li Subai finally waited for his sister-in-law and daughter both. Dad, Nuan saw her father. She looked very excited. She ran and jumped into Li Subai's arms. Li Subai picked up his daughter and, looking at his daughter's little face that was capable of adorning everything, he only felt that the haze brought by the divorce had dissipated a bit. Ding! At this time, Li Subai once again heard the system's prompt. Ding! The host picks up his daughter today. The task is completed. Rewarding the host can earn $10 million in the future futures chart. Please pay attention to the host to check. Li Subai didn't care about the reward. He only saw that he happily kissed his daughter's little face and asked in a doting manner, Nuan, did you miss Daddy? Nuan nodded heavily and said, missed Daddy, and Mommy, too. Her attention, quickly attracted by the paramera behind Li Subai. Daddy, is this the car you bought? It's so pretty. Li Subai laughed. When you grow up, I'll give it to you to drive. Nuan tangled, but I don't like this color. I like the pink color. Chapter 22. My sister-in-law's heart is stirred. Li Subai spoiled. Then when you grow up, I'll buy you a pink one. Daddy is so nice. Nuan barfed and rewarded Li Subai with a loving encouragement. Li Subai's heart was about to be melted. This marriage didn't end well, though. However, being able to have a little angel can smooth out all the unpleasantness. Putting Nuan into the car and letting Nuan mess around in the car, Li Subai then said to his sister-in-law gratefully, Xiao Shui, thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner later. Gong Qianxue, no need to bother. That, you and sister, really that? She was afraid of being heard by Nuan, so she spoke vaguely. Li Subai nodded. Really did it. Gong Qianxue said sadly, can't we make up? Xiao Shui is so cute. If she knew, how sad she would be. Li Subai, I have begged her many times over the past half year, but she has already hardened her heart. Now that it's all done, it's impossible. Gong Qianxue sniffed and also didn't know what to say. She actually had a very good impression of this brother-in-law. He's honest, he's obedient to his sister, and he has no bad habits at all. Although he didn't have a formal job, however, her brother-in-law usually had to write novels to earn money, but also had to bring up children and do housework, which was already very rare. Moreover, the reason why my sister became an internet celebrity is also because of the creativity that brother-in-law thought of. She didn't understand why her sister wanted to divorce her brother-in-law. Next, Li Subai took his daughter and sister-in-law to an amusement park for half a day. While playing, Li Subai took the opportunity. The future futures chart. He used 10 times the leverage to buy $6 million of crude oil futures. According to the chart, the price of crude oil will soar. Li Subai will get $10 million tomorrow. Originally, Li Subai wanted to add more leverage to buy crude oil futures. He wanted to make more money. However, the system instead prompted Li Subai that, because this is a system reward, so no matter how much leverage Li Subai adds, in the end, his earnings will only be $10 million. In the amusement park, daughter and Gong Qianxue both of them are having a great time. Don't look at Gong Qianxue, who is already 22 years old, but her personality is as active as a child. Of course, if not for this character, She usually cannot play with the little niece to a piece. At the end of the tour, the three of them went to eat hot pot. The three of them went to eat hot pot again. While eating, Li Subai remembered something and said to Gong Qianxue with concern, "I heard that you're taking the teacher preparation exam. Did you get in?" Gong Qianxue sniffed and instantly became sad. Didn't even pass the written test. Li Subai, then what are you going to do next? Is it to review at home and prepare for the exam next year? Or find something to do? Gong Qianxue said bitterly, "I don't know what to do next, either. I majored in English in college. It's still a third-rate undergraduate degree. It's not good at all to find a job. Continue to take the teacher's exam, but now the teacher's establishment is less recruited year by year. If I review for a few years and don't get in, then it's a waste of a few years' time." Gong Qianxue has been anxious about work for a while now, and, before, the reason she chose to major in English, thought that after graduation, to be able to work as a simultaneous interpreter for the bigwigs, like in the TV series, or speak fluent English and talk to foreigners about business cooperation, but the reality gave her a hard slap in the face. Her specialty, it's not easy to find a job, because it's hard to find a job, that's why she wants to get a teaching degree. However, it's not easy to get a teaching job either, because of the job. Gong Qianxue felt that she was on the verge of depression. Li Subai looked at Gong Qianxue's worried face. An idea popped into his mind. He asked Gong Qianxue, "Actually, I have a job here. I wonder if you are willing to do it." Gong Qianxue curiously said, "What job?" Li Subai explained, Nuan is in first grade nowadays. Every day, I have to cook for her and tutor her in her homework. I'm alone now. I'm sure I can't be too busy, so I'd like to hire a tutor to take her to and from school, help her with her after-school homework, casually cook, do her laundry, exercise with her or something. $10,000 a month. Gong Qianxue caught the key point. She asked with some surprise, $10,000 a month? Zun duo fake duo? This salary, in this small county of Puzhou County, is already very high. Gong Qianxue was truly moved. Li Subai affirmed, "Of course it's true, and there's a bonus at the end of the year, and when Nuan is on vacation, you can take Nuan on paid trips at home and abroad. If you still want to continue to take the test, you can also review and prepare for the teacher preparation during the week. I heard that I can also take paid trips." Gong Qianxue's eyes were glowing. Fearing that Li Subai would back out, she hurriedly agreed. "That's fine, I promise. No regrets, brother-in-law." Li Subai saw that his sister-in-law agreed. His heart was also very happy. Anyone who has brought up a child knows how difficult it is to bring up a child. Li Subai has activated the system. Now that Li Subai has activated the system, he wants to make money. He wants to become the richest man in China and the world. He definitely doesn't have much time to bring up his daughter. If he asked an outsider to take care of her, he doesn't feel confident. If he can ask his sister-in-law to take care of her, is the perfect choice. Li Subai immediately picked up the cell phone. Directly to Gong Qianxue transferred $13,000. Gong Qianxue received the money and was a bit stunned. "What is brother-in-law doing transferring so much money to me?" Li Subai, "To pay your salary in advance. The other 3,000 is the living expenses for you and Nuan this month." Gong Qianxue saw that Li Subai had sent a month's salary in advance, and heart was very excited. This was the first time she got a paycheck, the first time in her life. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I will definitely do a good job in the future." Gong Qianxue held the cell phone, sweetly said a thank you, perfectly interpreting what is called bright eyes and white teeth. Li Subai, "Actually it should be me thanking you. Nuan will let you take the trouble from now on." Gong Qianxue looked at her little niece and doted on her. Nuan, from now on, little auntie will transport you to and from school every day and tutor you in your homework. Are you happy?" Nuan, who had been eating the hot pot seriously the whole time, heard this and, with a childish voice that was still a bit milky, she replied, "Of course I'm happy. Then can I also stay with my sister-in-law at night?" Nuan asked. Gong Qianxue didn't say anything, but instead looked at Li Subai. Ding! Li Subai was about to open his mouth when the voice of the system that, however, once again sounded out of place and, ding! Releasing mission. Choice 1. Pursue Gong Qianxue. Let Gong Qianxue be the stepmother to her daughter. Reward the host with a futures chart that can earn $1 billion. Choice 2. Reject Nuan's request. Change it to you and Gong Qianxue. Complete the task. Reward the host. 1,000 otherworldly action movies. Chapter 23. What can brother-in-law have attempts? Li Subai heard the system release another immodest task and he couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind. Although his sister-in-law is really pretty, but he, Li Subai, even if he jumped down from here, even if he died immediately, it was also impossible for him to take either of these two quests off. He really does not want to have too many interactions with Zhang Shufan, Gong Qianxue's two mouths. Li Subai did not pay attention to the system tasks, but said to Gong Qianxue, I bought a house with a lot of rooms inside. You can usually go home to live, or you can live in your new home. I'll leave a room for you. Gong Qianxue was surprised. Brother-in-law actually bought a new house. Ah, where did you buy it? How much did you buy it for? Nuan also asked in a hurry. Is the new home beautiful? Does it have an elevator? After finishing the hot pot, Li Subai then took Gong Qianxue and his daughter and returned to the newly bought home. Looking at the spacious and bright new home, Nuan was so happy. Nuan was so happy that she ran around in every room. Nuan was so happy, she ran around the rooms with excitement. Gong Qianxue looked at her brother-in-law's new home. She felt that this new home is luxuriously decorated and has an unrivaled view. It's a luxury house in the county, far from brother-in-law's previous step-house neighborhood can be compared. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her sister. If her sister did not divorce her brother-in-law, all of this is the sister. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, Li Subai said to Gong Qianxue. Little Snow, go pick a room. You can rest here in the future. Good. Gong Qianxue was not polite with her brother-in-law. She was living with her parents now, because there was no job. The pressure itself is beating, and she was nagged by her parents every day. She has long wanted to move out and live on her own. After visiting the room, Li Subai took his daughter and sister-in-law to the mall to go shopping. Although the new home can be moved in, but the sheets, bedding, wash basin and so on, but still have to buy again. Busy most of the day, almost to the evening time, Gong Qianxue said goodbye to her brother-in-law and niece, returned to her parents' home. Today, she also had to come back to tell her parents about her niece, so she didn't stay at her brother-in-law's home. What? You brought Nuan to Li Subai? Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Shufan and Gong Qianxue learned that their youngest daughter had secretly given the money tree to Li Subai, were instantly furious. How dare you do this behind our backs? Zhang Shufan was so angry that her face was about to be deformed. She knew Li Subai's character well. As long as she held onto her granddaughter and didn't let go, Li Subai would definitely end up compromising and parting with a portion of the bonus. Even if it wasn't half, $1 million or so would still be possible. Unfortunately, the plan was all ruined by the youngest daughter. Li Subai in the end gave you what soul soup, so that you eat and take away? Gong Qianxue also acted painfully. In addition to being heartbroken about the bonus, he was also angry at his own daughter for going to help an outsider to the detriment of his own family. It was the same as when Gong Weiyang was determined to marry Li Subai and went against the whole family. Gong Qianxue was not afraid of her parents' anger. She unhurriedly said, although brother-in-law won the $10 million jackpot, but that was after he got divorced. You guys want to use Nuan to threaten brother-in-law to give the money. This practice is immoral. Zhang Shufan was accused of being immoral by her daughter and she was so angry and irritated that she retorted sternly, what the hell do you know? Li Subai was penniless in the beginning, but your sister followed him for so many years without any hesitation, and also gave him children. Now that he won the lottery, why can't your sister share the prize money? Gong Qianxue, but the prize money was won after brother-in-law's divorce. It has nothing to do with your sister anymore. When brother-in-law divorced, he left his house, car, and savings to his sister, almost netting her out, which is already considered compensation for her. Zhang Shufan huffed. House car can be worth a few dollars? Can compensate for your sister so many years to pay? Gong Qianxue only realized at this moment that, how difficult it was to try to reason with your parents. She shrugged helplessly and said, I've already given Nuan to my brother-in-law. Anyway, it's useless for you guys to be anxious. Also, brother-in-law asked me I'll pick Nuan up and drop her off from school in the future, and tutor Nuan in her homework. So I will move out to live with Nuan in the future. Zhang Shufan's eyes widened when she heard this. What? You're actually going to help Li Subai with the kids? You're not a nanny anymore? How can he have the nerve to ask? Gong Qianxue also heard dumbfounded. You're an undergraduate college student. You can even agree to be a nanny? Are you in over your head? Gong Qianxue faintly said. My brother-in-law gives me a monthly salary of $10,000. Why don't you agree? It's not like a college student can be a meal. 10,000. Zhang Shufan and Gong Qianxue froze in their tracks. In Puzhou County, when you bring up a child, the common wage is $3,000 or $4,000. $10,000 is 2 or 3 times the average wage. Nowadays it is not easy to find a $10,000 job. Zhang Shufan and Gong Qianxue's anger suddenly dissipated a lot. Zhang Shufan came back to his senses and said with some skepticism, Li Subai can be so willing to spend so much money to let you take Nuan? Gong Qianxue thought of something bad. He shouldn't have any bad intentions, right? Gong Qianxue naturally understood what her dad meant. She instantly rolled her eyes. What are you thinking about? What can brother-in-law have any intentions? He just wants to concentrate on his work and is not comfortable with outsiders bringing Nuan. He knows that I didn't get into the teaching staffing program, so that's why he hired me. Zhang Shufan sneered. He just writes some crappy novels at home every day. His monthly fee is not as high as the salary paid to you. This is a bull ****** job. Gong Qianxue helped Li Subai speak. Brother-in-law can make money by writing novels, but it's a writer. It's very impressive. Okay? Gong Qianxue disdainfully said. The book has not been published. A book. He counts the fart of the writer. Zhang Shufan echoed. Other people write network novels. Not only can be published, but also adapted into a TV series. Li Subai can? Gong Qianxue said helplessly. I really can't understand how you guys are so down on brother-in-law. Zhang Shufan faintly said. Without ability, how can you make people look down on you? Gong Qianxue. Forget it, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'll pack up my things and move to brother-in-law's new home tomorrow. Zhang Shufan was surprised. He bought a new house? Gong Qianxue nodded. Yeah, bought the King Jade Royal Mansion. It has 5 rooms, 2 halls and 2 baths. It cost $1 million. The corner of Zhang Shufan's mouth twitched and, heart is sour and astringent. See their own look down on people. Now buy a luxury car mansion. Gong Qianxue is also very bad. The feeling is more difficult for him than killing him. Zhang Shufan held back her displeasure and said to Gong Qianxue, if you want to bring a child to Li Subai, it's better to tell your sister first. Let's see what your sister says. Gong Weiyang then learned that her ex-husband had received her daughter, and asked her sister-in-law to help bring up her daughter. However, Gong Weiyang neither blamed her sister for bringing her daughter to her ex-husband, nor did she object to her sister tutoring her daughter in her studies, although she had thoughts about the $10 million in prize money. However, she felt that if Li Subai had a conscience, he should have taken the initiative to share it with her. Since Li Subai is so stingy, she's not going to beg for it, either. She won't be begging for it. She firmly believes that she can earn $10 million by herself. As for her little sister helping her with her daughter, she is more than happy to see it. With her little sister taking care of her daughter, she is also more at ease. Chapter 24, The World's Masters of Management. Evening. My daughter, because she had played all day during the day, was tired. She went to bed early before 8 o'clock. Li Subai naturally could not sleep. He opened his computer and, preparing to upload the system-rewarded set of novel Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp to the network. Li Subai today has finished reading the first part of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, Jingjie Ancient City. The novel is very well written. Li Subai, as a practitioner of fiction, as a practitioner of novels, he is sure that this brand new novel on the subject of grave robbing should be able to catch fire. However, Li Subai is not prepared to publish Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp on the web novel website where he usually writes books. Instead, he was going to publish it on China's largest Sky Forum, because, once the novel is published on a web novel website, the copyright of the novel, it became the website's. Li Subai could see that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, this set of novels was very suitable to be adapted into movies, TV dramas and games. So, he didn't want to sell the copyrights cheaply to the website, so he couldn't publish this novel on the major web novel platforms. And publishing Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp in the Sky Forum, although it's free and there's no subscription commission, but compared to the royalties, the subscription money is not enough. In fact, the best thing to do is to publish a physical book. But unfortunately, in this day and age, physical books are no longer viable, unless a famous author or celebrity publishes a book. Otherwise, physical books can only be self-published. The key is that they do not sell. Sky Forum. It's the largest forum in China. The average daily user activity has reached millions. The forum gathers a lot of capable people from all walks of life, sharing the inside story of each industry, or anonymously spit out the dissatisfaction of the heart. Among them, the entertainment gossip section is the most active section of the Sky Forum. Many celebrities' star privacy and gossip are exposed from here. Therefore, publishing a novel here not only can be seen by many fans, and there is also a high chance that it will be seen by screenwriters and directors. Can accelerate Li Subai sell the copyright of the novel? Soon, Li Subai uploaded 20,000 words of his novel in the Sky Forum. He then closed the Sky Forum. Then, Li Subai took another look at the web novel he had written earlier, Proving the Way by Killing. The female emperor advises me to be kind, because it hadn't been updated for a few days, so there were a lot of messages in the comments section urging for more updates. However, Li Subai had absolutely no enthusiasm to create. After all, in the book, Li Subai created the protagonist. He has been able to create 1,000 worlds, and he can destroy countless stars at the drop of a hat. Countless beautiful women, throwing themselves at him. In reality, Li Subai is a wife forced to divorce by the in-laws looked down on the hangers-on. Strong contrast, haggard mood, so that Li Subai simply did not have the passion to create. Li Subai read a few comments. he closed the novel he created. After reading the second part of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, The Dragon Ridge Mystery Cave, Li Subai suddenly received a WeChat message from Su Meiting. What are you doing? Li Subai didn't reply with a dog-licking reply like thinking of you, just commented, writing a novel. What about you? Su Meiting, just got out of the shower. I'm about to take a break. What's the name of the novel you're writing? I'll read the great writer's masterpiece. Li Subai. What big writer? Just a flop. Although this was said, but Li Subai sent the link of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp to Su Meiting. As for the previous web novels he wrote himself, he didn't send them to Su Meiting. The novels he wrote before were either fights and killings, or all kinds of driving killings, not suitable for acquaintances to see, easy to social death. After chatting with Su Meiting for a while, as a result, Hmph sent another message to Li Subai, looking for Li Subai to chat. As a result, Li Subai only had to disguise himself as a time management master and he had to deal with both Hmph and Li Subai at the same time. He was able to handle both of them with ease. After chatting with Li Subai, put down the cell phone. Su Meiting leaned against the bed, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a little bit troubled. The atmosphere of her chatting with Li Subai was actually very good. The two of them were talking and laughing on WeChat, and also can open some not hurt the elegance of the small pornographic cavity. However, Li Subai has never asked her to be his girlfriend. Su Meiting some confused. What does Li Subai mean to her in the end? Does he like her or not? She also wanted to take the initiative to pursue Li Subai, but she was afraid that Li Subai would reject her. And it would be hard for her to get along with him. She was at a loss. Su Meiting couldn't sleep, so she picked up her cell phone and opened the link to the novel that Li Subai had sent her. Ghost Blowing Lamp? Just by looking at the name, it gave people a creepy feeling. With curiosity, Su Meiting instantly read this novel written by Li Subai. Originally, Su Meiting only held the idea of wanting to know more about Li Subai, so that she could have more topics of conversation with him in the future. She only read this novel. However, after reading only a couple thousand words, Su Meiting was mesmerized. She realized that this novel was very well written. The subject matter was novel. The pouting was full, and the horror atmosphere made people scared and obsessed. Although it was a male novel, Su Meiting couldn't stop reading it. Without realizing it, Su Meiting actually finished reading all of them in one breath. After reading it, she still had a look of unfulfilled desire. This is actually a novel written by Li Subai. It's too good to be true, but it's a pity that it's only 20,000 words. Before Su Meiting only felt that Li Subai was a little handsome, and had money, and a capital so strong that it was hard for her to pull herself away. But now, she realized that Li Subai was actually exceptionally talented. She had dug up a treasure, and in her heart, the idea of wanting to become Li Subai's girlfriend also became even stronger. Su Meiting looked at the reviews of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Although this novel was only published tonight, however, there were already more than 100 messages. These messages, almost all of them were positive. Good looking. Never seen this type of novel before. The novel is very exciting. The plot is fascinating. The author is great. Toon rating novel. So exciting. It's been a long time since I've read such a wonderful novel, but unfortunately it's just too little. There has been no update for an hour. The production team's donkey wouldn't dare to take such a break. Knowing that the author greatly creates hard work, I hope that the author greatly take care of his body. If the author greatly still has a breath of fresh air, then hurry to update it. After all, have been resting for 2 minutes. If the author greatly is not dead, then update it to death. What if I miss you? After Hmph sent this message, she bit her rara avis and stared at the screen dead on, wanting to know how Li Subai would reply. She made up her mind that she must chase Li Subai into her hands. Li Subai. Thanks. Seeing Li Subai's reply, Hmph couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. And, just thanks? Did you miss me? Li Subai perfunctorily addressed this green tea. It's useless to think about it. We're not suitable. Added a despondent emoticon. There's no denial, and the tone is regretful. Then it's thinking. Hmphu's spirit couldn't help but be shaken. There's nothing inappropriate. Instead, I think we're especially suitable. Li Subai finally realized today that, when you have money, how proactive women would become. So, a man, don't blame yourself for not having women's affection. It's just that you don't have money or power. Chapter 25, Inverting the Big Dipper. It was not easy to fool Hmph. This green tea. Li Subai had not yet fallen asleep and he took out his copy of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp and read it again. He didn't realize that at this moment, there were many people who were waiting for him to update Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Night. Li Subai only went to sleep after 1 o'clock. The next day, he still woke up at 5 o'clock. After waking up, his head was dizzy, and he actually wanted to sleep. Unfortunately, he couldn't sleep. If he stays in bed, I felt more pain in my head. Therefore, Li Subai had to get up. He went to his daughter's room. She was sleeping soundly. She kicked the quilt away, and the air conditioner was on at night. She touched her daughter's hand, and it was ice cold. Li Subai immediately turned up the air conditioner by 1 degree. She put the silk quilt on her daughter's head. After doing all this, Li Subai then paralyzed on the sofa, continued to read Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. During the time he was reading the novel, he also looked up a lot of information on grave robbing, since he published this book, Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Of course, he had to understand all kinds of grave robbing postures. Knowledge. Otherwise, if Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp becomes a hit, and a reporter comes to him to discuss grave robbing, he won't know anything about it. Wouldn't that arouse suspicion? Until 7:30, my sister-in-law, Gong Qianxue, came to work with her luggage. Gong Qianxue is wearing a white t-shirt with a pair of washed denim shorts, with her snow-white milk muscle, looked very youthful and beautiful, invincible. That is, chest a little stingy. Rich airport. Brother-in-law, I bought breakfast for you in Nuan. Gong Qianxue saw Li Subai and happily greeted him. She was also holding a bag of soy milk donut buns in her hand. It was obvious that she had already entered the work state. Seeing her brother-in-law, Gong Qianxue was a little surprised in her heart, because she realized that it's only been one night since she saw him. Brother-in-law seems to have become more handsome. Not only the temperament has become more elegant, the body has become more upright. It seems that even the height has become a little taller. He looked like a god in a movie or TV drama. How could brother-in-law change so much? Gong Qianxue was puzzled. Not long after that, the daughter also woke up and, after having breakfast, Gong Qianxue accompanied her daughter to do her homework for a while. Then Gong Qianxue sent Nuan to the interest class. It's summer vacation. Nuan took 3 interest classes. 1 dance, 1 painting, 1 calligraphy. It's used to pass the time. After Gong Qianxue and her daughter went out, Li Subai watched Fierce Ghost Blowing Light for a while longer. Then, he looked again to see how the novel published in the Sky Forum last night was doing. As a result, Li Subai was pleasantly surprised to find that Fierce Ghost Blows the Light had thousands of comments overnight. The heat directly entered the 5th place in the novel section of the Sky Forum. Although Li Subai knew that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp can be fire, but he didn't expect that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp has caught fire so fast. Obviously, this novel subject matter, it's a novel subject matter that many people are interested in. Seeing many people urging for more, Li Subai immediately updated a new chapter of 5,000 words. Just when Li Subai was uploading the new chapter, he suddenly received another WeChat from Hmph. A green tea. Brother Li, are you at home now? Li Subai replied. Yes, what's up? Hmph, you moved to a new home. As a form of congratulations, I bought you a gift. It's outside your door at the moment. Li Subai opened the door. He saw Hmph standing in front of the door. Hmph was dressed up today. Her makeup was exquisite. She wore a big wave of curly hair. She wore a black stepmother's knee-length dress. She is very graceful and juicy, charming and mature. Chest, simply not. Gong Qianxue, the sister-in-law, can be compared. When Hmph saw Li Subai, she, just like Gong Qianxue before, she appeared very surprised, because she also realized that Li Subai seemed to have become more handsome and younger. She was also more moved. Hmph held back the surprise in her heart and she handed Li Subai the carefully selected tea set gift box in her hand and said, "This is a housewarming gift for you. Don't mind," Li Subai said with false politeness. "Thank you. Let you take the trouble. Come in and sit down." After entering the house, Hmph added, "You open the box and look at the tea set inside. Do you like it? You picked it out." "I'm sure I like it," Li Subai blathered on with good words, while opening the gift box, only to see a set of exquisite Celadon porcelain tea set placed inside. Just by looking at the color, I know that this set of tea set should cost quite a lot of money. It's very beautiful. I like it very much. Let you break the bank," Li Subai praised. Hmph looked at Li Subai with eyes like autumn water and asked, "Do you know why I gave you the tea set?" Li Subai curiously said, "Why?" Hmph directly teased, "I hope that when you drink tea in the future, you can always think of me." Li Subai, he couldn't help but secretly lament in his heart that this green tea segment is really high. It can tease people to death. While Li Subai was sighing, Hmph suddenly revealed a surprised look. "Your mouth is a little dry. Let me help you rub some lip balm." After saying that, she bullied Li Subai and hugged him. She hugged Li Subai, and then sealed Li Subai's mouth. She then sealed Li Subai's mouth and evenly rubbed up the moisturizing lipstick for Li Subai. Li Subai grew up so big. It was the first time he met such an active person. He felt that he was being picked up. This is some inverted heavenly astral. After a while, Li Subai seemed to react as if he had only just come to his senses, hastily pushed Hmph away. Don't be like this, we can't continue to make mistakes. Only, Li Subai's tone was not resolute. However, Hmph hugged Li Subai, unwilling to let go. She said with deep affection, I like you, how is this a mistake? If this is really making a mistake, then I'm willing to make a mistake again and again. After saying that, she then blocked Li Subai's mouth and, leaving Li Subai speechless. Ding! Just at this time, the system's voice rang out, releasing Choice Quest. Choice 1. Treat Hmph to a breakfast of soybean milk and donuts. Completing the task rewards the host with a 10-year younger appearance and skin condition. Choice 2. Host to be a beastly person. Reward host with a piece of the East Factory license plate. Holding this license plate, host can order all eunuchs. Are there still eunuchs in this world? Li Subai chose to complete task 1. He chose to resign himself to his fate. Pull up your hair and eat, Li Subai ordered. Half an hour later. Ding! Task 1 is completed. Rewarding the host with a 10-year younger appearance and skin condition. This process will take 1 kuner month to completely complete. Hmph had her fill of food and drink and was very satisfied. She felt that she had successfully held Li Subai. She was about to say something to Li Subai, but right at this moment, only a sound of movement of opening the door could be heard coming from the doorway. Chapter 26 Seafood Freedom. Hmph, Li Subai hurriedly organized their respective makeup and creak, the main door was opened. I saw my sister-in-law carrying 2 bags of fruits and vegetables. Brother-in-law, I bought some fruits and vegetables. Brother-in-law, I bought chicken. Let's eat spicy chicken for lunch. I don't know if you like it. Eek. Suddenly, Gong Qianxue noticed that there was an extra woman in the living room. Couldn't help but be a little surprised. Isn't this Sister Duo? Why are you here? Gong Qianxue hurriedly greeted. She naturally knew her sister, her junior high school classmate and best friend. When Hmph Duo saw Gong Qianxue, she was also a bit surprised. She didn't understand that Gong Weiyang had divorced Li Subai. Why would Gong Qianxue appear here? And looking at the tone of Gong Qianxue's conversation with Li Subai, the relationship between the two also seems to be a little close. This is even more strange. Hmph did not move and explained to Gong Qianxue, this house is what Big Brother Li bought from me? I came today to give Big Brother Li a housewarming gift. Gong Qianxue said indistinctly. So brother-in-law bought the house from Sister Duo. Sister Duo sit. I'll go wash the fruits for you. Hmph asked tentatively. How come little Snow is here? Gong Qianxue said honestly. I'm working for my brother-in-law nowadays. He asked me to bring Nuan. Hmph. So that's how it is. In her heart, was actually a little upset that Gong Qianxue was staying here. She already considers Li Subai as her forbidden domain, so she didn't want Li Subai to have too much contact with Gong Weiyang's family. Moreover, this Gong Qianxue is young and beautiful. Hmph feels threatened. However, she didn't show her displeasure in her heart. She was prepared to wait for her marriage to Li Subai in the future. She is ready to find a reason to get rid of Gong Qianxue after she marries Li Subai. Gong Qianxue washed the grapes, lychee. The 3 of them had a good time. The 3 of them sat in the living room and chatted. However, basically it was Hmph who took the initiative to find topics to chat with Li Subai. For example, discussing about Nuan's education, asking about Li Subai's hobbies and interests, and his work situation. Gong Qianxue sat on the side and, small mouth eating lychee. She looked at the way Hmph was warming up to her brother-in-law and, she was watching Hmphu's enthusiasm for her brother-in-law. She vaguely noticed that something is not quite right. It seems that this sister's best friend was too enthusiastic about her brother-in-law, sitting on the sofa with her brother-in-law, not to mention, but also very close to each other. Gong Qianxue noticed that her brother-in-law had clearly moved away, not wanting to get too close to Hmph, but Hmph always moved closer to her husband. This person could not be looking at her brother-in-law, right? I don't know what to think. Gong Qianxue's whole mood is bad. You're my sister's best friend. You're actually interested in my sister's man. Do you still want to be ashamed? No way. I can't let my brother-in-law be cheated by this Thai fox. Thinking of this, Gong Qianxue's eyes turned. Suddenly had an idea. She picked up her cell phone and went to Li Subai's side, directly interrupting Hmphu's conversation with her brother-in-law. She sweetly asked to her brother-in-law, Brother-in-law, what's the name of the novel you wrote? I want to see the novel written by my brother-in-law. Li Subai was actually a bit annoyed with Hmph. He just treated Hmph as a tool to vent his negative energy. He didn't really want to develop anything with her. Seeing Gong Qianxue interjecting, I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say, he said to Gong Qianxue, I recently wrote a new novel called Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. You can take a look. Gong Qianxue next to Li Subai said, "Fierce ghost blowing light. Is this a ghost story or a horror novel?" Li Subai. There are horror, suspense components. It's mainly about grave robbing. Inshuetua saw Gong Qianxue pestering Li Subai and gabbling on and on. She wanted to interject, but she had no way to do so. This makes her heart very dissatisfied. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. She is still acting so close. This small wave hoof. This little wimpy girl. Can't really have thoughts about Li Subai, right? Inshuetua watched Gong Qianxue and Li Subai discussing the novel with great interest. She also wanted to search for Li Subai's novels to see if she could get in on the conversation. Inshuetua had just opened her cell phone. She saw a hot news. There's a war. Big Mao suddenly attacked Air Mao. Gold, crude oil and other commodities suddenly skyrocketed collectively. Jewelry gold rose to $500 a gram. Alas, I should have known that I should have gone to buy some gold. When Li Subai heard Inshuetua's words, suddenly remembered the crude oil futures he purchased yesterday, he opened his securities app, only to see that the crude oil futures he purchased, he made $10 million in one night. Li Subai could not help but be overjoyed. He joyfully said to Gong Qianxue, "Today at noon do not have to cook. We go out to eat a big meal." To celebrate, Gong Qianxue curiously said, "Celebrate what?" Inshuetua also looked at Li Subai curiously. Li Subai explained while selling the crude oil futures in his hands. "I happened to buy some crude oil futures yesterday and made a small profit." "How much did you earn?" Gong Qianxue even put her head in front of Li Subai's cell phone as she spoke, seeing Li Subai's profit amount. With a barta sound, her jaw was directly shocked. Her jaw was directly dropped in Li Subai's arms. She opened her mouth wide. She stuttered. $10 million? Brother-in-law, you actually earned $10 million. Ryu. Inshuetua heard the words. Inshuetua was in disbelief. She hurriedly put her head in front of Li Subai's cell phone. She also saw the profit amount of Li Subai's crude oil futures. Looking at the series of numbers, Inshuetua only felt that her eyes couldn't even count. She has never seen so much money, except when she went to the graveyard during the Qingming festival. She had never seen so much money except when she went to her grave during the Qingming festival. This string of numbers, it was too beautiful. It was more seductive than any jewelry. And she found that Li Subai was also more attractive. She never dreamed that, in addition to relying on luck to win the $10 million prize, he was actually able to make $10 million overnight by speculating on stocks. This is really too good. I'm going to hold on to this man. No one can stop him. Inshuetua looked at Li Subai's eyes. There is a kind of hate to Li Subai to swallow the feeling. Gong Qianxue recovered from the shock of $10 million. She lamented, "Brother-in-law, your guts are too big, right? Not only did you buy $6 million of crude oil futures, you actually dared to use 10 times the leverage. You're not afraid of accidents." Thinking that if brother-in-law lost money this time, would have lost more than $6 million. Gong Qianxue felt a pang of fear just thinking about it. If it was her, would not dare to invest so much money. Li Subai has the futures chart rewarded by the system. Of course, she is not afraid. Of course, this is definitely not something you can tell your sister-in-law. He casually found an excuse and explained with a smile. "I've been paying attention to the international situation lately, and found that the international situation is very unstable. So then I was optimistic about crude oil futures. I didn't expect that after only one day. It gave me such a big surprise." Chapter 27, Help You Drive. Gong Qianxue was happy for her brother-in-law, but she was also a little worried. She reminded, this time, brother-in-law was lucky to make money. Next time, he may not necessarily have such good luck. In the future, brother-in-law should not buy futures again. It's too risky. Inshuetua sniffed and quickly agreed. "I've heard that the risk of speculating in futures is even greater than speculating in stocks. Many people have been lost to the bone. Futures you'd better not buy in the future." Li Subai certainly understands that futures are risky. If there wasn't a futures chart rewarded by the system, he definitely wouldn't have bought them. He nodded to the two men and said, "Okay, I won't buy them in the future, unless the system rewards him with another futures chart." Li Subai added in his mind. Noon. After going to the training institution to receive his daughter, several people went to the seafood city together and had a generous seafood dinner. Having earned $10 million in one day, Suyi naturally won't be stingy. Aurora alone ordered 4, 1 for each person. Like other barley sea cucumber, king crab, tuna, caviar, also ordered a copy. Looking at a table full of seafood feast, Gong Qianxue straightly exclaimed that this was her first time eating such a luxurious seafood meal. Inshuetua was the same, saying that it was the first time she realized seafood freedom. Before eating, the two couldn't help but take out their cell phones to take pictures, ready to send a circle of friends to show off. While eating, Yuan, however, suddenly mentioned her mom. Dad, why didn't you ask Mom to come and eat seafood? Mom loves seafood. Looking at his daughter's naive and well-behaved appearance, Li Subai felt a little sad in his heart. He lied. Mom has something to be busy, can't come. He did not know how long he could hide the divorce from his daughter, but one day is one day. Yuan, since Mom can't come, can I pack a big lobster with Mom later? Li Subai was willing to fulfill his daughter's filial piety as he nodded his head. Of course. Seeing this, Hmph, although she praised Yuan for being so understanding, but a strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. She was afraid that Li Subai and Gong Weiyan would resurface because of Yuan. She was afraid that Li Subai and Gong Weiyan would rekindle because of Yuan. She had to quickly clarify her relationship with Li Subai. Gong Qianxue looked at the well-behaved little niece, and then looked at the now vigorous brother-in-law. In her heart, she made some kind of determination. Gong Weiyan was in her hometown, the countryside, today, shooting video. The content of her video. It was about wearing sexy clothes, wearing exquisite makeup, stepping on high heels, doing farm work in the countryside or making all kinds of food for her parents to taste. The main theme is a strong sense of contrast. Noon, after dinner, ending the filming process, Gong Weiyan picked up her cell phone, ready to brush her friend's circle. She just opened the circle of friends. And saw her sister and her best friend's WeChat. Each updated a circle of friends. Seeing the content of the two updates, Gong Weiyan's expression can't help but be a little puzzled. This two people's circle of friends. Surprisingly, both of them are sunbathing in luxury seafood pictures. The key is, the seafood that the two people are sunbathing in, surprisingly, are the same. Even the background plate is also basically the same. This meal, I'm afraid it's going to cost tens of thousands of dollars. How can Xiao Shui and Hmph afford to eat such a luxurious meal? Moreover, the two of them aren't very familiar with each other. How could they eat together? Because Li Subai and Yuan are not in the photo. So, Gong Weiyan didn't know. Her sister and her best friend were dining with her ex-husband. After finishing the seafood dinner, Li Subai first sent Gong Qianxue and her daughter to the training school. Then he was going to send Hmph to her office. When sending Hmph off, Hmph once again launched a crazy confession to Li Subai. However, she is not sure if she is going to be able to make it. Li Subai still uses the reason that he doesn't want to be in a relationship right now, and that they are not suitable. He is not a good match for her, but he is a good match for her. This makes Hmph very disappointed. But she's not dead yet. But Hmph didn't give up. After all, this is a man with $20 million, handsome and capable. How could he give up? Hmph sat in the passenger side. She looked at Li Subai's handsome face. Suddenly, she took the initiative to tie up her long wavy hair. Then she lowered her head and came over. What are you doing? Li Subai was a bit surprised. He was driving, still on the city road, with all the traffic and surveillance rampant. Hmph was so careless about traffic safety. Don't get into a car accident. Hmph, I want you to accept me. Li Subai sighed long and hard with a helpless expression. You don't have to be like this. I'm really not ready to start a new relationship at the moment. With an understanding look, Hmph said, it's okay, I can wait for you until you figure it out and are able to start a new relationship. Li Subai held the steering wheel of the Primera with one hand. With his other hand, he adjusted the seat backward and, on the blather, he then spoke words of deep emotion. Why are you so stupid? I'm not worth it. Hmph confessed with deep emotion. I don't care if it's stupid or not. Anyway, I just like you. I just want to be with you. In order to be able to be with you, even if I am asked to do anything, I can do it. Hmph words. Li Subai is not going to believe a single punctuation mark. If he didn't have money, he believed that Hmph wouldn't even look at him. He could only say that money was a good thing. It is really able to buy love. This way, in front of Li Subai, Hmph was expressing her love for Li Subai. She's expressing her feelings for Li Subai in front of Li Subai. On the other side, Gong Qianxue sent her little niece to the training center. After sending her little niece to the training center, she went back to the countryside without stopping and found her sister. After seeing her sister, Gong Qianxue handed Yuan's package of an Australian dragon to her sister. This is what Yuan asked me to bring for you. Look how sweet your little cotton patty is to you. Gong Weiyan looked at the large box of garlic Aussie dragons and was surprised. Why would Yuan bring me Australian dragon? By the way, where did you guys go for a seafood dinner? Why did you and Hmph post the same friend circle? Next to them, Zhang Shufan and Gong Chushue both were eating garlic oolong. Zhang Shufan was still a bit dissatisfied as she ate. Yuan how to only give her mom with. Also do not know with me and his grandfather with these years for nothing to love her. Gong Qianxue did not pay attention to the lobster cannot block the mouth of the mom. She explained to her sister. It was brother-in-law who invited us to a seafood dinner. It's the first time I've eaten seafood to my heart's content. Upon hearing Li Subai's name, the Gong Weiyang and Zhang Shufen's faces that went cold all of a sudden. Zhang Shufen, while eating the dragon shrimp, said in a sour voice, a little bit of stinking money, either buy a luxury car or a house, and go to eat and drink, don't know how to economize at all. I don't think it will take long for him to lose his $10 million. Li Subai made $10 million in one day, but it made Gong Qianxue adore him so much. Therefore, she can't let others say that her brother-in-law is not good enough. She spoke for Li Subai. Brother-in-law is very powerful. He won't lose all the $10 million. Do you know why brother-in-law invited us for a seafood dinner today? Chapter 28 Sister-in-law worrying about it. Gong Qianxue ate the lobster meat and said in disbelief, why? Rich waves blowing only. Zhang Shufen. Some people have money, just like to troll. Gong Weiyang did not eat the lobster. Her daughter packed it for her. She was very pleased, but knowing it was bought by Li Subai, she also had her own arrogance. Gong Qianxue ignored her parents' gloomy and explained unhurriedly, it's because brother-in-law speculated in futures and made $10 million today, that's why he treated us to a big meal. Cough cough cough. Zhang Shufen did not hold back and she was so shocked that she coughed. Her expression was hard to bear, and she looked incomparably dumbfounded. Gong Qianxue and Gong Weiyang, as well as next to Gong Weiyang's photography assistant, Tao Yao Yao, were all stunned by Gong Qianxue's words, were stunned to the point where their jaws dropped. It was as if the computer had gone down. When Gong Qianxue saw the crowd's dumbfounded appearance, the heart was as comfortable as eating the fruit of life. She really couldn't stand to see her parents look down on her brother-in-law so much, now that her brother-in-law had made a splash. Finally, he was able to impress his parents and sister. Gong Qianxue was the first to come back to his senses. He closed his dropped jaw and, with a face of disbelief, he asked his youngest daughter, what you say is true? Your brother-in-law he really speculated in the stock market earned $10 million? Zhang Shufen didn't believe it either. Are you kidding us? He can't even beat a boring fart out of 3 sticks. How can he still make $10 million? It's impossible for the sun to come out of the west. Gong Qianxue replied with certainty. Of course it's true. My brother-in-law spent $6 million of his capital yesterday to buy crude oil futures with 10 times leverage. Today, big hair suddenly invaded second hair, causing crude oil to soar. Brother-in-law earned $10 million so easily. Gong Qianxue and Zhang Shufen, they felt like they were listening to a book. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't figure out why their son-in-law, who they'd always thought was a loser, had become so capable. Not long divorced? Why has he changed so much? Gong Weiyang is still confused. She always felt that the man that her sister said had made tens of millions of dollars from futures speculation is not her ex-husband. Because her ex-husband is a man who can rest on his laurels when he has a wife and kids. He has no ambition to make progress. He can't be that good. He made $10 million in futures. This is the ability of the domineering CEO in the TV series. Gong Qianxue looked at her sister with a stagnant expression. At that moment, she bitterly said her purpose. Sis, you'd better make up with your brother-in-law and remarry. Sister-in-law is really capable and loves you so much, and Muan also misses you very much. You shouldn't be in a state of bliss and not know what's good for you. Zhang Shufen and Gong Qianxue heard their youngest daughter persuade their eldest daughter to remarry. This time, the two of them rarely opened their mouths to stop it. Nowadays, Li Subai has a fortune of $20 million. Daughter remarried with him, it is not impossible. After all, with Li Subai's character, once his daughter remarries him, Li Subai's money, Li Subai won't ask how Gong Weiyang wants to use it. When the time comes, the wedding room, wedding car, bride price money of their son Gong Weiyun will be available. Gong Weiyang heard her little sister's words. Her heart moved. She asked tentatively, did your brother-in-law tell you to come and say that? If it was really Li Subai who had asked his sister to come and persuade peace, it was not impossible to make peace. As long as Li Subai is willing to sincerely apologize to me, give me the money for safekeeping, and promise to always be good to me in the future, it will be fine. Gong Weiyang's mind was spinning. Gong Qianxue originally wanted to say that it wasn't her brother-in-law who sent her here. However, when the words reached the edge of her mouth, she held her tongue, because she was worried that after she told the truth, she was afraid that if she told the truth, her sister wouldn't want to remarry. So, she lied. It was my brother-in-law who told me to say so. When Gong Weiyang heard this, she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. It seems that he still loves me, can't leave me at all. Gong Weiyang was pleased in her heart, but didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be calm and faintly said, since he wants to make up, why doesn't he take the initiative himself? Zhang Shufen interjected, not bad, If he wants to remarry, he must personally come and apologize to us to make amends. Before, she wanted to split the bonus. Li Subai dared to refuse, and even threw his face at her. Zhang Shufan naturally had to seize this opportunity to knock Li Subai. See, sister and mother even want brother-in-law to take the initiative to apologize and beg for peace. Gong Qianxue in the heart. White eyes are about to roll to the head. The condition of brother-in-law now. In this small county, what kind of woman cannot find he can agree to remarry and that's good enough for him, but he still wants to apologize and beg for peace. These two people head loaded as the xian? Oh, no. Forget it. Who asked these two people are their own relatives? Gong Qianxue only felt that her own young age, for this family has broken the heart. She held back her helplessness. She warned her older sister, if you really want to remarry your brother-in-law, I advise you to take the initiative. Maybe, in a few days, you won't have a chance at all. Gong Wei Yang said in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Gong Qianxue threw out a big trick. That good girlfriend of yours, In Shui Tuo. I see that she is not generally passionate about her brother-in-law. If you don't take the initiative, maybe brother-in-law will become your best friend's husband. Li Subai was driving. In Shui Tuo was also driving. Both of them were driving at a fast speed. After both arrived at their destination, In Shui Tuo pulled down the makeup mirror on the car and she pursed her mouth and made up her lipstick. She firmly believed that, as long as you work hard in front of Li Subai performance, let Li Subai see her sincere pay. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money from the company. Gong Weiyang didn't believe her little sister's words. She laughed easily. In Shui Tuo is my good girlfriend. How could she possibly have thoughts about Li Subai? You don't have to make up this kind of lie just to get me to remarry Li Subai. Seeing that her old sister actually didn't believe her, Gong Qianxue was also speechless. She only felt that her old sister, too, was overconfident. Of course, I also blame my brother-in-law for favoring my sister too much in the past. That's why it made her sister think that it was impossible for her brother-in-law to move on. She patiently explained. You're still laughing. With brother-in-law's current conditions, do you think In Shui Tuo could not be moved? Also, why do you think In Shui Tuo would dine with us today? Just the way she looked at brother-in-law. It was even more exaggerated than the way a weasel looks at a chicken. When Gong Weiyang saw her little sister's serious expression, the heart couldn't help but be skeptical. Could it be that, her own good bosom friend, is she really hitting on her ex-husband's idea? By the way, when did In Shui Tuo become so familiar with Li Subai? They didn't know each other well before. What's more, I only met her yesterday. How come she never told me about her relationship with Li Subai? That's right. It suddenly occurred to Gong Weiyang what she saw in In Shui Tuo's room yesterday. At that time, In Shui Tuo was unwilling to disclose the other party's name or even her job. Could it be that, the more I think about it, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong, the more she felt that In Shui Tuo was suspicious. Chapter 29, Best Friends Turned Against Each Other. It's hard to believe that what my little sister said was true. Her best friend. Is she really thinking of her ex-husband? What's more, they're having an affair? But In Shui Tuo, didn't she advise me to get a divorce, saying that Li Subai was honest and unromantic, and that I deserved better? Why did she turn around and start a relationship with Li Subai? Is she really that shameless? Thinking about this, Gong Weiyang's heart, it was suddenly clogged with panic. She had a feeling that she wanted to immediately rush to In Shui Tuo and Li Subai to ask if the two were really having an adulterous relationship. Ask the two of them if they were really having an adulterous relationship. Gong Qianxue saw her sister's expression and she immediately realized that her sister had listened to her. Sister was listening to her this time. She once again persuaded bitterly. Older sister, you and brother-in-law have only divorced. Brother-in-law must still love you. For the sake of your own happiness, for the sake of Muan, you should remarry with your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is a really good person. Gong Weiyang's face changed for a while. Li Subai is now worth $20 million. She doesn't object to remarrying Li Subai, but she can't face it. She can't take the initiative to ask Li Subai to remarry. If Li Subai took the initiative to beg her, give her enough steps to come down, that's more or less the same. After a moment of silence, Gong Weiyang only then held back a sentence to her little sister. If he really has the heart to remarry, you let him take the initiative to come to me. Gong Qianxue said helplessly. Can't you take the initiative? Brother-in-law has had his heart broken by you. Gong Weiyang didn't answer, but asked in return. If he can't even do this, what's the point of remarrying? Getting her to voluntarily soften? No way. Gong Qianxue saw that her older sister was not a salt and oil person and couldn't help but sigh and said, sooner or later, you will regret your choice today. Gong Weiyang was silent. If it was a few days ago, she would have firmly said that she would never regret it. But now, seeing her ex-husband getting better and better, there are also women who take the initiative to throw their arms around her. Her heart is really a little regret. Is it possible that their own divorce really did wrong? Is Li Subai really the ceiling of my life? No, it must not be. After driving for an hour, circled around Peugeot County 3 times, he lost 7 grams of weight. Li Subai then put the reluctant Yin Shuetua. The first time I saw her was when she was a little girl. Yin Shuetua looked at the distant Porsche. Her eyes flickered, until the Porsche completely disappeared from sight. Only then did she retract her gaze. She believed that, as long as her own tireless initiative to attack the opportunity, firmly grasping Li Subai's weaknesses, sooner or later, she will be able to chase Li Subai into her hands. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Yin Shuetua's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Yin Shuetua's expression changed for a moment. It was her best friend. It was her best friend, Gong Weiyang. Yin Shuetua took a deep breath, revealed a smiling face and answered the phone. Princess, why are you calling me? Gong Weiyang, nicknamed Princess, is a homonym for Gong. Gong Weiyang also did not talk nonsense with her best friend. She directly asked, I heard that you're very familiar with my husband now? You guys even had dinner together? Yin Shuetua didn't expect that Gong Weiyang would know about this so quickly. Could it be that Gong Qianxue, that little fox, told her? Yin Shuetua's mind spun with thoughts, but her face was not the least bit flustered. She corrected, you guys are divorced now. He is no longer your husband. Gong Weiyang heard Yin Shuetua's tone and face became very ugly and she felt that she had been provoked. So, you're really seducing Li Subai? Yin Shuetua said in a languid tone. Don't say it so harshly. He's unmarried. I'm not married. We like each other. How can you call it seduction? She's not afraid to tear her face off with her best friend. Or, she is intentionally trying to tear her face off with Gong Weiyang. Isn't Li Subai worried that their being together will affect her sisterhood with Gong Weiyang? Now that Gong Weiyang and I have torn ourselves apart, Li Subai won't worry about our sisterhood anymore. In the future, I will also be able to be with Li Subai in a fair and square manner. Gong Weiyang saw Yin Shuetua admit it. Heart was even more furious. She angrily questioned, you are my good girlfriend. At first it was you who persuaded me to divorce. Now, you are ready to be with my husband. You are too shameless, right? Yin Shuetua was also not accustomed to Gong Weiyang, and retorted nonchalantly, how am I shameless? It was you who looked down on Brother Li and wanted a divorce. Can we outsiders force you to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Also, you're the one who's shameless. You're obviously divorced, but you're still calling your ex-husband husband. Gong Weiyang was so angry that her 3 corpses jumped like thunder. She didn't expect that Yin Shuetua seduced her ex-husband. She actually seduced her ex-husband in such a righteous manner. She also called her brother Li. I'm sorry, so cheap, she said furiously. I didn't expect you to be so cheap. I was blind to think of you as a good girlfriend. Yin Shuetua, no more than you. You're obviously divorced, yet you still want to meddle in your ex-husband's affairs. Gong Weiyang was so angry that she wanted to go crazy. She said indignantly, although I divorced Li Subai, but I won't let you, a scheming, Binuan Nuan stepmother either. Yin Shuetua, that's not up to you. And, to tell you the truth, Big Brother Li and I are actually already together. Yesterday morning, you came to see me, didn't you ask who it was? It was actually Big Brother Li. Gong Weiyang learned that the person on that day was actually really Li Subai. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. It's only been a few days since the divorce, and she's already hooked up with my husband. How can there be such a cheap person in this world? And Li Subai, the scum of the earth. He said he loved me the most, but he just got divorced. He hooked up with another woman. Too scummy. You're shameless to the core. Because Yin Shuetua couldn't stand up to her, Gong Weiyang only had to put down a sentence, then hung up the phone in anger. Zhang Shufan and Gong Chu-shui were at the side and took the conversation between the two and they heard it clearly. Gong Qianxue went back. Zhang Shufan exasperatedly said, I didn't expect Yin Shuetua to be so cheap as to seduce her friend's husband. She's such a... If she was in front of me, I would really want to tear her mouth off. Gong Chu-shui was equally furious. This woman must have seen that Li Subai won the $10 million jackpot. That's why she's so shameless. Gong Weiyang couldn't get angry enough and immediately gave Li Subai a call. Something wrong? Li Subai's cold voice came out from the phone. At this moment, he had just returned to his new home. Gong Weiyang didn't say anything, and chopped his head off with an accusation. You're even dating Yin Shuetua? She's my best friend. How could you get involved with her? Are you trying to deliberately disgust me? Li Subai was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand. How did Gong Weiyang know about him and Yin Shuetua so quickly? However, this was something that Li Subai was happy to see. After all, the reason why he was with Yin Shuetua, this green tea, was that he was waiting for this day? He was waiting for this day to get back at Gong Weiyang. I want to show her those good girlfriends around her. Those good friends that she thought understood her better than her husband. What kind of goods are they? Listening to her ex-wife's furious tone on the phone, Li Subai had a kind of vengeful pleasure. Chapter 30, the ex-wife who was furious. Although his mind was spinning with thoughts, but Li Subai blathered without hesitation. He leisurely sat on the leather sofa, put his feet on the coffee table, to the cell phone blandly said, "This does not matter to you." Just one sentence. But Gong Weiyang blocked myocardial infarction. She couldn't stand this cold attitude of Li Subai. She felt as if she was talking to a stranger. The two of them were at least 100 days married, right? Is it necessary to be so heartless? Gong Weiyang is a person who will not give in to the truth. She won't give in front of Li Subai. Even in the past, when she fought with Li Subai, she has to stand on the upper hand. So, she held back the displeasure in her heart and deliberately sneered at Li Subai. "It's regardless of my matter." "Just that. I didn't expect that. Your vision is actually so poor." Actually looked at a green tea whore. Tut tut tut. Li Subai noticed that there was a phone call coming in. It was Yin Shueitua's number. Li Subai ignored Yin Shueitua's call. He answered to Gong Weiyang. It said that things come in small packages. "She's a green tea whore, but isn't she also your best friend?" Gong Weiyang heard that. Li Subai was being sarcastic about her being a green tea, just like Yin Shueitua. She was so angry that her face blackened. Her gums were on the verge of crunching. How could she have never imagined that the person who used to hold her in the palm of her hand would actually say such hurtful words to her? She exasperatedly said, "I was blind in the past to think of her as a bosom friend. And you, I was blind to think you were honest and reliable. It's only been 2 days since the divorce, and you've even gotten together with my best friend. It's really a with a dog." "Stinking," Li Subai faintly said. "It's also thanks to your fulfillment. If it wasn't for your insistence on divorce, I wouldn't be here today." Gong Weiyang realized that Li Subai's words were like knives, with each sentence plunging straight into her heart. It drove her crazy. "Since you guys like it so much, let's wish you pair of heartthrob underhead men a lifetime of locking up." Seeing that scolding Li Subai not only failed to make her feel better, but instead, she became even more blocked. Gong Weiyang could only put down a harsh word and hurriedly hung up the phone. Zhang Shufan and Gong Chushui also heard the conversation between the two. Gong Chushui immediately angry for his daughter. This Li Subai is also too not something, right? How could he get involved with Yin Shueitua? It's only been a few days since the divorce. Zhang Shufan gritted her teeth. Men, there isn't a single good thing. All of them think with the second half of their lives. Gong Chushui. Gong Weiyang at this moment has been difficult to speak. She wanted to break her head, also did not expect that. She persuaded herself to divorce to go after the happiness of the good girlfriend. Actually will be in her divorce. Turn the eye with their ex-husband to get together. This ing is also too heartfelt. It's too much of a ing whore. Just for the sake of a little money. She doesn't even have a face. I'll tell you what. Li Subai has divorced her. He has nothing to do with her. But Gong Weiyang still felt so bad that she wanted to cry. Her ex-husband was doing well and disliked her best friend, which made her feel worse than killing her. Li Subai leaned on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. According to reason, he should be happy to have gotten back at his ex-wife. He should be happy. However, apart from the fact that when he was on the phone with Gong Weiyang just now, seeing Gong Weiyang's exasperated appearance was a bit painful. At this moment, Li Subai was feeling pain. His pursuit. In fact, it's always been very simple. It is the wife and children hotbed. The family is happy. So, even the system can't lure him. However, the family is still gone. His daughter has lost her whole family. He hated Gong Weiyang for breaking the promise she made when she got married. So, he wanted to take revenge on Gong Weiyang. Only unfortunately, it didn't bring happiness to Li Subai. Yin Shueitua's phone call, once again, came in. This was already the 4th time Yin Shueitua had called Li Subai. The first 3 times, Li Subai was in a gloomy mood and, so he didn't want to take care of this green tea. This time, Li Subai answered the phone. "Brother, how come I couldn't get through to you just now?" Yin Shueitua's charming voice came out from the phone. Just by listening to her voice, it reminds people of flaming red lips. Li Subai explained. "I was talking to someone else just now." Yin Shueitua asked, "Is it Wei Yang?" Li Subai nodded and softly agreed. "Aha." Yin Shueitua revealed a helpless tone inside. "Alas, just now, she also called me. I don't know how she found out about us. Just now split her head and scolded me, calling me a mistress." Li Subai falsely comforted. "Let you be aggrieved." Yin Shueitua heard Li Subai's comforting words. Heart could not help but warm up and, she said with deep emotion, "I love you with all my heart. It doesn't matter how much I've suffered, Li Subai, but I can't watch you suffer. Let's not contact each other in the future. Don't let me affect your sisterhood with Gong Weiyang. Just now, she also scolded me, since he had already gotten his revenge. Li Subai naturally didn't want to have too much contact with Hmph anymore. Although Hmph wasn't bad-looking, she's not a bad-looking person, and she's broad-minded. She even praised him today. She is a good tool, but Li Subai doesn't want to get entangled with a green tea. He is not a person whose cerebellum controls his brain. Seeing Li Subai say don't contact in the future, Hmph immediately panicked. What she wanted was not this result. She quickly said, Wei Yan doesn't recognize me as a sister anymore. I don't want to lose her and then lose you. Just give me a chance. I will spend the rest of my life to prove how much I love you. Although Li Subai has decided to abandon Hmph mercilessly, he also hated Hmph for messing around with chicken soup in front of Gong Wei Yang in the first place. But he won't tear his face off with the other party. That was something only a stupid person would do. Smart people should be abandoned each other, but still let the other party does not hate you, and even let the other party to forget you. To put it bluntly, Li Subai's character was a bit of a smiley face. In his heart, he clearly hates to let you go to hell, but face to face, he is smiling at you. Just see Li Subai pretending to be helpless. Tone Sincere said, I know you love me, you are also a good girl. It's just that I've just been hurt all over by love, and can't really start a new relationship. Moreover, Gong Wei Yang was on the phone just now. Also because of our affair, she was unforgiving to me, and she even said that she won't let us get away with it. If we really come together, I don't know how she'll behave in the days to come. She makes a scene. I'm fine. I'm just worried about Nuan. So, alas, I hope we can meet each other earlier in our next life. You are such a good woman. You will definitely meet a better man than me in the future. Li Subai sighed deeply and the tone of her voice was as helpless as it could be. And how regrettable it was. Hmph was on the verge of tears. Chapter 31, Please Brother-in-Law. Because, from Li Subai's words, she felt that Li Subai actually had feelings for her. Only, because of the concern of Gong Wei Yang play next, because of the concern of Nuan's feelings, but also because of the love hurt, so had to lovers cannot be married with her. That's why he had to be with her, and he couldn't be with her. This immediately gave Hmph a kind of, as long as he put more effort, will be able to succeed the illusion. Therefore, Hmph hurriedly said, In my heart, there is no better man than you. And, even if there is a better man than you, I only care about you. I don't want the next life either. I want this life. So just give me a chance to love you. It's also a chance for yourself. We should bravely pursue our own happiness. Don't dwell on past sorrows. And don't care about what others think. Yun Shudo's words can really be very bluffing. Ordinary men would be touched. However, Li Subai heard a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, in the beginning, Hmph is also so encourage Gong Wei Yang to pursue their own happiness. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. I've been dealing with Hmph for a while. The cell phone has consumed 50% of its power. Li Subai finally got rid of Hmph. He decided that he would never contact this green tea again. Hmph saw that she couldn't convince Li Subai to go out with her. She was very anxious. She already regretted tearing her face off with Gong Wei Yang so quickly. If she didn't tear her face off with Gong Wei Yang today, but coaxed the other party, saying that she doesn't have a relationship with Li Subai, then she would have to wait for more time to develop her relationship with Li Subai. She would have waited for Li Subai to develop for a while longer. After convincing Li Subai, then she will show her cards to Gong Wei Yang. Then it will not be as passive as now. Alas, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Hmph is not willing to lose her chance with the millionaire. She thought about it. She called Gong Wei Yang again. First, she apologized to Gong Wei Yang. She apologized and said she treasured their friendship. She also said she really likes Li Subai. She said she really likes Li Subai, and that she's been with Li Subai since Gong Wei Yang's divorce. She didn't destroy Gong Wei Yang's family, so she pleaded with Gong Wei Yang to make things easy for her and Li Subai, not to make things difficult for them. However, Gong Wei Yang didn't buy it at all. She directly scolded Hmph to the bone. In the end, Hmph was so scolded that she couldn't pretend anymore. She had no choice but to talk to Gong Wei Yang. Ironically, Gong Wei Yang is still interfering with her ex-husband's affairs even though she's divorced. She said that Gong Wei Yang is the one who continues to pester her ex-husband because he is rich. This pair of good girlfriends who used to be so good that they could wear a triangular necklace, so completely broke up. In the afternoon, Gong Qianxue came back. Gong Qianxue didn't know about Li Subai and Hmph at the moment. She saw her brother-in-law sitting on the sofa. She was ready to give Li Subai a piece of her mind, wanting to set up her brother-in-law to reconcile with her sister. Brother-in-law, why aren't you writing a novel today? Gong Qianxue at first found a topic to make small talk before slowly getting to the point. Li Subai reluctantly smiled, thinking about something, not in the mood to write. Gong Qianxue nodded inside, saying, Alas, Today Nuan has been asking me if something happened between you and your sister. I don't even know how to answer her. I think that she might have sensed something. Li Subai sniffed and said with a face full of helplessness. It can be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. She will know sooner or later. Gong Qianxue looked at her handsome brother-in-law in front of her and finally said her purpose. Brother-in-law, for the sake of Nuan, why don't you make up with sister? Moreover, my sister still loves you in her heart. You see, at first, my sister was willing to go against the whole family in order to be with you. Li Subai bitterly smiled. I know that back then, she did love me. Unfortunately, this love has already disappeared. Gong Qianxue hurriedly said, how can love disappear? It's just because you've been together for too long. Sister probably felt that there was no passion left, which is why she made an unwise impulsive choice. Don't they say that marriage has a 7-year itch? You guys just hit the 7-year itch. As long as you guys get over this hurdle, you'll be able to grow old together in the future. Li Subai said in a bitter tone. From the moment we finished the divorce formalities, your sister and I, it's impossible to grow old together. I and her, and not what 7 years of raising, purely because she became a netizen, was held by fans, floating, looked down on me, thinking she can have a better one, and thus changed her heart. For someone who has changed her heart, it is impossible for me to reconcile with her. Gong Qianxue grabbed Li Subai's arm and pleaded in a petulant manner. Sister did do wrong this time, but for the sake of Nuan having a complete family, brother-in-law, please forgive her once, okay? Please brother-in-law, just this once. Facing the simple and kind sister-in-law who was thinking about herself, Li Subai was also helpless. Clothes with patches on them can't be restored after all. Some things, once it happened, can't go back to the past. Gong Qianxue was still pouting. It's not like my sister made a principled mistake like cheating. How come she can't go back to the past? As long as you remarry, life can definitely recover. No, it will become better. Li Subai saw that his sister-in-law was stubborn and couldn't make sense of it. He only had to put the question. He had to divert the problem. Let's not talk about anything else. In fact, even if I agree, your sister won't agree. Gong Qianxue saw that Li Subai's tone seemed to have softened. She only felt that she sensed hope. Therefore, she hurriedly said excitedly, I promise, my sister will definitely agree. Actually, she smiled smugly, when I brought her the lobster, I had persuaded her to remarry you, and my sister didn't reject it outright. So, my sister actually still has you in her heart. Li Subai smiled bitterly. You'll understand when you contact your sister again. Gong Qianxue somewhat couldn't understand the meaning of Li Subai's words. After waiting for a while, she made an excuse and returned to her room and she hurriedly contacted her elder sister. Only then did she realize about her brother-in-law's affair with Hmph. Gong Qianxue was dumbfounded. Hmph had actually gotten together with her brother-in-law. She's been working so hard for so long. I've been working for nothing, but how could they get together so quickly? I don't know, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. A few days later, Hmph called Li Subai a lot. She also sent a lot of messages. However, Li Subai, apart from the initial time, Li Subai, except at the beginning, when he made a few perfunctory remarks. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Although, he didn't blackmail Hmph, but he also took the other party's phone calls and messages as heir. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Hmph also came to see Li Subai in person. She tried to persuade Li Subai. She tried to convince Li Subai to resist Gong Weian's pressure and accept her. However, Li Subai did not go out to see Hmph. Instead, he let Gong Qianxue step in and casually found an excuse to send Hmph away. Chapter 32 Wasting Paper Towels for Art. Facing Hmph who came to the door looking for her brother-in-law. Gong Qianxue was not the least bit polite. She sneered at Hmph directly. She left in a state of panic. The first time I saw her, I was very happy, but I didn't know what to do. The old sister and mom are not behind the accusations, said brother-in-law and Hmph hooked up. But why did Hmph come to her brother-in-law's door to look for him? But he didn't see her? Not only did he not meet with her, he even asked me to come out and send Hmph away? And Gong Qianxue also noticed that Yun Shuido called her husband many times and sent him many messages, but he didn't answer them. This doesn't seem like he's having an affair with Yun Shuido. On the contrary, Yun Shuido's brother-in-law clearly dislikes her. Is it possible? Yun Shuido is just being a one-sided stalker? He doesn't even have any bad feelings for Yun Shuido? That's right, that must be it. In that case, there's still a possibility of remarriage between my brother-in-law and my sister. Thinking about this, Gong Qianxue's eyes became bright, and regained her confidence. She decided that, to tell her sister and mom about her discovery, to tell her sister and mom immediately, let her sister not continue to blame her brother-in-law. The next few days, the weather was hot. Li Subai every day in the air-conditioned room, read novels, exercise, or accompany his daughter to the swimming pool to swim, and occasionally chat with Su Meiting. Occasionally, she also chatted with Su Meiting. The days went by uneventfully. The only thing that gave Li Subai a headache was that he didn't see his mom for a few days. The only thing that gives Li Subai a headache is that he hasn't seen his mom for a few days. Her daughter clamored for her mom every day. And, as time goes by, the daughter made more and more noise. Even one day, Yuan directly asked Li Subai, "Is it a quarrel with mom?" Li Subai didn't know how to answer. Originally, Li Subai wanted to tell her daughter that they got divorced, but every time the words came to her lips, Li Subai and hold back. He could not bear to hurt his daughter, even if her daughter will eventually know the truth. He also hoped that his daughter would be hurt a little later. And, he also hoped that someone else would tell his daughter the truth. Not him. He would feel cruel if he told his daughter the truth. In these few days, there was also a small happy event that took place. The contents of the first volume of Mighty Ghost Blowout. Li Subai has uploaded all the content in the Sky Forum. And, this novel has been on fire in the forum. The number of hits exceeded 5 million. More than 100,000 comments. Currently the heat has risen to the first place in the forum. It's been hanging on the front page of the forum for days. Countless netizens have all been conquered by this novel with a treacherous plot. They've all told their friends about it. Even, there are also some book bloggers. We're taking the initiative to give this novel a push. Moreover, Li Subai also saw that there is a sand sculpture animation blogger, has already made Fierce Ghost Blowing Light into a sand sculpture animation. The number of likes exceeded 50,000, and these promotions have brought more traffic to the novel Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Among the 100,000 comments, more than half of them were comments urging for more. The rest of the comments, basically, they were also words of praise, either praising the novel for being great, or praising the author. Yuan is an angel. Yuan is an angel is Li Subai's pen name. Today, Li Subai uploaded a new chapter. He found a few new private messages in the background. He couldn't help but open them. As a result, Li Subai saw two messages that he had been looking forward to for a long time. One message was from a netizen named Editor G. Boda. This netizen named G. Boda, he was also certified by the Sky Forum. The forum confirmed that he was the editor-in-chief of the well-known publishing house Three Smiles Literary Publishing House. G. Boda said in a private message, he felt that Li Subai's Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp had some publishing value. Three Smiles Literary Publishing House was interested in publishing Ghost Blowing Lamp, so they want to discuss with Li Subai about the publication. I hope Li Subai can contact him soon. Another private message. It was from a netizen named Mphp. Seeing this name, Li Subai couldn't help but be shocked, because this name is not unfamiliar to him. This is a well-known director in China. He has made 2 movies that have been widely circulated. Although, these 2 movies are art films, so they didn't do well at the box office, but they won a lot of awards, and made several of the main actors in the movie famous. Therefore, this director is also more famous. He is known as one of the representatives of the 6th generation of directors. Li Subai has also seen 2 of this director's literary films, because the heroines of these 2 literary films both gave their lives for the arts. Li Subai was very touched by the heroine's dedication to art. He also wasted a lot of paper on it. Li Subai quickly read through Mphp's message. Hello author, I'm director Mphp. I'm interested in adapting Fierce Ghost Blowing Light into a movie and want to buy the rights to this novel. I hope you can contact me as soon as possible. Cell phone number. Seeing that the other party had actually left a phone number, Li Subai instantly understood that the other party should be sincere. Li Subai did not contact that publisher's editor and directly called and contacted Mphp first. Hello, how are you? What can I do for you? The call went through. A middle-aged man's voice came out from the phone. It sounded a bit vicissitude, with traces of age. Li Subai. Hello, I'm the author of Fierce Ghost Blowout. I saw your message to my backstage. The voice on the phone that became enthusiastic all of a sudden. So you're the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. Disrespectful. I'm Mphp. You can call me Director Mo. Li Subai. Hello Director Mo. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Li Subai. You can just call me Xiao Bai. Mphp. This novel, Mr. Li, is so well written, the plot in it is very wonderful, and it is also more suitable for film and television. I have recently been preparing a new film. I'm more optimistic about this novel of yours. May I ask, is the movie and television adaptation right of this novel of yours still in your hands? He didn't call Li Subai Xiao Bai, but addressed Mr. Li. Li Subai nodded his head and said, the copyright is still in my hands. Mphp. Great. I want to buy the adaptation rights of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. I don't know what price Mr. Li wants. Li Subai. The specific price still depends on how Director Mo wants to buy. Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. I am going to write several parts. The price of one's movie and TV adaptation rights, and the price of several parts, is definitely different. Also, the price of a one-time purchase, and a permanent purchase, is different again. So, the specific price, or face-to-face, MOing day. I just want to buy the copyright of this one that you serialized on your website, which is the story of the ancient city of refinement. Of course, a lot of things definitely have to be talked about in person. I wonder where you live. Mr. Li, I'll come find you tomorrow. Li Subai. I live in a small county in Rong Province. I don't know if it's convenient for Director Mo to come. Why don't we meet in Rong Province? Chapter 33. Excited sister-in-law. In fact, Li Subai was prepared to be in Rong Province, to hire a professional copyright lawyer to draw up a copyright deal. That's why she took the initiative to meet in Rong Province. After all, Puzhou County is just a small county. The lawyer is definitely not as professional as the one in Rong Province. As an author, he's heard a lot of things about copyrights being pitted against him. He had heard of quite a few. Therefore, he would not allow himself to make such a low-level mistake. MOing D. It's better to meet in Rong Province. Then we'll meet in Rong Province tomorrow. The two agreed on a specific meeting place and time and then hung up the phone. Then, Li Subai replied to the editor of Three Smiles Publishing House. I've seen your message. If you want to discuss publishing matters, you can call me to discuss. Li Subai left a phone number. Not long after, an unfamiliar number called in. Hello, are you the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light? A man's voice rang out on the phone. Li Subai. I'm the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. And you are? G. Boda. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Three Smiles Literary Publishing House. G. Boda. I feel that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp has a certain publishing value, and I would like to discuss with you about the publication of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. Li Subai. Yes, G. Boda. It's like this. I want to buy out all the copyrights of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light for $100,000. I don't know what you think. Li Subai laughed. $100,000 to buy all the copyrights of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. This is definitely impossible. Li Subai still understood the current novel copyright market. The novel's one-time movie and television adaptation rights alone. At the very least, it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The more it is, the more it costs tens of millions. This G. Boda wants to use $100,000 to buy out all the copyrights of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. This is purely for laughs. G. Boda frowned. This price is already very high. Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp only has over 60,000 words so far. It's still being serialized online for free. I took a big risk with my willingness to buy the rights to this novel for $100,000. Li Subai did not want to waste his breath with G. Boda. He directly said, let me put it to you this way. The movie and television adaptation rights of this novel have already been looked at by several movie and television companies. Just the first part of the movie and television adaptation rights of the Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. The offer from others is over $500,000. So, it's absolutely impossible for you to want to buy all the rights to Fierce Ghost Blowing Light for just $100,000. If this is your attitude, there's no need for us to talk. G. Boda learned that there was actually a movie and television company that was buying the rights to Fierce Ghost Blowing Light from Li Subai now. His originally composed expression could not help but become anxious. He was a well-known editor-in-chief, usually didn't get involved in the movie and televisionization of novels. Therefore, after he unintentionally saw Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp the day before yesterday, he was immediately amazed. With his professional eyes, he found that this novel has a high value for movie and TV adaptation, so he wanted to get all the copyrights of Ghost Blower in his hands. He originally thought that the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, he thought that the author of Ghost Blower was just a white guy who wrote novels for free on the forum. He must be unfamiliar with copyright matters. So he thought that with $100,000, he would be able to smash Li Subai. He did not expect. Even a movie company so quickly noticed the value of this novel, and also quoted a sky-high price of $500,000. G. Boda was speechless. The price of $500,000, he could also give, but it had to be the entire copyright of Mighty Ghost Blowout to make it work. But since someone had used $500,000 to buy the rights to the first part, how could Li Subai sell all the rights for $500,000? G. Boda's mind was spinning with thoughts, but did not hesitate on his mouth. He did not move and said, a price of $500,000 is definitely too inflated and unrealistic. He suspected that Li Subai was swindling him. Li Subai said indifferently, actually, my mental price is a few million. G. Boda spared that his chi cultivation kung fu had already reached the point of perfection, but he was still amused by Li Subai's words. He exclaimed, a few $1,000,000 to buy the copyright of this novel of yours that you've only written a few tens of thousands of words? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such great injustice in this world. Li Subai was not angry and said calmly, I think my novel can be worth this price. Kibda. All parents surely, feel that their own children are the best, but one still has to be self-aware. Li Subai. Since the price can't be negotiated, it's only regrettable. G. Boda was still undeterred. If you change your attention, you can contact me at any time. I can give up to 200,000. Li Subai. Goodbye. Li Subai came to the living room and, not seeing Gong Qianshui, Li Subai couldn't help but shout out, Xiao Shui, have you gone out? Gong Qianshui's voice came from her bedroom. Brother-in-law, I'm here, what do you want? While speaking, Gong Qianshui had already walked out of the room, only to see that she was wearing a set of yoga clothes today. She was wearing a yoga outfit, bare feet, and a little sweat on her forehead. So, she was doing yoga just now. Li Subai is a little bad to look directly at. He looked away and said, you see if there is anything that needs to be packed up. In the afternoon I am going to take you and Yuan to stay in Rong province for a few days. Gong Qianshui curiously said, what's the point of going to Rong province? Li Subai explained, there is a director who wants to buy the movie and television rights of my novel. Going to Rong City to discuss specific matters. By the way, I'll take you and Yuan to have some fun. Gong Qianshui heard the words and, it was as if she was electrocuted. So excited that she jumped up from the ground and, she ran to Li Subai with an excited face and asked, what? A director wants to buy the rights to your novel? Zun do fake do? So brother-in-law's novel is going to be adapted for TV? Brother-in-law is going to be a celebrity. Because she was too excited, Gong Qianshui's eyes, all smiled into a crescent moon. Very nice to look at. Li Subai looked at Gong Qianshui's excited appearance and, only felt somewhat amused. Those who didn't know, thought that Gong Qianshui's novel was going to be adapted. He comforted, don't get excited, whether it will be adapted or not. We still have to see if we can reach a copyright deal. Gong Qianshui was still excited. Since a director has contacted you, the other party must be sincere. Right, brother-in-law? Which director contacted you? Is it famous? Li Subai. The other party's name is Mong. He's kinda famous. Gong Qianshui heard Mong's name and, immediately became even more excited. I've heard of him, although he's not a top-tier director. He's still quite famous. If brother-in-law's novel can be filmed by him, it will definitely be a big hit. Right. Gong Qianshui remembered something. Brother-in-law, does the other party want to purchase the novel Fierce Ghost Blowing Light? Since a few days ago, Gong Qianshui learned that Li Subai was writing Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. She was also reading the novel, and got hooked on this novel. She also hyped Li Subai in person every day. Chapter 34 Adoptive Parents. Tragic Childhood. Li Subai nodded. It's this novel, Gong Qianshui. This novel is indeed well written. If it's adapted, it'll definitely make a good box office. By then, brother-in-law, you'll be a well-known big writer. Li Subai was self-aware, and he laughed bitterly. What big writer? You, don't blow it out of proportion. Li Subai really didn't think that he could become a big writer with Mighty Ghost Blowout. After all, over the years, there have been many web novels that have been changed by movies and TV, but because of the movie and television adaptation, to become a big writer, but there are very few. Gong Qianshui was very confident in Li Subai. Brother-in-law will definitely become a big writer. I'm optimistic about you. After saying that, Gong Qianshui then went back to her room in a huff and packed her and Yuan's luggage. While packing their luggage, Gong Qianshui also secretly made a phone call to her sister and, preparing to tell this happy news to her old sister. She's still not dead in the water. She wanted to set up her sister to remarry with Li Subai, because she felt that this brother-in-law is really very good. Something wrong? On the phone, Gong Weiyan's voice was a bit depressed. Last night, she did the Douyin live broadcast. She didn't get off the air until after 12 o'clock at night, so she hasn't gotten up yet. Luckily, she received $5,000 in gifts last night. She is very satisfied. She believes that with her own hard work, she will have a better life than Li Subai. Li Subai's luck is just a little bit better, which made him make 2 fortunes, but it's impossible to be lucky all the time. Gong Qianshui lowered her voice and helped her brother-in-law show off. Sister, did you know? One of brother-in-law's novels is going to be adapted into a movie by renowned director Mong. Ryu. Gong Weiyang's spirit was originally still a bit depressed when hearing this, she instantly snapped out of it. With an expression that looked confused, she subconsciously questioned, it can't be. A novel written by him can be made into a movie? Which director is so blind? Although, Li Subai had bought a car and a house by writing web novels in the past, but Gong Weiyang had never regarded Li Subai as a writer, and never thought that the web novels written by Li Subai could be adapted into a movie or TV drama, because, whether it's a writer, or adapted into a movie or TV show, in her opinion, it's a very lofty thing. Li Subai has nothing to do with the high and mighty. Gong Qianxue was very dissatisfied with her elder sister's reaction, and she argued for her brother-in-law. This mighty ghost-blowing lamp book written by my brother-in-law is very good. On the Sky Forum, it's become the #1 hit, and Mong isn't a director without vision. This is a relatively famous director. You should have heard of the actress Orange Lei. She was promoted by director Mo in the beginning. When brother-in-law's book Fierce Ghost-Blowing Light is adapted into a movie, brother-in-law will definitely be a hit as well. Hearing this, Gong Wei-yang only felt even more unbearable in her heart. The original good mood of earning $5,000 last night was also instantly gone. She couldn't figure out why Li Subai was so mediocre when he was with her. Why did Li Subai become so mediocre when he was with her? Why did Li Subai become so mediocre when he was with her? And just after the divorce, he suddenly became extraordinary? Buying lottery tickets can win the jackpot. He can make millions of dollars in futures overnight. He's also become as handsome as a star. The system increased Li Subai's face value. Gong Qianxue secretly took a picture of Li Subai and sent it to her sister. Nowadays, the novel he wrote is actually going to be made into a movie. Gong Wei-yang felt that Li Subai became more and more like her ceiling. She also felt that God is clearly deliberately working against her. If Li Subai had shown these abilities earlier, she can't divorce Li Subai for any reason. Gong Qianxue started the same old story again. Sister, just remarry your brother-in-law. He's really excellent. Gong Wei-yang listened to Gong Qianxue's words and heart was also torn. Looking at Li Subai getting better and better, she did want to eat grass again, but she is also a bit unwilling. For one thing, Li Subai and Shuetuo. Although my sister told her that Li Subai doesn't like Shuetuo, he doesn't even want to see her. But the smell of heather at Shuetuo's house that day, and Shuetuo's crab-like walk, can't be fake. Li Subai must have sponsored several small goals for Shuetuo. This was something Gong Wei-yang could not accept. Secondly, her pride made her unwilling to bow down to her ex-husband. Thirdly, Gong Wei-yang was still unwilling. She felt that Li Subai was just a bit luckier now. She would not be worse than Li Subai in the future. Gong Wei-yang was lost in thought for a while. She suddenly hung up the phone, opened the fast clip. Looking at one of the videos edited on it, she made a certain determination. It's you and that green tea whore who first wronged me, so don't blame me for using some means. Dad, why doesn't Mom come with us to the provincial capital? On the way to Rong province, Nuan sat in the Paramira's rear child seat and asked her dad. Li Subai drove the car and replied, Mommy has something to do. Without waiting for Li Subai to finish, Nuan huffed and interrupted. You lie. You say every time that Mommy has something. What can take so long? Did you bully Mommy? Made Mommy angry. That's why Mommy doesn't want to come back? Hearing her daughter's questioning, Li Subai didn't know how to answer. Gong Qianxue hurriedly helped Li Subai out and said, How could Dad bully your mom? Your mom is like a tigress. It's good that she doesn't bully your dad. Nuan defended her mom and said, Auntie is the tigress. Gong Qianxue, I'm so gentle and cute and kind. How could I be a tigress? Nuan, when you taught me to do my homework you were fierce. More fierce than a tigress. Gong Qianxue said with a somewhat awkward expression. Who asked you to be so stupid? So simple to mention teach a few times won't. Li Subai saw that his daughter was diverted and heart couldn't help but feel relieved. Alas, I don't know how much longer I can hide it from my daughter. Ding bell. At this time, Li Subai's cell phone rang. Li Subai glanced at the number. A complex color flashed across her face. In the end, he still picked up the phone. Hello, Xiaobai. Where are you now? How come no one is home when I came to your house to look for you? A somewhat old woman's voice came out from the phone. This old OU is named Xiao Xiaoti. It was Li Subai's adoptive mother, when Li Subai was 5 years old. Was sold to her adoptive parents for $2,000 by her birth parents who were good gamblers. At that time, the adoptive parents had been married for many years and had not yet had a child at the age of almost 40. They thought they couldn't have children themselves, in order to have someone to take care of them in the future. So they used $2,000 to buy Li Subai to be their son. Chapter 35, More bitter than the cows of Xiao Ying's family. When Li Subai was first sold to his foster parents' family, the foster parents treated him quite well. Unfortunately, after only 2.5 years, the foster mom got pregnant. Since giving birth to their biological son, Li Mingchen, Li Subai's treatment at his foster parents' home went downhill. Every time she worked the hardest, ate the worst, and had to be careful to please everyone. What good things the foster parents had. The best thing about this is that it's all about your own son or daughter. Li Subai only in the side of the greedy part. Before Li Subai went to college, he was basically treated as a free laborer by his adoptive parents. His life was worse than the cows in Ying's family. If Li Subai hadn't fought for himself, if it wasn't for Li Subai, he would have gotten good grades in school. He got into a second college with his own skills. She applied for a student loan and finished college. he'd jumped out of that small village. Otherwise, he dared not imagine how bad his life would become. Li Subai's life. It could really be said that it was a heavenly collapse that, having eaten more bitterness than anyone else has ever eaten rice, the experiences of her childhood have been unbearable for Li Subai, and also because of the lack of love since childhood, the reason of being looked down upon by others. So, when Li Subai met the first woman who truly loved him and treated him well, he cherished Gong Weiyan so much, only then would he indulge Gong Weiyan's capriciousness without any bottom line. This is also the reason why he was able to resist the temptation or the system, but also not willing to break up with Gong Weiyan in divorce, because he had truly taken the love that Gong Weiyan had given him in the beginning and engraved in his bones. Unfortunately, the only woman who originally loved him, but changed her heart, Li Subai's heart, also completely broken. Although Li Subai has grown up, he has grown up and left his adoptive family, but he hasn't gotten rid of the bloodsucking of his foster parents' family, ever since he graduated from college. Since he graduated from college, his foster parents have been asking for money for various reasons. If he didn't pay, they accused him of being a foster parent. They accused Li Subai of being an unfamiliar wolf. They come here to make a fuss, make trouble, and morally kidnap him. And they said, Li Subai's real parents didn't want him. If it wasn't for his adoptive parents, Li Subai would have starved to death, not to mention going to college. In fact, Li Subai Junior High School, are applying for poverty subsidies to finish. Adoptive parents, in addition to give him a mouthful of food, basically did not pay anything to Li Subai. The reason why Li Subai and Gong Weiyan had a marriage crisis with his adoptive parents' family also had a big factor. After all, Li Subai got married, had a child, bought a house, bought a car, brought a baby, all on his own, not to get the adoptive parents a point to help, not to mention, but also have to give the adoptive parents to suck blood. The palace Weiyan naturally very dissatisfied. The good thing is that Li Subai is not a pedantic person with no opinion. He is not subject to the moral abduction of his adoptive parents. Therefore, he did not let his adoptive family suck blood, except for the New Year's holidays. He would bring some gifts to his adoptive parents and send them some red packets. He doesn't want him to pay for it. No way. Only 5 years ago, the adoptive parents said they were getting old and needed Li Subai to give them $600 a month for their old age. After negotiations, Li Subai gave them $400 a month for their old age. It's a reward for not starving Li Subai to death. $400 a month. It also bought out all the kindness of his adoptive parents who raised him and didn't starve him to death. That's why Li Subai won the grand prize. He never went back to his hometown to visit his foster parents. In his heart, he didn't even consider his foster parents as his parents. They don't deserve it. Although Li Subai's mind was spinning with thoughts, however, there was no hesitation in his mouth. He drove while answering expressionlessly. I am now in the provincial city, not at home. Chow shouty. What are you doing in the provincial city? Li Subai said indifferently. There are things to deal with. Don't nag. Say the right thing. On the phone, an old man's voice came faintly. And Li Subai heard that. This was the voice of his adoptive father, Li Fugue. Li Chao's. That, Xiaobai. I heard someone say that you won the $10 million jackpot. Is it true? Gong Qinshui heard old lady Chao's words and couldn't help but hold back the corners of her mouth. Again, she came to ask her brother-in-law for money. As Li Subai's sister-in-law, she was naturally clear about her brother-in-law's family of origin. Brother-in-law's adoptive parents were even more spirited and strange than hers. Li Subai had actually guessed the purpose of his adoptive parents looking for him. Over the years, in addition to asking for money, the adoptive parents would take the initiative to look for him. They will not have other things to look for him. Li Subai answered without hesitation. False. Li Chao's agitatedly said. How can it be fake? Others have told me, you bought a lottery ticket and won the $10 million jackpot. Others have seen it on Jitterbug. Xiaobai. Being a man must have a conscience. You are rich now, but you can't just be dashing around on your own and forget that your parents are still suffering in the countryside. Chow Shouty was the best at kidnapping Li Subai with morals, but Li Subai didn't buy it at all. Li Subai faintly said, didn't I give you pension money every month? Where do you guys need to suffer? Li Chao's disgustedly said, only $400 a month, or 2 people. What can you do? It's not even enough to eat thin rice. Li Subai, isn't there still the second brother and the third sister? If they each contribute $400, you'll have more than 1,000. It's enough to eat. The second brother, Li Mingchen, and the third sister, Li Subai, were Chow Shouty's own children. Of course, Chow Shouty certainly wouldn't ask for monthly alimony from his own biological children. Chow Shouty, your brother and sister, they don't even have a formal job. It's hard to support themselves. Counting on the 2 of them, I don't know how long it will take. Li Mingchen and Li Shuiyue, Both were born into society after graduating from junior high school. The two of them are still of a delicious and lazy character. It was true that they couldn't be counted on. Xiao Xiaodi saw that Li Subai didn't respond and continued. Xiao Bai, now that you are developed, you can't forget your parents and younger siblings. Your brother is about to turn 24, but he doesn't have a daughter-in-law yet. You, as an older brother, can't ignore it. So I want you to contribute $1 million and buy your brother a house, so that your brother's marriage will be settled. What do you think? Gong Qianxue in the back row heard the white eyes almost rolled up to her head. She opened her mouth to say $1 million. This old woman Xiao really dares to ask for $1 million. At the same time, she also felt a little pain in her heart for her brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is really miserable. He was sold by his own parents when he was a child. He was sold by his biological parents when he was a child. Not to mention that he grew up to be sucked by his adoptive parents and his biological parents. From childhood to adulthood, there is no one to rely on, almost entirely on his own. I don't know how much pain and tears my brother-in-law has suffered to get where he is now. Alas, Gong Qianxue has a kind of want to hold Li Subai in his arms. Hard to comfort the impulse. Motherly love overflowed. Chapter 36, Remove My Armor. Li Subai didn't have any change in expression regarding Xiao Xiaodi's lion's share of money. Over the years, he had long gotten used to the shameless character of his adoptive parents' family. $400 a month. That's the price he paid for his adoptive parents' favor. Not a penny more. If the foster parents were kind to him, he could buy them gifts for the holidays. If you're going to moralize on him, no way. Li Subai faintly said, I've spent all my bonus money, so I can't help my brother buy a house. Xiao Xiaodi didn't believe it at all. She pointedly questioned, how is it possible to spend it all? That's $10 million. How could it be spent in a few days? Xiao Bai, you can't forget your roots as a human being. If we hadn't supported you, how could you have gotten here today? It's just for you to buy a house for your brother. It's only a tenth of the bonus. Do you need to be so stingy? Li Subai calmly told a lie. I bought a house in the provincial city. Provincial city houses are expensive. $10 million is just enough. Xiao Xiaodi, $10 million to buy a house. It's made of gold. Li Subai, is there anything else? I'll hang up if there's nothing. I'm busy now. Xiao Xiaodi said in a hurry. Don't be busy hanging. Since you said you bought a house in the provincial city, then like this, you take the house in the provincial city and lend it to your brother to live in first, so that your brother can marry his daughter-in-law. If Li Subai really dared to borrow a house, it was guaranteed that there would be no return for borrowing. Li Subai said indifferently, if you can get a daughter-in-law by borrowing a house, you might as well rent him a house. Xiao Xiaodi, since you can't get married in a borrowed house, you can transfer the house to your brother first, and then transfer it to you when he gets a daughter-in-law. Li Subai, no way. Xiao Xiaodi saw his adopted son's refusal and was instantly dissatisfied. Why not? Isn't it just a temporary loan? It's not like I'm asking for yours. We're all family. Why do you have to be so desperate? Li Subai, hey, what did you say? Can't hear you. Ugh, bad signal. After saying that, Li Subai hung up the phone. If Xiao Xiaodi had talked to him properly, he could still have a few words with him. If he wanted to morally kidnap him as an adoptive parent, I'm sorry, I won't accompany you. Puzhou County, the Fairview residence, outside the house where Li Subai used to live. A 60-something, wrinkled, short and fat old woman heard the blind tone coming from her cell phone and a face instantly became twisted from anger and only to see her cursing and swearing. This heartless white-eyed wolf actually dared to hang up on me. If I had known he was this kind of character, I shouldn't have raised him in the first place. A white-haired, dry and thin old man next to her also followed and cursed. He's really a white-eyed wolf who can't be raised. He planted the $10 million prize himself, but he didn't even give us the slightest hint. He didn't pay us a single penny. He's such a bastard. Xiao Xiaodi said to the old man. It's not over. He doesn't want to take the money himself to have a good time, but let his parents suffer. Li Fugue nodded. Of course this matter won't be over. It's just that, this white-eyed wolf has been a heartless character since he was a child. When we asked him to pay $600 a month in alimony, he bit the bullet and only gave $400. We couldn't do anything about it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get him to cough up the money this time. Xiao Xiaodi, if it's not easy, then mess with him. Go find a TV station to expose this white-eyed wolf. He won $10 million, but he doesn't even honor his parents. I'll see how he'll face 1,000 accusations. Xiao Xiaodi recently watched a TV program called Love Helpers. Whenever there's a problem, the program's mediators will help solve it. The success rate was high. Xiao Xiaodi decided, if the foster son really didn't give her any money, she will go to the help group to help put pressure on Li Subai. Coming to Hibiscus, Li Subai at the Hilton Hotel. He booked 2 rooms, one for himself and one for his sister-in-law and daughter. After booking the rooms, Li Subai gave his sister-in-law $2,000. He told his sister-in-law to take her daughter to the amusement park. He called Su Meiting. The two have arranged to meet at Taikoo today. Su Meiting is wearing a black high-necked, armless, slim-fitting blouse, with a black swallowtail skirt. With her fair skin, delicate face, long black hair, slender waist, and curvy figure, she looked as elegant as a swan. She looked as elegant and beautiful as a swan. When Su Meiting saw Li Subai for the first time, her face was filled with surprise. She almost didn't recognize Li Subai. Li Subai has changed drastically compared to last time. Li Subai has changed drastically from the last time. Last time, Li Subai looked ordinary. After she helped Li Subai clean up his image, Li Subai also only counted a little temperament. But today, Li Subai looks like a movie star with an elegant and handsome appearance. Just see Li Subai body looks straight and proportional. Shoulder width without flab. His face is smooth and delicate, and he feels like a 20-year-old college student. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Su Meiting felt that. Li Subai even got taller. She can't figure it out. It's only been 10 days. Why did Li Subai change so much? If it wasn't for the fact that Li Subai's appearance hadn't changed. Su Meiting even suspected that Li Subai had been switched. What have you eaten recently? Why have you changed so much? I almost couldn't recognize you. Su Meiting stood in front of Li Subai at close range, and only then did she realize that Li Subai was really handsome, and was not far behind Yuan in Yanzhou. Even Su Meiting had some inferiority complex. In the past, she felt that she had a face and Li Subai had money. She was completely worthy of Li Subai. But now, Su Meiting felt that she was somewhat unworthy of this kind of man with money and face. It was really too excellent. Seeing Su Meiting's surprised look, Li Subai couldn't help but smile, because the system had rewarded him for his face and body. During this period of time, the change was indeed very great. Not only was Su Meiting surprised, even his sister-in-law and daughter had been shocked. Li Subai casually found an excuse and said, "Recently there is exercise. Not only to reduce the small belly, the skin has also become better. So look at the change is a little big." Su Meiting lamented. "Not generally big. It feels like you can go be a star." Li Subai, "It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound." Su Meiting, "What I said is true." Next, the two went to see a movie together. After the movie, they strolled around Taikoo for a while, then went to a Michelin restaurant and had French food. The two of them got along with the process. Very pleasant. Feel like a couple. After dinner, Li Subai sent Su Meiting back to her apartment. Naturally, Su Meiting invited Li Subai up to have a seat, and then, Li Subai went up and sat down. During that time, Li Subai felt like he had become an ancient emperor. Turning to the group of ministers, he said in a domineering manner, "Remove my armor." Chapter 37, If you're good enough, even beautiful women feel inferior. Su Meiting realized that Li Subai said that he had exercised his body. She actually saw that Li Subai has 8-pack abs. This body looked like from the anime out of the male protagonist as well. Su Meiting felt that she was really attracted to Li Subai. This kind of money, handsome, capable man. There was no woman who was not moved. At this moment, Su Meiting couldn't help but think of a song. "I'll let you rely on me. I'll let you rely on me. It's no big deal." Ding bell. Just as Li Subai hugged Su Meiting and sat on the sofa, humming a little song together, brushing the little video, and dropping coins for likes, Li Subai's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Gong Qianxue calling, Li Subai was worried that something had happened to his daughter. He tapped Su Meiting to remind her. Then he answered the phone. "Brother-in-law, where have you been? When will you be back?" Li Subai vaguely said, "I'm at a friend's place. I may not go back tonight." The corner of Su Meiting's mouth twitched and there was an impulse to spit out the words, but in the end, she still held back. "Gong Qianxue, you still have friends in the provincial city?" Li Subai, "Well, a high school classmate." "Gong Qianxue, since you're at your classmates, I won't bother you guys." With such a close distance, Su Meiting naturally heard the conversation between the two. She hooked her hands around Li Subai's neck, her autumn water-like eyes, staring straight into Li Subai's eyes. She said with an appetizing face, "The person on the phone, how to call your brother-in-law." Li Subai explained, "This is my ex-wife's sister." Su Meiting said jealously, "It's your ex-wife. Why are you still calling your brother-in-law? Also, your ex-wife's sister, how come she asked you when you're going back? Could it be that you're living with your sister-in-law?" Li Subai said without continuity, "She's helping me with my child. Now, I brought my daughter along this time." Su Meiting couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly, somewhat speechless. "You actually let your ex-wife's sister help you bring up your child? Don't you think this is a bit awkward?" Li Subai said carelessly. What's so awkward about it? The main thing is hiring an outsider. I don't feel comfortable with it. Seeing that Su Meiting was going to say something else, Li Subai, however, directly slapped Su Meiting and said without a good mood, "Stop yakking. Be careful of me getting mad, or there will be a time for you to cry later." Su Meiting saw Li Subai's tough attitude and she was afraid that Li Subai would use violence and smash her against the wall. When the time comes, she has no place to cry. She didn't dare to get to the bottom of it. After all, Li Subai smiled. Life and death is hard to predict. Anyway, Su Meiting has never seen such a horrible person like Li Subai. And she is also afraid to make Li Subai angry. Let Li Subai hate. If you really love someone, Su Meiting has the same feeling now. Su Meiting has this kind of mentality at the moment. After Li Subai's dazzling operation, Su Meiting has made countless profits in the stock market. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The company's business is also a good example of how it can be used. Li Subai is lightheartedly pulled out a huazi. He put it on the rara avis. Su Meiting saw this. She took out a lighter and personally lit it for Li Subai. Li Subai inhaled a mouthful and spit out a few smoke circles. Originally, Li Subai never smoked before. However, after the divorce, he's been in a bad state and depressed. He found that smoking, he was able to relieve his mood. So he learned to smoke and even learned to drink, because smoking and drinking can temporarily paralyze him, let him forget the pain. Another smoke ring is exhaled. Through the smoke ring, Li Subai vaguely saw an attribute panel, melanin +3. It was not clear if it was talking about the lungs, or something else. How long will you stay in Rongqing this time? Su Meiting was like a kitten, well-behaved and lazily snuggling up to Li Subai. Li Subai swallowed clouds. I should be able to stay for a few days, and I'll go back only after I finish my business. Su Meiting curiously said. What things are you going to do? Li Subai faintly said. There's a director who has his eye on the movie and television rights of my novel, and this time I'm here to discuss the specifics of the rights with him. G.O. When Su Meiting heard this, her spirit couldn't help but be shaken. She said with some excitement, "What? A director wants to buy the copyright of your novel? So your novel is going to be made into a movie? It will be seen by countless people? You're too awesome." Now, Su Meiting was truly overwhelmed by Li Subai. She didn't expect that. Li Subai was not only rich and handsome, but also so talented. This was simply the perfect man in the cartoon. However, while excited, Su Meiting became more and more inferior. She felt that she was not good enough for Li Subai. She felt that she was not worthy of Li Subai. What right did she have to hold on to such an excellent man? Alas, men who are too good also give people a headache. I'm not sure if I'll be able to hold on to him for a while, but I can't hold on to him for the rest of my life. The next day, after practicing with Su Meiting in the morning, Li Subai washed up and he returned to the hotel. Then he accompanied Gong Qianxue and his daughter, and ate breakfast together at the hotel. Then, Gong Qianxue took her daughter, went to the Science and Technology Museum. Li Subai looked up the more famous law firms in Rongqing on the internet. Then she went to a law firm. He hired a professional lawyer to consult about the copyright contract. At 2:30 in the afternoon, inside the hotel, Li Subai met Mong, who came from Kyoto, and it was also at this time that Su Meiting woke up leisurely. Good thing, with the experience and lessons learned from last time, Su Meiting specially took a day off. So, she didn't have to worry about going to work. Now it was proved that her behavior of taking a day off was very prescient. After waking up, Su Meiting's mind, she couldn't help but to picture Li Subai's handsome figure. Thinking of Li Subai's excellence, Su Meiting felt the happiness of having her body and mind wrapped in honey. If I can be Li Subai's girlfriend, if you can be Li Subai's girlfriend, you'll be able to make a lot of money. Mong was in his 50s, with a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a duck-tongued cap. He looks low-key. You are Li Subai, the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Mr. Li? When Mong saw Li Subai, he couldn't believe that this overly handsome young man in front of him was actually the author who wrote Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. In his imagination, someone who can write Ghost Blowing Lamp, which covers professional knowledge of grave robbing, and who knows more about the background of the early period of the founding of the country, should be more experienced, should look more experienced. Li Subai is too young. I'm afraid this is the most handsome author in the country. Li Subai shook Missouri Ingdi's hand and said, I'm the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. Hello Director M.O. Welcome to Hibiscus City. Mong lamented. The younger generation is fearful. I didn't expect that you would be so young. Li Subai laughed bitterly. Not young anymore, a man in his prime. Mong, can't tell. You look just 23 or 24 years old. The two sides exchanged pleasantries and then they stepped into the main topic. Chapter 38, Sister. You're confused. MONG. Mr. Li, I want to purchase the movie adaptation rights of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. I wonder what price you think is appropriate. Li Subai had consulted a professional lawyer in the morning, so he's kind of knowledgeable about movie and TV copyright transactions. He asked, does director Mo want to purchase the exclusive movie adaptation rights for the first volume of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, The Ancient City of Jingjie, or just the rights for one shoot? Fierce Ghost Blowing Light is a series, and The Ancient City of Jingjie was only one of the series. Movie adaptation rights, and movie adaptation rights are the same. Movies are just movies. Film and TV not only include movies, but also TV series, short videos, etc. Exclusive rights are different from one-time rights. Exclusive rights are sold only to one person, and cannot be sold to anyone else. And the one-off rights, it's a one-time deal, whereas a one-time deal is a one-time deal, where other people can buy it as well. In different cases, the price difference is huge. Seeing that Li Subai knew more about copyright matters, Mong didn't play word games with Li Subai. He replied, in terms of the one-time movie shooting adaptation rights for the first volume of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, Jingjie Ancient City, Li Subai uttered a figure, 5 million. Hearing the offer, Mong the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tremble and, he said with a somewhat bitter smile, this price is too outrageous. Even a one-time movie adaptation of a first-tier IP may not be able to buy $5 million. Not to mention the fact that Mighty Ghost Blowout isn't very famous. It's only a bit famous in the Sky Forum. Li Subai was originally asking for a price in the sky, so when he saw that Mong resented the high price, he wasn't annoyed. Instead, he asked Mong in return, then what do you think is the right price? Mr. Mong $500,000. This price is more reasonable. Li Subai shook his head and said, $500,000 is too little. It doesn't match the quality of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp at all. This is the first toon rating novel in China. It will definitely cause a stir when it's made. In the end, after some tug-of-war between the two sides, the price was talked about at $2 million, and then an agreement was reached. This price was far from Li Subai's expectation. There was actually a gap. However, what Mong said was also true. Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp's current fame is still very small. It's understandable that we can't talk about the price, but this time, after reaching an agreement with Mong, as soon as Mocking T announces like the media that he's going to make Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, or when the first Ghostbusters movie is released, Ghostbusters novel will go up, and then, if anyone else wants to buy the rights, it's not going to be the same price. If Ghost Blowers is a hit, maybe Li Subai will be able to ask for a share of the box office in the future. Of course, this is all later. In addition to agreeing on a contract for the purchase of the rights, Mong also invited Li Subai to be the screenwriter of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, The Ancient City of Jingjie. For him to bring Fierce Ghost Blowing Light to the screen, he definitely needs someone who knows the novel well to help with the adaptation. In terms of familiarity with the novel, there is no one more suitable than Li Subai. Li Subai also wanted to see the world, to see how a professional movie works. Therefore, he readily agreed to Mong's invitation. He had a professional lawyer draw up a contract. Both parties signed their names. Mocking Ti transferred the $2 million to Li Subai. The deal was officially concluded. After signing the contract, Li Subai, as the host, naturally invited Mong to dinner. Mo also wanted to talk to Li about ghost blowers and grave robbing, so he didn't refuse. The restaurant. It's a very popular restaurant in Rongcheng. What do you mean by dancing restaurant? It's a restaurant with dancing girls. It's not lap dance. It's a national style dance. While watching the ancient costumes of beautiful women dancing on the side, and even serving food service fog staff, are eunuchs dressed in the manner of the courtesans? And immediately give people a feeling of being back in ancient times as a courtesan. At once give a person a kind of back to ancient times when the emperor's feeling. Therefore, the restaurant is very hot. During the meal, Li Subai also drove to the Science and Technology Museum. Gong Qianxue and daughter picked up. Eat together. Mr. Li, so many unbelievable toon rating knowledge in Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. Are they all fabricated by you? Or are they real? While eating, Mong was like a curious baby, catching Li Subai and asking him hard about toon rating. It was obvious that he was really interested in this. Even the lady dancing on the stage couldn't attract his attention. Luckily, Li Subai was prepared. Therefore, he was able to handle Mong's various questions with ease. Gong Qianxue was eating. While eating, she watched her brother-in-law talk to the big director. In her heart, she had begun to admire Li Subai. She felt that her brother-in-law was really too powerful. In front of a famous director. In front of a famous director, he doesn't have the slightest disadvantage. Alas, sister is confused. Such a good brother-in-law is still divorced. Hello, excuse me. Just as Li Subai and Mong were exchanging whispered words, suddenly, a young man, came in front of Li Subai and politely greeted him. The young man was 22 or 23 years old. He has a head of long, broken hair, wears very fashionable clothes, and looks more handsome. Look than those movie and television fresh meat is not much better. Li Subai looked at the young man who greeted himself. In his heart, he was a bit puzzled. I don't understand what this person suddenly greeted him. Dong Qianxue also looked at this young fresh meat who talked to her brother-in-law with some puzzlement. As a matter of courtesy, Li Subai still asked, "Is something wrong?" The handsome man's voice was also very nice. "It's like this, I want to get to know you. Can I add you on WeChat?" Li Subai sniffed and it was even more baffling that a man asking him for WeChat? What's wrong with him? Li Subai directly refused. It's not convenient. The young man saw that Li Subai was unwilling to add WeChat. A trace of regret flashed across his face. Only to see him pull out another note and put it in front of Li Subai. "This is my phone number. If you want to come out to play, you can call me at any time." After saying that, the young man left, leaving Li Subai, Dong Qianxue, and Mong looking at each other in disbelief. Puff. In the end, Dong Qianxue was the first one who couldn't hold back. She burst out laughing. She laughed while whispering, "I've long since heard people say, in Rongqing, except for Tianfu Avenue, which is straight, other than Tianfu Avenue, which is straight, all the others are curved. The rumors are indeed true." Mong also laughed so hard that his shoulders kept shrugging. Hearing Dong Qianxue's words, Li Subai's face turned green. He finally reacted. What is this man trying to do? He was treated like a horse's son. Li Subai was disgusted. Ha ha ha, what a tease today. I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be accosted by a man. Back at the hotel, Dong Qianxue were all still poking fun at Li Subai and saying that Li Subai was now both male and female. For his gloating sister-in-law, Li Subai only had to offer a killer. "If you laugh again, I'm going to deduct the end of the year bonus." Dong Qianxue's laughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 39, Cyberstormed. After staying at the hotel for a while, Li Subai then found an excuse to go to Su Meiting's house. Only, Su Meiting got a slight bruise yesterday. She can't do manual labor. She had to take her time to heal, so she can only accompany Li Subai to talk. Nagging day. Bragging. She can't accompany Li Subai to play around. However, as I said before, I'm not going to be able to do that. Su Meiting has become somewhat inferior in front of Li Subai. Su Meiting has become somewhat inferior in front of Li Subai. She's afraid that she'll upset Li Subai. In order to please Li Subai. In order to please Li Subai, she took the initiative to say a lot of soft words to Li Subai. In the end, Su Meiting's lips are worn out. Finally put Li Subai to successfully persuade the let Li Subai's attitude towards her also softened. Practice has proved that when a man's financial strength or power reaches a certain height, goddess will also take the initiative to be a licking dog. Right, aren't you going to talk to director Mong about the copyright of the novel today? How did it go? In the middle of the conversation, Su Meiting thought of something, and couldn't help but curiously ask Li Subai. It was only the speaking voice that appeared to be very ambiguous. Well, Li Subai heard clearly. He replied, already signed the contract. The movie and television rights were sold for $2 million. Su Meiting sniffed and heart was shocked. The copyright of a novel was sold for $2 million. And she suddenly had some understanding that Li Subai, a writer of novels, was so rich, and in her heart, she admired Li Subai more and more. After all, for a novel to sell for $2 million, this was something that could only be done by a particularly talented person. Rich, beautiful, and talented. This also made Su Meiting praise Li Subai more and more. Director Mo also asked me to be the screenwriter of the movie, to assist him in adapting the novel into a movie script. Li Subai sat on the sofa with a big horse, and popped up another sentence. Su Meiting was instantly surprised. So, you'll be able to see the stars later? Li Subai. This I don't know. He didn't know if he, the screenwriter, would follow the crew in the future. If he did not follow the crew, he would naturally not be able to see them. At the same time, inside the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Dong Qianxue was on the phone with her sister at the moment. Nuan was already asleep next to her. Sister, the movie and television rights of brother-in-law's novel, sold $2 million. This is still just a one-time shooting rights yo. Other people who want to film brother-in-law's fierce ghost-blowing lamp, can also buy it again. Gong Weiyang had just gotten off the air at the moment. She heard her sister's words. She heard her sister's words. The better her ex-husband is doing. The better her ex-husband is doing, the more she feels her decision was stupid. By the way, today also happened a particularly amusing thing. You know, brother-in-law was actually accosted by a man. Ha ha ha. Gong Weiyang interrupted her sister's words, her voice cold. Little Snow, can you not mention his things to me in the future? I don't have a relationship with him anymore. I don't want to hear about him anymore. Gong Qianxue stopped her laughter and said in a serious tone, Sister, are you really unwilling to remarry your brother-in-law? A man as outstanding as brother-in-law. If you miss it, you really won't be able to find it again. Gong Wei Yang said in disbelief. You still really think of him as a meat and potatoes? In this world, there aren't many other things, but excellent men. More to go, Gong Qianxue argued. There may be really many excellent men, but how many can there be that love you as much as brother-in-law? Gong Wei Yang said with a cold smile from the corner of her mouth. He loves me? Not really. After winning the lottery, the prize money is not even willing to share a little to her. This can be called love? After the divorce, he directly turned his face away from her and treated her as cold as a knife. This is called love? And also with her good girlfriend. Not clear. This can be called love? Gong Wei Yang only in Li Subai. Feel the coldness. Of course, she seems to have forgotten. It was because she wanted a divorce that Li Subai became so cold. Anyway, for women, it is always the man's fault. Hanging up the phone, Gong Wei Yang's mood became very bad. She didn't want to see that Li Subai got better and better after the divorce, especially better than her. After calming her mood for a while, Gong Wei Yang opened her Douyin account and she clicked on a video that she had posted. Upon seeing the amount of plays on this video, it had already exceeded 10 million. The number of likes, after breaking through more than 500,000, the mood finally became good. Then, she realized that her own number of fans had skyrocketed by more than 200,000 in just one day, and her mood suddenly became even better. Hmph. So what if you sold the copyright of your novel for $2 million? When I have more fans, I'll bring in the goods. I can earn more than $2 million in one day. Brother-in-law, it's not good. The next morning, Li Subai still woke up early, a little after 5 o'clock, and then began to look at the 3-act structure of the Hollywood screenplay written to prepare for the adaptation of the script of Ghost Blowers. Shortly after 7 o'clock, Li Subai suddenly received a call from Gong Qianxue. Moreover, Gong Qianxue was very anxious on the phone. Li Subai, through the cell phone, hurriedly comforted. Xiao Shui, don't panic, slowly say, is Nuan what happened? Gong Qianxue, it's not Nuan, nothing happened to Nuan, it's my sister. Li Subai learned that her daughter was fine and couldn't help but feel relieved. However, upon hearing that it was Gong Wei Yang who had something happened to his heart, he habitually tensed up again. In the past, whenever something happened to Gong Wei Yang, he would be especially nervous. He would also, at the first time, accompany Gong Wei Yang. He would be by Gong Wei Yang's side in the first place. But after being nervous, Li Subai resented himself. It doesn't matter anymore. What's the point of being nervous? Do not be so cheap. After cursing herself a few times in her heart, Li Subai regained his composure. He faintly asked, what happened to your sister? Gong Qianxue hesitated and spoke. That, if I tell you, you have to promise me first that you won't be angry after hearing it. Li Subai said in disbelief. Why should I be angry? Gong Qianxue, you first promise. Li Subai, okay, I promise you not to get angry. Gong Qianxue hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth. I just saw, my sister posted a video and a 10,000 word long text on Jane. She cried to the netizens about her good best friend cheating on her husband as a mistress, and said that she divorced you in the first place because she knew you cheated on her best friend. Now many netizens sympathize with her, and have accused you of cheating on her with Hmph, and being a scummy. I also saw that there are already quite a few angry netizens on Jitterbug, picking out pictures of you in Hmph and exposing you to the net. Li Subai learned about what happened. The expression was as speechless as it could be, at the expense of him worrying about Gong Wei Yang for a moment just now. Unexpectedly, the other party was deliberately trying to discredit him. Li Subai to this ex-wife. He was disappointed in his ex-wife. He does not understand. Once so simple and kind of a person, why has she become like this? Chapter 40, The Runaway Hmph. Gong Qianxue saw that there was no sound on the phone and couldn't help but ask worriedly, brother-in-law, are you alright? Li Subai faintly said, I'm fine. Gong Qianxue paled and comforted. That, in fact, in the video, my sister was mainly accusing Hmph of taking the initiative to seduce you, knowing 3 is 3, and not accusing you too much. She should have released this video in order to get back at Hmph, and wasn't targeting you. Li Subai, I'll take a look at what's going on online before I say anything. That's fine, Gong Qianxue reminded. There are some netizens' words that brother-in-law doesn't have to take seriously. They don't know the truth. They only know how to make a blind fuss. Hanging up the phone, Li Subai opened Douyin and clicked on Gong Wei Yang's account. At this time, Li Subai realized that he is still concerned about Gong Wei Yang's account. After the divorce, he forgot to cancel the attention. Li Subai immediately cancelled the attention. Then he found the video that Gong Weiyang had put on top, clicked on the video and watched it. In this video, Gong Weiyang is a vegetarian makeup out of the camera, straight to the camera. The people look particularly haggard, but not lose beauty. It can inspire others to protect. Gong Weiyang in the video first said, during this period of time, there are a lot of fans that were concerned about her divorce, asked about the reason for her divorce, and said, there are some black powder. Under the guidance of the people who have the intention, the net exposure of her, falsely accused her of abandoning her husband and son, so that she is very distressed. She also once got depressed because of this, that's why she released this video, detailed to the fans, explaining the specific reasons for her divorce. Didn't want the fans to be taken advantage of by someone with a heart of gold. Then, Gong Weiyang then put the reason for her divorce as she found out that her best friend Hmph, she instigated her husband to divorce her. She was seducing her husband, and was acting like a third party. After she realized the truth, she insisted on divorce. In the video, Gong Weiyang also posted her WeChat chat records with Hmph, as well as call recordings. In these records, Hmph advised Gong Weiyang to divorce and pursue her own happiness. She also admitted that she likes Li Subai, and that Li Subai likes him too, that they had sex. She wants Gong Weiyang to fulfill her love with Li Subai. There are also screenshots of Hmph angry WeChat calling Gong Weiyang a. Actually, the recording of Hmph saying that she liked Li Subai and had sex with Li Subai was after the divorce. However, under Gong Weiyang's deliberate guidance, people who watched the video, they would subconsciously think that Hmph was with Gong Weiyang's husband before her divorce. Before Gong Weiyang's divorce, she had already hooked up with Gong Weiyang's husband. She's the one who knows what's going on, and Hmph called Gong Weiyang cheap. She's actually accusing Gong Weiyang of interfering with her ex-husband's relationship even though she's divorced. But Gong Weiyang intentionally pinched her head. The netizens read it. They thought it was a provocation from the mistress to the original partner. This society, the third party is already spurned by people. Hmph is a mistress. She's so arrogant. It's a great way to get the netizens' ire up. Countless netizens, they all showed solidarity with Gong Weiyang, encouraging Gong Weiyang to be strong, and accused Hmph of being a green tea whore. All kinds of ugly words, and they've been calling Hmph all sorts of names. Although, just like what Gong Qianxue said, Gong Weiyang in the video, she didn't blame Li Subai for anything, but she purposely made netizens think that Li Subai is a scum who cheated on his wife's best friend within marriage. So, Li Subai was also scolded by countless netizens. Many netizens even pulled out pictures of Hmph and Li Subai. The two were exposed in the comments section for netizens to spit on. Li Subai saw Gong Weiyang's video. It's only been a day since it was posted. The number of likes actually exceeded 1.2 million. The number of comments reached 2 million. Countless bloggers and media outlets have reposted it. On the Douyin hot list, Gong Weiyang's divorce statement has reached the 21st place of the hot search. At the same time, Li Subai also noticed that the number of Gong Weiyang's fans, it actually reached 1.5 million people. Looking at Gong Weiyang's soaring number of fans, Li Subai suddenly understood why Gong Weiyang deliberately twisted the facts and released this video. Obviously for the sake of hype. It was obviously for the sake of hype. To get back at Hmph and Li Subai, she was playing a good game. For Gong Weiyang's behavior of distorting the facts, for the netizens' abuse, Li Subai did not get angry or feel outraged that, since the divorce, Li Subai realized that he's become indifferent to many things. He's become indifferent to many things, not about love, to women. He even became indifferent to life. The only thing he cares about now is to take care of his daughter, raise her healthily, and then make money, to make a lot of money. Although, he doesn't know what he's making money for, but this is kind of his life. Set a goal. After all, life needs a goal. So, for the netizens' abuse and accusations, Li Subai is really indifferent. After all, he will not lose a piece of meat. However, although Li Subai doesn't care, but there is one person in particular who cares. That was Hmph. Ever since Gong Weiyang's video fermented, there were countless netizens who added Hmph WeChat or called Hmph. All of these people came to scold Hmph. They've been calling her all kinds of names. They're all cursing Hmph. She doesn't even dare to turn on her cell phone. Calling and tweeting at Hmph is not enough. Some even threw rotten eggs, wreaths, and birthday suits at Hmph place of residence and work. Hmph can't do her job today. She doesn't even dare to leave the house. She's nearly collapsed. She also called Gong Weiyang. She wanted to ask Gong Weiyang why she deliberately framed her as a mistress. However, at this time, Hmph realized that she had already been blackballed by Gong Weiyang. Then, Hmph called and weighed in on Li Subai again. She wanted to seek comfort and help from Li Subai. Unfortunately, Li Subai said that she didn't want to delay Yin Shuetua and didn't want to destroy her friendship. She blocked her messages. Yun Shuito couldn't get in touch with Li Subai. She went to Li Subai's new house to look for him. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find you. I'm not going to be able to find him. The first time I saw her was when she was in the hospital, and she had to go to the hospital for a few days. She really felt that she was going crazy. At the same time, Dong Qianxue was questioning her sister over the phone. Sister, why are you deliberately denigrating brother-in-law? My brother-in-law didn't cheat on his wife at all. He wasn't interested in Yin Shuetua at all. Yin Shuetua had been contacting her brother-in-law before, but her brother-in-law hadn't even bothered with each other. Gong Weiyang also did not explain and faintly said, you don't need to care about my matters. Gong Qianxue, how come I can't care? Just because of your video. A lot of netizens are now exposing brother-in-law online, and this is all caused by you. Chapter 41, 1000 points. Seeing that her own sister actually helped others to accuse her, Gong Weiyang got angry. She disliked her with a ho-hum dislike. What kind of person are you to him? What does it matter to you that he was exposed on the internet? Do you need to worry about it here? Also, he's not your brother-in-law anymore. Don't talk about your brother-in-law all day long. Those who don't know would think that you, the former sister-in-law, also has something in mind for him. Dong Qianxue was counted down by her sister in an unmerciful manner, a small snow-white face that instantly turned red and flushed. She didn't know how to retort. She is still the first time to be counted down by her own sister, so, for a long time, only then did she retort with an exasperated voice. Who am I worrying for? It's not for you two to make up. For Nuan to have a complete family. Do you know that Nuan asks me a dozen times a day when you'll be back? Did you and Dad have a fight? But now I realize that I was just salty. Then I won't care about you anymore. After saying that, Dong Qianxue then hung up the phone in a huff. When Gong Weiyang saw her little sister hanging up the phone in anger, a trace of guilt could not help but flash across her face. She actually knew that her little sister did all this for her and her daughter's good. However, she can't stand the fact that her little sister has been helping Li Subai, always saying in front of her how good Li Subai is, how excellent he is, and asking her to bow her head and take the initiative to go to the hospital. She also told her to bow down and take the initiative to beg Li Subai to remarry. This gave her the feeling that others were looking at her as a joke, and she felt that she had lost face. So, she wants to become even better than Li Subai. She wanted to prove that. She divorced Li Subai, not because she was blind, but because she made the right choice. This is also why the reason why she would distort the facts and release this divorce statement video. In addition to getting back at Yin Shuetua and Li Subai, the more main reason was that she wanted to attract traffic, that she wanted to become even more popular than she was now. When her traffic is high enough, she'll broadcast live with goods. By then, no one will think that she is blind for divorcing Li Subai. Even if my little sister still wants to persuade her to remarry Li Subai, she'll let Li Subai take the initiative to beg her. The fact proves that she did the right thing. In just one day, her Douyin fans skyrocketed by 500,000. After this matter has fermented for a while, her fans will definitely increase even more. Then she'll be able to bring in the goods. She got her revenge, but she also got a profit. Gong Weiyang's mood finally became better. Ring, ring, ring. Just at this time, Gong Weiyang's cell phone rang with an incoming call. She looked at it. It was Li Subai. Gong Weiyang's face changed for a while. In the end, she answered the phone. Something wrong? She pretended to be stupid and said. Of course she knew what Li Subai was calling her for at this moment. Li Subai directly questioned. Why did you falsely accuse me of cheating within marriage? Gong Weiyang sneered and asked back. Is it a false accusation? Did you not have sex with Yin Shuetua? Yin Shuetua, but she admitted it to me herself. She wouldn't lie after all. Li Subai faintly said. Having a relationship was also after the divorce, not something that happened within the marriage. Moreover, you divorced me not because I cheated on you. It's clearly because you looked down on me in the first place, and resented me for not being able to give you the luxurious life you wanted. Although divorced, but Gong Weiyang saw Li Subai personally admit to having a relationship with Yin Shuetua. The mood was still particularly unpleasant. She had the feeling that her own belongings had been defiled by someone else. The illusion of being defiled by someone else. She sneered. Who knows if you guys hooked up before or after the divorce? You guys didn't report it to me. Li Subai. I didn't realize that you have become so unbelievable and unreasonable now. Gong Weiyang. I've become so unbelievable. And I wasn't forced by you. Li Subai. When did I force you? Forced you to what? Gong Weiyang. You know yourself. Li Subai. Forget it. It's impossible to reason with women. Li Subai warned. I know you want a hype, but if you want to hype, you have to have a measure. If you go too far, don't blame me for being unkind. Gong Weiyang sneered. When have you ever shown me mercy? If you were merciful, You wouldn't have gotten involved with my best friend, Li Subai. We're divorced. Who am I screwing with? What's it to you, Gong Wei Yang? This is the favorite you claim to be? Only divorced for 2 days, and you can blow off steam with another woman? Li Subai. It's not thanks to you, Gong Wei Yang, then it's also thanks to you that I'm doing this. Li Subai. That's all I have to say, so do yourself a favor. Don't tear your face off at that time and make things difficult for Yuan. Listening to the blind tone within the cell phone, Gong Wei Yang's fists were about to squeeze out water. After knowing Li Subai for so long, this is the first time Li Subai has threatened her. This is the first time Li Subai has threatened her. Of course, Li Subai has threatened her before, such as forcing her to call her father. However, that's not exactly a threat. The first time I've ever seen him. I've seen him in my life, and I've never seen him in my life. Li Subai returned to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Her daughter was still sleeping, only to see Gong Qianxue sitting alone on the balcony, hands clasped knees, looking sullen. He couldn't help but be concerned. He couldn't help but be concerned. Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you? Looked sad and miserable. Gong Qianxue saw Li Subai and said with some aggravation, I had a fight with my sister. Li Subai, how did you quarrel? Gong Qianxue, she denigrated you on the internet. I argued with her, and she ended up scolding me, saying that I was nosy. Learning that it was a fight over him, Li Subai couldn't help but be a little touched in his heart. Li Subai, thank you for speaking up for me and letting you suffer. Gong Qianxue suddenly hammed and hawed and laughed. Actually, I'm not aggrieved. I also scolded her. I didn't suffer. Li Subai, Sichuan and Chongqing girls, they've all been Tyrannosaurus rexes since childhood. There aren't many of them who are willing to be aggrieved. Li Subai deliberately teased sister-in-law said, not aggrieved on good. Originally I see you aggrieved, but also want to take you to Disney dispersal. Now it seems that there is no need for this. Gong Qianxue hurriedly said, it's necessary. It's necessary. I'm actually aggravated to death. Saying that, she also intentionally used her small fist, touched her eyes. A look of wiping tears. It was cute and comical to watch. When Li Subai saw his sister-in-law's cute appearance, he only felt that his mood had changed for the better. You pack it up. Later on we'll go to Disney for a few days. Yay! Gong Qianxue then a happy forehead packing. Seeing his sister-in-law so happy, in Li Subai's heart, he was a little overjoyed. In fact, he had long planned to take his daughter to Disney to play. Not for the sister-in-law. Gong Qianxue saw that her brother-in-law's face has always been a cloudy and light appearance. Seemed not to have been affected by the video in the slightest. She couldn't help but ask curiously, brother-in-law, aren't you angry? Chapter 42, Your Goddess, My Daily Life. Li Subai shrugged his shoulders carelessly and said, what's there to be angry about? Anyway, there won't be a piece of meat that will fall off. Gong Qianxue was really somewhat admiring her brother-in-law's mentality. And, perhaps, this is called the collapse of Tarzan without changing his face. Of course, perhaps, brother-in-law is actually still in love with his sister. So, even if the sister did something, some excessive, but brother-in-law is still not angry. The more I think about it, the more I feel that my guess is right. The more I think about it, 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 the more I think about it. Li Subai did not know. In just such a moment, Gong Qianxue's mind, the girl's love for the girl has already been made up in her mind. In the afternoon, Li Subai booked 3 business tickets from Rongqing to Magic City. He prepared to take Gong Qianxue and her daughter to Disney for a few days. Although business airfare is 2 to 3 times more expensive than normal airfare, regular price. However, the service is not bad at all. There is a special VIP channel. Through the security check, do not have to queue up with ordinary travelers. The boarding is also to take the VIP channel first boarding. There is also a special VIP lounge. Inside the lounge, there's a lot of free food, pastries, drinks and fruits. Gong Qianxue and Yuan 2 snack goods happy. 2 people around the bar. They almost tasted all kinds of food. Gong Qianxue even took a lot of photos, sent to their own circle of friends. On the airplane, business seat enjoy service fog, also different from ordinary travelers. Need something. Young and beautiful, wearing uniforms with high silk flight attendants, are squatting next to Li Subai, gently asking Li Subai what he needs. During the airplane ride, when a flight attendant with a face value of 8 points gave water to Li Subai, the system also released a task for Li Subai, letting Li Subai experience the speed of 1,000 miles a day, flying by the seat of his pants. He chose to cast the white border spell on the stewardess Jiao Kurson. Li Subai didn't pay any attention to this mission. He didn't want to die yet. System. It wasn't just the first time that it issued these unreliable quests to Li Subai, either. For example, some time ago, the system released a task. It gave Li Subai the option of stealing an item from Gong Qianxue's washing machine. He also chose to hide under Gong Qianxue's bed in the middle of the night. He also chose to wear the emperor's new clothes and show them off in front of Gong Qianshui. Li Subai is such a decent person, naturally blocked out these immodest tasks. It was not even good enough to mention it before. All said, traveling first class to Mordor, and traveling in economy class to Mordor. The magic city that you see is completely different. The fact proves that. This saying is completely correct. When Li Subai came to Magic City, all she felt was the luxury and convenience of Magic City. Going to Disney, he took the VIP channel. He also hired a professional tour guide to guide him. Residence, Disney's 11,000 night wizard themed suite. He didn't have to queue up like ordinary tourists, and no need to spend time to do any strategy. This kind of traveling, this is the real enjoyment. Li Subai with sister-in-law and daughter, while traveling in Disney. Regarding the divorce statement video released by Gong Wei-yang, it is also getting more and more heated on the internet. At its peak, this matter reached number 5 on the Douyin Hot Topics list. Because of this, Gong Wei-yang gained the sympathy of countless netizens, fans directly from the beginning of 1 million, skyrocketed to 4 million. The actual fact that you can't get the most out of this is that you can't get the most out of it. Shueituo was criticized by thousands of people. She has no say in the matter, so she can't defend herself, so she's gotten a lot of flack. She's almost synonymous with the term green tea girlfriend and mistress. Everywhere she went, she's been criticized and poked in the back. For this reason, she lost her job, finally only had to leave the Puzhou County, went to a city that does not recognize her development. During the period, Li Subai still contacted Shueituo once. In verbal terms, he comforted Shueituo with a few words of comfort that didn't hurt. She encouraged her to be strong and open-minded. Ignore the comments on the internet. Li Subai was just saying a few words, but it touched Shueituo to the core. After all, at this time, not only are the netizens scolding her, even her relatives and friends are despising her for being a mistress. Li Subai's words of encouragement were as warm as a beam of light in the darkness to Shueituo. Shueituo also cried and asked Li Subai. She has nothing left to lose and has been spurned by millions of people, so can Li Subai accept her? But Li Subai said that if the two of them were really together, if they were to get together, he'd be accused of adultery and adultery. He said he would never be able to live in peace. He refused. Shueituo, although sad, but in her heart, not only did she not hate Li Subai, but she loved him even more. She only hated that she met Li Subai too late. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. As for the impact of this incident on Li Subai, the first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services, because Li Subai used to stay at home to write novels. He was a standard geek, he had very little socialization, not many people knew him, and this time, he stayed in Magic City. Plus, Li Subai's face value has changed a lot during this time. So, netizens have the intention to expose him, or send him razor blades. The netizens who want to expose him or send him a razor blade have no way to do so. Gong Wei-yang looked at the number of his fans and, she was in a very happy mood. However, turning her head, she then saw the WeChat friend circle posted by her sister. Then the mood became very complicated. Only to see in the sister's circle of friends, Gong Qianshui released a photo of herself, Li Subai, and Nuan writing the business seat process. Then, sister also released with Li Subai. Nuan went to Magic City, a Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat a French meal photos. Then, my sister posted photos of her stay at a 10,000 night Disney-themed hotel. Then, my sister posted another set of photos of her trip to Disneyland, where she walked through the VIP channel the entire time. In the photos, my sister, along with Li Subai and Nuan, all looked particularly happy, especially when the three of them are together. The man is handsome, the woman is pretty, and the little one is cute. How do they look? How do they match? It feels like a family. This makes Gong Wei-yang feel very uncomfortable. She had the feeling of being stolen by her sister's family. Moreover, Li Subai's life nowadays actually became so extravagant, a look of successful people, upper class style that it also made Gong Wei-yang secretly jealous. 10 days after this incident, on the third day after Li Subai returned to Hibiscus from Disney, he received a call from Mongd. It turns out that Mongd has successfully pulled down the investment. Ghost Blowers movie was on the drawing board, so he invited Li Subai to Kyoto to write the script for Ghost Blowers. So, Li Subai went to Kyoto. This time, Li Subai did not bring Gong Qianshui and his daughter. After all, his daughter still has to attend cram school. I can't afford to delay for long. Li Subai went to Kyoto. Still take the airplane. He didn't drive his own car. After all, the distance from Rome province to Kyoto was close to 2,000 kilometers. Self-driving is suffering. He left the Porsche to Gong Qianshui to drive. Gong Qianshui was so happy that her mouth was crooked. A strong guarantee with Li Subai said, he will cherish the airplane to Kyoto. Li Subai still purchased a business seat. What Li Subai did not expect was that he was actually on the airplane. He met the stewardess that he met last time he flew to Mordor. It seems to be called What Jiao Kurson. Then, the system once again anachronistically released a choice task to Li Subai. Choice task 1. The goddess flight attendant in the eyes of others is just my daily routine. As the saying goes, choosing a day is better than bumping into a day. Today with the stewardess Jiao Kurson to ask for WeChat, and send the other party a Chow Pai drip drip message. Mission completed. Rewarding the host with the song God specialization skill. Choose task 2. Shout on the airplane. All eyes on me. I'm A. Reward the host with a mask. Seeing the task, Li Subai's heart was speechless for a while. This system is determined to lead him astray. Jiao Kurson is a stewardess at China Southern Airlines. She is 26 years old. She has a tall figure, outstanding face value. She has an elegant temperament. She's the goddess of most people's eyes. When Li Subai entered the cabin, Jiao Koxian recognized her. After all, like Li Subai so young and handsome, wearing the latest Gucci men's clothing, the seat is still the first class of the regular price of the man. Jiao Kurson has always been the focus of attention. Don't look at the flight attendants, but the monthly salary of a stewardess, plus various subsidies, is only 10,000 yuan. But stewardesses have big expenses. In order to maintain her persona, stewardesses like to buy all kinds of high-grade cosmetics, all kinds of luxury clothes, brand-name bags. This kind of consumption, it makes the flight attendants go broke every month, and sometimes they have to overdraw their credit cards. And flight attendants are youthful. At a certain age, they can't fly anymore. They have to switch to the ground crew, which is hard and tiring and pays less. This is what countless stewardesses are unwilling to do. So, the ultimate goal of flight attendants is to use her position to find a rich husband and become a full-time rich wife. Because of the special status of flight attendants, it is naturally attractive. Therefore, many stewardesses did succeed in marrying rich men and becoming part of the upper class. Jiao Kurson naturally carries this purpose in her heart. For Li Subai, Jiao Koxian noticed last time, Li Subai's appearance. He's like a star. It's hard not to notice. If he was just handsome, Jiao Koxian wouldn't be moved. However, Li Subai was able to purchase a business seat at the regular price. That means he's a handsome man who's not short on money. Jiao Kurson's ideal type. Originally, Jiao Koxian wanted to get in touch with Li Subai last time. Unfortunately, Li Subai seemed to be out with his family last time. Jiao Koxian didn't have a chance, but she didn't expect it. But I didn't expect that the opportunity would come again so soon. So, Jiao Koxian liked to come to Li Subai's face to talk when she had something to do, on the pretext of asking Li Subai if he wanted to eat, drink water, or need a blanket. Anyway, there were no other passengers in the first-class cabin today. Li Subai was alone, so it was convenient for Jiao Koxian to play. After a few times, Li Subai also turned his back on her. He realized that the pretty, black-heeled, black-silked stewardess in front of him seemed to be intentionally latching onto him. Li Subai seems to see the possibility of mission accomplished. After all, he also wanted to communicate with the stewardess deep as, to explore the daily life of the stewardess, see if it is the same as the plot of the Small Day movie. And so, Li Subai decisively chose to accept the system's choice of mission 1. Then he struck up a conversation with Jiao Kurson. First asked the other party's working hours, where to study and so on this small problem. After some familiarity, Li Subai then slowly step into the main topic. By the way, chatting for so long, do not know your last name? Li Subai pretended to remember the appearance of the black silk stewardess asked. Jiao Koxian was sitting across from Li Subai, on a small stool against the cabin wall, and the black silk was very noticeable. She hurriedly replied, surname Jiao. Li Subai suddenly heard these two words. Some did not react. He subconsciously asked again, what did you say your surname was? Jiao. Suddenly, Jiao Koxian also reacted violently and her cheeks instantly turned red with shame, and it was as if she was dripping blood. She hurriedly and nervously changed the topic. I said my name is Jiao Koxian, and you? For the first time, she hated her last name. It wasn't good to have a last name, but to have a last name of Jiao. Li Subai saw Jiao Koxian's cheeks reddening, only felt that this air hostess in front of her was even more beautiful. My name is Li Subai, he joked. This surname of yours, it's easy to cause misunderstandings. Jiao Kurson's red face, her body radiating shyness, not knowing what to say. What's your cell phone number? Can I add you on WeChat? After getting acquainted, Li Subai directly asked Jiao Koxian for her cell phone number. As for WeChat, the cell phone is now turned off, so I can't add it. Jiao Kurson originally had ideas about Li Subai. Naturally, she won't refuse. The cell phone number was given to Li Subai quickly. Even, she was afraid that Li Subai forgot his cell phone number. She also wants Li Subai's cell phone number. If Li Subai turned back and didn't add her, she can also add Li Subai, so as not to miss it. After getting off the plane, after the cell phone was turned back on, Li Subai sent a friend request to Zhao Xin. Soon, Zhao Kursin passed the application. And then, Li Subai sent Zhao Xin a wiki. Are you still flying today? Zhao Xin. I've flown all 4 stages today. I'm not flying anymore. Li Subai. Then I'll treat you to dinner. Zhao Xin. Dinner? It's not good for me to fade. Li Subai puzzled face. Why not? Zhao Xin. It'll separate us. Li Subai. He understood that he was meeting an expert. This also made him more certain of his ability to accomplish his mission. Becoming more certain of himself. After all, no matter if it was the air hostess, or the song god specialization skill, to be honest, was still very attractive to Li Subai. While Li Subai was teasing the sky with Zhao Xin on WeChat, he came to a car rental store inside the airport. He rented an Audi S7 at a cost of $2,500 a day. He rented an Audi S7. It's a lot more convenient to have a car when you're out and about. Then, Li Subai waited for Zhao Xin in the parking lot. Zhao Kursin had already agreed to go to dinner with him, since she promised to eat. I'm afraid that she was also ready to separate. Zhao Kursin was wearing high heels and holding a standard flight attendant suitcase in her hand. When she saw Li Subai again, as well as the Audi beside him, she couldn't help but feel some surprise in her eyes. She couldn't help but be a little surprised in her eyes. You even drove here? At the same time, in her heart, she also believed in Li Subai's financial strength. This is really a rich man. Li Subai didn't hide it and said honestly, I came to Jingdu on a business trip. This car was rented by me. It's also a bit more convenient to go somewhere, although it was rented. But Zhao Xin wasn't too disappointed. After all, being able to rent this kind of luxury car, more proof that Li Subai was not an ordinary person. Chapter 43, People are numb. After waiting for Zhao Xin to get into the car, Zhao Xin curiously poked at Li Subai. You came to Jingdu on a business trip. I wonder what kind of things you're doing. Li Subai. This time I came to help create a script for a movie. Zhao Xin's eyes lit up as she said in surprise. Creating a script? Could it be that you're a screenwriter? Li Subai said with a smile while driving the Audi with one hand. Actually, I'm a writer. Previously I wrote a novel that was spotted by director Mong and was ready to be adapted into a movie. Director Mo invited me to assist him in creating the script. That's why I came to Jingdu on business this time. Zhao Xin had a face of admiration. The novel you wrote can actually be turned into a movie. This is too amazing. Li Subai. It's not bad. By the way, do you have any good restaurant recommendations? Next, Li Subai drove his car and took Zhao Xin to a high-grade Western restaurant for dinner. During the meal, the two of them got along very well. At the same time, Li Subai also took the opportunity to, in the Four Seasons Hotel, he booked a presidential suite. Although, a presidential suite, priced at $88,000 a night, it can be said to be the most expensive of all. However, Li Subai also wanted to experience the feeling of living in a presidential suite, so he didn't care about the price. At the same time, Gong Weiyang brought her assistant, Tao Yao Yao, sitting in the first-class cabin, also came to Kyoto. Recently, Douyin will organize an annual award event in Kyoto. The Douyin Club will be holding an annual awards event for the most influential anchors in Kyoto. Gong Weiyang, as an anchor with millions of fans. As an anchor with millions of fans, Gong Weiyang was naturally invited by Douyin. That's why she came to Kyoto. Walking out of the VIP channel, Gong Weiyang looked very emotional in her heart. Today, she was also considered to have experienced the feeling of sitting in the first class of an airplane. Sure enough, the service fog walks too. This money is worth spending. After getting off the plane, Gong Weiyang took a taxi, go to the hotel that she booked in advance. She booked, but the well-known international 5-star hotel, Four Seasons Hotel. The price of a single executive city view suite for one day is more than $3,000. This is the first time that Gong Weiyang has stayed in such an expensive room. The heart is full of anticipation. Sitting in first class, staying in a luxury hotel. This is the high society quality of life that Gong Weiyang is pursuing. I heard that there will be a lot of big stars at this award ceremony. I don't know which stars will come. In the car to the hotel, the assistant Tao Yao Yao said to Gong Weiyang with some excitement. Gong Weiyang was also looking forward to being able to meet the stars at the awards gala. This was something that she used to be with Li Subai when she would not dare to think about it at all. She felt that her life now, she felt that her life had already entered the upper class society. After dinner, Li Subai asked Zhao Xin, I booked a presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. I've never stayed in a presidential suite before. I'm a little weak. Can you accompany me to support the occasion? Presidential suite? Zhao Koxian's eyes lit up. She had never stayed in the legendary presidential suite, but she wanted to experience it. So, she nodded and said, okay, it just so happens that I also want to see what a presidential suite is really like. On the way to the Four Seasons Hotel, Zhao Koxian asked curiously, how much does a presidential suite cost a night? Li Subai said lightly, $88,000. Zhao Kursan smacked her lips as she listened. This is too expensive. Most people, they can't earn this much money in a year. At the same time, she had an intuitive feeling of Li Subai's financial power, and she only felt that. This is a real tycoon. I'm going to have to get a hold of it. Li Subai drove an Audi S7 and brought Zhao Koxian to the Four Seasons Hotel. And just at this time, Gong Weiyang is also sitting in the drop. She came to the Four Seasons Hotel. Gong Weiyang just got off the bus. She saw her ex-husband from an Audi. She didn't expect to see her ex-husband in Kyoto. Is this bad karma? The point is, Gong Weiyang realized that Li Subai has become much more handsome, like a star. It seems that even his height has become taller than before. If Gong Weiyang hadn't lived with Li Subai for so many years, I would have known Li Subai by heart. Otherwise, she almost didn't recognize him. She almost didn't recognize that the leading man in front of her, who looked like he came out of a movie, it would be her ex-husband who has been slowly getting fat since she got married. So, my sister really didn't lie to me. Her ex-husband did become like a star. It's just that, it's only been half a month. Why has he changed so much? Did he have a medical beauty treatment? In addition, Gong Weiyang noticed that Li Subai actually came down from the driver's side of the car. When did he buy an Audi again? Gong Weiyang just thought of this. She saw a beautiful woman wearing a stewardess uniform, looking very elegant, came out from the passenger side. Who is she? Why did she come to the hotel in the same car as Li Subai? At this moment, Gong Weiyang saw that stewardess actually took the initiative to hold Li Subai's arm, and she even whispered something to Li Subai. That look, from a long way away, Gong Weiyang can feel the pull in the eyes of the stewardess. Suddenly seeing this, Gong Weiyang's face could not help but become very gloomy. How could she not expect that? Her own ex-husband actually hooked up with a flight attendant. The key is, this stewardess, she was even prettier than her. This makes Gong Weiyang feel bad. If Li Subai was looking for an ordinary woman, Gong Weiyang wouldn't have thought much about it, but Li Subai found a woman, even more beautiful than her, to have temperament. Gong Weiyang naturally upset. Gong Weiyang came to participate in the award ceremony in a good mood. All of a sudden, it was gone. At the same time, Gong Weiyang still had some doubts in her heart. Li Subai had an affair with Yin Shuitua before. Now he's in a hotel with a stewardess. After his divorce, how did he become so good at attracting butterflies? Tao Yaoyao also saw Li Subai, and the stewardess beside Li Subai. She couldn't help but look at her boss. The boss' face was so gloomy that he wanted to drip water. Tao Yaoyao's eyes, Momo Yaoyao's eyes, suddenly became very strange. Li Subai did not notice Gong Weiyang at the moment, and he and Zhao Kursan, under the leadership of Suit Moshing, came to the front desk to check in and register. After learning that Li Subai was actually the guest who reserved the presidential suite, the attitude of the front desk suddenly became different. Originally just routine courteous, also became respectful. At the same time, a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo and behaving like an eagle gentleman personally came out to receive Li Subai and Zhao Koxian. This tuxedoed man is the personal butler of the presidential suite. This tuxedo man is the personal butler of the presidential suite, and can serve Li Subai 24 hours a day. The experience of living in a presidential suite is completely different from living in an ordinary suite. After arriving at the hotel, there are special people to help park the car. There is also a personal butler to serve you personally. Luggage is also helped by the waiter. And the elevator is a special elevator. No need to squeeze into the elevator with other passengers. Chapter 44, The Ex-Wife with a Heart of Gold. The private butler also said that the hotel will provide all kinds of private dishes or snacks and fruits for free 24 hours a day. Whenever Li Subai wants to dine, whenever Li Subai wants to eat, the hotel will let the private chef make a good delivery. And during the period of living in the presidential suite, the hotel will also provide Li Subai with a free Rolls-Royce or Bentley with a private driver. If Li Subai needs to go shopping, the hotel's butler will be available 24 hours a day to help with errands. If Li Subai needs to book a local restaurant or go to a club, the personal butler will do it for him. In short, as long as Li Subai's request doesn't violate the law, the personal butler will be able to help. So, although the price of the presidential suite is outrageous, but the service is really thoughtful and considerate. Gong Weiyang followed Li Subai from afar. She also walked into the hotel. After entering the hotel lobby, Gong Weiyang noticed that the service staff of the hotel Li Subai is very respectful. Not only did the waitresses help Li Subai and the stewardess with their luggage, even there was also a man who looked very gentlemanly and stylish. He stood by Li Subai's side respectfully. He was respectfully explaining something to Li Subai. After a while, that gentleman took Li Subai and Zhao Coxin and disappeared in the elevator. Gong Weiyang noticed that the elevator that Li Subai rode in was different from the elevator that other travelers rode in. It was written as VIP only. You have to swipe your card to ride. Gong Weiyang was full of doubts at the moment. The Four Seasons Hotel service, is it that good? At this time, Gong Weiyang heard the whispered conversations of several guests beside her. Who was that person just now? Why are the hotel waiters so respectful? How come we don't get this treatment? He lives in a presidential suite that costs $88,000 a night. Of course the waiters are respectful. So it's the presidential suite. It's so awesome. That stewardess is really beautiful. But tonight must be miserable. Will certainly be stabbed into a hornet's nest? He. Gong Weiyang heard the other party's words. The whole person was, Li Subai actually lived in the presidential suite. $88,000 a night. He. Why is he so flirty? Gong Weiyang thought. Before, she was still thinking. She was able to live in the 3,000 plus a night Four Seasons Hotel. She was already in the upper class. But now, compared to Li Subai, she realized that she has not entered the upper class society. She has only just gotten out of poverty. The mood became even worse. On the side of Tao Yao. Also listen to the secret staggering. $88,000 a night. It's higher than her yearly salary. Now Li Subai is really developed. At the same time, she also for their own boss, secretly felt pity. Obviously, in the past, Li Subai was so in love with her boss. Unfortunately, boss didn't know how to cherish it. Now, he's taken advantage of another woman. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhao Kurson held Li Subai's arm in a bird-like manner. She followed Li Subai's side, riding in the exclusive elevator. Looking around, wearing a tuxedo private butler, serving Wu Sheng treats Li Subai with respect. Listening to the private butler's comments about the various services for the presidential suite guests, he was shocked for a long time. The heart was shocked for a long time cannot speak. Originally, this is the life of the rich. This is the life of the rich. Too extravagant. But, I like, stepping out of the exclusive elevator. Zhao Coxin was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. The elevator was directly to the home. So as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, there was a large, luxurious living room. Zhao Coxin estimated that the living room was 145 square meters. It was larger than most people's homes. The living room has several sets of sofas. The living room is divided into different areas. There was a meeting room, a dining room, a lounge area. What Zhao Coxin liked most, Jocelyn's favorite part was the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows that surrounded the living room at 240 degrees. The view of the sunrise area. The view of the Chaoyang district is breathtaking. Zhao Kurson stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Kurson stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking out at the commercial buildings lined up outside. Zhao Kurson had the illusion that she had the whole city under her control. This feeling is too good. It made her eyes go straight to silk. In addition to the huge living room, inside the presidential suite, there is also the master room. There is the nanny's dinner. There is the ladies' room. There is even a fitness room and a private theater. The total area reached 700 to 800 square meters. What shocked Zhao Coxin the most was that she learned from her personal butler that the landscape paintings hanging in the presidential suite, they're authentic paintings by famous masters like Qi Baisher and Su Beihong. Each of these paintings costs millions of dollars. Looking at the paintings on the wall, Zhao Kurson is really well. She suddenly felt that the presidential suite charges $88,000 a night. It's very reasonable. After the personal butler left, the two of them can finally get down to business. Li Subai, to this day, finally understands why in the movie there are so many episodes about flight attendants in the movies. This is really a profession that can make people forget to come back. Gong Weiyang lying on the bed, tossing and turning. She couldn't sleep for a long time. In her mind, she was still thinking about Li Subai and that flight attendant. I don't know, what is Li Subai doing now? He brought the stewardess to the hotel. What else could he be doing? Thinking about this, Gong Weiyang's mood. I feel like I want to arrest Li Subai. She wanted to grab Li Subai and beat him up. I have an urge to grab Li Subai and beat him up. It's only been a few days since the divorce. First with my best friend. Now he's with a stewardess. I can't tell he's sad about the divorce. Men. They're all men. They only think with their lower body. Chapter 45, Too Topsy-Turvy. Ding. The host has completed the mission. Rewarding the host with the singing god specialization skill. Note, this skill requires 2.5 years to completely master. However, if the host takes the initiative to learn vocal skills, the time for total mastery will be greatly shortened. In the morning, Li Subai still woke up early and he then saw in his mind, there was an additional reward message. When Li Subai was washing up, he sang a few lines by himself. He wanted to try out his god of song skill. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on a fairy emperor. To be honest, it's just SOSO. It's not broken, but it doesn't sound good either. It seems, if you want to completely master the skill, you still need to learn vocal music. Before, the system also rewarded Li Subai with 10 times the strength that it needs to be exercised in order to quickly master it. However, Li Subai has never had the time to exercise. Today, he is free. Inside the presidential suite, there is also a gym. So, Li Subai came to the gym and exercised. When he was exercising, Li Subai gave the hotel's personal butler a call. He asked the other party to send him 2 sets of Prada women's clothes. Yesterday, Li Subai accidentally damaged Zhao Koexian's stewardess uniform. Li Subai naturally had to compensate the other party. He'll pay for 2 if he breaks one. He'll pay for 2. He'll pay for 2. But he'll pay for the name brand. Such a sweet man. It's hard for a woman not to like him. Applause for those who understand. I don't know how long it took. Zhao Koexian woke up slowly. Since becoming a flight attendant, Zhao Kurson has been working night shifts often, resulting in irregular work and rest. Zhao Koexian didn't know how long it had been since she had slept so soundly and so well. It was really a good night's sleep, and all of this was thanks to Li Subai. He was truly able to help one fall deeply asleep. May I honor him by calling him a great wet? No, master. Thinking of Li Subai, Zhao Koexian's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. To be honest, she really didn't expect that. This Li Subai is actually so good. He's handsome, has a good body, and has money. She's been with Li Subai for the past day. Zhao Koexian didn't know how many times she was shocked. Anyway, it was an eye-opener. It's an eye-opener. She felt that she had dug up a treasure. Thinking of her own treasure, Zhao Koexian realized that Li Subai was not with her. Zhao Koexian couldn't help but get up and Zhao Kurson couldn't help but get up and go look for Li Subai. But she just sat up, but she couldn't help but go down again. She realized that she was driving like she was in a car accident. She had the illusion that she was about to fall apart. It's true, the traffic police said good. You can't drive with fatigue, or you will easily get into a car accident. After adapting for a while, Zhao Koexian finally adapted. Only, after getting up, Zhao Koexian realized that her clothes, she couldn't wear them anymore. What can we do? Zhao Koexian was sad. Zhao Kurson left the room slowly. No one in the living room, no one in the video room. Finally, Zhao Koexian found Li Subai in the gym. Li Subai was only wearing a pair of sweatpants. He was doing barbell lifts. Gulp. Looking at Li Subai's sculpted muscle lines, sweat flowing over his muscles, full of hormonal tension, Zhao Koexian couldn't help but gulp. There were muscles, but they weren't exaggerated. This body shape, it was really too top. After walking in, Zhao Koexian realized that Li Subai even loaded 100 kilograms of barbell pieces in strong lifting. Exercise up, and actually seems to have a free hand. Zhao Kurson couldn't help but smack her lips secretly. She finally understands why Li Subai, when Li Subai was carrying her, it was as easy as carrying a chicken. This arm strength is really horrible. Li Subai heard something. He saw Zhao Kurson wearing the emperor's new clothes and walking over. He couldn't help but put down the barbell in his hand. You're awake? Why don't you rest for a while? Li Subai asked with concern. His eyes, he didn't glance carelessly. It was very honorable. When Zhao Koexian saw Li Subai, Zhao Kurson looked a little shy when she saw Li Subai. Her voice was soft and sticky as she replied, I've had enough sleep. Why did you get up so early? To be honest, Zhao Koexian really admired Li Subai's spirit. After all, how hard Li Subai worked. She has seen it in her eyes, and it hurts in her eyes. So hard, but he can still go to bed early and get up early, and exercise. Zhao Koexian seemed to understand. Li Subai is so capable. Li Subai helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, I also want to rest more, but no matter how late I rest, when it's time in the morning, I'll automatically wake up. Zhao Koexian smiled and asked, could it be that you still have some stress? Li Subai smiled. Of course he has pressure. It's just that it's not good to tell Zhao Koexian explicitly. By the way, I asked my personal butler to buy you 2 sets of clothes. Try them on to see if they fit. You also bought me clothes? Zhao Koexian sniffed and couldn't help but be filled with surprise. She was originally fretting about what to wear later on, She didn't realize that Li Subai actually helped her think about it in advance. This is also too considerate. Coming into the living room, Zhao Kerson realized that, on the sofa, there are 2 Prada handbags. Although Prada is not as famous as Chanel or Hermes, but it's also a top luxury item. A suit costs tens of thousands of dollars. Handsome, capable, rich and generous. Zhao Koxin felt that. Zhao Kerson feels that she is really in love with this man that she has only known for a day. After all, he's too good at it. Zhao Kerson began to try on the clothes. I'm not avoiding Li Subai. After trying on the clothes, then, the 2 of them went to wash up together. After washing up, Li Subai notified the personal butler, called the private chef. He made a delicious meal for the 2 of them. After the meal, Li Subai also asked the hotel's private driver to drive the hotel's Rolls-Royce. Zhao Kerson back to her dormitory, while Li Subai went to meet Hmph. He is ready to formalize his work as a screenwriter. Gong Wei Yang and Tao Yaoyao stood outside the gates of the Four Seasons Hotel and they are waiting for the DDT, the awards party organized by Douyin. The awards party organized by Douyin will not be held until a few days later, so Gong Wei Yang was ready to take a stroll around Kyoto's attractions. But, Gong Wei Yang's spirit, she looks a bit depressed. Even with her makeup, it's hard to hide her tiredness. Last night, thinking about Li Subai staying in the same hotel with her, but he was sending warmth to another woman. She couldn't sleep. It was almost midnight. She only fell asleep in a daze. So, today she also got up late. While Gong Wei Yang was waiting for the car, suddenly, she saw a familiar figure that, walking out of the hotel, it was Li Subai. Next to Li Subai, there was also the stewardess. Chapter 46 Ex-wife regrets. Only, the stewardess did not pass on yesterday's stewardess uniform. Instead, she wore a set of printed silk twill shirt that showed her figure and temperament, paired with a bustier skirt of the same style. Gong Wei Yang recognized at once that this is Prada's latest wide clothes. Seeing 2 people holding hands, a look of intimate lovers, Gong Wei Yang's heart. Once again, it is difficult to get up. Look at the 2 people's situation. Obviously, last night, the 2 of them were talking to each other in a very harmonious manner. Li Subai walked out of the hotel, and also saw the 2 people, Gong Wei Yang and Tao Yaoyao, who were standing right outside the hotel. His expression froze for a moment and, then he withdrew his gaze and, he pretended to be unrecognizable. There was no intention to greet his ex-wife. As for Zhao Koxin, she also saw Gong Wei Yang, only, it wasn't even on her mind. Ding! Just at this time, Li Subai's mind, but remembered the system's prompting sound. Releasing mission, Task 1. Take Zhao Kerson, go to the ex-wife in front of the provocation to show off. The task is completed. Reward the host 10 million stock charts A. Task 2. The ex-wife is waiting for a car. Invite the ex-wife to take a ride together. Send the ex-wife to her destination. Task completed. Reward the host with a loony dog. Hearing the 2 tasks released by the system, Li Subai didn't choose any of them, bringing Zhao Koxin forward to show off. This was too brainless, too villainous, and, as for inviting his ex-wife to ride with him, Li Subai, however, did not want to be a licking dog. Gong Wei Yang saw that Li Subai directly ignored her and, her heart became even more clogged. It's not a good feeling. Very soon, the private driver then drove the Rolls-Royce provided by the hotel and parked in front of Li Subai and Zhao Koxin. The private butler personally opened the door for Li Subai and Zhao Koxin. Li Subai and Zhao Kerson got into the Rolls-Royce. Then they took off. Gong Wei Yang looked at her ex-husband riding in the Rolls-Royce, thinking that she was still waiting for the drop, the huge gap. It made her feel so bad that she wanted to cry. She also began to doubt her own divorce, whether it was the right thing to do or not. If she didn't get divorced, I'd be the one living in a presidential suite. I would be the one. When Tao Yaoyao saw this scene, she had a lot of feelings in her heart. I didn't expect. Li Subai divorced her boss. Li Subai has changed so much since she divorced her boss. It's only been a few days. Surprisingly, she has become a person of 2 classes. Could it be the boss is a bad influence on Li Subai? So when Li Subai was with the boss, she's been doing nothing. But after the divorce, she'll be a star immediately after the divorce? The Rolls-Royce first sent Li Subai to Mph's neighborhood, nodding, and then sent Zhao Kerson to her dormitory. Not to mention the sensation Zhao Kerson caused when she returned to her dormitory in the Rolls-Royce. Zhao Kerson's return to her dormitory in the Rolls-Royce caused a sensation when she was seen by her co-workers. That said, Li Subai went to Mph's mansion in Hadian district. She met Mph again, and 2 other professional screenwriters hired by Mph. One of them is named Maidu, one is named In Jingruan. For the next few days, they'll be working together to discuss how to adapt Ghost Blower into a script. They'll discuss how to turn Ghost Blowers into a screenplay. Although it's Li Subai's first time working as a screenwriter, however, because he has learned Hollywood's 3-act screenwriting techniques. Plus, Li Subai is also the author of Ghost Blowers. He knows the plot of the novel best. Therefore, when he was with the professionals, he didn't show any fear. He was also able to speak eloquently on the creation of the movie script. He gave a lot of constructive ideas on the creation of movie scripts. This made Hmph very appreciative of Li Subai. He was very appreciative of Li Subai. He often dragged Li Subai to discuss the plot, and even talked about the world, while working on the script. On this day, Hmph told Li Subai he had currently pulled in more than $70 million of investment for the movie. Hearing the amount of investment in Mighty Ghost Blowout, Li Subai couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. He suddenly felt that his current fortune is still too little. It seems, still have to make money quickly. Li Subai curiously asked Hmph, Mr. Mo, I don't know if you're going to invite Hubai, Fatty Wang, De Jinya, Shirley Yang, and the Queen of Jingjie to play with you? Hmph did not hide anything from Li Subai, saying, Hubai, Fatty Wang, Big Golden Tooth, and the Queen of the Essence. These actors have not yet been finalized. However, Shirley Yang is finalized. It's Lu Xiener's name. Li Subai has naturally heard of it. Even, once upon a time, Li Subai also for Lu Xiener wasted a lot of paper resources. Lu Xiener in Daxia. She is an absolute first-line actress. She is a beautiful woman, a city fisherman, and a banquet. The key is, Lu Xiener looks very fairy, a temperament that does not eat earthly fire. Fans have become a fairy sister. Many netizens say that Lu Xiener is the ceiling of Chinese face value. Even the black fans of Lu Xiener will all recognize Lu Xiener's beauty. It's just that, Li Subai said to director Mo. Lu Xiener's acting skills have always been criticized. Also, Lu Xiener's temperament doesn't seem to fit well with Shirley Yang. Lu Xiener was unearthly, while Shirley Yang was a dry imperial valor. The two temperaments are indeed different. Also, Lu Xiener's fame was great, though. However, according to Li Subai's understanding, none of the movies that Lu Xiener appeared in seemed to be well received and sold out at the box office. Although Lu Xiener is really pretty, but Li Subai still hopes that his own fierce ghost-blowing lamp can let some people with acting skills to star in it. In this way, fierce ghost-blowing light could be a big hit and allow Li Subai to gain more profits. Director Mo said somewhat helplessly, she's from the investor, Li Subai. He got it. Lu Xiener is bringing money into the group. It couldn't be refused. Hmph remembered something and smiled at Li Subai. Lu Xiener was officially invited by Douyin to attend a party organized by Douyin, and she'll be coming to the capital today. I've arranged to have dinner with her in the evening, and I'll talk to her about the script on the way. You should come along too. Li Subai did want to see Lu Xiener's real face and see the other party's elegance with his own eyes. Therefore, he asked, is it convenient? Hmph said carelessly, you're the author of a novel or the screenwriter of a movie. Of course it's convenient. The County King's House, Zhuan Banquet. This is an upscale Chinese restaurant in Kyoto. The restaurant is located in a courtyard house in the Second Ring Road. This courtyard house used to be the residence of a prince. It's very luxurious and high class. The place where Hmph and Lu Xiener had dinner. It's here. Li Subai and Hmph. At 7 o'clock, they came to the restaurant's private room. After waiting for half an hour, Lu Xiener and a beautiful middle-aged woman. Lu Xiener was dressed very plain and simple. She wore a white loose-fitting t-shirt with a pair of washed 7-minute jeans. The jeans wrapped around the long legs. The jeans wrapped around her long legs and showed off her figure. It should be to avoid being recognized by reporters and fans. She also wore a fisherman's hat and sunglasses. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. It's hard to see her whole face. However, this figure, this temperament, the fact that she has this body and this temperament has already made Li Subai amazed by the heavenly beings. Chapter 47, Willing to be a father or a godfather. After Lu Xiener entered the house, she took off her fisherman's hat and the sunglasses on her face. When Li Subai saw Lu Xiener's real face, he was instantly stunned. He realized that Lu Xiener's real face, she was even more beautiful than her photo. It's like a beauty coming out of a painting. She's like a beauty from a painting. It's a very strong impact. It's reasonable to say Su Meiting and Zhao Kuexian are both beautiful women. However, in front of Su Meiting and Zhao Kursen, they're both a few steps behind. Only Gong Qianxue's youthful invincibility, coupled with milk muscles and straight legs, can barely compare, but the temperament, or not as good. Lu Xiener is already very beautiful. The face value GAGA mesquil, but the appearance of the middle-aged woman next to Lu Xiener is no better than that of Lu Xiener, was in no way inferior to Lu Xiener. She has a curvy figure. She has a beautiful face, a river of autumn water eyes, noble and elegant temperament. Her skin is so delicate. It seems that age has not left any traces on her face. This is the legendary ultimate light mature. The ceiling of the mature world. A pinch can be out of that kind. Li Subai also recognized this lightly ripe beauty. This person was Lu Xianer's mother. Lu Yunli. Lu Xianer, no matter if she goes out to act or attends any activities, her mother will always follow her around. Li Subai before. Also read a lot of gossip about the mother and daughter on the network. What godfather thin horse, both mother-in-law aunt. I don't know if it's true or not. Ding. At this time, Li Subai's mind. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Releasing choice mission. Choice 1. Become Lu Xianer's godfather and make $1 billion investment in Lu Xianer. The task is completed. Rewarding the host with a future futures chart that can earn 500 million. Branch task. Ask for Lu Xianer's contact information. Reward the host with another world novel and movie of the same name, Jedi Battle Royale. Choice 2. Become Lu Xianer's dad. Become Lu Yunli's strongest backing. Support Lu Yunli's life in the future. Mission completed. Rewarding the host with a digital currency investment chart capable of profiting $1 billion. Branch task. To get Lu Yunli's contact information. Reward host whitening lightspot Formula 1. I'm tired of teasing. Looking at the task released by the system. Although Li Subai's face was as usual, in his heart, he secretly smacked his lips. 500 million. 1 billion reward. This is the first time Li Subai has seen the system give such a high reward. To know. The system allows Li Subai to divorce Gong Weiyang. Only rewarded $10 million. Is this the power of celebrity? Is this the power of celebrity? But if it's the power of celebrity, why is Lu Yunli's reward would be higher than Lu Xianer? It's just that, although the reward is high, but wanting to complete the task, it's not that easy. But the side quests, it's easy to complete. That's right, quests. You can choose to complete all of them. Sorry to keep you waiting. When we left the airport, Xian was recognized by a fan, so there was some delay. After Lu Yunli entered the room, she apologized to Director Mo first, with an apologetic face, attitude, appearing respectful, yet not making people feel groveling, appearing unassuming and unassuming. Xian is Lu Xianer's nickname. Director Mo did not put on airs. He stood up and greeted the two. You're welcome, Ms. Lu, we haven't been here for long, either. Xian, please sit down. Lu Xianer greeted Moing nicely. Hello, Director Mo. The voice was cold. After the greeting, Moing introduced Li Subai to the two of them again. Ms. Lu, Xian, this is Li Subai, the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, and the screenwriter of the movie. Lu Yunli sniffed and eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise that she didn't expect that the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light was actually so young and handsome. This was completely different from her impression of the author's image. Although she was surprised, Lu Yunli did not show it on her face. Instead, she greeted Li Subai. Mr. Li, how are you? Please take care of Qianshan in the future. Li Subai, you're welcome, Ms. Lu. The entertainment industry. Everyone's youth, fame, seniority, and status are different. It's easy to offend people. In order not to offend people, so we all address each other as teacher. After Lu Xianer entered the room, she had been expressionless. Her temperament was very cold. Even when she greeted Moing, she didn't even smile. However, when she heard Mo's introduction, she looked at Li Subai's gaze. She looked at Li Subai with a brighter gaze. She changed her cool character and, somewhat excitedly asked Li Subai, so you're the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp? Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, I've read it too. The writing is very wonderful. The plot inside makes me curious and scared. Li Subai politely said, thank you for the compliment. Lu Xianer sat directly on the seat beside Li Subai. She asked curiously, I've already seen the latest chapter of the novel. Hubai and the others just escaped the hanging soul ladder and they encounter danger again. I wonder what danger they will encounter next. Here was the plot of the second part of Mighty Ghost Blowout, the Dragon Ridge Mystic Cave. It can be seen that Lu Xianer should really like this book. I didn't expect that Lu Xianer looked immortal and unsmiling, but she still likes to read horror novels. Li Subai replied, if you want to know what dangers they encountered, it's better to read the novel. It's no fun to give you spoilers. Lu Xianer complained. Unfortunately, you update too slowly, only updating 1,000 words a day. Where's enough to read? Why don't you update 1 billion points more? Li Subai was indeed updating very slowly right now. After all, Mighty Ghost Blowout has been changed into a movie. After the official announcement of the movie, Fierce Ghost Blowing Light will definitely be a small fire. By then, there will be many publishers looking for him to cooperate. So, Li Subai is not in a hurry to update. It's just a pain in the ass for the readers. Of course, Li Subai will not tell Lu Xianer the real reason. He casually found an excuse to say, To write this novel, I have to look up a lot of information. Plus, recently, I'm assisting director Mo to change the novel into a movie. Time is a bit tight, so I've updated less. Lu Xianer was not skeptical as she said indistinctly, I see, right. How did you come up with the idea to write this novel? In the novel, the plot about Shirley Yang, why is there so little? Can you write more plots about Shirley Yang in the future? Have you written any other novels? Recommend it to me. Li Subai realized that Lu Xianer looked cool and uninviting. In fact, is a chatterbox. There is also no shelf. Chapter 48, Calling Sister First, Completing the Task. County King's Mansion. Outside the Juan banquet gate, Gong Weiyang and Tao Yaoyao had arrived here as well, only to see Tao Yaoyao holding a cell phone in her hand. She is broadcasting live to Gong Weiyang. Gong Weiyang said to the camera, I've heard people recommend that this County King's Palace banquet is one of the most luxurious Chinese restaurants in Kyoto. Today, let's experience it. How amazing the dishes made by this most luxurious Chinese food restaurant really are. For this meal, I've put down a lot of money this time, so please, for those family members who haven't clicked their attention yet, click your attention, and if you're able to, please send a gift. As Gong Weiyang's words fell, only one after another, someone swiped a gift. However, most of the people who sent free little red flowers, there were very few that sent paid gifts. Nowadays, Gong Weiyang's popularity has somewhat decreased, so there are fewer people sending gifts. Lu Yunli saw her daughter meeting with Li Subai for the first time. She was talking non-stop. She can't help but be a little surprised. Her daughter's character has always been cold and withdrawn. It was the first time she saw her daughter talking so much with a strange man. At the same time, she was also a bit wary. Li Subai is handsome. He's a little talented. Her daughter is so enthusiastic about him. Don't let him seduce your daughter away. Her daughter is going to marry a rich man in the future, so she can't be attracted to a small writer. Thinking of this, Lu Yunli directly interrupted her daughter's conversation with Li Subai. She didn't move and said to Li Subai, Mr. Li looks so young, only graduated from university. I didn't expect to be able to write such a novel work as Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. Let people admire it. Li Subai, Teacher Lu is too kind. Actually, I am not young anymore. Lu Yunli laughed. Teacher Li is only 23-4 at the most, almost around younger than me. How is he not young anymore? Li Subai, actually, I'm already 30 years old. Lu Yunli couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard this. She was really surprised. Even Lu Xianer was surprised, because Li Subai's current appearance looked like he had really only graduated from college not long ago. The skin was very tender. Impossible. You look so young. How can you be 30 years old? Lu Xianer said in disbelief. Li Subai, you can ask director Mo if you don't believe me. Moingdi had signed a copyright contract with Li Subai and looked at Li Subai's ID card. Moingdi saw Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli looking at him and couldn't help but nod his head and say, on Xiaobai's ID card, he is indeed 30 years old. Lu Yunli couldn't help but be even more surprised in her heart when she heard this. She looked curiously at Li Subai, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. Teacher Li, I wonder how you usually take care of yourself. Can you share with me the maintenance method? A woman whose passion for appearance maintenance can be said to have reached a perverted level. They are usually even afraid of cockroaches. But for the sake of beauty, they can have liposuction, injections into their faces, and surgery to grind their bones. Lu Yunli saw Li Subai 30 years old, but she can still maintain such a young skin condition. She is naturally curious. Li Subai of course cannot say that this is all the effect of the system. He suddenly thought, just now, the system released a side mission. As long as he gets Lu Yunli's contact information, the system will reward him with a formula for whitening and lightening spots. This might be a good way to get close to Lu Yunli. So, Li Subai said, in fact, I really do have a formula for whitening spots. This formula, or I found it from a handwritten Chinese medicine book. It's very effective. Lu Yunli sniffed and eyes couldn't help but light up. Even Lu Xianer, the face was filled with interest. Moingdi, on the other hand, said to Li Subai with some sudden realization, no wonder when I saw you some time ago, the state of your skin wasn't as good as it is now. So, you have a secret recipe for maintaining your skin. Li Subai smiled faintly and considered it a default. When Lu Yunli and Lu Xianer saw Moingdi say this, in their hearts, they couldn't help but be more interested in the so-called formula in Li Subai's hands. Lu Yunli couldn't wait to ask Li Subai, I don't know if old brother Li can let me make a copy of this white beauty spot lightening formula? In order to get the formula, she didn't call Mr. Li anymore. Instead, she changed her name to elder brother Li. Li Subai apologized. Sorry, Sister Lu. Li Subai also climbed up the ladder and changed his name to Sister. This formula, I'm preparing to go into production in the future. so I can't give it to Sister Lu. However, the finished product, if Sister Lu does not mind that it is a 3 less product, I can send some back to you. I'll call you Sister now. Let Sister teach in the future. No loss. I was a little disappointed that I didn't get the formula, though. However, Lu Yunli is not an unreasonable person. Lu Yunli is not an unreasonable person. She also understands that, if Li Subai's formula is really effective, the value must be extraordinary. Li Subai is not willing to give. It is also a reasonable thing. Lu Yunli, I definitely don't mind. Then it's a deal. Send me some finished products later. Li Subai. Good. Lu Xiener quickly interjected. I want it too. Li Subai. Actually, with your skin, you don't need to use any cosmetics at all. Lu Xiener saw Li Subai praising her skin and couldn't help but be a little happy. She joyfully said, although my current skin is fine, but it has to be maintained. Don't let it be too late when you get old in the future. Li Subai. That's fine. Turn around and I'll match you with a few bottles as well. Lu Xiener. It's a deal. Don't you forget. Li Subai thought of the side quest and smoothly opened his mouth. Why don't we add a WeChat? When I go back and match it, I can also notify you. Lu Xiener didn't even think about it, and agreed. Good. I'll sweep your cell phone. Lu Yunli saw that her daughter added WeChat with Li Subai. She moved her mouth bar and originally wanted to stop it. However, the words came out of her mouth. She swallowed. It would be too offensive. Moreover, although Li Subai looks young, but he's 30 years old. My daughter is only 22. I don't think she'll like him. Successfully added Lu Xiener's prestige. Li Subai said to Lu Yunli again. Sister Lu, can I add your prestige? Lu Yunli did not refuse. You sweep my cell phone. Ding. Host completes branch mission 1. Rewarding host with one each of an otherworldly novel and a movie of the same name, Jedi Battle Royale. Ding. The host completes branch task 1. Rewarding the host with one lightning and light spot formula. Hearing this voice, Li Subai couldn't help but reveal a look of satisfaction. Next, several people chatted for a while more about the mighty Ghost Blowout movie. Mainly, Mong asked Lu Xiener to adjust her schedule, and gave Lu Xiener some requests about the role of Shirley Yang. Chapter 49, Ex-Wife Breaks Defense. For example, Mong wanted Lu Xiener to learn some fighting skills recently. He also wants Lu Xiener to take Shirley Yang's script and read it, to memorize her lines and get a feel for the character of Shirley Yang. Lu Xiener agreed to all of them. She didn't put on the airs of a first-tier star. After getting along for a while, Li Subai noticed that Lu Xiener seemed to be a foodie. She likes food. A few of the dishes on the menu, she tasted them all. However, Lu Yunli is worried about her daughter's body shape. So after Lu Xiener ate a few bites, after Lu Xiener took a few bites, she wanted to move her chopsticks. Lu Yunli stopped her. Maintenance. Lu Xiener also looked a bit dissatisfied and she was puffing up like a bun, a beautiful dusty bun. Li Subai wanted to laugh, seemingly noticing Li Subai's stifled laughter. Lu Xiener took advantage of her mother's inattention. Lu Xiener took advantage of her mother's inattention and she also made a face at Li Subai. Li Subai was having a hard time holding in his laughter. The couple talked for more than an hour, and then Mong went to the bar. Then Mong went to the bar to settle the bill. Li Subai left the private room with Lu Xiener and Lu Yunli. Xiaobai, if there's anything I don't understand about Sherry Yang, can I ask you? Lu Xiener asked Li Subai. Li Subai, of course. Lu Xiener, you're the screenwriter and author. Can you add more scenes to Sherry Yang? Li Subai, you should mention this to director Mo. Lu Xiener, if I could mention it to him, I wouldn't have told you. Just as Li Subai and Lu Xiener, Lu Yunli were talking while walking out of the private room. At this moment, was sitting inside the hall, by the aisle. Gong Weiyang, who was eating while broadcasting live, just saw Li Subai, and the two stunning beauties beside Li Subai, because Lu Xiener was wearing a boatman's hat and big sunglasses, so Gong Weiyang didn't recognize her at first. Gong Weiyang suddenly saw Li Subai actually with two beautiful women together. The body and temperament of these two beautiful women, compared to the morning stewardess, they are even more outstanding than the stewardesses in the morning. Gong Weiyang's heart, simply mixed feelings. To be more bad taste, there are more bad taste. She can't figure it out. Li Subai was with that stewardess only the day before yesterday. How come in a flash? How come in the blink of an eye? He's with two other beautiful women? When did he become so good with women? The point is, these women are all prettier than each other, and each one is more elegant than the other. Gong Weiyang thinks she's not bad looking. But compared to these two women around Li Subai, she felt a little ashamed of herself, and this instantly made her feel even more bad. Perhaps these women were all called peripheral by Li Subai? Right, it must be so. Otherwise, how could Li Subai change them one day at a time? I didn't expect that. She's so pretty, but she's also a peripheral. Thinking about it, Gong Wei Yang's heart finally became a little better. Looking at Lu Yunli and Lu Xianer's gaze was also filled with contempt, because Gong Wei Yang and Tao Yao Yao, both of them, were sitting right next to the aisle. Therefore, Li Subai also noticed Gong Wei Yang. He really didn't expect that in the huge Kyoto, he actually ran into his ex-wife twice in one day. He didn't know how to describe the fate of the two. Just as Gong Wei Yang was treating Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli as peripherals, as if they were peripheral. Suddenly, Gong Wei Yang noticed that the comments in his own live room were scrolling wildly. All kinds of small gifts also became more. He, you guys see behind the anchor, the woman with the hat, does it look like big star Lu Xianer? Hiss, what like that person is Lu Xianer. Oh my god, Lu Xianer is actually eating at this restaurant too. The anchor actually photographed Lu Xianer. This luck is too good. Fairy sister, my wife, it's obviously my wife. Draw your sword. The other party is wearing a hat and sunglasses, and her hair is covering her face. Why are you guys so sure that person is Lu Xianer? Why didn't I recognize her? Because the lightly cooked ceiling next to her is Lu Xianer's mother. I didn't expect that Lu Xianer's mother is also so pretty and has such a temperament. It's true that pretty is all genetic. Anchor, quickly go up and ask for an autograph with Lu Xianer. It's a rare opportunity. Anchor, if you go to get an autograph, I'll give Anchor a swish carnival. Who's that guy talking to Lu Xianer? Couldn't be Lu Xianer's boyfriend? No way. Lu Xianer's boyfriend is me. That guy, why does he look like the Anchor's ex-husband? Of course, the Anchor's ex-husband is nowhere near as handsome. It's true that he looks a bit like brother ex-husband, but he's much more handsome than brother ex-husband. If brother ex-husband was this handsome, Anchor would definitely not have gotten divorced. Anchor, have you seen that man? Is he very similar to your ex-husband? Seeing these comments, Gong Wei Yang was very confused. The woman next to Li Subai. Is the woman next to Li Subai a big star? Lu Xianer? Really? Shouldn't she be an outsider? How could Li Subai know Lu Xianer? And they're still talking and laughing? That's not scientific. Gong Wei Yang saw a fan ask her to get an autograph from Lu Xianer. She even gave her a carnival, a dream castle. Gong Wei Yang was in a state of confusion. For the gift, of course she was excited, but she didn't want to ask her ex-husband for an autograph. To ask for her autograph. After all, her ex-husband knew her, but she licked her face and asked for her autograph. Doesn't this make her look inferior to her ex-husband? When Gong Wei Yang was hesitating, Li Subai, Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli have already left the hotel. From the beginning to the end, Li Subai did not look at Gong Wei Yang a few times. He didn't even have the idea to greet Gong Wei Yang. Just pretend not to recognize this person. After Lu Xianer left, Gong Wei Yang finally do not need to be entangled in whether to sign or not. Only, inside her heart, she also broke the defense. Why is the ex-husband so well mixed up? After leaving the hotel, Lu Xianer and her daughter left in the nanny car. Li Subai said goodbye to Mong. He took a taxi and went to a large traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Didn't Lu Yuli and Lu Xianer ask Li Subai for a whitening cream? Now that he's got the formula, he's going to make the cream first. Look at the efficacy of the cream. And this ointment is the key item to bring Li Subai closer to Lu Yuli and Lu Xianer. Therefore, Li Subai naturally had to pay attention to it. To be honest, he was still quite excited about the 1.5 billion system mission rewards. He was still quite moved. On the way to the traditional Chinese medicine store, Li Subai secretly read the introduction of the Whitening Spotlighting Formula. Whitening Spotlight Formula. Materials needed to make 1.5 natural seawater pearls over 7 millimeters in diameter. Wild white poria 50 grams. Wild ampelopsis 25 grams. Wild atractylodes 20 grams. 5 grams of natural ambergris. Method of use, once in the morning and once in the evening, each time on the skin that needs to whiten and lighten spots for 30 minutes, then wash off with water. Using this formula, 1 week can lighten and whiten spots, and 1 month can completely get rid of spots and let the skin fade away. Melanin, not permanent. Seeing the ingredients needed for the whitening spot lightening cream, Li Subai couldn't help but get a little worried. They all need to be wild or natural. I don't know if it's possible to find them in this era. Chapter 50, he's giving too much. Soon, Li Subai was led by the cab driver to. He arrived at a large Chinese medicine restaurant. Originally, Li Subai was worried. Can you buy wild herbs? Good thing, except for ambergris. Most of them are not that precious, so they can all be sold. It's the wild ones. The price is more expensive. Li Subai followed the recipe and purchased a lot of Chinese herbs. A total of $15,000 was spent. Of course, in order to be on the safe side, Li Subai didn't buy all the herbs from one pharmacy. Instead, he went to several pharmacies. He went to several pharmacies and bought a few things from each. He even bought some unrelated herbs. He also bought some unrelated herbs, lest the formula be leaked. After all, if the effect of the formula is really as good as the introduction, it can remove spots and whiten the skin in a month, which is hundreds of billions of dollars of business. Li Subai naturally have to be careful, buy all the medicinal materials, as well as some of the tools for making ointment. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that. Then, he followed the proportions on the formula, and the sequence of steps, and even the temperature. He started to make the whitening and lightening ointment, with the detailed method given by the system. It's not that troublesome to make it. It's not that troublesome. After only 2 hours or so, Li Subai successfully made 250 milliliters of whitening spot lightening cream. After making the finished product, Li Subai took a whiff. The ointment was very fragrant, but not greasy. It smelled very fresh and comfortable. Compared to the Chanel perfume that Li Subai purchased, it smells better than the Chanel perfume that Li Subai purchased. Even if the whitening effect of this thing is not good, just as a spice, it is also very valuable. Before knowing the specific effect of the ointment, Li Subai would not dare to give the cream to Lu Yunli or Lu Xianer to use. If there is no effect, it would affect Li Subai's image in their hearts. It will affect his success rate in accomplishing his mission. So, Li Subai has to find someone to try the effect of the ointment. Li Subai looked at his skin. Fair. And there were no spots. So, he tried the medicine himself. I'm afraid he won't be able to see any changes. It would be best to find someone with darker skin and freckles. Li Subai immediately thought of Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao was Gong Weiyang's assistant. She helped Gong Weiyang shoot videos, edit videos, and make copy. At first, Li Subai helped Gong Weiyang recruit her on the internet. This person's ability is good. Usually, she doesn't say much. Li Subai has a better impression of her. Tao Yao Yao is 27 years old this year. Because her skin is yellow, there are some acne marks on her face from puberty. She has a low self-esteem. Therefore, she has never had a date. It is very suitable for Li Subai to test drugs. Thinking about it, Li Subai took out his cell phone, sent a Weibo message to Tao Yao Yao. Are you there? There is another thing I want to trouble you. I don't know if you are willing? At this moment, Tao Yao Yao had just edited the video footage that Gong Weiyang had shot today, and matched it with text and music, and then sent it to Gong Weiyang to check, and then sent it to Gong Weiyang for checking. Immediately after that, she received a message from Li Subai. Seeing Li Subai's message, Tao Yao Yao was a bit surprised. She didn't have much contact with Li Subai. She didn't understand why Li Subai sent her a message. Is it because of Gong Weiyang? Could it be for the matter of Gong Weiyang? Tao Yao Yao held back her doubts and replied. What is it, brotherly? Li Subai. It's like this. I've researched a cosmetic that can whiten and lighten spots. I want to find someone to try out the effects. I wonder if you're willing to help. Tao Yao Yao learned that Li Subai had researched a cosmetic that couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had known Li Subai for more than half a year and she didn't even know that Li Subai had researched cosmetics. He's definitely messing around. Not to mention, she even wanted her to be a guinea pig. She really wanted to ask Li Subai, are you ethical? Are you responsible for her disfigurement? Tao Yao Yao just wanted to refuse. Right at this moment, Li Subai sent 2 more messages. You only need to test the drug for a month. I'll give you $10,000 a month for your hard work. Tao Yao Yao deleted the word no from unwilling without hesitation. Too willing. When will brotherly give me the cosmetics? I'll cooperate fully. $10,000. Disfigurement is fine. Seeing that Tao Yao Yao agreed, Li Subai was also very happy. He asked, you're still in Kyoto, right? Which hotel? I'll find an errand boy right now and ask him to send the stuff over to you. Tao Yao Yao sent the hotel address to Li Subai. After waiting for like half an hour, Tao Yao Yao then received a call from the errand boy. When Tao Yao Yao opened the door to pick up her things, Gong Weiyang, who lived in the same room, also saw it. She asked in confusion, didn't you eat enough just now? How dare you order takeout? Tao Yao Yao didn't hide it and told the truth. It's not takeout. It's that brotherly made a cosmetic product and asked me to be a guinea pig. Gong Weiyang. Which brotherly? Tao Yao Yao. Nuan father. Put. Learning that it was her ex-husband, Gong Weiyang almost sprayed a mouthful of salt vapor and she exclaimed, what? He makes cosmetics? He's a novelist. What kind of cosmetics can he make? Moreover, you dare to use cosmetics made by him? Aren't you afraid of disfigurement? Tao Yao Yao said helplessly. Of course I'm afraid but there's no way he's just giving too much. Gong Weiyang said in disbelief. What's too much? Tao Yao Yao. Experience for a month and give me $10,000. Gong Weiyang. She spat. It's money for. Tao Yao Yao nods. Thought deeply. However, hoped that Li Subai could burn more. She could also earn more. it can't be helped. The baby was poor. Tao Yao Yao opened the package and, only to see a travel dispenser makeup bottle inside. And a handwritten instruction manual. You really want to use it? Gong Weiyang saw Tao Yao Yao open the makeup bottle and, somewhat worried. She naturally didn't believe that Li Subai could make any cosmetics. After sleeping together for so many years, Li Subai was capable of. She still knew exactly what she was capable of. If Li Subai really had this ability, he would have already made it for her to use. After all, one of Gong Weiyang's shortcomings is dark skin. She has used a lot of cosmetics, but there is no effect. Seeing the 3 less product in her hand, Tao Yao Yao was naturally a bit weak. However, thinking about the $10,000, Tao Yao Yao still went to the restroom and washed her face a few times. Then she squeezed a little bit of the 3 less cosmetics and evenly applied it on her face. I hope not to be disfigured, Tao Yao Yao prayed in her heart. Gong Weiyang saw that Tao Yao Yao really smeared Li Subai's 3 less products. She couldn't help but shake her head in her mind. She would never dare to use this kind of makeup from an unknown source. After handing over the stuff to the errand boy, Li Subai leaned on the sofa and checked up on the other reward he obtained today. The otherworldly Jedi Battle Royale novel and movie of the same name. Li Subai first watched the movie, and without using his cell phone, directly in his mind, silently playing it. The picture appeared directly in Li Subai's mind. After only a few minutes of watching, Li Subai was deeply attracted by this movie. Chapter 51 Adoptive Parents Make Demons. Li Subai realized that this movie called Jedi Battle Royale, it's a very interesting movie. It's so interesting that it makes a class of people to kill each other. Li Subai had never seen such a bloody and violent movie before, had never seen such a bloody and violent movie that used killing as a theme. He found it very interesting, especially seeing those beautiful actresses in the movie killing each other. It was very emotional. Without realizing it, Li Subai finished watching the movie. After watching it, Li Subai was still not satisfied with the movie. It's been a long time. He hadn't seen such a hot-blooded, hearty movie in a long time. Li Subai thought, if this movie is remade in this world, it would surely amaze many moviegoers, and get a lot of box office. Moreover, there are no special effects in this movie. As long as we don't hire any stars, the investment shouldn't be too big. $10 million or so, it should be able to be made. Li Subai currently has more than 17 million cash in hand, including the royalties of the ancient city of extinction. Thinking about this, Li Subai was immediately moved. After thinking for a while about putting together a remake of Jedi Battle Royale, Li Subai took out the novel of Jedi Battle Royale and read it again. The content of the novel was similar to the movie. It was just that the background of the novel was more complete. The characters' personalities were also described in more detail. Moreover, the killings were also more brutal. Therefore, although I've already watched the movie, but reading the novel will not feel boring. The next day, after Tao Yao Yao woke up, the first thing she did was rush into the restroom too, checking to see if her face had been disfigured. Good thing, her face was intact. She was not disfigured. At the same time, she was relieved. Tao Yao Yao couldn't help but scrutinize her face carefully. After all, she still has to give Li Subai feedback on the effect. There doesn't seem to be any change. Her skin is still dark and yellow, and her acne marks look like the surface of the moon. Wait, it seems that her face is not so oily. Maybe it's an illusion. When Li Subai woke up and went to Hmp's studio to discuss the script. Mocking TI's requirements for scripts are very high. Not only does the plot have to be reasonable and conflictual, even a line, he has to make sure it fits the character's personality. During the break, Li Subai took the opportunity to make a request to Hmph. Director Mo, I'm interested in making movies. When you're shooting Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, can I follow you around and see the process of filming? No need for you to pay your salary. Li Subai was thinking about getting Jedi Battle Royale made, so he wanted to familiarize himself with the process of filming. Although, he wasn't going to direct Jedi Battle Royale himself, but if he didn't know anything about the process of filming a movie, if he blindly invests in a movie, wouldn't that be an obvious way of letting people get in the way? Li Subai is not so stupid. After a few days together, Hmph had a good impression of Li Subai. He also got along well with Li Subai. Therefore, he didn't reject Li Subai and agreed quickly. Yes, I'll arrange an assistant director position for you. You'll help me deal with some things on the set, and you'll still get paid. Li Subai was a bit embarrassed. Assistant director? I'm afraid I'm not competent. Hmph laughed. Said assistant director? In fact, is a miscellaneous, does not care about the filming of things, is to help arrange a group of actors? Look at the clothing and props, to help me find a shooting site in line with the plot. If there are actors who make any requests, you also have to help deal with them. Li Subai nodded and said, this I can do. Just as Li Subai was helping Hmph create the script, That afternoon, Li Subai received a call from Gong Qianxue and told Li Subai a bad news. It turned out that Li Subai's adoptive parents, because they haven't waited for Li Subai, they feel that Li Subai is deliberately avoiding them. They didn't know where they found out that Li Subai had purchased a new house in Jingyu Royal Mansion, but today they came to Jingyu Royal Mansion to look for Li Subai. Today, they came to the Jade Palace to look for Li Subai. They tried to squeeze some of the prize money out of Li Subai. When they found out that Li Subai was really not at home, the two of them were ready to force themselves to live in the house, wanting to lazily stay in Li Subai's house, and not go away. The good thing is that Gong Qianxue looks skinny, but her character is not weak. Directly Chao Xiaodi and Li Fugue two people to drive out. For this reason, Chao Xiaodi and Li Fugue two people. Chao Xiaodi and Li Fugue were cursing in the neighborhood for a long time. The two of them have caused a lot of onlookers. Although, Gong Qianxue on the phone to describe lightly. However, Li Subai heart but know that, Gong Qianxue is afraid that it is not easy to live. Because, Li Subai is very clear about the character of his adoptive parents. They are the kind of shrews who would take advantage of a little bit of advantage, and they would just throw themselves at each other. They're the kind of shrews who would take advantage of the situation. It's a common occurrence. Even when Zhang Shufan faced Chao Xiaodi, even Zhang Shufan had to back off from Chao Xiaodi. You can imagine, Gong Qianxue, a young girl who only graduated from university, facing this kind of shrew. How much pressure must there be? Li Subai somewhat apologized. I'm not at home. Let you suffer, Gong Qianxue said with a big grin. It doesn't matter. Moreover, with them wanting to make me suffer, they don't have the ability to do so. Li Subai, I'll call the property to say something, tell the property owner not to let them in. Li Subai really didn't want to have too much contact with his adoptive family. He and the other party had long since lost their feelings for each other. Gong Qianxue, actually, I also told the property, only that, they will follow in while the other owners are swiping their cards. Li Subai, if they come to the door to make trouble again, you just take Muan to stay in a hotel first. I'll transfer money to you. Gong Qianxue didn't refuse. That's fine. Actually, I'm not afraid of them. It's just that Muan is a bit scared. Li Subai learned that her daughter was scared. Face immediately flashed a trace of anger. After hanging up the phone, Li Subai then made a call to her adoptive father. Xiaobai, where the hell have you been? We've been looking for you and couldn't find you. And when we call you, you always say you're on a business trip. Li Fugue's complaining voice came as soon as the phone was connected. At the same time, it was accompanied by Chao Xiaodi's exasperated voice that, you tell him that his ex-sister-in-law actually kicked us out of his home. Is this like that? Couldn't we even stay in our own son's house? Li Subai coldly said, I've been working out of town recently. There are only two people at home, Gong Qianxue with Muan. You guys don't bother them. Chao Xiaodi snatched the cell phone from his old partner's hand and exploded. What do you mean by disturbing? We're staying in our own son's house. Can we call it disturbing? One's own son's home can let an outsider live there, but not one's own parents. Is there any justice in this? Li Subai said expressionlessly, if you have done your duty as parents, of course I can live here. Since you haven't fulfilled your responsibilities as parents, don't ask for too much. Chapter 52, Short and Powerless. Chao Xiaodi said furiously, how is it that we haven't done our parental duty? Did we not feed you or clothe you? Did you grow up eating as a child? Li Subai, you have to be conscientious. Being unfilial is punishable by heavenly punishment. Li Subai said without moving, have you done your duty? You know it, I know it, God knows it, and I know why you're looking for me. Isn't it because you know I've won the lottery and want the prize money? I'm telling you, you want the prize money. It's impossible. If you're smart, I'll even buy you some more stuff for the holidays. If you don't know what to do and scare one, you won't get a single gift. You guys know my character, that's all I have to say. How you want to choose, it's up to you guys. Finished, Li Subai directly hung up the phone. Seeing Li Subai hang up the phone, Chao Xiaodi was so angry that his face turned blue. He cursed at the air. Against the heavens. It's against the heavens. This unfilial son dares to talk to his parents like this. Why doesn't God take him away? No wonder his own mom sold him. So it was obvious that he was a white-eyed wolf. Although Li Fugue was also angry, however, he was still able to keep his wits about him. He asked Chao Xiaodi, who was spilling his guts. Li Subai has such a determined attitude. He just won't give the money. What should we do now? Chao Xiaodi huffed. Xiao Chen wants to get married, wants to buy a house. Her daughter doesn't have a stable job and wants to open a store. How can Li Subai, who is the elder brother, not give money? Li Fugue, but Li Subai is stubborn. Back then, we asked him for $1,000 in alimony. He wouldn't budge on 400, and wouldn't give us a penny more. We couldn't do anything about it. Chao Xiaodi, didn't you tell Xiao Chen to contact the gang? Why is there no news yet? Li Fugue, said there's a queue. Evening. Gong Qianxue was wearing a gown that she had specially purchased inside a 5-star hotel. Attended the awards gala organized by Douyin. At the party, there were a lot of big netizens from Douyin. Some of them were live broadcasts that could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars in goods. There were also rich and famous anchors who flaunted their wealth online. There are also several talent anchors who have successfully entered the entertainment industry. There are also entrepreneurial anchors who have opened hundreds of chain stores. Looking at the surroundings, so many millions of big netizens, Gong Weiyang suddenly realized that, I have 4 million fans. It's not enough to look at. At the same time, she also realized, even the current Li Subai, in front of these people, I'm not good enough. In this world, there are many people who are better than Li Subai. So, I shouldn't regret divorcing Li Subai. I'm sure I can find someone better than Li Subai. Next, when it came to the celebrity appearances, when Gong Weiyang realized that, when Gong Weiyang found out that the star who appeared tonight is actually Lu Xianer, Gong Weiyang's heart was a little upset. She didn't understand. How could Li Subai know such a big star? What is the relationship between the lovers in the end? 2 days later, Gong Qianxue called Li Subai, saying that Qiao Xiaodi didn't come to the neighborhood to make trouble anymore. Li Subai could not help but let go of his heart. Another 2 days later, Mhong officially announced to the press, he's going to make a new movie called The Ghost Blows the Light. He said he's investing $300 million. The female lead has been determined to be a popular young flower, Lu Xianer starred. After this news came out, it immediately hit the #1 hot search in the domestic entertainment pages, causing countless Lu Xianer fans to discuss. Along with that, Mighty Ghost Blowing Lamp, the novel, it was an instant hit. It was directly on the 8th place of Weibo's hot searches. After only half a day, Sky Forum's serialized Ghost Blower page, Ghostbusters page, had over 1 million new readers. It paralyzed the Ghost Blower page for 2 hours. These netizens, they came to read Ghost Blower because of Mhong and Lu Xianer. Mo and Lu Xianer were the reason why they came to read Ghost Blows the Light. Most of them are Mo's fans or Lu's fans. However, after reading the novel, most of them, they were attracted by the plot of the novel, and then became loyal readers of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, waiting for Li Subai's updates every day, and then urged for more updates with a grudging face. My chow, this is really a good novel. I've found a treasure. It's been a long time since I'd been so excited to read a novel. This novel, let me once again experience the excitement I felt when I first read an immortal novel. Good news, this is an addictive novel. Bad news, the novel is as short and feeble as the author. If you still have breath, can you make 1 billion more points? 1,000 words a day. How about sending out the callers? If I had known that this novel was so good, I should have waited for the novel to be finished before reading it. Now, I have to painfully wait for updates every day. This novel, made into a movie, is absolutely wonderful. Xianer's wife received a good drama. Looking forward to the movie's early release. Gong Weiyang, Gong Qianxue, Su Meiting, Zhao Kersen, Yin Shuitua and the others naturally saw the online news about Mighty Ghost Blowout. One by one, they had different reactions. Gong Qianxue looked very happy. It felt like her novel was on fire. Then at the first moment, she called her brother-in-law to congratulate him, and also asked her brother-in-law to ask her for a signed photo of Lu Xianer, Su Meiting, Yin Shuiduo and the two of them. On the other hand, they were just shocked and admired. They knew that Li Subai was writing a novel, but they didn't expect that Li Subai's novel could actually make it to the top of the hot searches, and was changed into a movie, and also starred by the big star Lu Xianer. Both of them don't know how to express the shock in their hearts. Su Meiting felt more and more, I don't deserve Li Subai. Thinking about it again, during this period of time, she sent messages to Li Subai. I'm not sure how much time I've had to talk to him. Li Subai said he was busy. She felt that her relationship with Li Subai had become more and more distant. This makes her very anxious. Yin Shuitua looked at the hot searches on the internet and, heart filled with regret and unwillingness, she felt that she had a chance to be with Li Subai. She felt that she would have had a chance to be with Li Subai. Although Li Subai said he was hurt by love, he doesn't want to fall in love yet. But Yin Shuitua firmly believed that, as long as you work hard, you can turn iron into a needle. As long as she stays by Li's side, sooner or later, she'll be able to melt Li's broken heart, so that Li Subai will accept her. Unfortunately, because of Gong Weiyang, Li Subai couldn't accept her. She missed out on such a quality man. Gong Weiyang even caused her to be exposed on the internet. She lost her job. Yin Shuitua already hated Gong Weiyang in her heart. When Gong Weiyang saw the hot search on the internet, mood became very complicated. Chapter 53, Going Out with Your Identity is all about you. Gong Weiyang felt that her ex-husband, was getting more and more prosperous. She also finally understands Li Subai's relationship with Lucien Air. It turns out, Lucien is only going to star in the movie adapted from Li Subai's novel. That means, the two of them are not the kind of relationship she imagined. That's right, she's a big star. How could she be interested in a second wife? Thinking about this, Gong Weiyang's mood finally felt a little better. Evening, hotel. Jiao Xin finally took her vacation. The first time she contacted Li Subai. Although, today, it's an unfortunate coincidence. Her relatives came to visit her. It's a bit inconvenient. But, Jiao Xin has plenty of excuses and means. So, it's not hard for her at all. She was not going to make things difficult for Li Subai. I didn't expect that your novel was able to get Lucien to star in it. It's marvelous. Jiao Xin squatted in front of Li Subai, heartily praising Li Subai with her mouth full of praise. Naturally, she had seen the news on the internet, therefore, admired Li Subai's ability. With his hand, Li Subai gently pinched Jiao Xin's face and calmly said, "There are many novels that have been adapted into movies. It's actually not that big of a deal. In the future, I'm going to invest in another novel of mine and turn it into a movie. It's not too late for you to admire it then." Jiao Xin drummed her rara avis and feasted on a caddy. You're going to invest in a movie yourself? Really? That's going to take a lot of money, right? Li Subai lightly pretended to say. I roughly estimated it. It might cost $100 million. That's not much. When you go out, you give yourself face. Although, Li Subai thought that he could make Jedi Battle Royale with just over $10 million. But that didn't stop Li Subai from quoting 100 million in front of Jiao Xin. Just like Moing. Investing in Mighty Ghost Blowout was clearly over $70 million. But he told reporters it was 300 million. Anyway, it's just blowing. I heard that Li Subai is going to invest $100 million in a movie in the future. Jiao Kursan could not help but secretly smacked her lips. Shahid were almost nodded with astonishment. I just feel, in front of this man, is really trenchant. And, since Li Subai can invest 100 million to make a movie, then his wealth mustn't be several hundred million, or even more than $1 billion? Thinking about it, Jiao Xin couldn't help but clench her fist. She must hurry. Whether or not you can marry into a rich family, I'm counting on the man in front of me. Thinking of this, Jiao Xin couldn't help but become even more eager to please. Ring, ring, ring. Right at this moment, Li Subai's cell phone rang. Li Subai glanced at the caller ID. Ji Boda. Li Subai immediately remembered the identity of this person. This person is the chief editor of the Three Smiles literary publishing house. He wanted to spend $100,000. He wanted to spend $100,000 to buy all the rights to Ghost Blowers. Li Subai was rejected. I didn't expect. The other party called again today. Li Subai signaled to Jiao Xin. Jiao Kursan nodded her head in understanding. Li Subai only then picked up the phone. Hey, who are you looking for? On the phone, a warm voice came out. Teacher Li, I am Ji Boda the chief editor of Three Smiles publishing house. Do you still remember? Compared to last time, Ji Boda's attitude was much more cordial. And, Li Subai pretended to have a sudden realization. So it's editor-in-chief Ji. What do you want from me? Ji Boda. I didn't expect Mr. Li to remember me. An honor. By the way, I haven't congratulated Mr. Li's novel. Not only has it been adapted into a movie by director Mo, it's also on the hot search. Congratulations. Li Subai looked at Jiao Xin, who had a serious face, and said in a bland tone, Editor-in-chief Ji is polite. After some politeness, Ji Boda finally stated his purpose. Mr. Li's fierce ghost-blowing lamp is a big hit nowadays. There are over 1 million comments on the Sky Forum. If we can publish a physical book of fierce ghost-blowing lamp, it will definitely be a big seller. Our Three Smiles Literary Society sincerely wants to publish fierce ghost-blowing lamp. I don't know what Mr. Li thinks. Li Subai put his foot cozy on Jiao Xian's shoulder and said in his mouth without panic. In fact, in the past 2 days, there are quite a few publishers who have revealed to me the intention of wanting to publish Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Only the price has not been negotiated. If Chief Editor G offers the right price, I can certainly authorize Fierce Ghost Blowing Light to be published by the Three Smiles Literary Society. With these words, Li Subai were not meant to swindle Ji Boda. In these 2 days, seeing that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp was a big hit on the internet, there are indeed many publishers who contacted Li Subai, wanting to publish Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Even Skyforum contacted Li Subai. They are willing to pay $1 million. They were willing to pay $1 million to let Li Subai continue to serialize Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp in the Skyforum, only to be rejected by Li Subai, because, once Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp was published, he would give up serializing in the Skyforum. After all, he serialized it on the Sky Forum, is just to attract traffic, now that he already has traffic. Of course he is not willing to do a losing business. G. Boda also knew that Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp was a big hit. There will definitely be many publishers contacting Li Subai, because of the unpleasant experience last. This time, G. Boda didn't dare to make a messy offer. After thinking about it, he opened his conditions, saying, "We are willing to use $200,000 in cash, plus a 7% share of sales, to buy the publishing rights for the first part of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, the ancient city of Jingjie, and the second part of the Dragon Ridge Mysterious Cave." Seemingly afraid that Li Subai would think it was too little, he explained again, "Physical books are tough these days, except for the books of Delu and Lao Yu. Most physical books don't sell well. If you can sell 20,000 to 30,000 copies, it's already considered a hit. So, we are very sincere in giving this price." Li Subai knew that G. Boda's offer, indeed, it wasn't quoted indiscriminately like last time. Li Subai had contacted several publishers in the past 2 days. Most of them didn't offer as much as G. Boda. There are a lot of requirements. For example, how many book signings should the publisher organize across the country? Although Li Subai already agrees with G. Boda's offer, however, he still bargained. Cash 200,000 unchanged. But, sales share, I want 10%. G. Boda shook his head repeatedly. 10% is too high. To tell you the truth, even for top writers like Delu and Lao Yu, their sales share is too high. Their share of sales is only 13-14%, Li Subai said without panic. A 10% share is not high. You have to know that Fierce Ghost Blowing Light is now on fire, and has a lot of loyal readers. Moreover, with the filming of the movie starting, with the exposure of the other several lead actors, with the release of the movie, Fierce Ghost Blowing Light will still get hotter and hotter. You say, with this heat of Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, if you convert it into publicity fees, how much money would need to be smashed in order to achieve this effect? So, a 10% share is really not that high. Even if I want a 14% share, I think I should. Chapter 54 Holding up stinky feet. Kibba rolled his eyes and, still 14%. We publishers have to work for you. Of course, he did not have the heart of the spit. Show it. Zhao Kurson looked at the way Li Subai was talking to others. She only felt that how she looked, how handsome, no matter how you tout it, it's not too much to ask. Palace Jade Wine, a favorite son. What's he like? Listen to me blow you away. G. Boda thought about it and said, 10% is too high. We publishers have to take a big risk. 8%. It's already very sincere. Li Subai, just 10%. To tell you the truth, other publishers have offered 9%, but I didn't even agree. G. Boda was really optimistic about the quality of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, and the heat. He heard Li Subai say this, clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, saying, okay, I'll bet on it too. 10% is 10%. When Li Subai saw G. Boda compromise, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Don't worry, you publishers definitely won't suffer. G. Boda, thank you for your kind words. The two agreed on a time to sign the contract, and hung up the phone. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Soon after hanging up, I heard Jiao Xin coughing violently. This is being choked. Puzhou County, the Fairview residence, the original Li Subai's home. Now, Gong Weiyang and Tao Yaoyao live here. Today, it's been 6 days since Tao Yaoyao tested the whitening spot lightning cream. It's been 6 days. When Tao Yaoyao woke up, she went to the restroom first. Then, she took a look in the mirror. Immediately after, Tao Yaoyao let out a scream. Ah, this scream surprised the sleeping Gong Weiyang. Gong Weiyang sat up violently from the bed and, with a confused face, she said, what's wrong? Is there a thief? Only Tao Yaoyao's excited voice could be heard. No, I didn't get burglarized. It's the acne marks on my face that have actually faded a lot. Tao Yaoyao was really excited at the moment. There was a feeling of crying tears of joy. You know, the acne marks on her face. Since she was in high school, it has been bothering her until now. It made her feel inferior to her own appearance. She had thought of countless ways. She has thought of countless ways to get rid of the pimple marks. Unfortunately, nothing worked. But now, she's seen the light. Moreover, Tao Yaoyao also realized that her skin has become a little whiter than before. This is not an illusion. It's really whiter. Tao Yaoyao never dreamed that. Li Subai's 3 less beauty products. It's actually effective. And the effect is also so obvious. Li brother powerful. When Gong Weiyang heard Tao Yaoyao's sleepy and completely woke up, she asked the spacer to with some disbelief. Really? Tao Yaoyao came to Gong Weiyang's room. She excitedly put her face in front of Gong Weiyang and happily said, Sister Gong, look, the acne marks on my face. Aren't they much lighter? And isn't my skin whiter too? Gong Weiyang took a closer look and she realized that Tao Yao Yao was right. Tao Yao Yao's face had indeed become lighter, and the acne marks had also become lighter. Gong Weiyang was a bit confused. She knows Tao Yao Yao has been applying her ex-husband's products for the past few days. She knows that Tao Yao Yao has been applying her ex-husband's 3 kinds of beauty products for the past few days. Before, she advised Tao Yao Yao not to use it, to avoid disfigurement. I didn't expect that. Not only did Tao Yao Yao not get disfigured, she's actually gotten prettier. Since when has Li Subai studied beauty products? If he has this ability, why didn't he show it before? You know, my skin is also dark, and also prone to acne. Tao Yao Yao didn't notice the change in Gong Weiyang's expression. She was still happy that her skin had gotten better, and feeling happy. I didn't realize that the beauty cream made by Brother Li actually has an effect, and the effect is still so good. If I had known earlier, even if he didn't pay me, I would have been willing to be a guinea pig. Gong Weiyang couldn't help but speak up. How can you be sure that it's the effect of his beauty cream? Maybe it's the hormones in your body that made it better on their own. Tao Yao Yao shook her head. How can it be due to hormones? I've had this face for so many years. If it could get better on its own, it would have gotten better on its own long ago. It must be due to the use of this beauty cream. Gong Weiyang's eyes rolled and said, wanting to know if it's the cause of this beauty cream is also very simple. You use some for me. If my skin can also become better, then it means that this beauty cream does work. If my skin doesn't get better, that means it's just a coincidence. Tao Yao Yao sniffed, but she hesitated a bit. She hesitated. There isn't much beauty cream left. If Sister Gong wants to try the effect, you can ask Brother Li for more. Brother Li will definitely give it to you. She still wanted to get rid of the acne marks on her face, completely, and also want to become lighter. So, she was a bit reluctant to share the beauty cream with Gong Weiyang. After all, she didn't know, after she used it up, Li Subai will give it to her again. Gong Weiyang saw that Tao Yao Yao did not want to share. Although she felt uncomfortable, she felt that Tao Yao Yao was being petty, but she didn't say anything more. She just nodded her head calmly. Indicating that she knew. After Tao Yao Yao left, Gong Weiyang thought about it, took out her cell phone, tapped on Li Subai's WeChat, typed a paragraph of text, finger on the send button, but delayed to press down. With the ex-husband to ask for things, she was a little embarrassed. However, thinking about that thing can make herself whiter and more beautiful. Gong Weiyang felt that face is not that important. Moreover, she and Li Subai have both seen each other's most embarrassing sides. For example, in front of Li Subai. She even called Li Subai 888. Li Subai also held her stinky feet. So, the two of them have nothing to be ashamed of in front of each other. Besides, Li Subai is not a stingy person. A little homemade beauty cream, he should not refuse. In the end, Gong Weiyang still pressed send. Only, after waiting for a while, Gong Weiyang never waited for her ex-husband's recovery. She couldn't help but send another message. Can you give a word? What is the meaning of not replying to the message? Buzz. Gong Weiyang finally waited for Li Subai to reply. All divorced. It's better not to disturb each other's lives. Click. Seeing her ex-husband's reply, Gong Weiyang's gums almost gave way. She couldn't help but reply. Even if you are divorced, you can still be friends. As for treating me as an enemy, Li Subai was currently on the floor of the hotel, doing push-ups. During this period of time, when he wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, he would work out for an hour and a half. Nowadays, Li Subai is in better shape, and his strength is also greater. It's 4 times that of an ordinary adult. The system rewarded Li Subai with 10 times his strength, and by exercising, he can accelerate the fusion. Buzz. Seeing his ex-wife send another message, Li Subai couldn't help but stop his workout. He picked up his cell phone and took a look at it. Then he replied, not as an enemy, just a stranger. Chapter 55, will compliment people more. Gong Weiyang felt Li Subai's icy cold words and it only felt that her heart was clogged. It was as if she was suffocating. Taking a few deep breaths, after calming her mood, she once again sent a message saying, okay, just be a stranger. You wouldn't say no to a stranger asking you to buy some beauty cream you made, would you? Ding. Li Subai was about to reply. Just at this time, the voice of the system that suddenly sounded in his mind. Releasing choice task. Choice 1. Take the initiative to give his ex-wife beauty cream, and kneel down to beg his ex-wife to accept it. The task is completed. The host is rewarded with a magic cloak. Wearing this cloak, it allows the host to fly. The flight height does not exceed 2 meters. The speed does not exceed 15 miles per hour. Choice 2. Refuse to give the ex-wife the beauty and skin cream. Reward the host with a growth card. This card allows any organ in the host's designated body to grow again. Obviously, Choice 1's reward was more precious, more tantalizing, and, after all, it was able to make one fly. However, I'll choose task 2. Li Subai made a choice in his mind while typing out 2 words on WeChat. Not for sale. Li Subai was not a slave to the system. He would not make a choice against his will just because the reward was more precious. He would not make a choice against his will. At first, he was unwilling to divorce and activate the system. It was for this reason. Now, he doesn't want to be a lickspittle for his ex-wife. For the same reason. Gong Wei Yan. Why? Li Subai saw the reply and he was almost amused by Gong Wei Yan's looking down on him. She insisted on divorcing him. She condoned Zhang Shufan, and Gong Chushui used Nuan to blackmail him for his bonus. In order to increase the number of fans, he even rumored on the internet that he cheated on her best friend within the marriage. Now even come to ask why. Li Subai really want to ask why Gong Weiyang can be so righteous? Does she know what she's doing or not? In the end, Li Subai only replied with 3 words. No reason. Gong Weiyang almost lost her breath. Having been rejected twice by her ex-husband, she had already been aggrieved to no end. She vented her dissatisfaction to Li Subai and said, at least I have followed you for so many years. I've been with you for so many years. I've suffered so much with you. I gave you a daughter. You to so deliberately against me. I thought you weren't a stingy person. I didn't think I was wrong about you. Li Subai, you won't be wrong about you in the future. Gong Weiyan was so angry that she didn't know how to reply. How come she didn't know before that? Li Subai was so good at disliking people? Ding! Mission completed. Rewarding the host with a growth card. Please have the host check it out. Li Subai immediately chose to use it. In the future, he would be able to fight for his country. Buzz. Just then, Li Subai received another message from Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao excitedly told him the whitening spot lightning cream S effect. This also made Li Subai realize that the whitening spot lightning cream rewarded by the system was indeed very effective. Then, Li Subai was relieved. In the future, I should consider how to use the whitening spot lightning cream to draw closer to Lu Yuli and Lu Xiener. The $1.5 billion reward. He wants it. After exercising for a while, Jiaoko Xin finally woke up, and Li Subai has been working out for 2 hours. Jiaoko Xin washed up and, seeing Li Subai, she immediately realized that something was wrong. She looked at Li Subai with some shock and said, how do I feel? You've become different? Li Subai pretended to be confused and said, have you? Why don't I feel that? Jiaoko Xin sniffed, and couldn't help but carefully sized up Li Subai for a while. In the end, she came to a conclusion. I really feel that you're different, becoming more handsome and more stylish. Jiaoko Xin's expression was so surprised that she could stuff down a duck egg, only feeling that this matter that was also too unbelievable. After all, how could one change so much overnight? Li Subai was also not vain and deliberately laughed. Your way of complimenting people is quite special, but I like it. In the future, you can still boast more. I've done good deeds and virtues in my life, and I can withstand all the praises. When Jiaoko Xin heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly and said, you think I'm complimenting you? Li Subai asked back, isn't it? Jiaoko Xin sniffed and also didn't know what to say to make it better. She thought back on what she had just said. It seemed like she had intentionally complimented Li Subai. Dang, what I said was the truth. After Li Subai's gag, the matter was left unsettled. After Jiao Kursan's makeup, the two of them went to the hotel's breakfast room. The two of them went to the hotel's breakfast room to have breakfast together. The scene was very cozy, just like a couple. After breakfast, Li Subai and Jiaoko Xin went back to the hotel. Jiaoko Xin was off today. Jiaoko Xin had the day off, while Li Subai waited for Ji Boda, the chief editor of the Three Smiles literary publishing house, to come to the hotel to discuss the publishing contract for Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp. It was about 10:30. Ji Boda came. Ji Boda was in his 40s or 50s. He was wearing a pair of gold glasses. His hair was a bit gray. And he wore it combed back meticulously. The look of the man of letters is not the image of the man of letters. Jiao Kursan, after learning the real name of Editor-in-Chief Ji, was almost shocked out of her overnight soy milk. I just thought, this name, it's really confident. However, Jiaoko Xin felt from the bottom of her heart that Li Subai's name is actually, it's the only thing that matches. After seeing Li Subai in person, Ji Boda, he looked very surprised. He didn't expect that Li Subai actually looked so young and handsome. This rather made Ji Boda think of an inspiration. To be honest, with this looks of Mr. Li, with a little packaging, you can be made into a popular idol writer. At that time, Mr. Li's books will have no worries about sales at all. I don't know if Mr. Li is willing to do that? Li Subai refused without even thinking about it. I'd rather not. I just want to write books quietly. Don't want to live under the spotlight and so on. Chapter 56, The sense of crisis deepens. Although it's good to be an idle writer, but one's every word and action will be noticed and magnified by the media and fans. There's no privacy to speak of. Li Subai has a system. Li Subai has a system that doesn't worry about wealth. That's why he doesn't want to live under public scrutiny. When the time comes, he won't even be able to eat a meat sandwich. Jibota saw Li Subai refused. He was very sorry to see Li Subai refuse, because a writer like Li Subai, who is so handsome and has such a good writing style, really is a phoenix feather. Therefore, he advised, you can actually consider it. Maybe the next Guahan will be you. Zhao Kersen on the side was all ears. Being an idle writer, like Guahan, you'll be in the limelight. Think about it. Li Subai shook his head. I'm not thinking about it. Let's get down to business. Jibota saw that Li Subai was really unwilling, although regretful, but he didn't try to persuade him more, lest it would cause Li Subai's resentment. Zhao Kersen also felt sorry. In her opinion, being able to be an idle writer with countless fans, this is a rare opportunity. She had to seize it. However, she thought about it. Li Subai's fortune could be several $100 million, more than $1 billion. She also felt that it was reasonable for Li Subai to reject Jibota, because the price has already been negotiated over the phone. Today is just to add some details. Therefore, both sides quickly finalized the specific contract. Finally, in the presence of the lawyer, both sides signed the contract. Jibota transferred $200,000 to Li Subai on the spot. Then Li Subai handed over the manuscripts of the ancient city of Jingjie and the Dragon Ridge mysterious cave, handed them over to Jibota. Jibota put away the manuscripts and, he said to Li Subai, we are going to take advantage of the heat of ghost-blown lantern still, and work overtime to print these 2 books, and strive to, in 10 days, just publish these 2 books and put them on the market. At that time, we will be in several major cities, to organize some book signing activities. Please also ask Mr. Li to spare some time at that time. Li Subai nodded. Attending a book signing event. This was something that was agreed upon in the contract. After sending Jibota away, Li Subai toned down and went to a high-class restaurant with Zhao Koxian for dinner too. Sort of a celebration, because the script of Ghost Blowing Lamp has been completely rewritten, so Li Subai wasn't busy these 2 days. After having dinner with Zhao Koxian, the 2 of them went to the theater to watch a movie. There were very few people in the theater. There were only 2 or 3 couples. The lights were dim. As a result, what was the plot of the movie? Li Subai and Zhao Koxian did not remember. The 2 of them have unlocked some new knowledge. In the evening, Li Subai was studying the floor plan of Zhao Koxian's house when he suddenly received a Weibo message from Lu Xiener. Why haven't you updated Fierce Ghost Blowing Light for 2 days? The donkeys in the production team aren't as rested as you are. It turned out to be a reminder to update. Li Subai typed with one hand and replied, I signed a publishing contract with the publisher. Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp won't take long to publish the physical book, so it won't be possible to update it online. Lu Xiener sent a sad emoticon that, so, I won't be able to see new chapters of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light for a while? Li Subai. The publisher said that they will work overtime to print the book and try to have the new book on the market in 10 days. Lu Xiener sent a frustrated emoticon. Still have to wait for more than 10 days, waiting until the flowers are gone. Why don't you send me the new chapter? Let me see it first, okay? Curt smile emoticon. Li Subai. It's not impossible to show you the new chapter first. However, I can't send it to you. You can only come to my place and use my computer to read it. Lu Xiener. Why? Li Subai. After all, it's content that hasn't been published yet. Of course I'm worried that you'll leak the manuscript. At that time, the publisher will still have to find me in trouble. Lu Xiener hurriedly assured. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the manuscript and will definitely not leak it. Please emoticon. Li Subai. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that webmail leaks happen from time to time. I have to emulate it. Lu Xiener for the sake of it. But I'm currently shooting an advertisement in Magic City, not in the capital. Li Subai. Then there's no way. Lu Xiener, disappointment emoticon. By the way, how many new chapters have you written? Li Subai. To tell you the truth, actually, I've already finished writing 5 parts of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. Smug emoji. Lu Xiener. Oh my god, to think that you've already written so many. I want to read it. I want to read it. Give it to me quickly. Spoiler emoji. And inside a 5-star hotel in Magic City, Lu Xiener was wearing cartoon pajamas, and at the moment, she was also rolling around inside the quilt and, looking very excited. 5 parts. She was able to watch an addiction. Li Subai. Whenever you return to the capital, I'll just show you. Lu Xiener. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Li Subai. A promise is a promise. Who are you messaging? Zhao Koxian was sitting on the sofa, her 2 feet also resting on the sofa. When she saw that Li Subai was only looking at his cell phone, and the floor plan was not looking at it, she couldn't help but ask. Li Subai didn't hide it and said truthfully, Lu Xiener has something to look for me. Lu Xiener? Which big star Lu Xiener? Zhao Xin said excitedly. Li Subai nodded. It's her. Zhao Xin was instantly energized. You still have Lu Xiener's WeChat? Ah? Are you guys familiar? What does she want with you? Li Subai. Fierce ghost blowing lamp isn't updated online anymore, and she asked why. Zhao Xin brought her head over and took a look at Li Subai's chat with Lu Xiener. She found that Lu Xiener was particularly fond of posting love packets. She chatted with Li Subai. She seems to be a little bit cute. This is not like chatting with an ordinary friend. Zhao Kursan was a little sour. A sense of crisis also arose. By the way, why is there no news about the beauty spot cream you promised last time? Did you forget about it? Angry emoticon. Lu Xiener sent another message. Li Subai. Didn't forget. The stuff is ready. Just can't be mailed. So I'll give it to you and Sister Lu when you return to Beijing. Lu Xiener. You called my mom sister. Aren't you taking advantage of me? Rage. Li Subai. Let's talk about each of us. I call you mom sis. You call me brother. I call you sister. Lu Xiener. Why does it sound so weird? The two probably chatted for almost an hour before they ended the chat. Then, Li Subai continued his own research on household types. Zhao Xin didn't think that Lu Xiener would be able to chat with Li Subai for so long. The sense of crisis in her heart couldn't help but deepen. She felt that she had to work harder. Otherwise, she can't compete with the big stars. Chapter 57. There's nothing underneath. As with the author, on the second day, Li Subai still woke up early and, after waking up, he started exercising as usual. As he insisted on exercising, his strength became bigger and bigger. The body also became more and more good. Even his spirit and temperament have become much better. At noon, a piece of news about Mighty Ghost Blowout that was pushed onto the Vibe Hot search. The male lead of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light was officially confirmed. The starring role is played by the popular actor Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan is a face value and acting skills are both online first-line male stars. He is 30 years old this year. However, he has been famous for more than 10 years. He has a lot of fans. Therefore, when Ji Kuan announced on his Weibo that he would be starring as the male lead in Mighty Ghost Blowing Lamp Hubai, he would be playing the role of Hubai, the male lead in Ghost Blowing Light. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless media and netizens. Brother G is starring in a movie. I'll definitely support it. Female number 1 Lu Xiener, male number 1 Ji Kuan. The lineup of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light is too luxurious. Already looking forward to this blockbuster. I've also read the novel of Ghost Blowing Light. It's really wonderful. If the movie is able to shoot out the essence of the original, it's definitely good. Why hasn't the Fierce Ghost Blowout novel been updated? Do you want us to send razor blades? That's right. I was reading it with vigor, but it's gone down there, just like the author. With several of the main stars of Mighty Ghost Blowout Lantern confirmed one after the other. 1 week later, Fierce Ghost Blowing Light crew officially started the movie in Hengdian. When the crew held the opening ceremony, Li Subai was there, as the executive assistant director and screenwriter. Of course, Li Subai's assistant director was just a name. Mo Engde didn't give him any specific assignments. He just told him to watch and learn more. At the opening ceremony, Li Subai saw Lu Yunli and Lu Xiener again. They were as beautiful as ever. He also met the male number 1, Ji Kuan. To be honest, Ji Kuan is really quite handsome. He has long, broken hair. His features are three-dimensional. His eyes are deep. His body is well-proportioned. His temperament, not the popular showbiz style of sissy, but rather a male style. His face value, it's basically on par with Li Subai. However, Ji Kuan is a few centimeters shorter than Li Subai. And, Ji Kuan's body, he's not as stylish as Li Subai. Therefore, Li Subai is more handsome and more elegant than Ji Kuan. As for the other main actors, they're not traffic stars. Rather, they are real acting talents. For example, the role of Wang Fatty called Wang Tao, body fat, more comedic. The one who plays Dejinya is called Feng Yuan. He really has a mouthful of buck teeth. It's obvious. Moing casting, or more attentive, are in accordance with the image of the original to find. Aha. Except for Lu Xiener who came into the group with capital. Hey, remember your promise yo. Lu Xiener looked very happy when she saw Li Subai and, as soon as she came up, she reminded Li Subai of what he had promised before. Li Subai, however, didn't rush to talk to Lu Xiener. Instead, he first greeted Lu Yunli next to Lu Xiener. Sister Lu, hello, we meet again. Lu Yunli was wearing a white bat-sleeve chiffon blouse today, paired with a brown knee-length small slit-pleated skirt. She also had a Hermes silk scarf tied around her neck. She was as beautiful and elegant as ever. She smiled at Li Subai and said, Hello, Mr. Li. I heard Qian Qian say that your novel is going to be published. Congratulations, Li Subai. Sister Lu is polite. Lu Yili had wanted to remind Li Subai of the matter of the beauty-nourishing cream. However, she thought, she was so proactive. It's not good, so she held back. Lu Xianer saw Li Subai finish greeting her mom and hurriedly interjected. Didn't you promise to show me the latest chapter of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light before? You can show it to me now, right? Have you really finished writing all 5? Li Subai. I left my computer at the hotel, and there's a shooting assignment today. Do you have time to read the novel? Lu Xianer. Then be sure to give it to me tonight. Li Subai nodded. Okay. Lu Xianer looked Li Subai up and down and said doubtfully, why do I feel that you're a bit taller than last time? Lu Yunli also felt that Li Subai was a bit taller than the last time they met, was a little taller and a little bit more handsome. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. The 20-centimeter height card that Li Subai had obtained is still working, so his height had been slowly changing. Li Subai deliberately played dumb and said, is that so? It should be that you're having an illusion. Lu Xianer wasn't sure. It's possible. Li Subai and Lu Xianer were talking in whispers, not far away. Mong was arranging for the staff to set up the incense and place the tribute. The opening ceremony wasn't really complicated. It's just burning incense, worshipping the gods. Take a group photo. Then the director and the lead actors. The director and the lead actors are interviewed by 1 or 2 media partners. This is actually a means of publicizing the movie. Li Subai originally thought that he was here to play soy sauce. I didn't expect. A female reporter, after interviewing Ji Cohen and Lu Xianer, actually came in front of Li Subai and wanted to interview him. Hello, I'm Shu Shueching, a reporter from the movie channel. Can I interview you for a few questions? This female reporter, with a pair of silver-framed glasses, permed with a big wave, looked rather atmospheric, with an imperial lady temperament. Behind her, there was also a photographer following her. She was doing a live broadcast, because it is the official media. Plus she had only interviewed Ji Cohen, Lu Xianer, the 2 top stream stars. Therefore, there were a lot of people in her live broadcast room. There were probably more than 200,000 people. The viewers of the live broadcast room, when they saw Li Subai, they were all amazed. Wow, who is this person? He's so handsome. He's even more handsome than Ji Cohen. I feel like I'm in love. Is this also an actor from Mighty Ghost Blowout? How come I've never seen him before? Within a minute, I want to know all about this little brother. Chapter 58, Ex-husband becomes the meat and potatoes. Li Subai didn't know what was going on in the live broadcast room. He elegantly nodded to Shu Shueching and replied, of course. Ding, Li Subai just finished his reply. He heard the system's voice ringing in his head. Releasing mission. Choice 1. Successfully work through reporter Shu Shueching's matchmaking and treat the other party to Kung Pao chicken. Mission completed. Rewarding the host with a piece of antique worth $10 million. Choice 2. Successfully add Shu Shueching's WeChat. Task completed. Reward host with proficiency in old Chinese medicine massage technique. Li Subai directly chose task 2. He felt that this task is simply a bonus question to ask for a WeChat. Isn't this a piece of cake? As for task 1, I can't do it. After Shu Shueching saw Li Subai's face, like the viewers in the live broadcast room, she was also amazed by Li Subai's looks. She was amazed by Li Subai's appearance. What makes Shu Shueching's heart flutter is that Li Subai's skin is very clean and fresh. It's not greasy at all, just like the skin of a kindergarten puppy. Moreover, Li Subai is very tall, 1 meter 8. He is a head taller than Shu Shueching. Shu Shueching stood in front of Li Subai. There is a kind of birdie feeling, only feel very secure. This man, surprisingly, there is more charm than Ji Cohen, although her heart was swirling. However, Shu Shueching did not show it on her face. She took the microphone and, without moving, she asked Li Subai, listening to director Mo. You are the author of the Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp novel? Li Subai nodded and said, yes. Live broadcast room. Oh my god, he's actually the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. I always thought that the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light was an old man, but I didn't expect that he would be so young and handsome. Handsome and talented. Love it. Anchor quickly ask him why he doesn't update Fierce Ghost Blowing Light anymore. Anchor better ask him if he's married. Want to find him inoculated. Is there no one upstairs who cares anymore? Shu Shueching saw Li Subai nod his head and hurriedly asked, I wonder what your real name is. How did you come up with the idea to create the novel Fierce Ghost Blowing Light? Li Subai answered in a moderate manner. My real name is Li Subai. I accidentally saw a report about Toon rating and found it very mysterious and interesting. And after consulting the relevant information, I thought of writing it as a novel. And then I wrote it. Shu Shueching. I've paid a visit to Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp, and I found that there is a lot of knowledge about grave robbing in it, such as when robbing a grave, You have to light a candle in the southeast corner of the grave chamber. Are all these things imagined by you, or are they real? Li Subai. Most of them are made up by me. And some, there are related records, and then artfully processed. Shuetching. So many pie-in-the-sky tomb rating terms. How did you come up with them? Li Subai, reading more information, plus a bit of whimsy. Shuetching. Many netizens within the live broadcast asked me to ask you why you didn't continue updating Fierce Ghost Blowing Light anymore. She suddenly laughed. They still want to send you razor blades, Li Subai hurriedly explained. It's because the novel is going to be published as a physical book, so it stopped updating online, and after a while, the physical book will come out. He hugged his fist at the camera. At that time, please also ask for more support from the fans who like it. It's an official press. At least, taking the opportunity to advertise the new book was no loss. Li Subai accompanied Shuetching and chatted for a while. Only then did Shuetching let Li Subai go. And Li Subai also successfully added Shuetching's WeChat, and then get a copy of the old Chinese medicine massage technology. And what Shuetching and Li Subai didn't expect. This is the interview. The actual Li Subai in the network on the fire. After the opening ceremony, the morning has passed. At noon, everyone gathered together for lunch. At 2:30 in the afternoon, we finally started shooting, because it's the first day, so the shooting is relatively simple. It's all indoor and dialogue scenes, except for Lu Xianer's frequent NGs. The shooting went smoothly. Li Subai watched Lu Xianer's performance from the side. To be honest, Lu Xianer's acting skills, she's really a bit poor. She's only good at playing expressionless fairies. All other emotions seem to be hard. In the afternoon, after work, Li Subai just returned to the hotel. He was about to wash up. He received a WeChat video from Gong Qianxue. Almost every day, Li Subai will talk to Gong Qianxue on video. He chatted with Nuan for a few minutes. In the video, Gong Qianxue and Nuan are together. Gong Qianxue's expression looked particularly excited. Brother-in-law, do you know, you're on fire. Li Subai was a bit puzzled. I'm on fire for what? Gong Qianxue, don't you know? You were interviewed live on a movie channel today. This live video, now it's all on Sheikh's hot search list. Everyone says you're the most handsome writer. A lot of girls are eating your face value and have taken you as their new husband. After Gong Qianxue's explanation, plus, Li Subai watched the jitterbugs. He finally figured out the ins and outs of things. Original. Many female netizens saw Li Subai's interview. They're all overwhelmed by Li Subai's handsome face. A lot of female netizens. Handsome, clean, refreshing, not greasy, and with a good body. He's a real natural handsome man. One by one. In the comments section, they all called Li Subai husband in the comments section. Plus Li Subai's status as the author of Ghost Blowers. The two catalyzed each other. Then, Li Subai is on fire. After Li Subai read it, I feel that things are very metaphysical. This fire is also too inexplicable. After talking to his excited sister-in-law, Su Mei Ting, Zhao Kursen, and In Shuetua also sent their videos to Li Subai. Su Mei Ting, Zhao Ku Xin, In Shuetua also sent messages to Li Subai one after another. All of them saw the news on the internet and, to congratulate him, Gong Weiyang naturally saw the hot search on Jitterbug. She realized that her ex-husband was on fire. Countless women have complimented her ex-husband's good looks, calling her ex-husband husband. Gong Weiyang was confused. She always felt, this is all too unreal. Just half a month ago, she still disliked Li Subai for being rustic and incapable, thus divorcing him. She didn't realize that, in the blink of an eye, her ex-husband had become a handsome man, a talented man. He's the most popular man in the eyes of countless women. How did he change so much? Watching on Jitterbug, Li Subai's handsome appearance, and in the comments section, countless women are calling Li Subai's husband as if they're obsessed with him. Gong Weiyang's heart once again born the idea of regret. So many people want Li Subai to be their husband. Why did I cut my husband? Isn't this laying off to the aorta? If I hadn't divorced him, I'm afraid I'd be envied to death by these hungry women. Oh, my God, why didn't you become so handsome and excellent earlier? Gong Weiyang's regretful colleague. She also resented her ex-husband. Hate the ex-husband, why not earlier off change? Chapter 59 Pain. Too much pain. Gong Weiyang turned to think about the matter of Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao has been using the beauty cream for about 10 days. Now the effect is becoming more and more obvious. Tao Yao Yao's face is no longer dark. It looks better than normal skin color. Pimple marks are only faint traces left. Seeing the effect of beauty cream is so good. Gong Weiyang, who was also plagued by dark skin, was naturally impressed. Unfortunately, Li Subai is too small-minded. Even a bottle of beauty cream cannot give me. Think of this. Gong Weiyang is very depressed. Gong Weiyang also looked at a contract on the dressing table. The bad mood finally got a little better. This contract was from a famous MCN organization that saw Gong Wei Yang's popularity and wanted to sign Gong Wei Yang as their model, and wanted to sign Gong Wei Yang as their anchor. In order to sign Gong Wei Yang, this MCN company offered an astronomical signing fee of $30 million for 5 years. And the other party also promised they will package Gong Wei Yang as an anchor with goods. They will even help Gong Wei Yang to develop in the entertainment industry. The profits from live broadcasting and carrying goods. Gong Wei Yang can also share the profits. Of course, to get the $30 million signing fee, there must be additional conditions. For example, how many hours a week must Gong Wei Yang broadcast live or bring goods? If the company arranges any activities, Gong Wei Yang must also participate. If Gong Wei Yang is blocked because of her own reasons and can't broadcast live, she will also have to compensate the company for the loss, for fear that after signing the contract, not allowed to be free, afraid of being squeezed by the company. Therefore, Gong Wei Yang had been a little hesitant to sign. However, now that her ex-husband has not only become a multimillionaire, but also more and more successful, Gong Wei Yang immediately made up her mind. He must rely on a professional company for promotion, in order to develop faster and better and increase the powder. Don't you have $20 million? Once I sign up, I'll have $30 million. I'm still better off than you. I can't be compared to you. Knock, knock, knock. Li Subai had just finished his bath. He heard a knock on the door. Opening the door. First, a fragrant wind came. Lu Xianer was standing at the door. Why are you here? Li Subai quickly asked. Lu Xianer, didn't you promise to show me the latest chapter of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light? Li Subai realized that Lu Xianer really liked Fierce Ghost Blowing Light. He let open the door to the room and invited. Please come in. Lu Xianer walked into the room, and she said to Li Subai in a somewhat excited tone, I just watched Vibe, and realized that you actually made it to the 10th place on the hot search. I didn't expect that this opening ceremony actually set you on fire. Your luck. It's too good to be true. Li Subai laughed bitterly. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Lu Xianer, that's how it is in the internet age. An inadvertent act could potentially make a person famous. If you can seize this opportunity, you might be able to enter the entertainment industry. Li Subai turned the computer on and opened the Dragon Ridge Mysteries folder, then handed the computer to Lu Xianer. Not interested. Lu Xianer saw that Li Subai didn't even think about it and said he wasn't interested. She was very surprised. Why? You know, many people want to enter the entertainment industry, Li Subai said in a relaxed tone, not used to living under the spotlight. Lu Xianer sniffed and immediately had a feeling of empathy. She lamented, indeed, being a star is good for everything. It's just that there's not much privacy. Everywhere you go there are paparazzi following you. If you want to go out and have some fun, you have to be heavily armed, like a thief. However, she looked at Li Subai's gaze with a look of admiration. It's also rare that you are able to resist the temptation or being a star. Li Subai laughed. The main thing is that it's not bad to appear frank. Lu Xianer laughed. So, you are rich? I wonder how much you have. Li Subai. Enough anyway. The two of them just sat in the room and chatted enthusiastically. Chatting away, Lu Xianer forgot about the novel. Lu Yunli looked at the Patek Philippe on her wrist and her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle a little. This dead girl said that she went to find Li Subai to borrow a book. She said she was going to borrow a book from Li Subai, but she didn't come back for more than half an hour. How is she so dilly-dallying? Lu Yunli was a bit uneasy. She got up and left the room, ready to find her daughter. When she came to Li Subai's room, Lu Yunli was about to knock on the door. Just at this time, she suddenly heard the sound of Li Subai's conversation with Lu Xianer coming from inside the room. Ooh, I can't. Hurry up and lighten up. It hurts me to death. This was Lu Xianer's voice. Bear with it. It's a bit painful at first. After a while it'll be comfortable. This was Li Subai's voice. Can't bear it at all. You'd better stop, please, Lu Xianer. Li Subai comforted. Good boy. Obedient. Lu Xianer was aggrieved. But it really hurts. It was you who took the initiative to try just now. Li Subai. It was me who took the initiative to try. But I didn't expect it to hurt so much. Lu Xianer. Lu Yunli's scalp cracked as she listened to this. 3 black lines floated directly on her forehead. The face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. She knew that the entertainment circle was chaotic and her daughter was particularly innocent. So in order to protect her daughter, Lu Yunli almost every day to stay in her daughter's side, can be described as day and night defense. I'm afraid that my daughter will suffer. How she did not expect on her daughter to see the book, so half an hour or so will actually let her years of hard work. The whole thing will be spoiled. Li Subai this. How dare he? Lu Yunli at this moment to kill the heart have. She can't think about it. She can't think too much. She hurriedly smashed the door. Bang bang bang. Li Subai was currently giving Lu Xianer a shoulder and neck massage. When the two of them were chatting just now, Lu Xianer unintentionally said that she slept on a pillow this morning. She said that she slept on a pillow in the morning, and her neck has been uncomfortable. Li Subai immediately remembered that he got the system reward old Chinese medicine massage technology. It's just the right treatment for a fallen pillow, so he asked Lu Xianer if she wanted to try. Lu Xianer did not refuse. She looked eager to try. So Li Subai will give Lu Xianer treatment of pillow. But Lu Xianer was too afraid of pain. Li Subai just gently pressed Lu Xianer's neck a few times. She cried out in pain and couldn't stand it. The only thing that Li Subai can do is to comfort her with kind words. Bang bang bang, he said. Li Subai was advising Lu Xianer to bear it. Just at this time, there was a knock on the door. No, it should be a banging sound. It interrupted their conversation, because the banging sound was too loud. Lu Xianer couldn't help but complain. Who's slamming the door? It's too unqualified. Li Subai. Could something have happened? With doubts, Li Subai let go of Lu Xianer and went forward to open the door. While walking, he also shouted at the door. Don't smash it. You'll pay for it if the door is broken. Chapter 60. Call me brother, call me uncle. Opening the door of the room, discovered that it was Lu Yunli standing outside the door with a gloomy face. Li Subai looked very surprised, because, in Li Subai's mind, Lu Yunli was dignified and elegant. She didn't seem like someone who would smash the door so rudely, right? And Lu Yunli's face. She looks like she wants to kill someone, as if she wanted to kill someone. Sister Lu. Li Subai endured his doubts and greeted Lu Yunli, just about to ask if something had happened. However, Lu Yunli didn't pay any attention to Li Subai at all. She glared fiercely at Li Subai and she directly rushed into the house. She wanted to control the scene of the crime, because too anxious. Even when she entered the house, she also bumped into Li Subai's arm. Good thing, what she hit was Lu Yunli's buffer position. Lu Yunli did not get hurt because of this. Looking at Lu Yunli's face, she looked like she wanted to kill someone. Li Subai was really confused. In the end, what happened? Could it be that something had changed in Lu Yunli's home? That's why the other party was so out of sorts? Lu Yunli rushed into the room full of anger and suddenly saw her daughter sitting on the sofa with her clothes intact. Her hair was not messy. The bedsheets are also neat and tidy. Her face was as white as usual. No redness. Lu Yunli could not help but freeze for a moment. This and she thought about the picture. Completely different. Is the scene of the camouflage? But also not right. I knocked on the door to come in. I knocked on the door and came in. It didn't take more than half a minute. There's no way my daughter and Li Subai could have organized the crime scene in such a short period of time. What went wrong? Mom, why are you here? Lu Xianer saw her mother and couldn't help but greet her. And what are you doing smashing the door? I thought it was someone who was drunk and slamming the door. She didn't realize that, just a few seconds ago, her mother had wanted to hang her up and she wanted to hang her up and treat her to a meal of fried pork on bamboo plates. Lu Yunli came back to her senses. She hid the embarrassment on her face and smiled sarcastically and asked vaguely to her daughter, what were you doing just now? Coming out for so long and not coming? Lu Xianer didn't think much about it and explained with a face of innocence. Didn't I fall off the pillow? Brother Li said he has learned Chinese massage and could help me cure my pillow. Then I asked Big Brother Li to press a few times. It just hurts too much. So it was just treating a fallen pillow. I can't believe I made such a big mess. Lu Yunli gave a sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt embarrassed and ashamed. She thought she was being nasty. I didn't make things clear. I was in a hurry to break down the door and rushed in. He also threw his face at Li Subai. Oh, my God, it's so embarrassing. I'm glad I didn't slap Li Subai directly. Otherwise, now only on the ground to find a crack to drill in. But, Li Subai is sure that he will cure the pillow? He is not using the opportunity to eat tofu, right? Li Subai returned to the room and asked Lu Yunli again. Sister Lu is in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? Lu Yunli smiled awkwardly. Indeed there is something urgent. Her mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what excuse to find. Her eyes lit up. Wasn't Xian's acting condition bad today? That's why I want her to go back early to rehearse the scene she's going to act in tomorrow and memorize her lines. She looked at her daughter again and urged, don't just stand there. Quickly go back to rehearse with me. Otherwise, you'll have to receive another lecture from the director tomorrow. Lu Xianer sniffed and immediately stood up unwillingly with said to Li Subai with a catatonic face. Then I'll go back to rehearsal first, and come back to you tomorrow to read the novel. Li Subai nodded. Okay, right. He remembered something and, with a movement in his heart, without moving, he pulled out 2 bottles from his carry-on space. He took out 2 bottles of whitening spot cream that he had made before. He handed the whitening spot cream to Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli, saying, didn't I promise to make a whitening spot cream for you guys before? This is it. You guys use it according to the method. You'll be able to see the effect in a week, and a month will have a great improvement on your skin. Lu Xianer took the makeup bottle and looked very surprised. Is the effect really so divine? Lu Yunli was also a bit skeptical. The main reason was that Li Subai had exaggerated the effect a little too much. She smelled the mouth of the bottle. Face could not help but flash a trace of surprise. Other than that, this fragrance, she really like. There is a kind of elegant feeling like lotus. Li Subai, whether the effect is so divine or not, you guys will know if you try it. Lu Xianer nodded. That's fine. Thank you. Li Subai waved his hand carelessly. You're welcome. The investment's made now. It was all for 1,000,000 times return in the future. Lu Xianer followed her mother out of the room. Suddenly, she sensed something. With a face of surprise, she said, it actually doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Yunli saw her daughter's startled appearance. Somewhat unkindly said, what are you talking about? Lu Xianer explained, pillow fall? My pillow actually doesn't hurt anymore. I didn't realize that Big Brotherly actually really knows massage and can treat fallen pillows. Lu Yunli sniffed and also acted very surprised. Previously, she also suspected that Li Subai was trying to eat tofu. Now, she realized that she had really misunderstood him. Being able to write novels, making beauty creams, and knowing Chinese massage, how does Big Brother Li know so much? I wonder if he knows anything else. Lu Xianer held the beauty cream with both hands, her tone filled with admiration, and towards Li Subai, she felt more and more curious. Lu Yunli saw that her daughter was a bit gushing when she talked about Li Subai. She couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. After all, when a woman falls in love with someone, it often starts from curiosity. In order to prevent bad things from happening, Lu Yunli immediately corrected her daughter without a good breath. Call what Big Brother Li? Call Uncle Li in the future. Lu Xianer sniffed and Lu Xianer heard this and rolled her eyes at her mom. Big Brother Li is only 8 years older than me. Is it appropriate to call him uncle? Lu Yunli said in a serious tone. 8 years old, already very big. When your uncle is more than enough. Lu Xianer, then you are still more than 10 years older than Big Brother Li. Shouldn't he call you grandma? Put. Lu Yunli was almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood by her daughter's dislike. Sparingly, her blood pressure was also high. Grandma, is old mother that old? And, even if I dare to say yes, Li Subai he dare to call so. After sending Lu Yunli and Lu Xianer away, he took out a notebook from his 1 cubic meter carry-on space. He started writing the script for Jedi Battle Royale. Since he's planning to make a Jedi Battle Royale movie, Li Subai of course had to write the script well. Lu Yunli returned to the hotel, rehearsed with her daughter for a while about the scene she was going to perform tomorrow. Then, she went to the restroom to start washing up. But, when washing up, Lu Yunli realized that, before bumping into Li Subai's position, she was a bit bruised. Chapter 61, Lu Xianer dreams of Li Subai. There was still some slight pain when I touched it. Lu Yunli did not expect that. She had actually hit so hard at that time. I don't know what Li Subai will feel after being hit at that time. I don't know if he will think about it. Thinking about this, Lu Yunli felt weak to the core. The next morning, Lu Xianer had a shiver and woke up from her dream at once. She was lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. She looked at the ceiling. Her head was still a bit confused. She realized that she had just been dreaming. Only, this dream was too real. It felt as if it had really happened. Thinking that she had dreamt of Li Subai in her dream, she couldn't help but feel the urge to cover her face. Lu Xianer couldn't help but feel the urge to cover her face. She never thought that she would actually dream of Li Subai. And, Li Subai's knitted brows and smile, every move, even his breathing was so real. After a while, Lu Xianer suddenly felt something was wrong. Lu Xianer understood something at once. She didn't think twice. She got up in a hurry, then hurriedly from within the suitcase, find a small piece of clothing, then rushed into the restroom. Wash up, change. Lu Xianer looked at the clothes in her hand and wanted to find a place to hide it. However, she looked around. There was no place to hide anything, and if she didn't hide it well, Mom would find it. That would be a complete social death. Just when Lu Xianer did not know what to do, she suddenly heard her mom's voice from outside. Qian, are you in the restroom? Hurry up and eat breakfast. We have to rush to the theater to put on makeup. Seeing her mom urging her, Lu Xianer was in a panic. In a hurry, Lu Xianer could only put the clothes in her hand and put them into her jacket pocket, ready to find an opportunity. Throw the evidence directly. In the morning, after working out, Li Subai went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Inside the restaurant, Li Subai met a lot of crew members. When they saw Li Subai, they cast strange gazes at him. Either they were envious, jealous, or envious of him, because Everyone knew about Li Subai's good looks. He was on the hot search list. Yesterday, the original video of Li Subai being interviewed by Shu Shuetching on Shake Tone, it has already gained more than 4 million likes. Li Subai is completely on fire. If Li Subai was on fire because of something else, people's expressions wouldn't have been so complicated, but because of his good looks, he's on fire. Sour. It's too damn sour. When Hmph saw Li Subai, he quickly beckoned and said, "Shao Bai, come and sit here." Li Subai carried a few buns and soy milk to Hmph's place. He saw Hmph's table. There were also 3 main actors, Ji Koan, Wang Tao and Feng Yuan, sitting there. Before he had time to greet them, he saw Hmphd speak first. "Shao Bai, you can do it." Actually made it onto the hot search and became an internet celebrity. There are a lot of women online who want to marry you. Li Subai sat down next to Hmphd and laughed bitterly. "I don't even know how I caught fire. It's all inexplicable now." Hmphd. It's said that small fires rely on pushing, big fires rely on life. It seems to be true. Next to him, Wang Tao interjected, "You should take advantage of the heat now and quickly register for Shake and Vibe accounts. Convert the heat into your own fans." Li Subai had wanted to open his mouth and say that he doesn't eat the bowl of Netflix himself. However, just at this time, the system suddenly rang. Ding, release the mission. Choice 1, as the saying goes, if heaven gives it or not, it will be taken. The host establishes his own jitterbug number and operates his fans. Complete the task and reward the host with the acting proficiency skill. Choice 2. The host lets the online heat go unnoticed until it disappears. Reward the host with 1 candy. These 2 rewards. A dog would know what to choose, right? Although, Li Subai didn't intend to eat the actor's bowl of rice. However, as the saying goes, many skills are not enough. It doesn't hurt to have more skills. There's no harm in having more skills. Moreover, registering for Shake Shack, it's just a piece of cake. It's no trouble at all. Therefore, Li Subai directly chose task 1. Li Subai coped with the system in his heart. There was no hesitation in going up to the mouth. He thanked Wang Tao. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for reminding me. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot." "Wang Tao, don't call me Mr. Wang. I idiotically grew a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Wang." Li Subai, Brother Wang. Wang Tao, with your condition, after catching this wave of traffic, you might even be able to eat this bowl of rice in the entertainment industry in the future. Li Subai said indifferently, "Let it be." Just at this time, Ji Koan, who hadn't opened his mouth, suddenly opened his mouth coldly. Wanting to eat this bowl of rice in the entertainment industry is not such a simple thing. With good looks and no acting skills, it's just a vase. After Ji Koan finished these words, the atmosphere was a bit cold, because Ji Koan's words seemed to be targeting something. Li Subai felt that Ji Koan was targeting him. He did not understand. He didn't offend Ji Koan. What is Ji Koan targeting him for? Although I do not know what crazy Quinn. However, Li Subai was not a character that could tolerate anger. He did not move and disliked. Are there fewer vases in the entertainment industry? They are still making a living. Ji Koan didn't expect Li Subai to dare to dislike him back. He said with a gloomy face, "So the reputation of the entertainment industry is corrupted by these people. True, a mouse spoils a pot of soup." Li Subai said indifferently. "Showbiz? Also recently these 20 to 30 years branched up. When has there been a reputation?" Li Subai was going to say, "The entertainment industry used to be called the theater. Never into the stream. Where is the word of mouth?" However, thinking that Hmphd, Wang Tao and Feng Yuan were all in the entertainment industry, he didn't launch a group attack. Ji Koan is a first-tier star. Wherever he goes, he's the one who gets all the compliments and admiration. When had he ever been disliked so much? Pa! He slammed his chopsticks on the table. He was about to snap. However, Hmphd suddenly stepped forward and said, "That, I'm full. Is Shelby full? Come with me if you're full." After this kind of thing happened, Li Subai didn't want to stay here any longer. He nodded his head at once. "Okay, brother Mo." As he followed Hmphd out of the restaurant, Li Subai took the opportunity to ask, "Does Mo know what this person is mad about?" Hmphd laughed. "You, the person in question, don't even know, and you're still asking me?" Chapter 62, Being Treated as an Electronic Object. Li Subai shrugged. "I really don't know. I haven't said a few words to him since yesterday." Hmphd reminded. "Ji Koan is the face of this drama, and as a result, you instantly caught fire yesterday because of your good looks and directly stole his thunder. Can he have a favorable impression of you?" Li Subai learned the reason and he was immediately speechless. "Just for this little thing? As for that, Hmphd, aren't most conflicts in life caused by such trivial matters?" Li Subai sighed and said, "Alas, I didn't realize that being handsome could also bring trouble." Put, Mong directly spewed out a mouthful of salt vapor. And, can you have some face? Don't be so narcissistic, Li Subai laughed. Just being honest. Mong reminded with a straight face. Ji-Kwon's connections in the entertainment industry are very wide, not comparable to the average first-tier star. It's best if you don't steel yourself against him. Find an opportunity to have a drink with him and clear up any misunderstandings, Li Subai said carelessly. It's not like I'm planning to mix with the entertainment industry, so even if he has a wide network, it doesn't bother me. While speaking, the two had already walked out of the hotel. Just in time, they saw Lu Yunli and Lu Qianer coming out of the hotel. Sister Lu, Qian, Li Subai greeted them. When Lu Qianer saw Li Subai, she couldn't help but blush a little, a look of being a thief. After having that dream, she was a little embarrassed to face Li Subai. In her heart, she always felt strange. She can't help but think about it. Lu Yunli looked at Li Subai's eyes. She also looks at Li Subai with a strange look in her eyes. Yesterday, she took Li Subai as an electronic object. When I came to the movie set, continued filming the movie, Li Subai silently observed the specific operation of the crew. During the period, Li Subai took the opportunity to register his own Webtoon account, and shot his first half-minute selfie video. The moment Li Subai successfully registered his Jain account, the system's voice once again rang. Ding, the host has completed the task, rewarding the host with the acting proficiency skill. After silently fusing this skill, Li Subai suddenly realized that, in his own mind, all of a sudden, there was a lot more knowledge about acting. Then, when he watched the actors acting on the set, he was no longer just watching, but rather, he saw some specific ways. He knew what the actors should do when they were performing a scene, what the actor should do when performing a scene, to make the corresponding expression and body movement. At the same time, he also realized that, Lu Qianer's acting skills, there is indeed a big problem. I should say, Lu Qianer doesn't really know much about acting. When she acts, she basically has the same expression. When she reads her lines, she also lacks emotion. She's like a puppet on a string. Almost every expression, every movement, needs to be directed by the director. This was also the reason why Lu Qianer had to NG many times for every scene. It made the crew's filming progress never fast. And this, however, it caused Ji-Kwons to be very dissatisfied. Cut, only to see that Lu Qianer, when acting opposite Ji-Kwon, once again, she didn't perform well. Mong called a halt. Then, Ji-Kwon was directly enraged. He unceremoniously disliked Lu Qianer. Big sister, can you be more serious? Don't waste everyone's time. Okay, this has been NG 5 times. Lu Qianer did not expect that Ji-Kwon would dislike her in public. This instantly made her become a bit overwhelmed. Frozen on the spot, the people around her, they didn't think that Ji-Kwon would embarrass Lu Qianer in public. Everyone was too scared to speak. In fact, Mong was also very dissatisfied with Lu Qianer's behavior. But because of Lu Qianer's gold master, he can't blame Lu Qianer. He couldn't blame Lu Qianer. At this moment, he saw Ji-Kwon disliking Lu Qianer in public. In his heart, he was happy to see it, so he intentionally did not open his mouth. Lu Yunli saw this, hurriedly went forward and apologized to Ji-Kwon with an apologetic face. Mr. Ji, I'm sorry, Qian didn't do too well. Please bear with me. Ji-Kwon held a bellyful of anger here in Li Subai in the morning. There was no place to send it. Now Lu Qianer has hit him on the head. Who called these two people? Our vases. Therefore, he didn't reduce the fire. Still nonchalant said, it's not a problem to take it once or twice, but to take it every time, who can stand it? Sorry. In the face of Ji-Kwon's aggressiveness, Lu Yunli could only apologize. Who told Lu Qianer to behave badly? It's no one else's fault. Lu Qianer at this moment, her heart is so embarrassed. She is also aggrieved. She felt, the people around her, should be laughing at her in their hearts. This gave her the urge to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. It's so embarrassing. Mong saw that the atmosphere was a bit stiff. Finally spoke up. Everyone take a break first. We'll shoot later. He looks at Lu Qianer again. Qian, you need to find out more about your character. Put yourself into the role. Lu Qianer nodded, but her mind is still at a loss. If she could blend into the role, she wouldn't have this problem. After Lu Qianer debuted a few years ago, Lu Qianer has been on fire since her debut a few years ago. She didn't have time to go to the Film and Television Academy to learn acting skills. Before that, the roles she acted in were all similar. They were all cold-faced fairies who didn't smile, so it's easy to act. However, in this movie, Shirley Yang's character is valiant and generous. Lu Qianer can't grasp it. Returning to her rest area, Lu Qianer finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bean-sized tears directly slipped from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Yunli was heartbroken. She quickly comforted. It's okay, take your time. Filming is like this, slowly find the feeling. Others have to shoot some shots 10 or 20 times. Lu Xianer lowered her head and did not speak. She knows that her acting skills are not good, so comfort is useless. Lu Yunli saw her daughter's appearance. Heart was also anxious, but she can't help with the acting. She can only be anxious. At this time, Li Subai came over. He said to Lu Xianer, actually, Qian, when you act this scene, you can add some eye movements, such as looking at each other and then quickly retracting, so as to show the changes in your heart. Hearing Li Subai's correction, Lu Xianer, who was originally gloomy, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She felt that what Li Subai said seems to be like that. Lu Yunli saw Li Subai instructing his daughter to act. She was also very surprised. She didn't expect that Li Subai, a writer, actually knew how to act. And then she thought that Li Subai could also make beauty creams and do Chinese massage. She realized that, as she got in touch with Li Subai for a longer time, she realized that the more she came into contact with Li Subai, the more she couldn't see through Li Subai. You can still perform? Lu Xianer asked Li Subai with some surprise. On her face, there was still a teardrop hanging. Li Subai, I've usually read some books about performing. When Lu Yunli heard this, her heart suddenly stirred. She quickly said to Li Subai, Brother Bai, since you know about acting, please also guide Qian and teach her how to act. Chapter 63 Social Death. Li Subai answered with a full mouth. Don't worry, Sister Lu, I will guide Qian well. Then, Li Subai talked to Qian, explaining about the scene, how she should act it out by controlling her expression and body language. Lu Xianer listened very attentively, more so than when she was in school. The commotion here, the surrounding people naturally saw it. A hint of surprise flashed in Moingdi's eyes. He didn't expect that Li Subai could actually teach Lu Xianer to act. Does he really know how to act? This kid couldn't be trying to pick up Lu Xianer? Ji Kun also saw Li Subai teaching Lu Xianer how to act. His face immediately showed an unimpressed snicker. He directly spat to the assistant beside him. See what he can do. A layman actually teaches others to act. Who does he think he is? The little assistant knew that his boss was not happy with Li Subai. Therefore, he curtly concurred. The key is, one dares to teach and the other dares to learn. Two oddballs, coming together. Ji Kun looked at Li Subai in the distance and sneered. If she doesn't act well later, I'll still have to dislike her. Let her know that even as a vase, it's not so good, not bad, that's the feeling. Later on you will act according to this method. Li Subai taught for a while, and then tried the scene with Lu Xianer. Lu Xianer's performance was finally able to pass. The tears on Lu Xianer's face had already dried up. When she heard Li Subai's praise, she looked very happy. Just like a kindergarten child, she was as happy as a teacher's praise. Because, Lu Xianer, after listening to Li Subai's explanation and watching him teach by example, she was no longer at a loss. She had thoroughly mastered it. Lu Xianer was incomparably happy and said, Brother Xiaobai, thank you. After listening to your explanation, I feel that I am now terribly strong. Lu Yunli was at the side and heart was getting more and more surprised. She realized that Li Subai actually really knew how to perform, and his insights on acting were, he was able to break down the complex expressions required in a scene into several small steps. Even if she didn't know how to act, she understood the way Li Subai taught his daughter. She felt that based on the techniques that Li Subai had just taught her, she would also be able to perform this scene well. Li Subai is really great. How is he so powerful? Seeing that Lu Xianer had regained her confidence, Li Subai joked, don't cry again in the future. The makeup is all cried out. Lu Xianer spat out her tongue in embarrassment and said, if you keep teaching me acting in the future, I won't cry my eyes out. Lu Xianer nowadays was more and more adoring of Li Subai. She really didn't expect that Li Subai actually knew how to act. The key is, Li Subai taught her acting skills. It was too easy to understand. She understood it all at once. Therefore, she naturally wanted Li Subai to keep teaching her acting. Seeing that Lu Xianer was still making requests with him, Li Subai couldn't help but laugh. You're still lazy on me. Lu Xianer pulled Li Subai's hand, pretended to be pitiful, and pouted. Please, you also don't want me to be scolded again, right? Lu Yuli also opened her mouth to plead to Li Subai. Elder brother Li, during this period of time, please also can you guide Qian? We will be grateful to you. To be honest, Lu Yunli's pleading look was really lethal, and Li Subai had his own agenda in the first place. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't refuse. However, before agreeing, he deliberately teased Lu Xianer and said, it's fine if you want me to instruct you in acting. Call me master. Lu Xianer, however, was unwilling to do so. You are my brother now. Calling you master, isn't that a difference in seniority? No way. No way. She put her head and shook it into a rattle. She hugged Li Subai's arm again and pouted. Brother Bai, you can teach me, okay? Please. Lu Xianer's clip sound was sweet and cloying. It's enough for an ordinary girl to learn for the rest of her life. Li Subai only felt that his bones were crispy. Li Subai was a softie, but not a hardie. He couldn't see a girl pampering him, so he didn't continue to tease Lu Xianer. Therefore, he did not continue to tease Lu Xianer and promised, fine, I'll promise you just that. Yeah, great. Lu Xianer saw Li Subai promise and immediately cheered and jumped up, happy as a little child. Lu Yili looked at Li Subai with a gaze that was also filled with gratitude. In her heart, she made up her mind, when she had the opportunity in the future, she must repay Li Subai properly, will not let Li Subai do it for nothing. Now it's August. It's the hottest time of the year. The crowd is filming outdoors again. There is no air conditioning. Therefore, Li Subai was covered in sweat. He wiped his forehead and shook off a handful of sweat. Lu Xianer noticed Li Subai's movements. She hurriedly said, I brought paper towels. Take them to you to wipe your sweat. Li Subai did not refuse. Okay. Lu Xianer came to the place where she put her clothes. She pulled out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to her. She took out a ball of tissue paper and handed it to Li Subai. Li Subai took the tissue. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He just wiped it off. He realized that the feeling of his hand was not right. Lu Xianer handed him something. It seems that it is not tissue paper. Fixed eyes to see. Li Subai almost fainted. Why would Lu Xianer give him this thing to wipe his sweat? What does she mean by this? At this moment, Lu Xianer looked at Li Subai and realized something was wrong. Holy, surprisingly, she took the wrong thing. Lu Xianer's face turned red. It was as if she was dripping blood. Her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She only felt that the sky had collapsed. If the people around her saw her, she felt that she would be completely socially dead. Good thing, Lu Xianer had just kneaded something into a ball and handed it to Li Subai. Li Subai squeezed it in his hand. When he wiped his sweat, it didn't fall apart. So, no one has noticed the abnormality yet. And Li Subai's reaction was also very fast. After he realized something was wrong, he hurriedly pinched the thing in his palm. Then, he put it into the pocket of his clothes and put it into his personal space. He was also worried that it would fall out of his pocket. If outsiders see it, if outsiders saw it, then he would jump into the yellow river and couldn't wash it away. Lu Xianer noticed that Li Subai had put the things away. In her heart, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that it wasn't seen by outsiders. But, Lu Xianer is still worried, although not seen by outsiders, but she was seen by Li Subai. Chapter 64, Speed and Passion. Oh my god. Lu Xianer was at a bit of a loss as to how to describe her feelings at this moment. She didn't know. She doesn't know how to face Li Subai in the future. He won't think I'm a pervert, right? The most critical thing is, if Li Subai goes back and carefully observes. Geez, just thinking about this, Lu Xianer felt that she might as well die right away. Alright, enough rest. Start work and continue filming. Just at this time, Moing D shouted to start work. The crew was suddenly busy again. Li Subai noticed that Lu Xianer had a somewhat dull expression and she looked like she had lost her soul. He was worried that Lu Xianer would make another mistake. He couldn't help but pat Lu Xianer's shoulder and cheer Lu Xianer up. Cheer up. Just act like you were taught just now. Don't have a burden in your heart. Looking at Li Subai's encouraging eyes, did not have the slightest intention of mocking her. Lu Xianer somehow, messed up heart, actually became calm all of a sudden. If she gave it to Li Subai, then she gave it to him. It's no big deal. I'll just find him at night and explain it clearly, and then ask for it back. Thinking of this, she instantly nodded her little head to Li Subai and said, don't worry, I'll cheer up. After getting ready in their respective places, continuing to shoot the movie, Ji Kuan originally wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult for Lu Xianer and Li Subai to get close. However, this time, Lu Xianer's performance, but let everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Xianer actually made no mistakes. She successfully completed the performance of this shot. Ji Kuan was a bit confused. He didn't think that after just 2 minutes of rest, Lu Xianer has actually changed so much. It's hard to believe. Li Subai, that kid, still really know how to perform? Lu Xianer's vase is well trained? Can't be. He's an author. How could he know how to act? Maybe it's a coincidence. However, very soon, Ji Kuan realized that it's not a coincidence at all. Li Subai did know how to act, and it's not just a general knowledge. After this shot, he started shooting the next scene. Because of this scene, Li Subai has not yet instructed Lu Xianer. So, Lu Xianer was beaten back to her original form. Her performance was unsatisfactory. Lu Xianer didn't panic. She asked the director to stop for a while. She asked the director to pause for a while, and then immediately asked Li Subai to teach her the technique of this scene. After Li Subai's guidance, Luciener once again successfully completed the scene. This time, Li Subai instructed Luciener in front of everyone. Of course, everyone knew that Li Subai does know how to act. Not only does he know, but he also has a deep understanding of acting. Many of the surrounding actors felt that they had benefited a lot from listening to it. This made Ji Kuan's face become very ugly. In the morning, he also sarcastically said that even if Li Subai entered the entertainment industry, she would still be just a vase. Unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face so quickly, because of Li Subai's coaching Luciener's acting skills. So, today's scene, apart from wasting time, the shooting went well. After wrapping up, Luciener and Lu Yunli enthusiastically invited Li Subai to take their nanny car back to the hotel with them. Li Subai did not refuse. Sitting in Luciener's Alpha nanny car, Li Subai realized that nanny car was indeed much more comfortable than a sedan. Not only is it spacious, the chairs are also first-class airline chairs, and there is a refrigerator, large TV, reflective soundproof chamber, large viewing skylight. The reflective soundproof room means that people outside, as well as the driver, can't see what's going on inside the car. So, if you do something inside the car, there is no need to worry about being known. Li Subai immediately thought of a certain movie series he had once watched. If he had the chance, Li Subai also wanted to buy a nanny car to experience it. Ji Kuan watched Li Subai and Luciener leave in a car. His face was so gloomy that it wanted to drip water. Back to the hotel. When getting out of the car, Lu Yuli told Li Subai too. She told him that he didn't need to go to the cafeteria. They invited him to dinner at night, to show their appreciation. Li Subai also did not refuse. Back in the hotel room, Li Subai's heart moved and, immediately, from within his carry-on space, he pulled out the dong that Luciener had stuffed to wipe his sweat. He opened it and looked at it carefully. His expression became very strange. After looking at it for a while, he was out of his mind because he was too focused. Knock knock knock. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on his room door. Li Subai was startled, and was suddenly awakened, and he hurriedly put away his things into his carry-on space and, opening the door to his room, only to see Luciener standing outside the door. Luciener did not wait for Li Subai to open his mouth to invite her. She went into the room by herself. She closed the door. Then she put her hand in front of Li Subai and whispered with a red face, "Give me back my things." Li Subai naturally knew what Luciener was asking for, but he played dumb and said, "Return what things to you?" Luciener's face had already reddened into a peach. She glanced at Li Subai. Then she was so vain that she went down and said, "You do know." Li Subai teased, "If you don't say it, how can I know?" Luciener saw Li Subai playing dumb. She pursed her lips and summoned up the courage to pick her words. "It's the one that wiped your sweat. I took the wrong one at that time. You give it back to me, okay?" The last tone of voice, with pleading, but also like a pet. Li Subai curiously said, "Is that one really yours? Why would you carry that with you?" When Luciener heard Li Subai's question, she immediately wanted to cover her face. How could she answer this? It's not like she could tell the truth. Luciener pleaded, "Can you not ask? Everything is a misunderstanding. Anyway, I didn't do it on purpose." Li Subai no longer continued to tease Luciener. With a movement in his heart, he didn't move and took the thing from within his carry-on space, and took it out. He handed the thing to Luciener and said, "Here you go, be careful to keep it safe in the future." Seeing this, Luciener hurriedly grabbed it, then haphazardly stuffed it inside her clothes pocket and, taking back the thing, Luciener's entire body became relaxed and, she said to Li Subai, "I'll go back first. After I take a bath, we'll accompany you to eat a big meal. However, after eating the big meal, when I come back, I still have to ask you to help me rehearse tomorrow's scene." Li Subai said with a bitter face, "I feel that I become your wage earner, and it's still the unpaid kind." Luciener, "Then I'll just pay you the remuneration." Li Subai, "What kind of payment are you going to pay?" Luciener, "What do you want?" Li Subai, "Want you." Chapter 65, The water is too deep for you to grasp. Want you. Li Subai deliberately paused for a moment. Luciener's face turned red with a swish. Her small heart also thumped. He wants me? Could it be that? Is Li Subai confessing his love? Should I say yes? Just at this time, Li Subai then said, "I want you to promise me one condition." Luciener's expression was a bit lost. "It's not a confession." "What condition?" Luciener asked with some disinterest. Li Subai, "I'm going to invest in a movie in the future. When the time comes, you'll come and help me make a cameo for a few days." Li Subai currently only had more than $10 million in funds and, wanting to film Jedi Battle Royale, he can't afford to hire a big star. If he can get Luciener to make a cameo, he'll make a lot of money. It would be a great deal of money. Lu Xiener looked very surprised. She said in surprise, "What? Are you going to invest in a movie? Really?" Li Subai, "Naturally it's true. I've written the script. After I understand the specific operation of the crew, we'll be ready to invest." Lu Xiener was even more surprised. "You actually even wrote the script? Can you show it to me? What type of movie is it?" Li Subai, "It should belong to a horror action movie, right? I'm still perfecting the details of the script, so I'll show it to you later when it's completely perfected." However, Lu Xiener had already been thoroughly piqued. Where could she wait? She directly pulled Li Subai's hand and said, "I want it now. Show it to me." Bang bang bang. However, just at this time, someone else came knocking on the door. Opened the door. It was Lu Yunli. She came to urge Lu Xiener to go back to wash. After a day of filming and washing, there was a lot of sweat on her body. "Didn't you say you came to get an item? Why didn't you come back for so long?" Lu Yunli looked at Lu Xiener with a complaining face. She had even finished washing up but as a result, she still didn't see Lu Xiener come back. There was no way out. She had no choice but to come and look for it herself. Lu Xiener sniffed. She couldn't help but spit out her tongue. She didn't know why. When she talked to Li Subai, she felt that the conversation with Li Subai was never ending. Lu Xiener said to Li Subai, "Then I'll go back first. I'll find you for dinner later." Leaving Li Subai's room, Lu Yunli asked her daughter, "What were you chatting with Li Subai?" "Surprisingly, you chatted for so long?" Lu Xiener said with interest. "You know, Big Brother Li is preparing to invest in a movie. He wants me to make a friendly cameo in the future." Lu Yunli was also shocked by this news. "And, Li Subai, he's going to invest in a movie? Really?" Lu Xiener, "It should be true, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to make a friendly cameo." Lu Yunli, however, worried. The water of movies is too deep, and Li Subai has never ventured into this field before. He ventured to invest in movies. "I'm afraid that he won't be able to grasp it, and will easily lose money. I'd better persuade him to think carefully about it later." Lu Xiener was in the acting circle. Naturally, she knew how deep the water in this circle was, not to mention the quality of the movie. Let's just talk about the cost. A movie that only costs $10 million. The director and producer can make it cost $100 million. So, outsiders who venture into this field, most people who venture into this field will lose their money. So, Lu Xiener also felt that Li Subai should be advised to consider carefully. However, she was really curious about the script of the movie that Li Subai was going to make. She was also really curious. After all, Li Subai in her eyes, he's very talented. Therefore, she wanted to know what kind of movie such a talented person would invest in. Making a movie of what kind? Horror? This was hitting Lu Xiener's point of interest. The conversation between Lu Xiener and Lu Yunli was heard by several crew members passing by on the aisle. Among these people, one of them happened to be Ji Koen's assistant. After he went back, he immediately took this matter as a joke. He told Ji Koen. Quarter Quinn, after hearing, was instantly delighted. He, a layman, even want to invest in the movie. He thought that investing in the movie is so easy to get things by the time, if he really dared to invest in the movie, pants can let him loose clean. The next few days, the shooting went well. Li Subai worked as a handyman on the set during the day. At night, she helped Lu Xiener rehearse for tomorrow's scene. The days were very fulfilling, and his relationship with Lu Xiener and Lu Yunli, he also became more and more familiar with Lu Xiener and Lu Yunli, especially between him and Lu Xiener. It felt like they were becoming bosom friends. Lu Xiener was almost always talking to him, except for the personal matters of her daughter. In front of outsiders, Lu Xiener had always had an unearthly, unsmiling, and uninviting attitude, but in front of Li Subai, she appeared heartless and did not pay the slightest attention to her image. Even, the rumor on the set is that he and Lu Xiener are together every day. Are they dating? In particular, many crew members saw Lu Xiener going to or coming out of Li Subai's room at night. It also made the rumors of dating more believable. This also broke the hearts of countless people, envied Li Subai miserably. After all, Lu Xiener's face value, but it is recognized as the #1 in the entertainment industry. To be able to cheer for Lu Xiener, this is the dream of countless people. However, in these few days, there were also some unpleasant things that happened. First, Li Subai wanted to invest in a movie. I don't know how it got out. Then Ji Koen caught the chance and gave him a good scolding. He mocked Li Subai in a roundabout way for his whimsicality and lack of self-importance. I don't know what I'm talking about. Didn't Li Subai catch fire on the internet before? In just a few days, registered Webtoon account. It has more than 900,000 fans. However, right at this time, someone found out. Li Subai is the ex-husband of the netizen Dong Weiyang. Dong Weiyang's ex-husband cheated on her with her best friend, and she gained 3 million fans as a result. And then, Li Subai's reputation began to polarize. There are a lot of netizens and fans saying that Suyi is a scum who cheated on his wife within marriage, thus taking off the powder, or powder to black. However, there were also some brainwashed fans that just ate Li Subai's face value, and didn't care if Li Subai really cheated on his wife or not. Even, these people also ran to Gong Weiyang's live broadcasting room, scolding Gong Weiyang for being ugly, saying that Gong Weiyang's ugly people make a lot of mistakes, and slandering Gong Weiyang for having an affair with Big Brother List 1. The toughness of its fight. The Palace Weiyang was so angry that it almost spit blood. There are still some sensible fans that found the videos of Gong Weiyang's divorce broadcast back in the day. In these videos, In Shuetua and Gong Weiyang are still good girlfriends. In the video, not only did she send Gong Weiyang a happy divorce banner, but she also said that Li Subai was not good enough for Gong Weiyang. And Gong Weiyang also said that her husband is not a good match for her. She also said that her husband was not motivated and not considerate, so she wanted a divorce. She never mentioned that Li Subai cheated on her husband. So, it proves that Gong Weiyang is deliberately framing Li Subai for the sake of hype. Anyway, fans of both sides were in an online mess, and no one could convince anyone. Chapter 66, Li Subai Rumors. Ex-wife breaks defense. During this time, Li Subai also released a video statement that said that he did not cheat on his wife within the marriage. Of course, there are still people who believe. Some do not believe. I don't care. Anyway, he didn't want to rely on the live broadcast to make money. Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli also asked Li Subai about this matter. Apart from the fact that after the divorce, in order to take revenge on Gong Weiyang and In Shuetua, thus stabbing In Shuetua into a hornet's nest, other than that, Li Subai has told the truth. Lu Xianer and Lu Yunli did not suspect him. On the contrary, they sympathized with Li Subai, and they were very upset with him. They think that Li Subai is so good, but Gong Weiyang doesn't know how to cherish him, so he is really blind. In addition to these two things, there were also other big events that happened in the theater group in these few days. The first one, Lu Xianer and Li Subai were in the theater group. They were isolated by Ji Kuan. Since the last time they clashed with Ji Kuan has joined forces with the other actors and crew members to secretly ostracize Lu Xianer and Li Subai. Apart from Mo Wingdi, basically all the cast and crew, fearful of Ji Kuan's position in the entertainment industry, they all ignored Li Subai and Lu Xianer, treating them like air. Good thing, Li Subai and Lu Xianer don't care. These people don't dare to do anything about the acting. So, if you don't care, you don't care. It doesn't matter. As for another thing, the crew is shooting on the set. The rest of the interval, Lu Yunli watched her daughter finish filming the scene and then she went to Li Subai to talk to her with great vigor. Her mood, she couldn't help but become a bit despondent. In the past 2 days, she noticed that her daughter's attitude towards Li Subai was not quite right. She felt that her daughter's attitude towards Li Subai is too intimate. In the evening, her daughter said that she was going to Li Subai's room to rehearse the movie, but if she didn't urge her, her daughter wouldn't come back at all. She felt that her daughter was afraid of falling in love with Li Subai. This is Lu Yunli cannot accept. Although, she also recognized that Li Subai was excellent. However, after all, he is so old, divorced, has a child, and does not come from a wealthy family. Therefore, Lu Yunli is not likely to let her daughter and Li Subai dating. She has already planned her daughter's future. Her daughter is going to marry into a rich family. That's why Lu Yunli is watching her daughter so closely. She wants her daughter to remain intact before she marries into a wealthy family. In these 2 days, Lu Yunli also noticed something else. On the internet, there were suddenly a few anonymous entertainers that were breaking gossip about Lu Xianer, said Lu Xianer is dating the author of Fierce Ghost Blowing Light, and also broke the news that Lu Xianer, while filming on the set, had already been living with Li Subai. Even, the commotion made at night. The crew heard it. Also said, Lu Xianer looks like an innocent, youthful girl. In fact, she is a pure bathing girl in her private life. Anyway, the rumor is very outrageous. The many netizens who ate the melon were dumbfounded. Maybe it is too shocking. This gossip quickly spread on the internet, become a lot of netizens after dinner talk. This also gave Lu Xianer's reputation, caused a certain impact. As for Li Subai's reputation, it didn't have an impact. On the contrary, many people were still envious and miserable. Lu Yunli, after knowing these gossips, the first time she guessed that these revelations must be someone behind the scenes intentionally discrediting Lu Xianer's reputation. Lu Yunli's first suspect is Ji Kuan. After all, this period of time, Ji Kuan has been targeting Lu Xianer and Li Subai. He has the motive to do so. Although, Lu Yunli had the intention of doing entertainment PR, but she also knew deep down that this kind of gossip, it could not be explained, nor could it be explained. If she responded positively, she was afraid that it would only spread more and more viciously. The best way is to quickly let Luciana and Li Subai divided boundaries. Less to meet, the best not to meet. As long as they don't meet again, these rumors will slowly dissipate. If the two continue to socialize like this, I'm afraid that Luciana's reputation will be seriously damaged. And this is Lu Yunli absolutely will not tolerate. After all, if Luciana's reputation was damaged, how could she join the mansion in the future? After all, the magnificent sect was the most focused on reputation. Ding bell. Just when Lu Yunli was thinking of ways to make Li Subai and Luciana stop seeing each other, she suddenly received a phone call. Seeing the phone number, Lu Yunli's face could not help but flash through a complicated expression. This person is her good friend and Luciana's godfather. His name is Fu Yanjie. He is a tycoon with a fortune of tens of billions of dollars. Luciana was able to enter the entertainment industry and quickly rose to fame, all thanks to Fu Yanjie's investment and operation. 20 years ago, when Luciana was 2 years old, Fu Yanjie met Lu Yunli at a party. He was amazed by Lu Yunli and started a crazy pursuit. Although Lu Yunli was married at the time, but Fu Yanjie, however, relying on wealth and family background, do not care at all. I don't even think about Lu Yunli's husband at that time in my eyes. Although Lu Yunli at that time felt that Fu Yanjie was just a dude, and did not accept Fu Yanjie's chase to go. However, her then husband could not take it anymore. The first step was to take the initiative to divorce Lu Yunli. After all, in front of her husband, without fear of pursuing other people's wives, and the husband cannot do anything about it. It is a man cannot stand. Lu Yunli after the divorce, in order to avoid the harassment of Fu Yanjie, she took her daughter to a beautiful country. However, Fu Yanjie is still not dead. He went directly to the beautiful country, and he pursued her for several years. In the end, Lu Yunli still compromised, agreed to pay Yanjie's pursuit. Only, let Lu Yunli heart cold is, Fu Yanjie chased her, and did not want to marry her meaning. This also allows Lu Yunli to see the nature of Fu Yanjie, if not for the fact that Fu Yanjie treats his daughter as if she were his own. If it wasn't for Luciana's career, Lu Yunli would have left Fu Yanjie a long time ago. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. In her mind, she was thinking about it. Lu Yunli didn't hesitate and picked up the phone. Ali, there are a lot of gossips on the internet about Qian Qian in the theater group. Do you know about it? On the phone, Fu Yanjie's voice came out. The voice appeared to be very angry. Lu Yunli, I've already seen it, but these gossips, all of them are false. Fu Yanjie's tone was gloomy. What's going on with that Li Subai? How come I heard Qian Qian is close to him? Lu Yunli explained. They're nothing. Qian Qian is just learning acting from Li Subai. Li Subai is 10 years older than him. He has a child. What can happen to the two of them? She didn't tell Fu Yanjie that Luciana might be good for Li Subai about this matter. Over the years, Fu Yanjie had always loved Luciana as if she was his own daughter. If he knew about this news, he was only afraid that he would dismantle Li Subai. Chapter 67 Sacked. Fu Yanjie said in an undeniable tone. Tell Qian Qian to stay away from this person in the future. Don't have any more interactions with him. Look at what's being rumored on the internet. It doesn't fit in the ears at all. Lu Yunli replied. Even if you don't remind me, that's what I'm thinking. I'll tell Qian Qian to keep a distance from him. Fu Yanjie. It's not about keeping a distance. It's about making sure she never sees each other again in the future. I will also call Mongd and ask him to dismiss Li Subai. Lu Yunli hesitated. Isn't it not too good to directly dismiss? During this period of time, Li Subai has been teaching Qian Qian to act with all his heart and soul, so that when Qian Qian acted, he was scolded a lot less. Fu Yanjie said without any doubt. This matter is not negotiable. Hang up. I still have to find a PR team to quell the online gossip. Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lu Yunli's face revealed an expression of heartfelt resentment. According to her idea, it was just a matter of getting Li Subai to keep a distance from Luciana, but Fu Yanjie wanted Mongd to dismiss Li Subai directly. This kind of approach was too unkind. After all, they still owe Li Subai a lot of favors. Li Subai teaches Luciana to act and gives them beauty cream. The effect of the beauty cream. Luciana and Lu Yunli have already felt the effects of the beauty cream. They were shocked. The two were also very happy. How they did not expect. Li Subai's own DIY beauty products. The effect will actually be so good. Even, Lu Yunli also with Li Subai proposed. Want to work together to build a factory. Production of this beauty cream for sale. But now you want to dismiss each other. Alas. See if you can compensate him something. On the other hand, Li Subai was chatting with Luciana. Just at this time, Mongd called him to the side and said he had something to discuss. Bye. I'm sorry, the investors said that you affected Luciana's reputation, so they pressurized me to dismiss you. You see? Mongd looked at Li Subai with an apologetic face. he had always had a good impression of Li Subai, and the two of them chatted. Only, in the face of the investor's request, he couldn't help but do as he was told. After all, he couldn't fight against capital. Or, Li Subai is not worth fighting against the capital. Li Subai saw that Mong wanted to dismiss him. He is not angry. Gossip on the internet. He's heard about it. Moreover, Mong has already given him face by talking to him privately about this matter. And, actually, if you don't sack me, brother Mo, I'll have to resign with you. My new book will be released soon, and I have to go to the book signing. Mong nodded and patted Li Subai's shoulder, saying, "It's good that you don't blame old brother." Li Subai sincerely said, "During this period of time, thanks to you taking care of me, it's too late to be grateful. How could I possibly blame you? Then I'll go back to the hotel to pack up my things." Mong, however, stopped. "There's no need to rush. I'll treat you to dinner at night to see you off." Li Subai refused. "Next time. I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. I want to go back today and also see my daughter earlier." Although, every day, he talked to his daughter on video. However, video is not a real person. Li Subai is really missing his daughter. Mong didn't force the issue and said, "That's fine. We'll get together later." "What is Director Mo looking for you for?" Lu Xianer saw Li Subai come back and immediately came over to ask in a small voice. A look of gossip. Next to her, Lu Yunli, however, guessed the reason. It must be that Fu Yanjie had already called Mong. Li Subai, "I resigned with Director Mo and will be leaving the theater group soon." When Lu Xianer heard this, she couldn't help but be shocked and, she hurriedly said, "Resign? Why?" Li Subai looked at Lu Xianer's anxious appearance and, he couldn't help but laugh a little. He explained, "My new book will be released soon. According to the original contract, I have to go all over the country to hold book signings, so you can't continue to stay here?" Lu Xianer said bitterly, "You resigned, then what am I going to do? Who's going to rehearse for me?" Li Subai, "This period of time also taught you a lot. You summarize more yourself. Learn to learn by example. Just use more effort." Lu Xianer begged pitifully, "You stay, okay? I'm so stupid in the head. I can't learn by myself." Li Subai apologized. "Sorry." Lu Xianer was going to continue begging. At this time, Lu Yunli spoke up. She advised her daughter, "Other people's Xiaobai is going to do the right thing. Can the release of a new book be delayed? So don't pester Xiaobai." Lu Xianer sniffed, although she didn't force Li Subai to stay anymore. However, her face was written with unhappiness. She turned to the next best thing and said, "Then promise me that you'll come back immediately after you're done with your business, okay?" Although Li Subai couldn't come back, however, he didn't tell Lu Xianer, but comforted her. "Okay, I promise you." Lu Xianer hastily stretched out her finger and, "Let's pull the hook. No regrets. Whoever backs out is a puppy." Li Subai was destined to never return, so he didn't want to be a dog. He changed his request and said, "Whoever backs out promises the other a request." Good. Lu Xianer didn't think much about it and agreed at once. Then, the two of them pulled the hook and hanged themselves. No change for 100 years. Who change who is? Who change must promise each other a request. Lu Xianer's fingers, very soft. Lu Yunli saw Li Subai finally get through Lu Xianer's work. Heart cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was also more and more grateful to Li Subai. She knew that, Li Subai did this, was purely to prevent Lu Xianer from being sad. He's really a warm man, but it's a pity. Xian is destined to be with him. Lu Yunli said to Li Subai without moving. "I'll send you back to the hotel. It's not good to take a taxi at this time." Li Subai refused. "No need. It's too much trouble for Sister Lu. I'll just take a drop." Lu Yunli, however, could not be bothered to say, "It's settled." She added to her daughter, "I'm going to send Xiaobai off. You stay here by yourself and pay attention to safety." Lu Xianer nodded her head obediently. "It's a pity that I have to shoot a movie. Otherwise I'll go see you off too." Li Subai looked at Lu Xianer's reluctant appearance. He actually had some of the same reluctance in his heart. After this period of time, he had already taken Lu Xianer as a good friend. Alas, life since the ancient sad parting. Sorry. Back at the hotel, Li Subai was packing up his manners, when Lu Yunli suddenly said sorry to Li Subai. Li Subai was puzzled. For good reason. What is Sister Lu apologizing to me for? Lu Yunli looked at Li Subai with eyes full of apologies. "I know the real reason why you left the hotel. It's Qianqian's godfather who saw the gossip on the internet about you and Qianqian. He was worried about Qianqian's reputation. That's why he asked you to leave the theater. It's just that, doing so, it's too unfair to you. I'm sorry." Chapter 68, Want to be adopted? $1 billion in hand. When Li Subai learned of Lu Yunli's reason for apologizing, he instantly didn't care and said, "It's okay, I just said I'm going to hold a book signing." This is the real thing, so even if you guys don't do that, I will still leave the theater group. So Sister Lu doesn't need to apologize. Lu Yunli couldn't help but feel even more guilty in her heart when she saw how understanding Li Subai was. This matter is indeed something we did not do properly. We will make it up to you. Saying that, Lu Yunli pulled out a bank card from her Hermes bag and handed it to her. Pulled out a bank card and handed it to Li Subai. This bank card. You keep it. Li Subai looked at the bank card, some confused. What does Sister Lu mean by this? Could it be that she wants to adopt him? Should I agree to it? Lu Yunli looked at Li Subai and said sincerely, during this period of time, you teach Chen Xian to perform the whole day. It's hard on you. Sister doesn't know how to repay you. This bank card is a little bit of my sister's heart. You must not excuse yourself. So it's not a package. Li Subai held back his disappointment and refused. I didn't teach Chen Xian to perform for the sake of money. Rather, it's because I'm in love with Chen Xian and you, so it's better for you to take back this bank card. It's too outgoing to give money. Lu Yunli's face hesitated for a while. Eventually, she opened her mouth and said her purpose. There is one more thing that I hope you can promise me. Li Subai. What thing? Lu Yunli didn't even dare to look at Li Subai squarely. She was somewhat ashamed and said, please don't meet Chen Xian again in the future. And don't contact her. Hearing Lu Yunli's request, Li Subai's heart suddenly went cold and, he said in a somewhat bad tone, why? Lu Yunli saw Li Subai's face look bad. Instantly panicked. She hurriedly explained, it's not against you or dissatisfied with you. It's about the gossip between you and Xian Xian on the internet. It has a serious impact on Xian Xian's reputation. Xian Xian's godfather is very dissatisfied. So please also understand. Li Subai coldly said, fine, I won't contact in the future is all. He wasn't the type of person who liked to put a hot face on a cold ass, except to Gong Wei Yang before, although Lu Yunli knew that if she did this, it would ruin her friendship with Li Subai. However, for the sake of her daughter's honor, she had no choice. She knew that her daughter should have developed feelings for Li Subai, so she had to step in and stop it. After biting her teeth, Lu Yunli reminded Li Subai that, if Chen Xian takes the initiative to look for you or contact you, please be a billion times colder to her. It would be best if you can ignore her. Li Subai's voice, cold as a knife. Do I make you look down on me that much? Lu Yunli said helplessly. I said that doing this is not against you. I've already planned the future for Chen Xian. She's going to marry into a rich family in the future, so I can't let her reputation be damaged in the slightest. I'm really sorry. Li Subai sniffed and, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but flash a cold smile. And, he sneered at Lu Yunli. If it's the severity of the damage to reputation, do you think, Chen Xian's gossip with me, and the rumors of your mother and daughter with Fu Yan Jia Yanzhou Thin Horse, which one makes Chen Xian's reputation more seriously damaged? How come I don't see you telling Chen Xian to keep her distance from her godfather? Pa! Lu Yunli directly slapped Li Subai in the face. Lu Yunli glared at Li Subai. Her eyes had already flooded with tears. Her voice was trembling. You, how can you say this about us? These are all unscrupulous media, maliciously slandering us in order to gain attention. This matter can be said to be the taboo and scale in Lu Yunli's heart. She couldn't allow anyone to touch it. She did not expect that Li Subai would tear open her wounds in a bloody manner. That's why she reacted so violently. Li Subai was slapped. In his heart, the ghost fire was originally rising. However, he saw Lu Yunli with tears in her eyes, the look of Hyun wanting to cry, the anger in his heart, fiercely, instantly doused. His words just now were indeed too hurtful. Li Subai sighed, softened his tone a bit, and said, when I said that, I didn't mean to mock you. I just think you are too double-standard. You claimed that it was for the sake of Chen Xian's reputation. Let me cut off Chen Xian, but Chen Xian's and your reputation has long been ruined. Lu Yunli sniffed and also felt that she did double-standard. Her and Lu Xianer's reputation had indeed been ruined a long time ago. Lu Yunli wasn't that angry anymore. She simply picked it out directly and said truthfully, the reason why I asked you not to meet with Chen Xian in the future, there is actually another main reason. During this period of time, I think you should also realize that Chen Xian's attitude towards you is somewhat different. It's the feeling of a little girl's secret love. But you and Chen Xian are not suitable, so I can only come to be the villain. Knowing Lu Yunli's real reason, Li Subai didn't know what to say for the best. During this period of time, he did perceive that Lu Xianer had a good feeling about him. Originally, Li Subai also wanted to take the opportunity to complete the system mission. However, after this period of time, Li Subai realized that Lu Xianer was too well protected by Lu Yunli. She is a very simple, heartless and kind girl. Li Subai doesn't want to hurt the other party in order to fulfill his mission. So, he and Lu Xianer together, in fact, is to maintain the restraint. Although it seems a bit hypocritical, but Li Subai felt that he was not. Li Subai thought about it. He instantly came to Lu Yunli and suddenly gave the other party a wall thud. Li Subai held his palms on the wall and lowered his head and looked at Lu Yunli. Lu Yunli was right in front of him. The beautiful face was Li Subai's eyes. Even the breathing of the two can be felt by each other. Lu Yunli did not expect that Li Subai would suddenly wall thump her. This made her so nervous that her voice became stuttering. You, what do you want? Li Subai stared at Lu Yunli's eyes and said, I want to tell you, you don't have to worry about what I will do to Qian Qian, because I don't like Qian Qian. Actually, the person I like is you. Boom! Li Subai's words. It's like a thunderbolt. Lu Yunli is about to go down. She never thought that Li Subai actually likes her. He even confessed to her. This, I'm more than 20 years older than him. He's so handsome. How could he like me? Lu Yunli didn't know how to face Li Subai. However, Li Subai is really handsome. The way he walloped me. He's also a domineering president. Lu Yunli had the feeling that she was an old aunt in her 40s who had returned to her teenage years. In Lu Yunli's thoughts, do not know how to be good time. Li Subai has blocked Lu Yunli's mouth. Lu Yunli immediately became even more overwhelmed. She only felt that her head was blank. Chapter 69 Ex-wife is going to break down. Puzhou County, Jinqiu Elegant Residence. One day ago, Gong Weiyang and the top MCN organization in China, officially signed a contract. Gong Weiyang also successfully obtained a signing fee of $30 million. At this moment, she is at home, with her girlfriends Chao Xiqian, Zhang Kaifeng and Tao Yaoyao. She was eating barbecue and drinking to celebrate. Yao, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why has your skin changed so much? It feels like you've changed your face. During the meal, Chao Xiqian asked Tao Yaoyao curiously. Zhang Kaifeng also hastily chimed in. Yeah, your skin before. It was originally a bit yellow and had quite a few pimple marks. Now not only has your skin gotten whiter, but actually even the acne marks are no longer noticeable. How on earth did you do that? Tao Yaoyao's mood during this period of time has always been beautiful. Because the yellow skin and pimple marks pits that had made her feel inferior for many years have all been almost healed. Tao Yaoyao also did not hide. Directly Li Subai asked her to try the beauty spot removal cream. Set out. Chao Xiqian and Zhang Kaifeng, two people know the truth. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Li Subai actually had this ability. However, Chao Xiqian asked to Gong Weiyang, I didn't expect your ex-husband to be able to make such a powerful beauty cream. Why didn't he give it to you before? Your skin is also slightly wheatish black. When Gong Weiyang saw Chao Si ask askance about this matter, what had been a happy mood had become depressed all the way down. The change in Tao Yaoyao's skin. Gong Weiyang was looking at it with envy in her heart. If she can also use this whitening spot removal cream to improve her skin, her face value can be raised by 2 more points. At that time, the live broadcast does not open beauty face can. However, the ex-husband brother actually did not give her. In her heart, Gong Weiyang had already hated Li Subai 10,000 times. Zhang Kaifeng suddenly said, maybe Li Subai is deliberately not giving it to Weiyang. He wants to keep hogging Weiyang and is worried that he won't be able to grasp it after Weiyang becomes more beautiful. Gong Weiyang heard Zhang Kaifeng's provocation and immediately felt that her best friend had a point. Li Subai should be deliberately not giving her the beauty cream for fear of her becoming more beautiful. This damn perverted possessiveness. What a selfish ghost. However, even if you don't give me the beauty cream, is there no way for me to get it? I have plenty of ways. Gong Weiyang was going to ask her sister Gong Qianxue to ask her ex-husband for it. Gong Qianxue is now on good terms with Li Subai. If she intervenes, she will definitely be able to ask for the beauty cream. Chatting. I don't know how. The topic of conversation suddenly chatted to Li Subai and Lu Xian air gossip above, only to see Zhang Kaifeng excitedly asked to Gong Weiyang, Weiyang, online rumors are true? Your ex-husband is really dating big star Lu Xianer, and living together on the set? Even the crew heard them moving around? Is it that exaggerated? You guys say, Lu Xianer is such a big star. How did she fall for Li Subai? Li Subai actually even became a millionaire internet celebrity. I never dreamed of it. When Gong Weiyang saw Chao Si askance and Zhang Kaifeng mention Li Subai, her already depressed mood suddenly became even more depressed. Naturally, she'd seen the gossip on the internet about her ex-husband and Lu Xianer, and it was as hard on her as killing her. She never dreamed that the ex-husband that she couldn't look at. Not only did he become a millionaire internet celebrity because of his good looks, he was actually able to have a scandal with Lu Xianer. It's really outrageous, Mom. Opening the door to outrageous to the home. Moreover, Gong Weiyang thinks this rumor, it's mostly true. The anonymous reporter said that the crew heard the commotion between the two, and Gong Weiyang clearly knew that Li Subai was capable of this perversion. So, That's why she felt that the online gossip was true. And this also made it even harder for Gong Weiyang. Before, Li Subai and Lu Xian'er were having dinner together. She thought that the two were just in an ordinary partnership. She never thought that Li Subai would actually get Lu Xian'er, the top stream star, into his hands. Gong Weiyang has a kind of unreal feeling. When she divorced Li Subai, she had once fantasized that after her divorce, she might be like the heroine of a Mary Sue article, looking for a handsome star as her boyfriend. She didn't realize that she was still fantasizing. Li Subai actually succeeded in doing so. Sometimes, she really doubted, is this handsome, well-built Li Subai really her ex-husband? Is there an otherworldly big brother who has taken her ex-husband away from her? Chao Si looked askance at Gong Weiyang and lamented, I didn't expect that your ex-husband is actually still a rotten peach blossom. Not only did he get together with Yin Shuitua after the divorce, but now he's getting together with a big star. How come I didn't see that he still has this ability before? Zhang Kaifeng. Maybe it's because he disguised himself too well in the past. Gong Weiyang saw Chao Si ask askance about Yin Shuitua and said with an ugly face, don't mention Yin Shuitua in front of me in the future. Mentioning her makes me feel sick. How dare you steal your best friend's man? I was really blind in the past to become bosom friends with her. Chao Si looked askance and agreed. Yin Shuitua did indeed act too unorthodox. I didn't expect it to be a green tea. But don't worry Weiyang, I would never be able to do such a thing. Zhang Kaifeng also assured. The same goes for me. Gong Weiyang nodded and said, I believe in you guys. We're going to be good girlfriends for the rest of our lives. Chao Si askance and Zhang Kaifeng said in unison, yes, be good girlfriends for the rest of our lives. However, what they didn't know was that it wouldn't be long before they would be severely slapped in the face. Tao Yaoyao never said anything. She just ate the barbecue silently. She is just a part-time worker. She's just a part-time worker and not Gong Weiyang's best friend. Ding, the host has completed task 2. Rewarding the host with a digital currency investment chart that can profit $1 billion. In Li Subai's mind, the once again resounded with the system's prompting sound. However, Li Subai had no time to pay attention to the system right now. Even the reward worth $1 billion. Li Subai is too lazy to check. Now, he has more important things to do. Fierce Ghost Blowing Lamp Theater Group. Lu Xian'er saw that her mother was late in coming back and heart couldn't help but wonder a little. Why did she take so long to send Xiaobai away? Did mom send Bai to the airport? I'm not sure, but because she was busy filming, Lu Xian'er can't be bothered to call her mother to inquire. But, without Li Subai by her side, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. 2 hours later, Lu Yunli, full of helplessness, pleaded to Li Subai once again. I really have to go back. Xian Shan won't see me go back for so long. She'll be worried. It was only then that she realized. Original. Li Subai is so difficult to deal with. It's like a dog's skin plaster. I can't get rid of it.